Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 13: Multiverse Network prompt. Please confirm whether to unlock the legendary class skill, Rock Solid. Please note, this operation requires consuming one legendary class skill selection opportunity. This type of reward point can only be obtained by increasing your legendary class level. Looking at the prompt, Gao Yang did not hesitate for long and confirmed it with his consciousness. The next instant, as Gao Yang confirmed his choice, a new Multiverse Network prompt refreshed. Multiverse Network prompt, legendary class skill. Rock Solid has been added to your skill panel. Rock Solid. Type, legendary class skill. Restriction: unique God of War level 20 or above, Constitution 27 or above. Skill description: in the midst of endless battle, the unique God of War realized the essence of combat: unbreakable power, rock solid defense, and speed that transcends all. With this realization, the God of War began to develop in the corresponding direction according to their own needs. Skill effect: passive, any defensive method, various resistances, and life essence. Strength of the unique God of War increased by 10% for every 3 points of Constitution gained. This increase rises by an additional 10%. Gao Yang looked at the information appearing before him. As his selection was completed, he could feel an indescribable change occurring within himself. This change was not manifested in his flesh or spirit, but was more fundamental, manifesting within the very concept of Gao Yang himself. It is well known that in different universes, different planes, and different dimensions, the manifestations of defense or attack are always subject to certain influences. However, the legendary class skill Rock Solid directly ignored these influences, acting directly upon the concept of Gao Yang himself. In other words, no matter where he was, the bonus effect brought by Rock Solid would not change or be reduced in any way. Because this was an improvement embedded into the very concept of Gao Yang. Undoubtedly, this conceptual improvement was the most fundamental and powerful for Gao Yang. This meant that Gao Yang had gained a permanently effective damage reduction buff. Any attack would inevitably be subject to a corresponding reduction before it could act upon his body or will. Chapter 842. The Gladiator Arena of the God of War. More importantly, the improvement brought by Rock Solid would continue to increase as his constitution increased. Currently, his constitution showed only 29 points, which was because he had not yet performed the breakthrough for legendary attributes. He was well aware that there was a barrier between extraordinary and legendary attributes. Once he broke through the barrier between extraordinary and legendary attributes, his Constitution attribute would immediately surpass 29 points and reach the level of 30. This was because when he broke through to the legendary realm, his Strength, Constitution, and Agility attributes had each increased by 5 points. But they were blocked by the legendary attribute barrier, meaning the excess attributes could not be immediately reflected in his body. Obviously, once he completed the legendary attribute breakthrough for Constitution and Agility, his strength would receive another significant boost. One of these aspects was the bonus brought by Rock Solid once his Constitution attribute reached 30 points. At that time, the bonus from Rock Solid would not be 10%, but 20%. As his thoughts developed, Gao Yang's train of thought became increasingly clear. There was now nearly a year and a half until the Eberron Supreme Council and nearly a year until the internal meeting of Corvair. During this time, what he needed to do was to first break through the legendary barriers of Constitution and Agility, pushing his main attributes into the legendary realm. Then, he would head to the Kinyu and Cultivation world to help it defeat the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan, thereby establishing a connection with the lineage of the Great Masters Wandu through the Profound Gate Dao. Using this as a foundation, he would seek the conceptual existence required to continue practicing the 8-9 profound art, what he called the qualification. Of course, during this process, other types of cultivation could proceed as planned. His thoughts temporarily ceased their churning, and Gao Yang looked at the sword dual compass that had abruptly appeared before him, feeling a sense of sudden realization. After Yang Yao successfully ascended to become a divine artifact, Gao Yang's talent for the sword, under the influence of Yang Yao, had surged once again. It is no exaggeration to say that with the support of Yongyao, the catastrophe sword Dao, and the sword dual compass, Gao Yang's talent in swordsmanship could now rival those legendary existences. He only needed to glance at ordinary sword techniques to fully understand their essence, use them perfectly, and even innovate or draw inferences about other cases from them. During these 5 years of secluded cultivation, Gao Yang's understanding and insights into sword techniques had progressed by leaps and bounds, far exceeding the progress brought by using the sword dual compass alone. This also led to a significant increase in the energy consumption of the sword dual compass. In just 5 years, Gao Yang had conducted 4 sword duels. Added to the 3 previous ones, he had already completed a total of 7 sword duels. As long as he completed 2 more sword duels, he would be able to complete the Annihilation Sword. At that time, the sword cultivation effect of the sword dual compass would not only be directly bestowed upon Gao Yang, but would also triple, which was naturally good news for him. Looking at the sword dual compass emitting infinite sword chi, Gao Yang smiled slightly, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to follow the guidance of the sword dual compass. Merging into it, a moment later, the sword chi emitted by the sword dual compass suddenly stalled, and then the surging sword chi upon it seemed to be emptied, disappearing without a trace in an instant. At the same time, Gao Yang opened his eyes again. The 8th sword duel of the sword dual compass was passed with ease. For Gao Yang, the sword duel was merely a small interlude in his cultivation. He tucked the sword dual compass into his robes and then summoned the Multiverse Network panel with his consciousness. If he wanted to break through the legendary barriers of constitution and agility, using the Multiverse Network was undoubtedly the most efficient method. Whether it was obtaining information or resources, the convenience of the Multiverse Network was unparalleled. Of course, perhaps in the multiverse, those beings with backgrounds and influence have their own unique channels, but at the very least, Gao Yang does not have them at the moment. After all, the time he has spent cultivating is too short, and the aforementioned situations undoubtedly require a massive amount of time and energy. For him right now, being able to ensure his own cultivation is already quite difficult. A flash of light flickered, and Gao Yang appeared at the information exchange of the player's social platform. If one wants to search for various types of information, the information exchange is undoubtedly the most convenient place. When Gao Yang entered the keyword legendary attribute breakthrough, a massive amount of relevant information refreshed before his eyes like a scrolling screen. Looking at this dense wall of information, Gao Yang did not pay it any mind and simply began to study the information one by one. Thanks to his 26 points of extraordinary intelligence, his information processing speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. In less than half an hour, Gao Yang had already filtered out dozens of relevant pieces of information. These pieces of information were mainly divided into 3 aspects: divine favor, heavenly treasures, and self-breakthrough. Among them, the easiest to obtain is naturally divine favor. But being easy to obtain naturally means there are extreme restrictions. Divine favor can only be used by individuals designated by the deity and cannot be given to others for use. Among the vast majority of divine-affiliated professionals, when they reach the legendary attribute barrier, they only need to pray to their own deity. Once they receive a response, the deity will bestow a favor. This divine favor can directly allow these divine-affiliated professionals to break through the attribute barrier from extraordinary to legendary. After all, a veteran legendary is also a very good asset for a deity. In many cases, when a deity cannot personally intervene or finds it inconvenient to do so, the combat power within the church is, in a large part, the face of the deity. If one were to compare a deity's church to a gang, then the deity is the gang boss, holding the various lifelines of the organization, while the legendaries are the various lieutenants and top enforcers under the boss. In the vast majority of cases, the boss will not easily take action, but will instead leave it to others in the gang to handle. In such a situation, the stronger the people in the gang, the higher the status of the gang boss naturally becomes. Therefore, no deity would be stingy in bestowing such favors. And this is the miraculous nature of divine power. As for heavenly treasures, they are easier to understand. Just like the extraordinary attribute fruits that can increase a professional's attributes, There are naturally heavenly treasures that help legendary professionals break through the legendary attribute barrier. But compared to extraordinary attribute fruits, this type of heavenly treasure that can help a legendary break through the legendary attribute barrier is much rarer and much more precious. As for the third aspect, self-breakthrough, this path appears even more difficult and rare. This path requires a massive amount of time, long-term persistent training, a firm will that does not give up even when the path ahead cannot be seen, and even frantic tempering on the edge of life and death. Only in this way can one, at a certain moment, rely on their own efforts to forcibly break the attribute barrier between extraordinary and legendary, and subsequently break through. The most important point is that there is no essential difference after breaking through via these three methods. It is merely a difference in difficulty. Of course, there is also information stating that legendaries who achieve self-breakthrough are slightly more powerful. Regarding this, Gao Yang remained noncommittal. To be able to break the attribute barrier between extraordinary and legendary through long years and persistent effort, even if one does not gain a substantial boost, the improvement in willpower alone is enough to serve as a reward. Gao Yang closed the search machine in front of him and turned to walk out of the information exchange. Divine favor is not something to think about for now. Those who can obtain divine favor in this regard are basically existences who have gone very far within that church. To say nothing else, the faith aspect alone must be sufficiently firm and loyal. As for Gao Yang, he does not even have an object of faith, so he naturally cannot receive a deity's favor. Regarding heavenly treasures, perhaps he could try to contact the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, but this level of heavenly treasure can no longer be traded for with ordinary resources. Moreover, this level of heavenly treasure will inevitably attract the attention of many existences, even if they don't need it. Some major powers wouldn't mind adding a bit to their reserves in this area. Therefore, unless he brings out sufficiently rare treasures to trade, the probability of obtaining such heavenly treasures from other powers through trading is not high. As for self-breakthrough, this point requires too much time. At the very least, based on Gao Yang's grasp of himself, this time might need to be measured in decades or even centuries. In any case, take it slow. There is still time. Let's contact the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce first. Actually, compared to the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, finding the Eternal Devil Chamber of Commerce is a more efficient choice. But those devils from the 9 hells are truly too greedy and cunning, and Gao Yang does not want to have too much contact with them, especially since, if he wants to trade for such heavenly treasures, he would inevitably have to pay with sufficiently rare treasures. And once such a treasure is brought out, he would naturally become an object of covetousness for the Eternal Devil Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Gao Yang believes that if he is willing, Giuliano and President Matthew will go all out for him. Thinking of the plain core in his inventory, Gao Yang already had a plan in mind. It just so happens that President Matthew has also contributed a lot during the time he was in deep cultivation, using a treasure like a plain core as a reward. He imagines the other party will not refuse. Just as Gao Yang was walking on the street, several golden messages suddenly refreshed before his eyes. Omni Network prompt, Multiverse Activity Log updated. A new multiverse activity has been added to the activity log. Omni Network prompt. The Peak of Gladiators Arena of the God of War Tempest is about to open. All sentient beings who aspire to become the strongest gladiator can sign up to participate in this Peak of Gladiators. Participants will receive corresponding rewards based on their rankings. Omni Network prompt. The God of War Tempest has sent you an invitation to the Peak of Gladiators. Do you accept this invitation and participate in this Peak of Gladiators competition? Looking at the golden Omni Network prompt floating before his eyes, Gao Yang's brows lifted slightly. He had originally thought that after 5 years, he had kept a low enough profile, but he never expected that the God of War would still be thinking of him. However, what exactly was this so-called Peak of Gladiators event? With this thought in mind, Gao Yang opened the multiverse event log. The first thing that caught his eye was the Peak of Gladiators event that had just been initiated by the God of War. Chapter 843, Deathmatch Carnival and Peak Gladiators. Gao Yang clicked into it, and a massive amount of information refreshed before his eyes. Peak of Gladiators Deathmatch Carnival. The violent aesthetics of an epic end, participating classes, unlimited, Number of participants, unlimited. Registration requirements. Character level 20 or higher. Registration period, 3 natural days. Peak of Gladiators start time, 5 natural days later. Detailed introduction. The iron-roaring cage battlefield has already risen. Under a dome interwoven with blood red and gilded gold, the mask of civilization is torn apart by fangs. This is a gamble where the god of war, Tempest, casts the dice. It is a furnace where mortals are tempered into legends. Endless pupils reflect the boiling sand, each grain engraved with the price of life and death. The footprints of gladiators are branded into the scorched earth. Bronze chains collide to the rhythm of the apocalypse, and the frenzied roars from the stands converge into a hurricane, sweeping both ornate crowns and ruined corpses toward the clouds. When the horn of war tears through the sky, all elegance shall be beheaded, leaving only the most primitive code of survival. Pave the path to immortality with the spines of your opponents, and let the splashing blood become the holy wine of the carnival. This is not a competition. Only extreme violence can achieve the most candid sacrifice. Every spark ignited by the clashing of blades rewrites the boundaries of glory and shame. Every death rattle of the dying reshapes the beastly nature sleeping within the bloodlines of living beings. The winner shall wear a crown cast from thorns and jewels, while the blood of the losers has long since written a new book of revelation on the sand. The peak of gladiators has no referee, only a violent aesthetic that will pass final judgment on all combatants. Rewards, artifacts, quasi-artifacts, wonder items, war blessings, magic items, God of War's grace. Multiverse Network disaster coins. Specific rewards will be announced after the peak of gladiators begins. After Gao Yang finished reading the event initiated by the god of war, Tempest, he understood that this was an extremely cruel, life or death event specifically designed to please the god of war. Of course, the rewards for this event were also incredibly insane. Even artifacts were on the reward list. And beyond that, there were gifts from the god of war as well as wonder items. And what all participants had to pay was their own lives. The winner possesses everything: flowers, applause, and spoils of war, while the loser's flesh and blood mix with the mud and sand, merging into the dark red earth of the arena. It is foreseeable that an exaggerated number of legendary powerhouses will inevitably participate in this event. Among those who can become legends, how many do not have confidence in themselves before actually crossing blades? No one would believe that they would be the one to fail. Furthermore, after becoming a legendary powerhouse, how many opportunities are there to engage in a one-on-one deathmatch with an equal? Therefore, faced with this deathmatch carnival actively stirred up by the god of war, the legendary powerhouses in the multiverse will inevitably respond one after another, whether they do it for fame, for rewards, or simply because they want to fight someone stronger. A scorching flame ignited in Gao Yang's eyes. He wanted to know exactly what tier he currently occupied among the legendary rank. Clearly, this deathmatch carnival stirred up by the god of war would give him a reasonably accurate answer. Moreover, since quasi-artifacts could appear as rewards, then among the war blessings, there must exist blessings capable of pushing attributes beyond the legendary level. The probability of such blessings appearing was extremely high, forcing Gao Yang to think seriously. After just 3 minutes, Gao Yang stopped thinking and looked back at the multiverse event log. And in these short 3 minutes, the number of legendary participants who had registered for the peak of gladiators had already exceeded 100,000. And as Gao Yang's gaze fell on the constantly jumping number of participants, the figure jumped sharply again, reaching 110,000. Gao Yang knew that the multiverse was vast, and in this infinitely wide multiverse, there were countless legends and countless lives. But he had never imagined that an event held by a god of powerful divine rank could attract over 100,000 legendary professionals in just 3 minutes. However, the next moment, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't this what he was pursuing? To fight against stronger existences, to constantly sprint toward higher positions, until he stepped onto the peak of the mountains, or fell halfway, plummeting down the cliff to turn into a handful of yellow soil, serving as a stepping stone for those who come after. Without much hesitation, Gao Yang clicked directly on the registration interface. As his intent confirmed, the scene before his eyes changed abruptly. Clang! A sound that could pierce metal and crack stone exploded in his ears. Suddenly, a cylindrical building over 10,000 meters high appeared before him. Before Gao Yang could even blink, the scene before him changed again, and he had already appeared inside this cylindrical building, on the semicircular battlefield, which resembled a Roman Colosseum. Steel crisscrossed, and specks of blood splashed onto the cold, hard metal. A cold, murderous roar whistled and swept through, together constructing a cage battlefield. The giant dome, interwoven with blood-red and gilded gold, cast down beams of dazzling brilliance, reflecting onto the stands outside the cage battlefield, stimulating the most primitive violent factors in the bloodline. Gao Yang stood at the very center of the cage battlefield at this moment. In his eyes, it seemed as if billions of spectators were cheering wildly for him, and a blurred figure appeared standing opposite him. His heartbeat accelerated, his blood surged within his body, and just as he was about to take a step, his eyes had already calmed down. As Gao Yang calmed, the illusion before his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a new Multiverse Network prompt. Multiverse Network prompt. Do you agree to the invitation of the God of War, Tempest, to register for the Peak of Gladiators Deathmatch Carnival? Yes. System notification. Registration successful. Your contestant number is Peak Gladiator 578. Gao Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he looked at his contestant number. Clearly, there were not many individuals like him who had been personally invited by Tempest, the God of War, but there were certainly not few either. This could be inferred from his number. If Gao Yang's performance was taken as the standard for being personally invited, did that not mean there were at least 577 legendary powerhouses who possessed the ability to slay gods? And it was evident that legendary powerhouses of his caliber were crowned with the title of Peak Gladiator. However, Gao Yang knew that he still had a very, very long way to go before reaching the true peak of the legendary realm. Still, having killed a god head-on, he was not so weak that he could not live up to the title of Peak Gladiator. Seeing that the registration was complete, Gao Yang directly closed the system panel, withdrew his consciousness from the system, and returned to the real world. After opening his eyes, he snapped his fingers lightly. Following a soft sound, a Droguard soon appeared before him, head bowed in a respectful posture. Gao Yang looked at the Droguard in front of him and said in a calm voice, "Send a message to President Matthew of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. I have a deal I want to make with him." "As you command." The Droguard nodded firmly and turned to leave. Chapter 844. Strength worthy of deep connection buys the training grounds. In a pavilion where the traces of construction were no longer visible, Gao Yang and President Matthew sat opposite each other. "Lord Feather King, it has been a long time. How have you been lately?" President Matthew set down the wine glass in his hand, a smile on his face. While a faint glimmer flickered in the depths of his eyes, it was the light of excitement and anticipation. Having waited for so long and utilized so many resources, the thing he sought finally seemed to be manifesting before him. Gao Yang nodded slightly, looked at President Matthew, and said straightforwardly, "I invited President Matthew here this time because there is a deal I wish to make with you." As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, President Matthew immediately said in a firm tone, "Lord Feather King, we are friends. As long as it is something I have heard of, I will do everything in my power to secure it for you." Gao Yang shook his head slowly, his gaze fixed on Matthew opposite him as he said, "I need a limit-breaking treasure capable of pushing my constitution or agility beyond the legendary attribute cap." The moment his words fell, a visible look of embarrassment appeared on Matthew's face. After a moment of silence, President Matthew said in a deep voice, "Lord Feather King, limit-breaking treasures are rare even at our chamber's headquarters. Once one appears, it is immediately snatched up by major factions. It never appears in public auctions or display cases. To obtain such a treasure is far too difficult." Using the word "to" twice in a row was enough to illustrate just how rare and highly sought-after limit-breaking treasures were in the multiverse. Matthew looked at the composed Gao Yang before him, gritted his teeth, and said, "Lord Feather King, I will return to the branch immediately to submit an application to the Chamber's headquarters. If another limit-breaking treasure appears, I will intercept it at the first opportunity and bring it to you." When he said this, Matthew was already prepared to pay a great price. even going so far as to use the power of his lineage within the chamber to complete this deal for Gao Yang. Although he did not even know what Gao Yang could offer in return, the mere fact that Gao Yang required a limit-breaking treasure for constitution or agility made him realize that Gao Yang was already a veteran legendary powerhouse. And if he could establish an unbreakable friendship with a veteran legendary powerhouse, it would be a tremendous benefit to both him and the family behind him. It was this realization that made Matthew grit his teeth and agree to Gao Yang's request. After all, limit-breaking treasures were scarce and highly contested. If he managed to secure one, it would inevitably mean other factions and rivals would fail to get it. Such top-tier resources were, in themselves, a means of strengthening connections. This also meant that once Matthew and the faction behind him secured a limit-breaking treasure, they would inevitably fall out with all the other factions that had wanted to compete for it. Matthew had already prepared himself for what might happen afterward. Just as Matthew was rapidly thinking about how to persuade the old stubborn members of his clan, a faint glimmer suddenly bloomed before his eyes. That glimmer was plain, yet it was filled with an aura that could not be ignored. Matthew's eyes involuntarily fell upon Gao Yang's palm. The next moment, the instant the pure crystal, only the size of an infant's fist, in Gao Yang's hand entered Matthew's field of vision. A hunger and longing stemming from the instincts of life instantly flooded his heart. A flash of uncontrollable greed and desire appeared in Matthew's eyes. But just for a moment, after a crisp slap sound, Matthew's eyes quickly regained clarity. After fiercely slapping himself, Matthew tried his best to control his emotions. He looked at Gao Yang opposite him with burning eyes and spoke in a somewhat uncertain, dry voice. "Lord Feather King, is this a plain core? Are you planning to use this plain core to trade for a limit-breaking treasure?" To be honest, when he said this, Matthew felt like he was going crazy. A plain core? This was a plain core. It had actually appeared before him just like that. And it was to be used to trade for a limit-breaking treasure. Just thinking about it made him feel that this world was a bit too insane. Compared to a limit-breaking treasure, a plain core was a true priceless treasure, and the difficulty of obtaining one was as hard as ascending to heaven. Oh, in the transcendent world, ascending to heaven didn't seem that difficult. But the point was clear. If nothing else, if word got out that he had a plain core to trade, countless legendary spellcasters who caught wind of it would swarm toward his location like sharks smelling blood. This was the charm of a plain core. With it, one had the foundation to become a great archmage of a floating city. Not to mention, a plain core had many other uses. The moment he saw this plain core, President Matthew realized that his long-standing efforts had finally been rewarded. At the same time, he gained a much deeper understanding of Gao Yang's strength and background. After all, a plain core is not something just anyone can casually pull out. Facing President Matthew's somewhat incredulous question, Gao Yang did not speak. He simply gave a slight toss, sending the plain core, which contained a full 100 of energy, into President Matthew's arms. President Matthew hurriedly reached out, clutching the plain core tightly to his chest, his gaze burning as he looked at Gao Yang, seemingly waiting for him to nod. "This plain core is the other part of our transaction. How you handle it is up to you. But I require a limit-breaking treasure. Once that is provided, this deal will be considered complete." Gao Yang's voice was calm, but to Matthew's ears, it sounded no less than a heavenly melody. He stood up abruptly, bowed earnestly to Gao Yang, and said, "Lord Feather King, thank you for your trust. I will do my utmost to ensure the limit-breaking treasure you require is delivered to you as soon as possible. Then, I will have to trouble you, President Matthew." Gao Yang gestured for President Matthew to sit, while slightly raising the wine glass in his hand. President Matthew quickly picked up his glass and clinked it against Gao Yang's. Only when Gao Yang brought his glass to his lips and drank did he follow suit, quickly draining his own. After finishing the strong liquor, the fire burning in Matthew's heart grew even more intense. He set down his glass and looked at Gao Yang, saying, "Lord Feather King, I shall not disturb you any further. Safe travels, President Matthew," Gao Yang said with a nod. President Matthew bowed slightly once more, then left quickly with the plain core. Not until he could no longer sense Matthew did Gao Yang slowly set down his cutlery. Trading the plain core for a limit-breaking treasure was his plan. On one hand, the limit-breaking treasure was something he urgently needed. On the other hand, As the president of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, President Matthew had provided much care to the immortal wasteland. He certainly knew that the value of a plain core far exceeded that of a limit-breaking treasure, but that did not prevent him from using the core to increase his weight in the eyes of President Matthew and the entire Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, while also ensuring President Matthew received the reward he deserved. Only in this way would he receive their strong support when he wanted to do other things in the future. There might be pure friendships in this world, but even the purest friendship requires appropriate benefits to maintain it. Benefits are the best catalyst and stabilizer for friendship. Not to mention, his relationship with President Matthew was still far from reaching the level of pure friendship. Gao Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and his body vanished from where he stood. Chapter 845, The Deathmatch Begins. Matthew was gone, and Gao Yang's life returned to tranquility. 5 days after Matthew's departure, in the center of the martial arts arena, Gao Yang held the Yang Yao sword and swung it slowly in his hands. Yang Yao seemed to bloom with life. The sharp tip of the sword sliced through the void, leaving behind dark, deep gashes in space wherever it passed. As he finished the swing, a notification from the Comprehensive Network appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Comprehensive Network notification. The Peak of Gladiators Deathmatch Carnival is about to begin. Registered participants will be teleported to the Peak of Gladiators in 10 minutes. Please prepare for teleportation and ensure your current location is safe and stable. Looking at the prompt, Gao Yang straightened his body. So, the Peak of Gladiators was finally starting. He opened the Multiverse activity log and looked at the Peak of Gladiators. In just 3 days, the number of legendary powerhouses who had signed up for this event exceeded 300. Most of the legendary powerhouses had registered on the first day, with significantly fewer signing up over the following 2 days. 300,000 legendary powerhouses. Only an event hosted by a powerful deity like the God of War could bring them all together. Among these 300,000 legends, how many would be immortal legends? And how many would be peak gladiators? Just thinking about it caused a surge in Gao Yang's sea of consciousness. He was already impatient to meet the legendary powerhouses from across the multiverse. Compared to battles against deities, battles between legends could reveal much more. After all, deities naturally crush mortals. To defeat a deity, the methods used must be sufficiently violent and extreme to have any chance of success. While battles between legends also involve the crushing force of absolute power, due to the nature of their power levels, technique and combat experience play equally important roles. Gao Yang closed the activity log, sat cross-legged on the ground, and waited quietly for the time to arrive. Comprehensive Network notification. The Peak of Gladiators is about to begin. Consciousness teleportation is about to commence. Do you agree? Gao Yang nodded slightly. The next moment, as he gave his consent, his consciousness was rapidly pulled out of his body, with a flash of light. When he opened his eyes again, everything before him had undergone earth-shattering change. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. He was sitting on a massive golden chair. Above his head was a circular dome interwoven with blood red and gilded colors. Beside him were rows of stone chairs only 1 meter wide, and below was a caged battlefield shrouded in interwoven steel. At this moment, in the spectator area, one consciousness after another appeared rapidly. Gao Yang noticed that, except for a very small number who, like him, were seated on massive golden chairs, the other participants were sitting on stone chairs. Just as he was observing the other participants, a voice filled with passion and fervor suddenly descended from above the dome. Gladiators from every corner of the multiverse, welcome to the Peak of Gladiators. Gao Yang followed the sound and saw an incredibly strong, golden winged being radiating brilliance standing beneath the dome. The individual's arms were spread wide, and the expression on his face was filled with fanaticism. Following the will of my great and glorious master, I, Jinwu, am the host of this Peak of Gladiators. Next, allow me to introduce the rules of this event to you all. Jinwu's voice was filled with enthusiasm, and his emotions were extremely high-strung. As his voice faded, the entire Peak of Gladiators fell into a deathly silence. Not a single sound could be heard. Gao Yang immediately realized that this was not because everyone was leaning in to listen to Jinwu, but because the rules of this place were cooperating with Jinwu's actions. forcibly sealing off all sound. At the peak of gladiators, the greatest rule is that there are no rules. Life and death, victory and defeat, winning and losing, these are the only standards of measurement. As Jinwoo's passionate and surging voice continued to ring out, the rules of the peak of gladiators were gradually understood by Gao Yang. There was no such thing as a chaotic melee at the peak of gladiators. Every battle was a one-on-one fight to the death. In every match, both gladiators had to fight each other in the cage battlefield below until one side was completely dead or surrendered. Only then would it be considered finished. The winner advances, while the loser loses their qualification or even their life. As for the rewards, after the battles at the peak of gladiators began, all gladiators would be able to see the rewards announced for this session, and then choose different reward zones to fight in based on their own needs. They would continue until they were defeated in that zone or successfully obtain the zone's reward, at which point they would proceed to the next round of combat. Because the number of participants was so large, the first 3 rounds of battles would be conducted simultaneously to achieve rapid screening and avoid wasting too much time. Gao Yang's thoughts raced. If 3 rounds of battles were to pass, of the 300,000 legendary powerhouses present, there would likely be fewer than 40,000 left, and the legends who could survive would certainly be considered powerhouses within the legendary realm. Only when the battle reached this point would it truly become worth watching. Gao Yang believed that this event would definitely not be enjoyed by the God of War alone. This vast peak of gladiators would surely be filled with other entities from the multiverse. However, such a tournament format was beneficial to Gao Yang. He could choose his own battlefield based on the rewards of the zone, and his first choice was a zone that rewarded items for breaking through limits. Beneath the dome, Jinwoo was still passionately reciting the gladiator rules, but Gao Yang was no longer paying attention to him. He already knew what he needed to know. The rest would simply have to be obtained through the sword in his hand. Then, the peak of gladiators begins now. Jinwoo's hoarse, desperate roar echoed throughout the entire peak of gladiators. At this instant, individual square screens appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, as well as before the eyes of the 300,000 legendary gladiators present. Looking at the reward zones floating before him, Gao Yang quickly began to browse. In just a few seconds, he saw what he needed: a reward zone for a physique limit breaking treasure. Without hesitation, Gao Yang used his consciousness to choose to sign up for this reward zone. As his registration was completed, the number of people signed up for this reward zone also increased rapidly, soon exceeding 3,000. This number eventually stopped at 4,300. Of course, this did not mean that 4,300 legends were competing for a single physique limit breaking treasure. Rather, the top 10 in this zone would each receive a physique limit breaking treasure. As a powerful deity, the God of War had stood in the multiverse for endless ages, and the power and wealth he possessed were beyond the reach of mortal things. Just in the first round of battles, one could only imagine how many treasures had been scattered. At the very least, it was difficult for Gao Yang to estimate. Chapter 846, The First Opponent. The Peak of Gladiators is about to begin. Please have Peak Gladiator 587 prepare. Following the end of the registration, a new system prompt appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Accompanying it was a 10-second countdown. Looking at the countdown floating before him, Gao Yang sat upright on the golden seat and slowly exhaled the turbid air from his chest. As the 10-second countdown ended, a light flashed before Gao Yang's eyes, and he had already vanished from the golden seat. Splash! A faint sound of ripples appeared in Gao Yang's ears, and the smell of the sea, as if tangible, rushed toward him. What met his eyes was a vast, blue, waveless ocean, because it was his consciousness that had entered. The scene of this battle was not in the cage battlefield. Gao Yang looked up at the opposite side and saw a burly figure wrapped in heavy golden armor standing 100 meters away, the eyes beneath the helmet staring at him without any courtesy. A human legend. It seems he also walks the path of melee combat, but I am not entirely sure. He is acting to calm Lin Hongsheng, whose entire body was encased in heavy golden armor, carefully scrutinized Gao Yang, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and looked more like he was on vacation than participating in a death match. Thoughts surfaced in his mind. The moment the thought surfaced, Lin Hongsheng tightened his grip on the 3-meter-long giant spear in his right hand. Feeling the solid weight in his hand, his thoughts slowly calmed, gradually becoming as tranquil as the surface of the sea. Regardless of anything else, he had to win this battle. This battle was only the beginning. He would walk step by step, to the top of the peak of gladiators and become the legendary king of death matches. Just as Lin Hongsheng's thoughts were churning, the invisible barrier separating the two suddenly vanished. This meant that the battle could now begin. The thoughts in Lin Hongsheng's mind were instantly swept away by a sweep of his spear, replaced by boundless fighting spirit that stirred up 10,000-foot waves in his mind, carrying golden battle aura that rushed toward Gao Yang like a raging tide. The violent air waves expanded, causing the calm sea to ripple with waves. Amidst these churning waves, Lin Hongsheng suddenly heard the calm voice of the man opposite him. "What should I call you?" A large question mark appeared in Lin Hongsheng's mind, and his surging momentum paused for an instant. This is a deathmatch battlefield, not a place for you to make friends. Lin Hongsheng, please enlighten me. Hearing the voice from beneath the golden armor opposite him, Gao Yang nodded and introduced himself as well. "Gao Yang, please enlighten me." Lin Hongsheng tapped his left arm gauntlet lightly with his giant spear, the metal clashing with a crisp sound. This was the pre-battle etiquette of his world. Gao Yang gripped with one hand, and the silver-white eternal glory greatsword appeared in his hand. This Yang Yao was not the eternal black Yao that had already completed its ascension, but rather the Yang Yao that remained a quasi-artifact. This level of consciousness space could barely support a battle between legendary powerhouses. Trying to manifest a true artifact was simply too much of a stretch. Lin Hongsheng looked toward Gao Yang, who held the sword, without the slightest warning. His body shifted instantly from extreme stillness to extreme motion. The sea beneath him exploded, forming a cone-shaped zone. Relying on this terrifying reactive force, he instantly broke through the space between them and flashed before Gao Yang. The giant halberd in his hand, wrapped in battle aura as dense as liquid, swept horizontally toward Gao Yang. Wherever it passed, the space rippled, as if unable to withstand such immense power. Lin Hongsheng's eyes narrowed beneath his helmet, his gaze locked firmly onto Gao Yang. He was anticipating, waiting to see how this fellow legendary human would face his attack. Under his gaze, Gao Yang moved, but it was completely contrary to his expectations. Facing Lin Hongsheng's heavy and powerful attack, Gao Yang merely swung his sword casually, as if it were a trivial matter. This nonchalant movement should not have possessed such exaggerated power, and that was exactly what Lin Hongsheng believed. A flicker of indignation at being disrespected even surfaced in the depths of his eyes. But the moment his giant halberd collided with that silver-white greatsword, the indignation in his eyes was shattered completely, replaced by disbelief and incomprehension. Clearly, the opponent had only swung his sword casually, so why was it so heavy that he couldn't block it at all? Under the attack of this silver-white greatsword, his strength, which had reached 33 points, firmly in the legendary realm, felt as fragile as paper, easily pierced and broken through. Yang Yao collided with the giant halberd. The space around them let out an unbearable, deafening roar, and then shattered with a crackling sound. Lin Hongsheng's body was slammed into the shattered space and instantly vanished. Crack! 10,000 meters away on the sea surface, the space was violently torn open. Lin Hongsheng's figure shot out from within, carving a water trail thousands of meters long across the sea before he could barely come to a stop. Drip, drop, splash. Seawater fell rapidly, sliding off the surface of his golden heavy armor. The right arm Lin Hongsheng used to hold the giant halberd trembled slightly, the shock in his eyes yet to dissipate. In just a single exchange, he had already determined that the human named Gao Yang on the other side possessed strength far superior to his own. He couldn't even block a single strike that the opponent had delivered casually. This gap was as vast as the abyss. In that instant, all the ambitions in Lin Hongsheng's heart were completely crushed by that casual sword strike from Gao Yang. All his grand aspiration climbing to the peak step by step, becoming the legendary king of death matches, dissolved into bubbles and dreams under Gao Yang's sword. He looked at Gao Yang, who stood in place without moving a single step, and a sense of self-doubt even sprouted in his heart. The second after this doubt appeared, Lin Hongsheng slammed his halberd heavily into the sea beside him. A terrifying force surged into the ocean, and like a nuclear explosion, a mushroom cloud of seawater erupted into the sky. Amidst this violently churning tsunami, The doubt in Lin Hongsheng's heart was erased. His body turned into a blur as he shot toward Gao Yang once more. Admirable courage. Gao Yang watched Lin Hongsheng, who was breaking through layers of air waves and carving a deep trench across the sea, and nodded slightly. The moment they clashed, he had sensed Lin Hongsheng's strength. The opponent was strong, at least at the level of a veteran legendary powerhouse, but for him, having mastered the power of breaking limits, it was still a bit weak. The sword strike he had previously swung so casually had actually unleashed the limit of the power he could exert. Comparing the two, it was only natural that Lin Hongsheng was repelled. The same was true now. Rather than saying Lin Hongsheng was regrouping to launch another attack on Gao Yang, it was more accurate to say he was doing it to firm his own resolve, to confirm that his hard work and efforts had not been in vain. Facing Lin Hongsheng, who had already charged to within 100 meters, Gao Yang held his arm level and thrust his sword forward. A flash of invisible sword chi vanished in an instant, crossing the distance between them and slamming into Lin Hongsheng's chest. Lin Hongsheng's charge was instantly interrupted. A terrifying force erupted in his chest, as if an indestructible pillar of heaven had been wedged against him, forcing his hands and feet to swing forward involuntarily due to inertia. His entire body was bent into a C shape. Swoosh. The golden battle armor only blocked it for a fleeting moment before being completely pierced through. The highly condensed sword chi passed straight through his chest. Lin Hongsheng stared fixedly at Gao Yang, who stood on the sea without moving a single step. The next moment, the world before his eyes turned to darkness, and he vanished completely. As the general network notification appeared before his eyes, Gao Yang shook his head, feeling a bit unsatisfied, and then disappeared from the sea area as well. Chapter 847. The Agreement with the Fallen Saint Heart. His consciousness detached from the peak of gladiators. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at the familiar scene before him. He was not very satisfied with his first battle at the peak of gladiators. On one hand, it was because this was a consciousness battlefield, and he could not exert his true strength. When his strength was low, the distinction between a consciousness battlefield and a real battlefield was not so clear. But as Gao Yang broke through to the legendary realm, the difference between a battlefield constructed by consciousness and the real world became very distinct in his perception. That feeling was as if his entire being was shrouded in a thin veil, unable to perceive the world truly. On the other hand, Lin Hongsheng's strength felt a bit weak to him. Even though Lin Hongsheng was also a veteran legendary powerhouse, there were gaps even among veteran legends, especially since, during these 5 years of secluded cultivation, Gao Yang had completely mastered his own power, with the blessing of 6 unique specialties. His strength had leaped to a terrifying level, a level where even he himself could not be certain of his own limits. Perhaps, only after the first 3 rounds of battles concluded would he encounter a fight that truly satisfied him. Fortunately, the first 3 rounds of battles would be short, and it wouldn't take long to complete the screening process. Clearing his thoughts, Gao Yang snapped his fingers, and a drow guard quickly appeared before him. Contact Guildmaster Matthew and tell him that the transaction needs to be agile. He will understand. Understood. The drow guard bowed respectfully and then quickly departed. Since it was confirmed that the constitution-breaking treasure would be obtained, he naturally had to notify Guildmaster Matthew to avoid him going through all the trouble of securing a constitution-breaking treasure, which would result in unnecessary waste. Once both breaking limit treasures were in his possession, his strength would increase significantly once more, allowing him to proceed to the Qianyu and cultivation world to complete the transformation of the 8-9 profound art. Gao Yang had a vague feeling that the waters of the Qianyu and cultivation world were very deep. If his strength were insufficient, it would be easy to drown in them. That was why he was currently working hard to improve his strength, preparing for what was to come. After clearing his thoughts, Gao Yang closed his eyes again and began to continue comprehending the rules of slaughter. During these 5 years of secluded cultivation, he had never once slacked off in his comprehension of the rules of slaughter. Compared to 5 years ago, his understanding and application of the rules of slaughter were now incomparable. If his level of understanding of the rules of slaughter was 5 years ago, then it was at least 30 now. As his comprehension of the rules of slaughter deepened, the power of his immortal execution sword domain was also gradually increasing. This was a slow process, And Gao Yang was in no rush. 3 days later, in the consciousness battlefield, Gao Yang calmly withdrew Yang Yao from his opponent's chest, watching as the person dissolved into light and vanished into the air before his eyes. This was the second round of the Peak of Gladiators. This time, his opponent's strength was even weaker than Lin Hongsheng, whom he had faced in the first round. Gao Yang estimated that the opponent had not even reached the level of a veteran, but their defense was extremely powerful, requiring 5 of his sword strikes before they were slain on the spot. From this, it was clear that the opponent wanted to pass the Peak of Gladiators to obtain a constitution-breaking treasure and thereby step into the ranks of veteran legends. Unfortunately, they had encountered Gao Yang. After returning from the consciousness battlefield, Gao Yang opened his eyes to see Lisa sitting in front of him, resting her chin on her hand as she watched him. Seeing Gao Yang open his eyes, a smile immediately appeared on Lisa's face. Before she could speak, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, looking with some surprise at the message that had appeared before him, a message from Yun Shengshan. Yun Shengshan, haha, Gao Yang, I didn't expect you to actually slay a true deity in the Blood War battlefield. It is truly surprising. A smile touched the corners of Gao Yang's mouth. If not for the help provided by Yun Shengshan, he might have fallen before his legendary promotion quest. Ever since he met Yun Shengshan, it had mostly been Yun Shengshan providing him with help, rather than the other way around, for Gao Yang. Although his interactions with Yun Shengshan were not frequent, Yun Shengshan could definitely be considered a very good friend. Of course, not just anyone could catch Yun Shengshan's eye. If Gao Yang's own strength were lacking, he would not have been able to enter the sight of a legendary powerhouse of Yun Shengshan's caliber. The fact that Yun Shengshan had specifically sent a message now meant that news of the Blood War had already spread very far. This naturally also meant that his legendary reputation had increased once again. Gao Yang looked at his friend chat box and replied, "It was a matter of necessity. If that deity hadn't chosen me as a hunting target, I certainly wouldn't have approached it on my own." Yun Shengshan, haha, these deities sometimes just don't know their own limits. Most of them became gods through sheer luck. If we are talking about true strength, some of them might not have even reached the legendary level before becoming gods. Gao Yang looked at the message from Yun Shengshan, his brows twitching imperceptibly, even though Yun Shengshan made it sound simple. Such information was clearly extremely confidential. Ordinary people would basically have no way of coming into contact with it. Before Gao Yang could reply, he saw that Yun Shengshan had sent another message. "I really want to have a satisfying fight with you. Come to think of it, we have talked about a duel between us for a long time, but it has been shelved due to various reasons. Recently, I have been participating in the Peak of Gladiators hosted by the God of War. After the Peak of Gladiators ends, shall we have a match?" Gao Yang looked at Yun Shengshan's message and replied with a smile. "Why go through all that trouble? We can just fight each other directly in the Peak of Gladiators." Yun Shengshan, you are also participating in the Peak of Gladiators event. Before Gao Yang could reply, Yun Shengshan continued, "I can understand that. You killed a deity in the Blood War. Such a feat would certainly be known to the God of War. The other party must have personally invited you to participate in the Peak of Gladiators. What is your Peak Gladiator number?" Although it was a question, Yun Shengshan was already quite certain. "Peak Gladiator number 578, Gao Yang replied. "I am Peak Gladiator number 209. Haha, then it is settled. We will have a fight in the Peak of Gladiators." Gao Yang looked at the message from Yun Shengshan, a fire of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Although Yun Shengshan did not say it explicitly, he had already laid everything out. Both of them were participating in the Peak of Gladiators. If they wanted to have a fight within the event, they had to ensure they were not eliminated by others before encountering each other. This meant that if one of them were eliminated before they could fight, there would be no need for a duel, as they would no longer be qualified. Therefore, in this situation, to fulfill the agreement, they had to ensure they were not eliminated. "Good. Then let us have a fight in the Peak of Gladiators." With flames burning in his eyes, Gao Yang replied earnestly. Chapter 840 H1 Feng Blue Tendon Vine. After ending the conversation with Yun Shengshan, Gao Yang finally looked at Lisa before him. "I rarely see you so full of fighting spirit." Lisa looked at Gao Yang with some curiosity. She had seen the change in him just now. A faint smile appeared on Gao Yang's face, and he did not shy away from the topic. I arranged a fight with a good friend. A fight I have been looking forward to for a long time. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry flickered in Lisa's eyes. She then asked with a hint of seriousness, "This battle will be quite intense, won't it? Will there be any danger to your life?" Gao Yang reached out to stroke her silver hair, which had an exquisite texture, and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry. It's not a life or death grudge match. Just a friendly sparring session between friends. It might be intense, but there won't be any danger to my life." Hearing this, Lisa felt slightly relieved. Gao Yang looked at Lisa and asked casually, "Why did you come here so suddenly?" "President Matthew has news. He promised that within 5 days, he will bring over the items you need," Lisa said quickly. As for what those items were that President Matthew mentioned, Lisa was naturally well aware. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected President Matthew to be so efficient, which just went to show how rare the playing card truly was. Faced with a treasure of this caliber, President Matthew had clearly pushed his work efficiency to the limit. In 5 days, his agility attribute would be able to break through the legendary realm, taking another major step forward among veteran legends. And after that, if there were no accidents, he would also be able to obtain the physique-breaking treasure reward from the Peak of Gladiators. After his physique and agility broke their limits, he would still need some time to familiarize himself with them and master them, so as to better handle the upcoming battle against Yuan Shengshan. As a legendary powerhouse who had been famous throughout the multiverse for a long time, Yuan Shengshan's strength naturally went without saying. If he relied solely on his strength having broken the limit, Gao Yang estimated that he wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight the opponent head-on. That kind of battle, where one would collapse at a single touch, would be meaningless for both Gao Yang and Yuan Shengshan. With his thoughts racing, Gao Yang looked at Lisa before him and spoke again. "Aside from President Matthew's news, is there anything else?" Lisa nodded slightly and said with some excitement, "The first batch of magic spiders containing dragon bloodlines has been born. These magic spiders far exceed those with ordinary bloodlines in terms of size, strength, and defensive capabilities. I would like to ask O'Delville to help again to improve the current bloodline of the magic spiders. The strength and potential of the dragon blood magic spiders far surpass those of ordinary magic spiders, which was a good thing for the Immortal Church. It meant that they could form an elite cavalry legion using these dragon blood magic spiders. The fundamental purpose of forming such a cavalry legion was not to fight against top-tier combatants, but to demonstrate unparalleled dominance on the battlefield." Gao Yang recalled that over the past few years, O'Delville had either been sleeping or sparring with him, looking quite determined to improve itself. So he nodded and said, "That's no problem, but it depends on whether O'Delville is willing." O'Delville having a strong desire to reproduce was its own business, but if it involved using its bloodline, it had to be its own decision. Gao Yang would not make decisions for it just because he was its master. Although there was a high probability that O'Delville would agree, as a dragon, it naturally required the appropriate respect. "All right, then I'll go find O'Delville later." Come to think of it, even O'Delville has managed to produce offspring in the Eberron world. But why is my stomach? As Lisa finished speaking, she looked down, but her line of sight was completely blocked, preventing her from seeing her flat abdomen. Gao Yang was also helpless. During the 5 years he had spent in seclusion in Eberron, he had neither practiced abstinence nor taken any precautions. Yet, 5 full years had passed, and there was still no sign of Lisa conceiving. Although Gao Yang knew that the stronger one's strength, the harder it was to conceive offspring, the chances for transcendent professionals to conceive were already significantly reduced, let alone for legends, especially when both parties were legendary professionals, making the probability shockingly low. But after 5 years of effort, the lack of any progress was still somewhat difficult for him to accept. Gao Yang himself didn't have any particular requirements regarding offspring. If it happened, it happened. And if not, it didn't. As a legend, his lifespan already exceeded 3,000 years. In the future, as his strength increased, his lifespan would only grow longer, perhaps even reaching a state of immortality. With such a long lifespan, he had already moved beyond the instinct of short-lived species to propagate their genes through bloodlines. His very existence ensured that the genes within him would persist for a long time. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to produce offspring. What's more, Gao Yang was only in his early 30s at most. Compared to his lifespan, his life hadn't even truly begun. Gao Yang didn't feel he was prepared to be a father, and his own background made him subconsciously somewhat resistant to the idea. However, Lisa and the Immortal Church did not think so. Lisa was the bishop of the Immortal Church and the true ruler of the Immortal Wasteland, while Gao Yang was the current pillar of combat strength for the Church. If the two of them had an heir, it would mean that the Immortal Wasteland had a future. Moreover, Lisa also wanted to fulfill her duties as a wife to Gao Yang. It was precisely because he knew this that Gao Yang had not refused Lisa's requests over the past 5 years. But unfortunately, there was still no result. Looking at the somewhat dejected Lisa, Gao Yang comforted her. Powerful professionals are inherently difficult to conceive offspring with. And since both you and I have reached the legendary realm, conceiving an heir is not something that can be done in a short time. Anyway, we have plenty of time, so let's just take it slow. Gao Yang would have been better off not comforting her as soon as he did. Lisa's tears couldn't stop falling. Gao Yang felt a bit helpless. He reached out to wipe away her tears and said, "We'll just have to keep trying harder." Hearing this, Lisa finally stopped crying and then threw herself into Gao Yang's arms. 5 days passed quietly amidst endless, repetitive cultivation and energy circulation. It wasn't until President Matthew arrived that Lisa left, feeling fully satisfied. In the same simple pavilion, Gao Yang and Matthew sat opposite each other. Compared to the calmness of their last meeting, President Matthew could now be described as glowing with health. "Lord Feather King, I have finally not failed to live up to your trust. This is the agility-breaking treasure, known as the wine-proclaiming blue tendril. Once you refine it, you will be able to break through the limitations of your agility attribute." Matthew set down the wine glass in his hand and carefully retrieved a jade box about a foot long from his robes, presenting it to Gao Yang with both hands. Gao Yang reached out to take it and opened the box directly, revealing a piece of crystal-clear blue jade root resting inside. The moment this blue jade root appeared, it gave Gao Yang an ethereal sensation, as if it might drift away with the wind at any moment. Gao Yang closed the jade box again, looked up at Matthew across from him, and said softly, "I have troubled you, Guildmaster Matthew, Your Excellency King Yu. This is only what I should do." The smile on Matthew's face deepened significantly. He looked at Gao Yang and continued, "As for the plain core you traded, it is no exaggeration to say that it has greatly increased my standing and the influence of my faction within the Chamber of Commerce. If anyone should be thanking anyone, it is we who should be thanking you." Gao Yang shook his head. "It is merely a mutual exchange of needs. Besides, in this Eberron world, if I did not seek out Guildmaster Matthew, who else would I turn to?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Matthew's face became even more radiant. Chapter 849, Legendary Agility Reward. Matthew did not disturb Gao Yang for long. After delivering the limit-breaking treasure and expressing his gratitude to Gao Yang, he left promptly without the slightest hesitation. Gao Yang looked at the jade box in his hand and opened it once more, revealing the Zhuanfeng blue tendril lying quietly inside. He reached out to grasp the Zhuanfeng blue tendril, closing his eyes to sense its veins and fluctuations. A moment later, Gao Yang opened his eyes, and battle aura slowly rose from his palms. Under the envelopment and scorching heat of the battle aura, the Zhuanfeng blue tendril gradually softened, then transformed into a liquid that slowly seeped into Gao Yang's body through his skin. A faint, light sensation emanated from every part of his body. It felt as if his soul were about to break free from the shackles of his flesh, roaming between heaven and earth without any constraints. However, in just an instant, Gao Yang focused his mind and wiped this feeling of unbridled freedom from his consciousness. If he were to indulge in this sense of liberation, his soul might truly detach from his physical body and wander the world, but following that would be the risk of becoming lost in the vastness of heaven and earth. Gao Yang steadied his focus, sensing the effects of the Zhuanfeng blue tendril slowly activating within his body. When the last drop of light energy vanished, a crisp crack suddenly echoed in Gao Yang's mind. It was as if an invisible chain that had been binding him within his body had suddenly snapped. as the crack sounded. Two Multiverse Network notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes at the perfect moment. Multiverse Network notification. Character agility attribute has broken through the transcendent limit. Detected that the character's agility attribute has touched the legendary barrier. Breakthrough complete. Current agility. Multiverse Network notification. Your agility has reached the legendary attribute template. You may choose one from the following various legendary agility traits as a reward for your agility reaching the legendary template. With the appearance of the Multiverse Network notifications, Gao Yang moved his mind, and the various legendary agility traits began to display before him. There were many types of legendary agility traits, but Gao Yang was not in a hurry. He patiently looked through them one by one. When his strength broke through to the legendary level, he hadn't had the time to examine them in detail. But now that he had the time, he naturally wouldn't be careless. It took nearly half an hour for Gao Yang to finish reviewing all the agility traits. Looking at the multitude of options before him, Gao Yang ultimately chose the one that best suited him. Multiverse Network notification. Please confirm whether you wish to select absolute speed as the reward for your legendary agility attribute increase. Please note, this operation is irreversible. Absolute speed unique specialty come legendary agility type legendary agility reward effect. This legendary character's agility will no longer be confined to spatial forms of expression. All actions related to agility performed by this legendary character will receive a 40% speed bonus. This legendary character's actions related to agility will possess greater possibilities. The effect of absolute speed was very simple. A 40% speed bonus was enough to prove the power of this reward, under such an absolute numerical value. Any other reward seemed pale and weak. Therefore, Gao Yang did not need to waste too much time agonizing over it and confirmed the choice directly with his mind. As the confirmation was completed, a feeling of floating like an immortal emerged from the depths of his heart. Gao Yang closed his eyes slightly, sensing the flow of the surrounding air. He had a feeling that if he were to let go of his control over his body right now, his form would drift away with the flowing air in the next moment. Is this the realm of legendary agility? After experiencing it carefully, Gao Yang opened his eyes with a touch of emotion. In many cases, when an attribute breaks through to the legendary level, it becomes an entirely different world. Gao Yang moved his mind, and his body instantly appeared at the other end of the training grounds. The next instant, his body vanished from its spot again, and when he reappeared, he was already atop the canopy of the Kalo fruit tree. My speed possesses greater possibilities. What exactly does that refer to? Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the canopy, recalling the two movements from just moments ago, and muttered to himself. During those movements, he only felt that his speed had increased significantly, but he had not yet sensed the possibilities that agility was supposed to possess. After thinking for a while, Gao Yang set the matter aside for the moment. His agility had just broken through to the legendary level. The first thing to do now was to familiarize himself with this new speed. As for the so-called possibilities, they should gradually manifest in his future cultivation and battles. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's heart gradually returned to calm, and he began to cultivate while sitting cross-legged on the canopy. Multiverse Network notification. The third round of the Peak of Gladiators is about to begin. Gladiators, please ensure the safety of your surroundings. Consciousness transfer will begin after a 10-second countdown. Looking at the notification appearing before him, Gao Yang settled firmly onto the meditation blue jade and began to wait quietly for the start of the Peak of Gladiators. The moment the countdown ended, Gao Yang's consciousness was instantly pulled away. When he opened his eyes again, what met his gaze was a vast, verdant lawn. Gao Yang looked across and saw a two-headed ogre standing there, over 15 meters tall. The opponent held a crude stone pillar in its hands, with two heads, one large and one small, perched on its shoulders. Yet they appeared surprisingly harmonious. When the two-headed ogre saw Gao Yang, who was only a bit over a meter tall and not even reaching 2 meters, the smaller head on the left spoke with some dissatisfaction. Gulu, is it a human again? Gulu. Humans are the most delicious. Their skin is tender, their meat is fine, and they are chewy. The larger head on the right followed immediately. It seemed the words of the right head sparked the left head's imagination. It involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the gaze it directed at Gao Yang carried a hint of regret. Pooh. And fortunately, this is the consciousness battlefield. Even if we kill the human opposite us, we won't be able to taste him. Pooh. The next round won't be like this. Kill him, and we will be able to taste the flavor of a legend. The two heads of the ogre spoke continuously, and its massive body was already striding toward Gao Yang the moment the invisible force field vanished. A bloodthirsty excitement appeared on the ugly face of the large right head as it swung the stone pillar with all its might, smashing it down toward Gao Yang's position. At the same time, the small left head was chanting something at an extremely fast pace, its foul-smelling saliva splashing out recklessly. Pulu stand still. With a sudden roar from the small left head, a ripple of energy instantly spread across Gao Yang's body. Crack, 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 crack. The parts of Gao Yang's body swept by the ripple quickly turned grayish-white, and the flesh inside seemed to be transforming into stone. Gulu, well done. The large right head let out an excited roar, and the stone pillar in its thick arms accelerated by another 30%. They could already imagine the human before them, who was like an ant, being smashed into a puddle of meat under their assault. Clang! A crisp sword hum suddenly rang out, and a line of blood appeared in the center of the two-headed ogre's body, slicing him in half from the middle. Chapter 850. The Peak of Duels begins. The two-headed ogre possessed dual combat capabilities in both magic and physical strength. During battle, it could use magic simultaneously while engaging in melee. This combat style provided a massive advantage, often resulting in a 1+1 is greater than 2 effect. However, this was only the case when the difference in strength was not significant. The gap between Gao Yang and the two-headed ogre had already reached an irremediable level, which resulted in the two-headed ogre being unable to block even a single strike from Gao Yang's sword. The massive body of the two-headed ogre turned into a phantom and vanished from the spot, and a notification timely appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. In the third round of combat, he had once again won easily. Gao Yang looked up at the sky, his fighting spirit burning fiercely. The next round of combat would likely involve fighting with their real bodies. He just didn't know how the battles would be conducted with so many people. If it were one round after another, the time required for 40,000 people to fight would be very long. If that were truly the case, then the timeline for the Peak of Duels might exceed his expectations. This had both pros and cons. If the timeline was extended, Gao Yang would have enough time to improve his own strength to better deal with his duel agreement with Yun Shengshan. As for the downside, such a timeline would delay the progress of Gao Yang's physical constitution breakthrough. Of course, the specific details of how the battles would proceed would depend on the subsequent arrangements of the organizers. After all, these participating contestants came from all over the multiverse, and it was not an easy task to accurately gather them all together. A flash of light passed, and Gao Yang's consciousness returned to his physical body. In the absence of extra matters, the life of secluded cultivation was always peaceful, or rather, this kind of peaceful life was the normal state for the powerhouses of the multiverse. The days of living amidst the glint and flash of cold steel every day were actually not common. Of course, peace did not mean negligence. During peaceful days, one needed to practice even more seriously and work hard to accumulate strength. Only through continuous progress could one have enough confidence to deal with sudden unexpected situations. Gao Yang opened the comprehensive web panel and looked at the notifications regarding the Peak of Duels. The Peak of Duels will officially begin in 3 days. All future battles will be conducted with real bodies within the Peak of Duels. Once a gladiator enters the cage battlefield, they must completely determine the winner, either by one side dying or by actively surrendering. Before each duel begins, gladiators can choose whether to participate. If they refuse to compete, they will lose their status as a gladiator of the Peak of Duels and will be unable to participate in any activities related to the War Pantheon in the future. The Peak of Duels will be displayed publicly. During the event, spectators can purchase tickets to enter the Peak of Duels to watch the battles. Gladiators enter for free and possess 2 to 10 viewing vouchers determined by the gladiators' ranking. When gladiators participate in a battle, they are entitled to 1/10 of the revenue generated by the Peak of Duels, regardless of victory or defeat. Looking at the notifications related to the Peak of Duels event, a light flickered in Gao Yang's eyes. It was exactly as he had guessed. The peak of duels organized by the God of War was not just an activity to please himself, but a grand event affecting countless living beings throughout the entire multiverse. In this event, there were multiple winners. As the organizers, the God of War and the War Pantheon were naturally the biggest winners, but besides them, the gladiators participating in the duels were also winners. Whether it was obtaining corresponding treasures from the God of War or sharing the revenue created by the spectators in the subsequent battles of the peak of duels, the rewards were extremely considerable. Not to mention the multiverse reputation that a gladiator could potentially gain during this process. For the spectators, this event would undoubtedly greatly enrich their horizons. Legendary battles were not often revealed to the eyes of mortals, and the battles of legendary powerhouses were not something mortals could watch from a close distance. The mere aftershocks of the combat could ruthlessly erase a mortal, but in the peak of duels, they could stand in the spectator stands and watch the battles of legendary powerhouses from a close distance, absorbing the combat experience of these legends. Not to mention, they can also use their own wealth to heavily support their favorite legendary powerhouses. Once the support is successful, they will receive returns that are shockingly generous. This method of support also has a specific term: betting. Of course, this is also an important component of a gladiator's income. It can only be said that the operating model of the pinnacle of gladiators is no different from the arenas in Gao Yang's cognition, except that the scale of the pinnacle of gladiators is more magnificent, the audience is more extensive, the strength of the gladiators is more formidable, and the overall quality is more high-end. Gao Yang opened the multiverse activity log and looked at the Pinnacle of Gladiators event. With the end of the 3 rounds of combat, the original Pinnacle of Gladiators event page had also been updated. The most important updates were the addition of a ticket purchase link, a preview of the next battle, and the support channels for both gladiators. Gao Yang lowered his gaze to look at his own gladiator ID and the 10 free viewing passes following it. 10 viewing passes should be enough to use, after all. There are not many people he can invite. Of course, if an enemy wants to watch his match, they would have to spend a considerable amount of funds to purchase a ticket. How could tickets for a battle that encompasses legendary powerhouses from the entire multiverse be cheap? At the very least, most ordinary transcendents cannot afford them. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yang opened his Multiverse Network friend list and clicked on Milafina's avatar. Gao Yang, Pinnacle of Gladiators free viewing pass, Queen Milafina. Have you been following the recent Pinnacle of Gladiators event? After Gao Yang sent the message, not even a minute had passed before he saw Milafina's reply. Milafina, meow, Gao Yang. Did you participate in the Pinnacle of Gladiators event hosted by the God of War? Milafina, that is very dangerous. Right, Milafina, are you hurt? Gao Yang. No, the previous 3 battles ended in just a few sword strikes. Those legends couldn't even touch me. Gao Yang. When I have a fight, if you have time, you can come and watch. Milafina looked at Gao Yang's message and turned over lazily, pressing the side that had been warmed by the sun underneath her, exposing the other side to the warm sunlight. Milafina, no problem, but Gao Yang, could you give me one more? I want to come and watch your gladiator match with my grandmother. Gao Yang smiled, then sent another free viewing pass to Milafina. After returning from the blood war, because Gao Yang needed to cultivate in seclusion, Milafina did not come to disturb him. Deciding the same was Garula. Gao Yang opened Garula's chat box and also sent him to free viewing passes. Afterward, he thought for a moment and sent more to Luke and Fana. They are a married couple, so he couldn't favor one over the other. Besides them, there were also Candrace and Agnia. However, when Gao Yang sent the viewing pass to Candrace, Candrace replied very quickly, Candrace, many thanks, big boss, but I already have a viewing pass. I will just head directly to the Pinnacle of Gladiators to watch your battle when the time comes. Gao Yang looked at Candrace's reply and, thinking of the other party's heaven-defying luck, did not dwell on it. In this way, he still had 3 passes left in his hand. Lisa occupied one fixed spot, leaving only the last 2. However, he couldn't think of anyone else to give them to for the time being, so he had to set them aside for now. With this thought, Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes and the will in his mind began to grow slowly with the operation of the eternal indestructible meditation method. Having practiced the eternal indestructible meditation method for so long, Gao Yang had gradually discovered the advantages of this meditation method that was perfectly suited to him. And the practice of the eternal indestructible meditation method was extremely compatible with the Hunyuan unity effect bestowed upon him by the unique War God profession he held. Hunyuan unity bestowed upon Gao Yang the heaven-defying effect of an undying will and an indestructible body, and an indestructible body and an undying will. The practice of the eternal indestructible meditation method slowly infused Gao Yang's will into his physical body, causing every cell in his body to gradually become stained with the radiance of his will, thereby achieving the fusion of body and will. This made his will and body indistinguishable from each other, allowing him to resurrect through the will contained within even a single drop of blood, should only that much remain. This was not a high-speed regeneration in a short period, but a comprehensive resurrection based on a single drop of blood days, months, or even years and decades after death. Of course, Gao Yang could not achieve this in a short time, because he had not been practicing the eternal indestructible meditation method for long. The infiltration of his will into his body was less than 2% complete. This was undoubtedly a long-term process, but Gao Yang had enough time to complete it. At the same time, both the eternal indestructible meditation method and Hunyuan unity could form a synergy with the 8-9 profound art. After all, if the 8-9 profound art is cultivated to perfection, it is said to lead to a sanctified body that is undying and indestructible. Gao Yang estimated that when the 8-9 profound art reached the 8th or 9th level, it would involve the fusion of will and body, and what he was doing now was undoubtedly carrying out this process in advance. This was very meaningful for his subsequent cultivation. Of course, even without the aforementioned significance, he would not slack off on the practice. After all, the meditation method could slowly improve and refine his willpower. 3 days passed, as persistent and enduring as the vast majority of readers. After Gao Yang repeated his daily practice for a full 6 times, the 3 days had barely passed. Multiverse Network prompt. The Pinnacle of Gladiators will begin in 10 minutes. Opening match. Jinkara Peak Gladiator 1000 vs Yen Stone Peak Gladiator 999. If you wish to watch, please enter the Pinnacle of Gladiators before it begins. Gao Yang lay on the large bed, with Lisa lying in his arms. Her heavy conscience pressed into a thrilling mark. The Pinnacle of Gladiators is about to start. Let us go together and watch the battle between the peak legends of the multiverse. Okay, 3 minutes later, as a light flashed, the well-dressed Gao Yang and Lisa appeared simultaneously on the golden throne. The 10-meter-wide golden throne was exceptionally conspicuous, causing the surrounding spectators to frequently cast curious glances in its direction. However, no matter how curious they were, their gazes and perceptions could not penetrate the barrier of the golden throne. Yet, Gao Yang and Lisa, who were inside the golden throne, could see the surroundings and the scenes within the cage battlefield without any obstruction. Our position is a bit different from theirs. Lisa looked left and right, then looked at Gao Yang with some curiosity. Gao Yang pointed to another golden throne not far away and said, "This is a privilege that only peak gladiators can enjoy. In this massive peak of gladiators, there should be 1,000 such golden thrones." This could be seen from the rankings of the two peak gladiators in the opening battle. As time passed, the originally empty stands of the peak of gladiators were filled with intelligent life forms of various shapes and sizes. At a rough estimate, there were no fewer than 1 million spectators who had come to watch. Soon, the entire peak of gladiators was packed, and the terrifying roar of the crowd turned into a tsunami that swept across the entire arena. The momentum was so vast that it seemed as if even the astral realm could hear the echoes from this place. "Miao Gao Yang, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Beside the golden throne, a flash of light appeared, and Milafina's figure manifested next to Gao Yang. As Milafina had arrived at the peak of gladiators using the free viewing pass sent by Gao Yang, her consciousness was naturally teleported directly to Gao Yang's location, and she was not blocked by the rules of the golden throne. Beside Milafina was her grandmother, Minna, who had a relatively slender build and a kind face. She looked up at Gao Yang and said softly, "It has been a long time, Mr. Gao Yang." "Grandmother Minna, You can just call me Gao Yang or Xiao Yang. This is Lisa, my beloved. Gao Yang bowed slightly, maintaining respect for his elder. After greeting grandmother Minna, Gao Yang looked at Milafina and said with a smile, "Of course, I think of you often." While the two were talking, figures gradually appeared beside them, Garuda and Leo, Luca and Fana, as well as Ruan Xiaoyu and Taoist Zhuangqing, and Agnia with her long, fiery red hair. With the arrival of everyone, the place suddenly became a bit more lively. However, this liveliness did not last long before it gradually fell into silence, because the first battle of the Peak of Gladiators was about to begin. The passionate golden-winged man, Jinwu, had already appeared under the dome of the Peak of Gladiators. He overlooked the entire arena, hoarsely introducing the basic information of the gladiators on both sides. And after his brief but passionate introduction, two human legends of normal stature appeared in the caged battlefield below, accompanied by pillars of golden light. The one on the left, who was more burly and held a battle saber, was Jinkara, ranked 1000th among the Peak Gladiators. The one on the right, who was lean and held a slender, sharp sword, was Ian Stone, ranked 999th among the Peak Gladiators. Do not think that they are weak just because their rankings are at the bottom. One must know that the number of legendary powerhouses participating in the war exceeded 300,000. While there were only 1,000 Peak Gladiators in total, among the more than 300,000 participating legendary powerhouses, the strength of Jinkara and Ian Stone ranked in the top 1,000, which represented a truly terrifying level of power. Chapter 851. The Functions of the Peak of Gladiators and the Peak Deathmatch. With the appearance of the two Peak Gladiators, the entire stand began to quiet down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and everyone's eyes were locked on the two Peak Gladiators in the caged battlefield. This battle is worth watching closely. It is not often that one gets to see a battle between two top-tier legends. While Jinwu was introducing them, Levy looked at the caged battlefield, interlaced his fingers with Leah beside him, and spoke with a smile. The others nodded one after another. Not to mention a battle between legends ranked in the top 1,000 of the entire Peak of Gladiators. Even a battle between ordinary legendary powerhouses was a rare sight for everyone. At the very edge of the group, Ruan Xiaoyu and Taoist Zhuangqing stood together, looking at Gao Yang, who was in the center of the crowd, with complex expressions. Gao Yang had left Earth. Such a major event naturally reached them immediately, not to mention the fact that his entire residence had been moved away, which was impossible to ignore. A year had passed since then, yet they had never had any contact with Gao Yang. The authorities had tried countless times to have Ruan Xiaoyu send a message to Gao Yang to ask for the reason for his departure, but Ruan Xiaoyu had refused every time, because they were not connected to the comprehensive network. For them, even though Gao Yang had once displayed godlike strength in the desolate Gobi Desert, and even though Gao Yang had once wiped out the entire Sakura country with a single sword strike, they still could not accurately position themselves, always harboring inexplicable confidence and fantasies. Little did they know that this confidence and fantasy could be maintained in many cases only because Gao Yang did not care, not because they truly possessed such standing. Especially when Ruan Xiaoyu and other comprehensive network players heard some hearsay during their adventures in the comprehensive network. Their understanding of Gao Yang became a bit clearer, but conversely, the distance between Gao Yang and them became even more remote. So remote that they could no longer see his figure or face clearly. They could only stand on the earth, trying their best to look up and gaze at that back, standing as straight as a javelin above the clouds. And the day before, when Ruan Xiaoyu received the message from Gao Yang and looked at the viewing pass he had sent, she understood that the gap between her and him had become too vast to overcome. The Peak of Gladiators of the God of War was a grand event that Earth's comprehensive network players had naturally come into contact with. But unfortunately, apart from Gao Yang, not a single one of Earth's comprehensive network players had the qualifications to participate. Their strength simply did not allow it. At the same time, they did not even have the qualifications to watch, because the price of buying a ticket was simply too expensive for them now. With such resources, they could have already improved their own strength by a small margin, if it were not for the complimentary viewing passes provided by Gao Yang. Ruan Xiaoyu and Taoist Xuanqing would never have been able to appear at the pinnacle of duels. As players of the Earth Multiverse Network, they could not even afford the price of admission. Yet Gao Yang possessed free passes, and it appeared he had more than just two, coupled with the fact that they were currently seated upon a golden throne as wide as a platform, while those around them sat on ordinary and remarkable chairs. Ruan Xiaoyu realized that Gao Yang had also participated in this feast of death for legendary powerhouses, and his status within it was not low. "Are you not going to say a word to him?" Taoist Xuanqing's voice echoed in Ruan Xiaoyu's ears. Ruan Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze, looked back at the cage battlefield below, shook her head almost imperceptibly, and whispered, "The match is about to begin. Let's focus on the fight." Lisa slowly retracted her gaze, her state of mind peaceful. For this woman who came from the same plane as her man, she could not feel the slightest threat. Golden thunder exploded within the cage battlefield, dense bolts of lightning scorching every inch of space within the arena, leaving behind streaks of dark red, piercing lightning patterns that lingered in the air. The instant the golden thunder resounded through the cage, the Tepic gladiators, who had been standing not far apart, vanished from their spots. In a thousandth of a second, they collided in the center of the arena, and a dull sound of metal clashing, even more intense than the thunder, erupted almost simultaneously. Violent power fluctuations rippled out from the point of impact, sparks flying as blades scraped against blades, illuminating the equally calm faces of the two men, one tall and one short. After the golden thunder faded, the scene before all the spectators in the stands of the pinnacle of duels suddenly changed. Gao Yang looked at the Tepic gladiators, who were only a few dozen meters away and fighting with undivided focus, and felt a sense of surprise in his heart. He turned his head left and right, only to discover that there were no other spectators around him. Even the boundaries of the cage battlefield, which had existed just moments ago, had vanished. In their place was an endless, pitch-black night sky and a vast, desolate plain. In an instant, he understood the reason. Is this the function of the pinnacle of duels, an artifact-level arena? It allows spectators to be personally present on the battlefield, watching the combat of legendary powerhouses from an almost face-to-face distance. Undoubtedly, the mere ability to allow spectators to be present on the battlefield and watch the fight from such close proximity was already worth the price of admission. Just as these thoughts flashed through Gao Yang's mind, the two in the arena had already clashed several times. Their strength, which was at the level of a veteran legend and above, made every attack extremely condensed and heavy. Each collision of their blades stirred up a ripple of tangible power. But this was only the surface. In the eyes of legends like Gao Yang, there was much more being displayed in the battle between Jin Kale and Yen Stone. After several collisions, Jin Kale and Yen Stone retreated simultaneously, and then a white legendary domain and a blue legendary domain bloomed instantly across the plain. The white domain of extreme cold and the blue domain of thunder collided in the center of the battlefield, devouring and extinguishing each other. Erupting in a series of roars, the earth between them, unable to withstand this level of attack, cracked and shattered rapidly, then surged obliquely into the high sky under the impact of the shock waves. Amidst the rising dust and smoke, two balls of battle aura, one white and one blue, streaked through the haze like comets and crashed into each other once more. The ground beneath Yen Stone's feet surged like waves, 100-meter high tidal wave of earth rushing furiously behind him. The moment he took the full force of Jin Kale's slash, a thick mist of blood erupted from the skin all over Yen Stone's body. Fine cracks appeared on his lean frame, blood spilled from his nose and mouth, and his eyeballs bulged slightly. Clearly, Jin Kale's strike was so heavy that even though Yen Stone had been prepared, he had not anticipated its weight. Under the force of that slash, the ground beneath him shattered, and he was driven deep into the earth like a nail. Gao Yang looked at Jin Kale standing on the ground and raised an eyebrow slightly. The power of that strike was so condensed that even though Yen Stone, whose strength was nearly equal, had attempted to disperse the force immediately upon impact, he still could not fully withstand it. This was something worth learning for Gao Yang. Although his current attacks could unleash his full power, the overall level of condensation was not as high as that of Jin Kale, who was currently in the heat of battle. Only a few extreme sword techniques could surpass the level of condensation in this strike by Jin Kale. This point had not been very apparent in his previous battles. But when encountering such evenly matched, formidable enemies, the degree of power condensation would become a crucial link in determining victory or defeat. Having watched for less than a minute, Gao Yang had already extracted nourishment to continue growing stronger. From this point on, the condensation of power would need to be incorporated into his cultivation. Amidst the sky-filling dust and sand, a dazzling blue figure burst out from the depths of the earth, rushing toward Jinkala like a bolt of lightning. It was Yen Stone, who had just been driven deep into the ground. Gao Yang looked at Yen Stone, whose entire body was suffused with lightning, with electric arcs even leaking from his eyes. A slash mark spanning his entire chest and abdomen now marred his torso. The flesh rolled back to reveal the organs writhing beneath his bones. Yet, these injuries did not affect Yen Stone's speed in the slightest. In fact, the blood dripping from his wounds transformed into crimson energy, making him faster and faster. Yen Stone appeared instantly before Jinkala, his lean body covered in slash marks. He held his sword in his right hand, pointing directly at Jinkala's brow. The biting sword intent merged with the thunder, transforming into a deep blue sword aura. His eyes were calm yet filled with madness. Under the gaze of the masses, and in a real life or death struggle against a legendary powerhouse, neither he nor Jinkala could afford to hold back. They had never met before and had no foundation of trust out therefore. In a death match where the outcome would likely be decided by life or death, all they could do was unleash their full strength without reservation. This was the only way to show respect for their own lives. At the pinnacle of this arena, holding back is an act of irresponsibility toward one's own life. The space parted on both sides like a curtain under this sword strike. Yen Stone let out a thunderous roar, his lungs were thrusting forward with all his might. A biting wind pressure surged toward them. Gao Yang, like the countless spectators watching at close range, turned his gaze toward Jinkara, who had to face this strike head-on. They wanted to see how Jinkara would respond to an attack of this magnitude from Yen Stone. Under the gaze of the masses, Jinkara let out a hearty laugh. He then gripped his blade with both hands, and pale, icy battle aura surged from his arms into the war blade. Ice spikes began to sprout from the hilt, rapidly enveloping and freezing the entire weapon until it transformed into a massive blade of ice. The domain of extreme cold rapidly constricted onto the icy blade, and a layer of frost even surfaced on his iron tower-like physique. In the next instant, without the slightest hesitation, Jinkara slashed his blade downward through the space in front of him. Crack, 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 crack. With that slash, a 1,000-meter-long icy war blade manifested with a boom. It remained synchronized with the blade in Jinkara's hands, descending toward the rapidly approaching Yen Stone. Clang! The icy blade collided with the incoming thunderous sword aura. The power contained within the attack erupted violently, causing the earth to surge with waves like a stormy sea. The war blade and the longsword touched and immediately parted. The condensed thunderous sword aura pierced through the sky full of ice shards, striking precisely upon the edge of Jinkara's blade. Then, the wild power of thunder surged along the blade and into Jinkara's body, plunging his well-tempered physique into a state of temporary paralysis. Jinkara stood over 3 meters tall, while Yen Stone was only 1 meter 80. Jinkara's attack covered 1,000 meters with terrifying momentum, whereas Yen Stone's attack was merely a single streak of azure sword or less than 3 meters long. Yet at this moment, it was the slighter, more understated Yen Stone who forced Jinkara's blade high into the air, causing Jinkara to stumble backward uncontrollably with heavy, staggering steps. Jinkara had reached this level through wealth of combat experience. Realizing instantly that he could not shake off the paralysis, he followed the momentum of his stumble and viciously swept his war blade upward toward Yen Stone. Clang! Yen Stone struck the war blade with his sword. The intense vibration forced Jinkara's already uncontrollable body to stumble even further, making him nearly lose his grip on his weapon. An arc of electricity flashed in Yen Stone's eyes. Facing the off-balanced Jinkara, he did not hesitate to thrust his sword toward Jinkara's chest. This strike did not cause the slightest ripple, but the countless spectators watching could smell the thick, almost inescapable scent of cruel death emanating from it. If one could not block a strike like this, there was only death. Winter Glacier. Jinkara clearly sensed the aura of destruction contained within this sword. In that instant, His body shuddered violently. The terrifying tremors even caused the spacer on him to vibrate slightly. Following this, endless pale battle aura erupted from Jinkara's body. The terrifying chill instantly froze everything in the vicinity, and countless microscopic ice spikes permeated the area. Any entity that entered the range of this move would inevitably be struck by these myriad ice spikes. Moreover, the faster one moved, the greater the power of these ice spikes would be at Yenstone's speed. He would surely be riddled with holes by this technique. Facing Jinkara's counterattack, the thunder dancing in Yenstone's eyes went silent. This did not mean he had thoughts of retreating, but rather that he had buried all of that cruel killing intent into this single sword strike. Yenstone knew perfectly well that if he did not decide the outcome with this strike, victory would surely slip away from him. Jinkara was clearly a legend who prioritized strength with constitution as a secondary trait, while he himself was a legend who prioritized agility with strength as a secondary trait. In this one-on-one battle, Jinkara could withstand more of Yenstone's attacks than Yenstone could endure of his. In other words, Jinkara might retain combat capability after taking several of Yenstone's strikes. But if Yenstone were struck by Jinkara's warblade a few times, he would certainly die on the spot. Nether Thunder Sting. Dark purple thunderous sword aura instantly covered Yenstone's entire body. Under the enhancement of this dark purple thunder, his body seemed to teleport, forcibly crossing the dozen meters between them to appear directly in front of Jinkara. Squelch! The dark purple sword aura pierced into Jinkara's chest without reservation, and without a moment's pause, it swept horizontally. Jinkara's body was instantly cleaved open, his neck and head severed in two in that very moment. Jinkara's eyes held a trace of shock and regret, but his vision had already split in two as he collapsed to either side. Yenstone spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. He did not know how many ice spikes had pierced into his body. Even his internal organs had been punctured by countless shards of ice. At this moment, let alone continuing to fight, he had to be extremely careful even to move, otherwise, these ice spikes would mercilessly devour the remainder of his life. Watching Jinkara, who had been cut in two, countless spectators remained immersed in the lightning-fast life and death struggle, unable to recover for a long time. It was not until Yenstone's body vanished from the spot in a golden light, and the golden-winged man Manhwa began to passionately announce the winner of the battle, that the millions of spectators finally reacted. In an instant, cheers like a mountain-toppling tsunami swept across the entire pinnacle of the arena. What had they just witnessed? A life and death struggle between top-tier legendary powerhouses without any reservations, and watched at such close range. This battle ended with one death and one severe injury. The sensory stimulation brought about by such an unreserved life and death battle plunged the vast majority of the audience into a frenzy, roaring wildly to vent the surging emotions in their hearts. But just at this moment, Jinkara, who had been sliced into from the chest up and possessed no signs of life, suddenly saw his body begin to heal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on his torso had completely closed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the resurrected Jinkara slowly stood up, his expression somewhat gloomy as he vanished from the cage battlefield. Interesting. So, he actually possesses the ability to return from the dead. Gao Yang watched Jinkara disappear from the battlefield, crossing his arms with a faint smile. Chapter 852 Shortcomings and Deficiencies. The spectators at the peak of gladiators stared in astonishment at the resurrected Jinkara, never expecting that someone who had been dead beyond any doubt could just come back to life so vividly. This scene of Jinkara's resurrection also made the vast majority of spectators who had not yet reached the legendary rank realize that legendary powerhouses are not just strong in their attacks. Their survival abilities and methods far exceed the imagination of ordinary people. How could mortal beings below the legendary rank ever achieve the feat of returning to life after being dead for so long? Following the opening match, the second round of combat commenced in the peak of gladiators after a very short interval. Having reached this stage, there were almost no weaklings among the legendary powerhouses fighting to the death in the cage battlefield. Furthermore, since these were death matches, the intensity of the combat was incredibly exaggerated. By just the third match, a legendary powerhouse had already fallen on the battlefield. Inside the cage battlefield, the scene was currently a frozen wasteland. In the midst of the ice and snow, A four-armed humanoid legendary was covered in blood, a thick, pungent scent of gore steaming off his body, which was as robust as that of a god or demon. In his four large hands, he gripped various parts of a corpse. The wounds on the remains were jagged and uneven, looking as if they had been violently torn apart. The first legendary to fall had died at the hands of this four-armed legendary, held in his grip and ripped into several pieces. Gao Yang watched this scene with a calm expression, though his palm tightened slightly. Feeling the soft touch on his hand, Gao Yang turned to look at Lisa beside him, only to see her looking back at him, her eyes filled with an unshakable worry. Gao Yang naturally knew what she was worried about. It was nothing more than the fact that he was also participating in the death matches at the peak of gladiators and had advanced to this current stage. In the upcoming battles, he too might die here. Gao Yang gently patted the back of her hand and comforted her softly. Relax. It will be fine. My survival ability is even stronger than his. Upon hearing this, although Lisa remained worried in her heart, her expression returned to normal. Because no top-tier gladiators were appearing in the subsequent battles, Gao Yang did not stay here for long. After exchanging greetings with the others, his consciousness returned to reality. The duration of each round of combat varied, and his match was scheduled for the 1135th round. Judging by the length of battles between legendary powerhouses, there was still a long time before he had to enter the arena. Gao Yang opened his eyes, moved his body, and arrived at the training grounds. With Yang naturally held in his hand, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then slowly swung his sword forward. This strike was extremely slow, and after it was executed, not the slightest ripple appeared. Gao Yang carefully felt the condensation of power within his body as he swung the sword. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, the power he exerted in this strike was still his limit. But during the process of power transmission, this limit-level force suffered unavoidable and uncontrollable dispersion and leakage, causing the final power exerted upon Yang to be unnecessarily diminished. After carefully sensing it for a while, Gao Yang swung his sword again. The moment this strike was unleashed, a brilliant radiance of will simultaneously emerged in his eyes, with a soft hiss. The air was successfully torn open. Gao Yang looked at the cracks slowly closing in front of him, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. Just now, he had imbued this strike with his willpower, and the power, once governed by his will, was more refined than the previous strike. Although this was achieved through a clever shortcut, given my current willpower and recovery speed, allocating an extra portion of willpower to govern the various powers I possess does not impose much of a burden. However, I cannot rely solely on willpower. I also need to temper myself and continuously improve my mastery over the powers I possess. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself in his heart. After he broke through to the legendary rank and fought a god head-on, he had thought he had fully mastered his own strength. But after seeing the battle between Jin Kale and Yin Stone, he realized he still had many shortcomings. The most obvious point was that the rewards of transcendent power and legendary power, while causing his attack power to surge, came at the cost of a decrease in his control over his own strength. Attacks that fused various types of force were numerically superior to a single force, but because too many forces were used simultaneously, they could not achieve a perfect balance, which in turn caused the attack to lack the strength it should have possessed. Before this, Gao Yang had not paid attention to this point. This was because the opponents he had faced previously either did not put enough pressure on him during the fight, or they required him to go all out and exhaust everything he had to win. This led to a situation where the former prevented Gao Yang from realizing the problems in the power he was exerting, while the latter, under the threat of death, allowed him to achieve absolute control over all his power in silence, naturally leaving him unaware of any issues. It was not until today, after seeing that strike from Jin Kale which demonstrated control over his own power to the peak, that he finally realized his own shortcomings. The root cause was that Gao Yang had been cultivating for too short a time, so short that he had almost no time to reflect on these things, and he had almost never exchanged insights with existences of the same level. This problem might not cause him any trouble in ordinary times, but at a critical moment, it might be the difference between life and death, victory and defeat. This made Gao Yang realize that in the time to come, he needed to continue his consolidation. Moreover, It was not enough to simply consolidate on this foundation. He needed to interact more with other legendary powerhouses to make up for the deficiencies in his own understanding. Otherwise, given his current level of mastery over his power, he would likely be defeated quickly if he were to face Yan Shengshan. As for interacting with legendary powerhouses, verbal communication was one aspect. But on the other hand, communicating with the blades in one's hands was a more direct and essential way of exchange. And in the Peak of Gladiators, there were still many such opportunities for exchange. At this moment, Gao Yang felt somewhat fortunate that he had participated in the Peak of Gladiators, a grand event that had swept across the multiverse. Of course, while this event made Gao Yang aware of his own shortcomings and weaknesses, it also exposed him to the eyes of the endless lives throughout the multiverse. Naturally, this included members of the Pantheon. Gao Yang only remembered that a portion of memories concerning the high-level members of the Pantheon was sealed within his mind. But he did not know the specific content. However, it could be confirmed from the memories of Igelin that the Pantheon possessed a sophisticated information processing channel. His existence, after two failed hunting attempts, was already known to more members of the Pantheon. Chapter 853 Stepping onto the battlefield. Perhaps among the remaining 30,000 or so legendary powerhouses, there were already members of the Pantheon present. No, it was certain that there would be members of the Pantheon. A legendary powerhouse who has mastered a unique specialty cannot, naturally, be called weak in the legendary realm. And such generous rewards from the Peak of Gladiators were almost fatal in their attraction to those members of the Pantheon who craved strength. Now, it just depended on whether the Pantheon members participating in the Peak of Gladiators had discovered Gao Yang's existence. Of course, even if they had discovered him, Gao Yang was not too worried. After all, the Peak of Gladiators was a one-on-one legendary deathmatch. Acts like sneak attacks or gang fights were not allowed. If he were to unfortunately die in a one-on-one deathmatch, then he could accept such a way of dying. After all, it would be because his skills were inferior to others, not for any other reason. However, if he were to encounter some Pantheon members, Gao Yang would not easily hold back. Igelin's unique specialty had been seized by Gao Yang through near cruel means. If the unique specialties of other Pantheon members were to disappear along with their deaths, wouldn't that be too much of a waste? Time passed bit by bit, and Gao Yang continued to swing his sword, integrating the various powers he had mastered. And within the Peak of Gladiators, battles were also constantly taking place. Peak Gladiator No. 578. Your Peak of Gladiators battlefield will open in 1 minute. Do you agree to participate in this duel? A pale golden prompt appeared before his eyes. Gao Yang's sword-swinging motion paused. He looked ahead, and his consciousness naturally chose to confirm. He wanted to experience what it felt like to have a no-holds-barred deathmatch with a legendary powerhouse under the gaze of the masses. With 30 seconds left on the countdown, a spatial vortex appeared in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the spatial vortex before him, and without hesitation, he stepped into it. A flash of light passed, and Gao Yang appeared in a massive dressing room. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows embedded in the walls of the room, he could see countless spectators outside. The faces of those spectators were filled with anticipation and fanaticism, and there was no shortage of those waving the garments in their hands. As for the reason they were so excited, Gao Yang could guess a little. After all, his ranking was Peak Gladiator No. 578, which was already quite high. Of course, his opponent's ranking was also quite high. Michael, Peak Gladiator No. Following the roar of the golden wing being Jinwu, a golden pillar of light appeared in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the golden pillar of light before him, then stepped into it. With one step out, his field of vision switched instantly. Intersecting steel came into view, and outside the steel cage were endless, fanatical onlookers. The sound of their cheers, like a tsunami, flooded into Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the golden pillar of light that had appeared about 100 meters opposite him. From within the pillar of light, a majestic figure wearing silver-white heavy knight armor and holding a greatsword that also shimmered with holy light slowly walked out. His head of golden curly hair shed fine, shimmering dust as he moved, and 3 pairs of massive wings fluttered slightly behind him. Clearly, the Michael before him was a divine system professional. and it appeared that the entity he worshipped was related to light and holy light. However, there were too many gods in the multiverse, and Gao Yang could not determine exactly which one. Michael walked out of the pillar of light, his pair of pale green eyes looking at Gao Yang. He nodded slightly with great knightly grace, then stood holding his sword. Gao Yang gripped his hand, and Yang Yao appeared in his grasp. At the same time, he nodded back at the other party in greeting. The next moment, the environment they were in changed abruptly. The steel cage was gone, and the millions of spectators vanished without a trace. In their place was a dark, somber earth. This was the battlefield for their fight this time. On the black earth, Michael radiated a holy light, enveloping his entire body. He looked at Gao Yang not far away. His blade-like jaw lifted slightly, and his lips parted. "Gao, it is an honor to fight you." Gao Yang tilted his head slightly, looking at Michael opposite him. The other party's tone was so familiar, one who didn't know better would think he and the other party were close friends. At the same time, Gao Yang instantly sensed a trace of uncontrollable affection for the Michael opposite him emerging from his own mind. Charm. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids, and a scarlet, blood-like disaster aura erupted from his body, turning into tangible dark red ripples that swept out in all directions. As soon as the terrifying disaster aura was unleashed, the millions of spectators watching from close range instantly fell silent. That aura, which had formed into a tangible substance representing ominousness and calamity, was too terrifying. Even though they were only watching, they were inevitably affected. Useless against me. Within the dark red aura, Gao Yang took a step forward. The ripples beneath his feet expanded violently, and a pair of eyes, scarlet as blood, emerged from the aura to gaze at Michael, who was radiating holy light on the opposite side. Michael sensed the terrifying aura emanating through the space. He closed his eyes slightly, spreading his arms and the wings behind him to their absolute limit. As dense holy light diffused from his body, he took a deep breath, then lowered his head to look at Gao Yang, his pale green eyes having transformed into a fanatical, holy hue. "Then, let me act on behalf of my lord to judge you. You demon who slaughters all things." Layer upon layer of majestic voices boomed. The moment Michael issued his declaration, the 3 pairs of angel wings behind him shook violently, and he vanished from his spot in an instant. In front, the moment Michael disappeared, Gao Yang's perception, which covered the surrounding area, had already detected his presence. Yang Yao flipped, and with a piercing shriek, it slashed down toward the void ahead. In the eyes of the millions of spectators, this strike made it seem as if the surrounding space were collapsing forward along with the silver-based, gold-patterned greatsword, as if the entire expanse of space had become an aid to this single strike. In the stands, among Gao Yang's golden throne, Lidi, Luke, and the others were all present, watching this scene. Lidi immediately understood that Gao Yang's strength had increased significantly once again. As for the others, they were even more shocked. Clang! A violent roar exploded the next instant, and a circular ripple of tangible force instantly expanded to 1,000 meters away. On the black earth, Michael's body suddenly appeared less than 3 meters in front of Gao Yang, as if he had voluntarily appeared under Gao Yang's blade. 2 great swords of similar color collided with a boom. To Michael's surprise, the strike continued to descend without the slightest hesitation. Amidst the splashing sparks, Michael transformed into a beam of holy light, his feet plowing through the black earth as he was blasted backward. After plowing a black trench several thousand meters long, Michael's retreating body finally came to a slow halt. He suddenly looked up at Gao Yang in the distance, his eyes growing increasingly fanatical. A demon of such strength was the only existence worthy of him, exhausting everything to purify. Chapter 854, The Furious Michael. Under the gaze of the masses, Michael suddenly plunged the knight's greatsword in his hand into the earth before him. The ground immediately erupted with dense, spiderweb-like cracks, and violent holy light bloomed from within them. Michael knelt on one knee, his head bowed, his golden curly hair hanging down on both sides of his cheeks. His right hand, covered in a gauntlet, clenched into a fist and struck his chest heavily and piously, with tiny specks of holy light debris scattering from his body. God says one must overcome sin. God says one must be firm in faith. God says one must hold fast to oneself. God says one must make my life eternal. With each prayer uttered, the holy light on Michael's body surged significantly, after 4 consecutive prayers. The holy light on Michael had become so dense that it formed a tangible suit of holy light armor, wrapping him entirely within it. Endless holy light spread in all directions with him at the center. The wind pressure hit Gao Yang's face, blowing his black hair. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, merely watching Michael from afar without making a move. Click, click, click. Michael, clad in the holy light armor, slowly stood up straight. With his movements, the space emitted groans of unbearable strain. When Michael stood fully upright, his height, originally 2.5 meters, had surged to over 5 meters. Even from a great distance, he still projected an overwhelming sense of oppression. The holy light on his armor was so dense that it slowly dripped from the edges, and the 6 holy light wings behind him had transformed into a wide cloak of golden feathers, making him appear even more burly and majestic. Michael took a step forward, and the black earth beneath him sank by 0.5 meter. He gripped the hilt of the holy light greatsword with one hand and, amidst the intense holy light, pulled it violently from the black earth. At this moment, the length of the holy light greatsword had grown to 3.5 meters, perfectly matching the 5-meter stature of Michael. Michael gazed at Gao Yang, the intense holy light shining through the visor that covered his face. Gao, if you are willing to lay down the sword in your hand and take an oath of atonement, I shall represent my lord in forgiving you. The voice, filled with majesty and oppression, echoed across the black earth. Michael gently lowered the holy light greatsword, the tip touching the surface of the earth. Dense holy light erupted and expanded. The light, so thick it was nearly liquefied, turned into wisps that hung suspended in the air, causing the space where the two stood to brighten significantly. While the sky above was filled with dense holy light, Gao Yang looked at Michael in the distance, ignoring his words, and simply spoke casually. You shouldn't have any more combat preparations left, right? Having waited for so long, if you were still to shatter at a single touch, it would be somewhat disappointing. Hearing this, Michael understood Gao Yang's choice and said no more, simply raising the holy light greatsword and pointing the tip at Gao Yang. The moment the holy light greatsword pointed at Gao Yang, a pillar of light like a sharp sword crashed down from above, instantly enveloping Gao Yang entirely. Standing within the holy light, feeling its scorching heat and corrosive nature, Gao Yang crouched slightly. The next moment, accompanied by a crisp roar, the pillar of holy light was blasted apart by brute force, and Gao Yang's figure vanished from the spot simultaneously. The moment Gao Yang moved, many of the spectators watching the battle could not adapt to the sudden shift in space and involuntarily let out a series of dry heaves. With a boom, the bloody ore rushed toward him. Michael could not help but lower his posture, gripping the holy light greatsword tighter with his right hand. The next instant, an even stronger wind pressure hit him, the violent pressure directly obscuring Michael's vision. But at this point, there was no need to use his eyes to see. A giant silver-white sword appeared with absolute clarity in Michael's perception. Michael had already experienced the terrifying slashing power of Gao Yang, but facing this furious strike, he did not retreat in the slightest. As the holy light surged, he slashed his sword horizontally toward the front. Clang! The two great swords collided, and a deafening roar erupted. The space at the point of impact instantly fractured into large, jagged cracks, resembling glass shattered by a heavy hammer. Cough! Michael let out a heavy cough, a trace of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The energy and blood within his body surged violently, forcing his body to involuntarily take a large step backward. He had assumed that after revealing his strongest form, he would be able to block the slash from his opponent. He had not expected that after stubbornly taking the sword head-on, the bones throughout his entire body would nearly shatter as a result. What kind of monster is this? Before Michael could make a move, Gao Yang brought his sword down again in a vertical strike. Human calamity, meteor. Wherever the blade Yang passed, space was instantly pulverized into dust. The terrifying power of the strike made the spectators watching the battle feel their scalps tingle. Merely watching the fight was enough to feel the weight and terror of this sword strike. It was hard to imagine just how much pressure Michael, who was taking the blow head-on, was enduring. A thick scent of blood surged forward with the strike. Even though Gao Yang's body was less than 2 meters tall, in Michael's eyes, the shadow cast by Gao Yang's figure completely enveloped him. A dense aura of death surged, Seeing the sword that crushed space descending upon him, Michael dared not block it head-on and chose instead to merge into the holy light. Teleporting to evade, the black earth trembled violently, the surface undulating like waves. The terrifying scene made Michael, who had just teleported 100 meters away, feel as if he were caught in a raging sea. And the moment he emerged from his teleportation, Gao Yang had already appeared before him, the silver-white greatsword in his hand slashing out without a moment's pause. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Michael gritted his teeth and held his holy light greatsword horizontally in front of him. Amidst the explosive sound of metal clashing, Michael instantly turned into a beam of light and vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Michael appeared in the sky 10,000 meters away. The moment he appeared, Michael thrust his sword downward without hesitation, and a dense wave of holy light erupted from him in all directions. With a thud, Gao Yang, who had followed closely behind, was struck by the holy light, which carried an unstoppable repelling force, and his body was pushed back several dozen meters. Holy judgment! A sword of holy light instantly appeared before Gao Yang, slamming into his chest. It was that same unstoppable repelling force erupting again, but this time, as Gao Yang took a step forward, a brilliant golden glow bloomed in his eyes, and he forcefully withstood the repelling force. Crack! The space beneath his feet shattered. Gao Yang took a step and appeared once again before Michael, with Yongyao descending in an unreasonable, crushing slash. The holy light in Michael's eyes burned intensely, effectively masking the doubt and confusion in his gaze. Facing Gao Yang's strike, which was fast to the limit and heavy to the limit, he once again chose to create distance rather than stubbornly blocking it. Holy light bloomed, and Michael's body vanished from the spot, leaving only a remnant image of holy light to be sliced into by the sword. Gao Yang turned his head to the right, about to pursue, but he did not expect the holy light remnant image that had been sliced into to actually slash a sword at him. Caught by surprise, Gao Yang clenched his left hand into a fist and threw a punch with fierce momentum. Fist and sword collided, and the holy light exploded violently. The dense holy light spread out, triggering all the remaining holy light in the area to detonate. At the same time, Michael, who had revealed his form, had several rings of holy light appear around him. Swords of holy light shot out from them, blasting into the center of the explosion. Boom, boom! A series of roars echoed. Amidst the intense rumbling, a remnant image suddenly darted out. A hint of a smile appeared on the face beneath Michael's visor. The moment Gao Yang darted out from the explosion, Michael had already taken a step and appeared in front of him. The holy light greatsword in his hand swept across, slamming heavily into the spine of the greatsword Gao Yang was using to block. With a booming explosion, Gao Yang's body was sent flying back into the blast once more. In the midst of the violent explosion, Gao Yang felt the burning and erosion of the holy light. He took a step forward, and a flash of sword light vanished in an instant. Standing in the sky 100 meters away, Gao Yang looked at Michael, who was quickly turning to face him. Crimson gold battle ore rose from his body. A peak gladiator ranked around 800th place truly possessed formidable combat power. If it had been an ordinary legendary tier fighter, this sequence of combos would likely have resulted in them being suppressed within the explosion and then purified into nothingness by the scorching holy light. However, for Gao Yang, it was a bit too soft. Before his rising furnace battle aura, this scorching holy light was like residual snow under the midday sun, instantly melting away. Gao Yang looked at Michael, his eyelids lowered, and his calm voice resonated in Michael's ears. "Bring out your full strength, or you will die here." As Gao Yang spoke, his crimson gold furnace battle aura surged, paired with his scarlet calamity aura, as if projecting a 10,000-meter tall shadow across the horizon. A suffocating pressure bore down upon Michael. Michael was stunned upon hearing this, and then an uncontrollable rage surged in his heart. Don't think that just because your ranking is a bit higher, you can be this arrogant. Michael let out a low shout, and intense holy light erupted from his body. In fact, if one were to put themselves in his shoes, his anger was understandable. They were both legendary professionals and both peak gladiators. Although there was a gap in their rankings, in Michael's view, this gap was not a significant basis for judging their strength. In other words, he did not believe in his heart that he was weaker than Gao Yang. But now, this human who was not stronger than him had said, Bring out your full strength, or you will die here. How could Michael not be angry? After all, what he had just displayed was already nearly his full strength. As for his own well-honed close-quarters swordsmanship and vibration combos, they hadn't been able to exert the slightest effect when facing Gao Yang's heavy, unstoppable slashes. The previous sense of frustration and the current sense of insult made Michael's heart beat violently. The already intense holy light erupted crazily at this moment, regardless of the cost. Watching the holy light grow even stronger, Gao Yang nodded slightly. It seemed that this divine system professional before him had taken his words to heart. Since that was the case, he could finally truly let go and fight without restraint. Human calamity, nirvana. Following a sword hum that resonated within the minds of a million spectators, a majestic sword pressure and indomitable will erupted. A cold, deathly aura instantly swept across the field. The earth remained pitch black, and the firmament remained filled with endless holy light. Yet under this single strike, everything appeared dim and lusterless. A sword scar was carved out by Yongyao, landing in the eyes of Michael, and in the eyes of a million spectators. In an instant, the world in everyone's vision began to fade. The colorful world transformed into a deathly gray in the blink of an eye. In this gray world, only that single sword scar radiated a deathly, icy chill. In that moment, countless spectators felt their minds tremble in terror, letting out desperate roars. Following that, their entire beings vanished directly from the viewing stands, their consciousnesses returning to their physical bodies. This was the triggering of the peak of Gladiator's protection mechanism. If not for this safeguard, the majority of the spectators whose strength was below the legendary rank would have had their consciousnesses extinguished by the mere sight of Gao Yang's strike, leading to the death of both body and soul. Yet, such a terrifying strike, when falling into the eyes of Michael, had the exact same effect as that cold sword scar slashed toward him. Michael could no longer summon the slightest intention to resist. He even felt an inexplicable urge to bow his head and accept his execution. However, the moment the sword scar touched his neck, his will to resist was violently activated, and a dense explosion of holy light erupted. Amidst the violent blast, he vanished from his spot in an instant, 100 meters away. Michael reached up to cover his neck, which had been slashed 2/3 of the way through. Dense holy light spilled from his fingertips, but no matter how he channeled his holy light, his severed neck showed no signs of healing. At the sight of his wound, a pain so intense it made his soul twitch continued to burn his flesh and spirit. This burning sensation could not be eliminated in a short time. It could only be slowly worn away through persistent effort. Having no other choice, Michael had to construct a ring of holy light around the wound on his neck to hold his head in place. After unleashing this strike, Gao Yang realized that the divine class professional before him was not merely testing him, but had already fought with everything he had. This result left Gao Yang somewhat disappointed. After all, the intensity of the battle between them had not been high from beginning to end. He had only utilized 2 of his sword techniques, and many more had yet to be displayed. But it seemed the enemy opposite him no longer had the strength to continue. Seeing this, Gao Yang sheathed his sword and stood where he was, looking at Michael not far away, and spoke slowly, "Surrender or die." Although the peak of Gladiators was a deathmatch arena, Gao Yang did not intend to kill this enemy with whom he had no prior grievances. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Although slaying a legendary rank fighter would bring him a massive amount of legendary XP, for Gao Yang, he was not lacking in this one legendary rank kill to gain experience. Facing Gao Yang's inquiry, a look of pain surfaced on the face beneath Michael's visor. This pain stemmed from the fact that he had clearly encountered a truly powerful demon standing before him, yet he was unable to slay it with his own hands, and was even being pitied by the entity opposite him, as if he needed to beg for mercy just to save his own life. God says in the face of sin, one must never give up. Michael's hoarse voice rang out, and a holy light, intense to the point of terror, bloomed. Gao Yang looked at him and nodded slightly. "I understand." Jung. A piercing sword hum resounded through the heavens and earth. A brilliant greatsword nearly 1,000 meters long spanned the sky, and without the slightest hesitation, it slashed straight down. Chapter 855, The Sudden Strengthening Sin. Michael roared madly, flipping the greatsword in his hand and stabbing it directly into the center of his own chest. Liquid holy light poured out from his wand, instantly covering the area where he stood and transforming it into a pond. Splash! The center of the liquid holy light began to churn, emitting the sound of splashing water. The next moment, an aura of majesty surged from the pool of holy light, and a majestic humanoid figure composed entirely of holy light appeared between heaven and earth. The moment this majestic figure appeared, a holy aura far exceeding the previous one instantly permeated the entire arena. This was one of the advantages of divine class professionals. When they truly could not win, they could directly call for help, summoning the very god they worshipped. Although this method of fighting was not something everyone could use, Michael, as a veteran legendary rank believer, was considered a very high-quality follower even in the eyes of the gods. Therefore, faced with Michael's call, the god naturally chose to respond. And the moment this majestic phantom of the god appeared, the sword pressure atop the already brilliant 1,000-meter giant sword surged violently. The sharp sword chi shredded the surrounding space, and pitch-black slashes crisscrossed the area. In that instant, Michael looked at Gao Yang, whose momentum was soaring in the distance, and lost the ability to think. When Gao Yang's gaze fell upon that majestic divine phantom, he realized that Yongyu's god-hunting divinity had been activated. It was precisely because of the activation of the god-hunting divinity that Yongyu's power had suddenly skyrocketed. Michael appeared to have played his final trump card, but in reality, he had played Gao Yang's trump card. Watching that terrifying sword chi descend, a trace of despair uncontrollably surfaced in Michael's heart. There was no way he could withstand an attack of this magnitude. After the majestic divine phantom was summoned, its two arms, radiating infinite holy light, clasped together in front of its chest. Boundless holy light suddenly transformed into a sharp blade, erupting from its joined palms. The holy light blade tore through space and collided violently with the descending Yongyao. However, there was not even a stalemate. Yongyao sliced the incoming holy light blade in half with extreme smoothness, and without losing any momentum, it continued to slash down toward the majestic divine phantom below, and Michael behind it. I surrender. Watching Yongyao descend without any obstruction, Michael let out a roar of unwillingness. His surrender did not cause Gao Yang's sword to falter for even a fraction of a second. Yongyao continued to descend toward his skull with extreme swiftness. Michael was stunned. Were the rules of the pinnacle of gladiators not that one must either die in battle or surrender? Why had the battle not ended even though he had already surrendered? It was not only Michael who harbored this doubt. The vast majority of the spectators watching the match were filled with the same question. Beneath the dome of the pinnacle of gladiators, the golden-winged Jinwu watched everything happening in the cage battlefield below, a faint, inexplicable smile playing on his lips. Yes, the rules of the pinnacle of gladiators were indeed death or surrender. But for a surrender to be valid, it required the consent of the other gladiator. In other words, if the opposing gladiator did not stop, the battle would continue until one of the two parties was completely dead. Why is the battle still continuing when I have already surrendered? The thought of doubt swirled in Michael's mind. But now was not the time for contemplation, for that giant sword was about to strike. Michael thrust his holy light greatsword forward, and the phantom of the majestic deity before him instantly transformed into a massive surge of holy light, merging into his blade. Then, at the very last moment before Yongyao swung down, Michael violently thrust his holy light greatsword upward. The holy light greatsword struck Yongyao's cold edge, and the force of the blow, so heavy it was almost impossible to resist, surged through the blade and into Michael's body. Blood began to spray from the features beneath Michael's visor due to the violent energy surging within him. Yet he still could not block the giant sword before him. Michael gripped the holy light greatsword tightly, his body pressed down inch by the immense force. He could already feel the sharpness of the giant sword against his head, and the bones within his body were emitting groans of unbearable strain. The pressure of death caused him to roar at the top of his lungs without reservation. I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. He still had a long life ahead of him. The vows he had made were yet to be fulfilled, and he had not yet purified all the evil in the world. How could he die here? But no matter how he roared, the descending Yongyao did not hesitate in the slightest, because Gao Yang had already given him a chance earlier. But Michael had chosen to fight to the death. In that case, Gao Yang would grant his wish. Michael's knees buckled repeatedly, and the holy light greatsword he held was pressed down against his arms and shoulders. Michael's knees slammed heavily into the fractured earth, and several pitch-black cracks suddenly appeared on the holy light greatsword. As soon as the cracks appeared, they swept across the entire blade at a terrifying speed. In just an instant, the holy light greatsword in Michael's hand was covered in spiderweb-like fissures. The next moment, in Michael's gaze of horror and despair, the holy light greatsword in his hand shattered into fragments of holy light the size of fingernails. Wait. Michael shouted in unwillingness, but the next moment, Yang sliced into his skull, instantly passing through his body and carving a straight, 100-meter deep trench into the earth behind him. As the sword light flashed, the aura of destruction erupted from the wound in the center of Michael's body, instantly tearing his remains into pieces. The outcome was decided. Gao Yang stood with his sword sheathed and looked up at the dome covered in steel. Fanatical cheers resounded through the sky, and under the scorching gaze of the crowd, Gao Yang's body vanished into golden light. In the dressing room, Gao Yang slowly exhaled the stagnant air from his chest and looked at the comprehensive network notification refreshing on his retina. Comprehensive network notification. Due to your actions at the pinnacle of gladiators, you have gained 5 points of legendary reputation, which will grow slowly hereafter as your legendary deeds spread. Comprehensive network notification. You have killed a comprehensive network player legendary rank, and you have gained 1 million legendary XP. Comprehensive network notification. According to the effects of your legendary profession, you have gained an additional 5,500,000 legendary XP. Comprehensive network notification. Based on the player's relevant actions, your initial relationship with the Holy Light Church Pandora Crystal Wall system has been changed to hostile. Whenever you travel to any plane and encounter the Holy Light Church, you will be treated as an enemy. Gao Yang looked at the notification before him and shook his head slightly. Originally, these were not his intended gains, but because of Michael's persistence, he was forced to accept them. However, these things did not come without a price. The hostility of the Holy Light Church was one of those costs, but Gao Yang did not regret it. A mere legendary was killed, so be it. Moreover, this was an event hosted by the God of War, a powerful deity, and naturally, it was under the protection of the God of War. Chapter 856. Changes in the Kello Fruit Tree. Gao Yang closed the comprehensive network panel and stepped into the spatial vortex before him. With a flash of light, he returned to the immortal wasteland. After this battle, he would only need to go through about 4 more rounds of combat to become one of the top 10 in this reward war zone and obtain a treasure that could break the limits of physique. And it was foreseeable that in the next 4 rounds of combat, he would not encounter Yunshengshan. Only by becoming one of the top 10 in this war zone and entering the subsequent battles would it be possible to meet Yunshengshan. By that time, of the more than 300,000 legendary powerhouses, only 1,000 would remain. These 1,000 people would also participate in the final death match at the pinnacle of gladiators. Treasures such as artifacts or quasi-artifacts would also be obtained from among these 1,000 people. Artifacts or quasi-artifacts were not strictly necessary for Gao Yang, of course. Having them was better than not having them. However, if it conflicted with his plans, then he would have to give them up when necessary. While Gao Yang was lost in thought, Lisa appeared at the edge of the training grounds. Gao Yang looked up at Lisa and gave her a smile. Lisa came to Gao Yang and sat down, saying with a smile, Shane has sent an invitation. The son of Archmage Shane finally advanced to the legendary rank half a month ago, and they have invited us from the immortal wasteland to attend the ceremony. Casimir, the son of Archmage Shane. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, the image of that proud young man from the second deathmatch tournament appearing in his mind. That is correct. Lisa nodded and asked, are we going to attend the ceremony? What is the schedule? Casimir needs some time to meditate in seclusion to advance to the legendary rank. So the celebration will be held in half a month, Lisa replied quickly. Gao Yang thought for a moment, nodded, and said, the immortal wasteland has always maintained a cooperative relationship with Shane. Naturally, I must attend such a major event. I will accompany you when the time comes. As for the gift, I will leave that to you to handle. Then, I will go and prepare, Lisa said with a smile, then turned and left. From beginning to end, She never mentioned the death match that had just taken place, but Gao Yang knew that she must have watched it, withdrawing his gaze. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the notification that had appeared on his system interface. Lisa did not ask about this matter, but that did not mean others would not bring it up. Milavina Gao Yang. You are truly too strong. Looking at the message sent by Milafena, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and he replied, if our Queen Milafena had been present, this battle would have been several times easier. Haha, that goes without saying. We are the best partners, after all. With my support, who could possibly stop us? Milafena was very happy. By the way, Gao Yang, grandmother said that my training has come to a temporary end. From now on, I only need to maintain my daily practice consistently. I will come to visit you in a few days, of course. When do you think you will arrive? Hearing that Milafena was coming, Gao Yang immediately said with a smile, probably in the next few days. I will let you know when I arrive. Milafena replied, then added, I will not talk to you anymore. I'm going to tell grandmother. Milafena's congratulations came quickly and went even faster. Within a few short sentences, she had vanished in a flurry of excitement. Following that, Gao Yang's other close friends also sent messages of congratulations one after another. Gao Yang read through them one by one and replied to each of them. However, Yan Shengshan did not send a message. It wasn't clear whether he was too busy to pay attention, or if he had noticed but chose not to communicate with him. Gao Yang stood up and walked toward the Kello fruit tree. Ever since it had arrived in the Eberron world, because the concentration of magic in Eberron was far greater than that of Earth, the tree had continued to grow. Now, its height exceeded 300 meters. And its diameter was a full 50 meters. It was no exaggeration to call it a truly towering giant tree. Over these 5 years, Olivier and fat-headed Kumkun had lived around the Kello fruit tree. The former's current body was just the right size to be accommodated by the Kello fruit tree. As for fat-headed Kumkun, while his true form naturally could not be contained by the tree, he had no trouble at all in his daily form, which was only a few dozen meters long. The reason the Kello fruit tree could grow to a height of 300 meters was not only due to the abundant magic power but also the massive supply of nutrients. Over these 5 years, Gao Yang had collected a large number of corpses of extraordinary creatures of various ranks through the immortal wasteland and buried them all in this mountain forest, allowing the Kello fruit tree to absorb them. The current Kello fruit tree had grown to 300 meters in height, but the fruits it bore had actually shrunk in size. Previously, they were about the size of watermelons, but now each fruit was only the size of an apple. For a professional like Gao Yang, he could basically finish one in 2 or 3 bites. More importantly, although the Kello fruits were smaller now, the energy and quality contained within them were much higher than before, and the quantity of the fruits had also increased several times over. Now, the Kello fruits hung on the branches like gemstones of various colors, crystal clear and possessing a certain texture. Ever since these fruits began to grow, Gao Yang's daily energy replenishment had been supplied entirely by them. After all, with Gao Yang's current physical constitution, relying solely on absorbing energy from the air was unrealistic. Not to mention that his cultivation of battle chi and willpower required significant energy consumption. This energy requirement was a massive gap. If not for the Kello fruit tree, his cultivation speed would definitely have been passively slowed down. If he did not want his cultivation speed to decrease, he would have to invest a large amount of resources to sustain his progress. Gao Yang walked under the Kello fruit tree, and its canopy, vast as a ceremonial umbrella, rustled, as if greeting him. Gao Yang nodded slightly. To say that the Kello fruit tree lacked intelligence after growing to this point would be self-deception. But in front of outsiders, the tree simply chose not to reveal it. Only in front of Gao Yang and a few other familiar beings would the Kello fruit tree display an intelligence that was not inferior to any other life form. "Give me a vitality fruit," Gao Yang said without looking up. The vitality fruit was the fire-red Kello fruit. This type of fruit had the highest energy content and was the most suitable for daily consumption. As his voice fell, a vine as thick as an adult's arm slowly lowered from the canopy, bearing a fire-red, jade-like fruit the size of a fist. Gao Yang took the vitality fruit and took a bite. Feeling the overflowing juice burst in his mouth, He sat back in satisfaction. Countless vines gathered behind him to form a wide chair. Gao Yang sat on the seat, looked at Olivier, who had poked its head out from the canopy, and asked, "How is your cultivation going? About how much longer until you are confident in breaking through to the legendary rank? I worked too hard today, taking a leave of absence. My dear fathers and mothers, please forgive me. I am exhausted from May Day. And I am truly powerless. Sesame will update tomorrow." Chapter 857. Harmony between man and nature and the legendary assassin. As soon as Gao Yang's words left his mouth, he saw a trace of restlessness and embarrassment on Olivier's large face, which was covered in ice-blue dragon scales, before it could speak. Gao Yang already understood. If Olivier wanted to break through to the legendary rank, relying solely on blind hard work was still too slow. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yang looked at Olivier and said, "Once the trip to the Kinyu and cultivation world is over, I will begin to pay attention to news regarding legendary dragons. If possible, I will obtain a sufficiently potent legendary dragon bloodline for you as soon as I can." Olivier let out an excited roar, expressing its gratitude to Gao Yang. If it were to cultivate on its own, the time required to break through to the legendary rank would be measured in decades at the very least. If it were less fortunate, it might even take hundreds of years to shatter the shackles of its bloodline and ascend to the legendary rank. But with Gao Yang's help, this process would bypass a vast portion of the steps, allowing its cultivation to improve tremendously in a short period. Thinking of this, Olivier could not help but feel secretly grateful in its heart for the wise choice it had made back then. If it hadn't signed a contract with Gao Yang, let alone breaking through to the legendary rank, it would likely have spent its entire life in the land of inheritance, and its strength would have been firmly stuck at the limit of the transcendent rank, unable to make even an inch of progress. Not to mention the freedom it now enjoyed, the right to reproduce whenever it wanted, and with whichever species it desired. Gao Yang finished the vitality fruit in his hand, looked up at the Kello fruit tree, and said, "As for you, Kello, I will bring you the corpses of sufficiently high-quality powerhouses later." The canopy of the Kello fruit tree rustled and swayed, responding to Gao Yang. For the Kello fruit tree, its method of growth was extremely simple. It only needed to continuously absorb nutrients, and as long as those nutrients were of high enough quality, it could grow indefinitely. Moreover, unlike the vast majority of plants that exhibit slow growth and development, the greatest advantage of the Kello fruit tree was that as long as there was sufficient energy, it could move forward like a fully loaded steam train, roaring like an enraged beast, charging ahead and growing frantically. Furthermore, after obtaining the heart of 10,000 trees from the Nether Mother Tree, the Kello fruit tree's intelligence had grown rapidly, with conscious control. Not a single drop of energy would be wasted in vain. By the way, Lisa should have told you about the magic spiders, right? Remember to go a few times when you have free time, Gao Yang said, looking at Olivier and instructing it. However, do not become obsessed with it. Your own strength is what matters most. Olivier's two heads nodded repeatedly, its thick tongue unconsciously licking its lips. Ever since Gao Yang spoke to it about cultivation, it had spent these past 5 years diligently sleeping and cultivating. As for carnal desires, it hadn't dared to touch them at all. Now that it had received Gao Yang's approval, Olivier had made up its mind to let those mature and charming magic spiders taste the power of the Tyrannosaurus spear. Gao Yang turned his head to look behind him, stood up, and said softly, "All right, you two continue your cultivation. I'm leaving now." Having said that, his figure slowly dissipated where he stood. Tap. With a soft sound, Gao Yang had already appeared at the edge of the secluded cultivation area. His feet stepped on the hard earth, and his invisible perception covered a radius of 100 miles. Just a moment ago, his perception had suddenly fluctuated. Gao Yang knew that feeling very well. Something had infiltrated this area. Closing his eyes to sense carefully for a few breaths, Gao Yang opened them again. His perception had returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. But he knew clearly that his perception was not mistaken. It was just that the intruder's stealth abilities were exceptionally formidable. "Ha!" Gao Yang let out a soft chuckle and extended his right hand, slowly tapping the air in front of him. Click. Following his movement, a faint, Almost imperceptible ripple of space rapidly bloomed from the point of impact. Then, layers upon layers of spatial ripples began to tremble. The further they spread outward, the greater the amplitude of the tremors became. When the range of the spread exceeded 1 kilometer, this trembling caused the very heavens and earth to shake slightly. Everything within the range appeared as multiple overlapping phantoms, a sensation as if one's soul were being shaken out of the body by these vibrations. Gao Yang stood in place, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, his eyes slightly closed out at first glance. He seemed to possess no aura at all, but if someone were to look closely, they would discover that Gao Yang's aura had become identical to the surrounding mountains and forests, indistinguishable from them. This state was something Gao Yang had slowly comprehended during his 5 years of secluded cultivation. Rather than defining it with terms like domain, he preferred to define it using the knowledge he had learned. Unity of heaven and man. After achieving the unity of heaven and man, even without deploying a domain, Gao Yang could still have complete mastery over everything within the range of this unity. If he were to execute the unity of heaven and man on the foundation of the unity of man and sword, the power of his swordsmanship would skyrocket once again. And if this state were superimposed with his immortal execution sword domain, the power would be even more formidable. Found you. In the state of the unity of heaven and man, Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes, took a step forward, and his body vanished from where he stood. The next instant, Gao Yang appeared before a giant tree that would require 5 people to embrace. And without hesitation, he punched toward the giant tree in front of him, accompanied by a loud crash. The giant tree in front of him was instantly shattered by the terrifying force, sending wood chips and soil flying everywhere. Beneath the shadows of the flying debris, a shadow only the size of a fingernail silently shot toward Gao Yang's position like a bolt of lightning, even though this shadow had hidden itself to the extreme under the cover of the environment, not even causing a ripple in the main material plane. Gao Yang looked with extreme precision in the direction from which the shadow shot. His eyes were like 2 black holes, emitting a brilliant radiance. The moment it saw Gao Yang turn his head, the shadow paused strangely for an instant, then continued to shoot toward Gao Yang's neck without hesitation. Within the shadow, a point of cold light pierced out, aimed directly at Gao Yang's throat. Gao Yang's expression was calm. He opened his right hand wide and slowly closed his fingers toward the direction from which the shadow was streaking. Bang! With a soft sound, the shadow dissipated, and a slender, powerful neck was firmly gripped within Gao Yang's 5 fingers. A legendary rank assassin. Can you tell me why you came to assassinate me? Gao Yang slowly retracted his right arm, lowering his head slightly to look down at the assassin who was shrouded in shadows. Under the suppression of his terrifying battle aura and willpower, the assassin within the shadows could not even perform the instinctive act of breathing. They could only widen their eyes, staring in disbelief into Gao Yang's eyes. After saying this, Gao Yang slightly relaxed his suppression, allowing the assassin whose throat he was gripping to catch his breath. The moment he relaxed his hold, the assassin before him glared at Gao Yang without hesitation. A shadow dagger formed from mental energy shot out from his eyes, heading straight for the center of Gao Yang's brow. Chapter 858 The Reason for the Assassination. Facing this sudden assassination attempt, Gao Yang did not dodge or evade, continuing to stare directly at the assassin in his hand. After a crisp sound, the determination in the eyes of the assassin in the shadows turned into bewilderment, and he stared blankly at Gao Yang's face. Just moments ago, the desperate strike he had unleashed by condensing all his mental energy had actually shattered like porcelain the instant it collided with Gao Yang's face. He found it impossible to comprehend how anyone could have skin thick enough to withstand a direct mental attack. Gao Yang looked at the assassin in his hand and shook his head slightly. Forget it. I'll just investigate it myself. As his voice fell, his left hand grabbed the assassin's skull directly, initiating a soul search. As the soul search progressed, streams of information were rapidly received by Gao Yang. In a mere minute, Gao Yang had finished viewing the entire life of the assassin before him. He loosened his palm, and the assassin instantly collapsed into a pile of mush in the soft soil. The luster in his eyes already vanished. With a willpower that had only been at the legendary level for 20 years, there was no way he could withstand the soul search Gao Yang had performed, which was so brutal it could be compared to a tornado destroying a parking lot. Before the soul search had even concluded, His consciousness had already completely collapsed. The only reason he was not dead now was purely because the durability of this body was decent enough. But even if this body was not dead, the legendary shadow assassin known as Cassiopeia Nero had already vanished from the Eberron world. As for the origins of Cassiopeia Nero, after the soul search, Gao Yang was very clear. He came from the Shadow Empire, one of the long-standing superpowers of the Corvair continent. Simply put, they possessed the qualifications to participate in the Eberron Supreme Council, and it was a permanent status, not one of the 5 rotating spots that required competition. As for why Cassiopeia Nero had come to assassinate him, one had to mention the Shadow Empire's most high-end business, assassination. The Shadow Empire was most famous for its cultivation of shadow assassins. According to unofficial records, the progenitor of the entire Eberron world's underground assassination and intelligence business originated from the Shadow Empire. And to this day, the Shadow Empire still occupied a pivotal position in this dark field. The Cassiopeia Nero before him had received an assassination commission from a client to kill him, the highest combat power of the immortal wasteland who had only recently risen to prominence. Before Cassiopeia Nero made his move, he had spent a full 3 years scouting, and only when he was certain he had mastered all the information on Gao Yang did he strike today. Originally, according to the information Cassiopeia Nero possessed, he had been confident in completing this mission. However, what Cassiopeia Nero had not expected was that the strength Gao Yang displayed was already far beyond the outdated information he had relied upon. This led to him being discovered by Gao Yang before he could even act, followed by being captured alive and having his soul searched. Who would hire a legendary shadow assassin to kill me? That's hard to guess. Gao Yang flicked his finger, releasing a burst of energy that pierced through Cassiopeia Nero's chest, and then carried him back beneath the Kolo fruit tree. He tossed Cassiopeia Nero toward the Kolo fruit tree, and the latter quickly extended a large number of roots to catch him, then wrapped him up tightly like a rice dumpling and dragged him toward the base of the tree roots. Gao Yang sat on his vine chair, thinking silently. Within the Shadow Empire's mission acceptance system, the client and the assassin had no direct contact. Instead, missions were accepted through a mission window posted at a stronghold. Doing this naturally ensured the privacy and safety of both the client and the assassin to the greatest extent. But for someone being assassinated like Gao Yang, it was not very friendly. This meant that if the target of an assassination wanted to track down the client, it became an almost impossible task, because it would mean needing to become an enemy of the entire Shadow Empire. This was not good news. If Gao Yang were a lone wolf, he would be the one the Shadow Empire would need to worry about if he became their enemy. But he was no longer a lone wolf. He was the person in charge of the immortal wasteland. Once hostilities began, it would be a conflict between 2 superpowers, and if handled poorly, it could lead to the deaths of millions. As the saying goes, Gao Yang was strong enough to withstand the Shadow Empire's assassinations, but the others in the immortal wasteland did not possess such strength. And yet, Gao Yang's strength was not yet great enough to suppress a superpower single-handedly. So, he naturally could not resolve this problem through personal strength alone. However, Gao Yang knew clearly in his heart that there were not many forces or individuals with both the motive and the strength to assassinate him. The first category was the remnants of the 7 first-rate forces that had besieged him 5 years ago, because Gao Yang had instantly killed 3 legendary figures, causing 3 first-rate forces to be directly wiped out. The rulers of those destroyed forces might still have survivors, seeing that revenge on their own was hopeless. Using this method of hiring a killer was an excellent choice, especially since the Shadow Empire had an excellent reputation for this kind of business. The second category concerned the internal Corvair Conference 1 year from now. As the fastest rising force on the Corvair continent over the past 5 years, the immortal wasteland already possessed the qualifications to vie for participation in the Eberron Supreme Council. If the immortal wasteland obtained the qualification, it meant that another force would be kicked out of this circle and lose its original status. The participation seats for the internal Corvair Conference were mainly divided into 2 parts. One consisted of fixed seats held by 5 superpowers, including the Shadow Empire, and the other consisted of 5 rotating seats that all recognized forces on the Corvair continent could compete for. In other words, apart from the 5 superpowers with fixed seats, All the remaining forces that could potentially compete had this motive, and among them, the 5 holders of the rotating seats from the previous conference had the greatest motive. Because if one wanted to obtain the qualification, one had to defeat the experts sent by these 5 rotating seats. If one were to kill a powerful competitor before the internal meeting began, it would be of immense significance to the previous participants, especially for those factions ranked lower on the list. So, what exactly was the ranking of the factions at the last Corvair internal meeting? Gao Yang stopped thinking and snapped his fingers lightly. Soon, a drow guard appeared before him, retrieved the faction rankings and information on the strongest individuals from the last Corvair internal meeting. Also, keep an eye on whether there are any remnants of those factions that were previously wiped out, and monitor their movements. After Gao Yang finished speaking, the drow guard quickly withdrew. As for the third category, the only ones Gao Yang could think of were the top-tier transcendent powerhouses who had died at his hands during the deathmatch tournament. Although the deathmatch tournament was a place where life and death were disregarded, and it was implicitly understood by everyone that it was a pure battle with no room for revenge, sentient beings often could not maintain such rationality and would be swayed by their emotions. Some of the deceased's closest kin had both the motive and the ability to carry out such acts. However, this thought was only fleeting, because if they truly wanted revenge, they could have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Chapter 859 Conjectures and Setting Out. As a newly emerged first-rate faction, the Immortal Wasteland naturally possessed its own intelligence network. Moreover, ever since learning about the Eberron Supreme Council from President Matthew, Lisa had already been collecting relevant intelligence and news. Thus, in less than a day, intelligence regarding the relevant factions on the continent of Corvair had been delivered into Gao Yang's hands. In the study of the villa, Gao Yang put down the parchment in his hand, looked at Lisa sitting opposite him, and asked casually, "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lisa thought carefully for a moment before her red lips parted slightly. "I am inclined toward the second possibility. For those factions that were destroyed, even surviving on this land is a difficult task. Before they are completely settled, the resources in their hands will only be used for survival, not for hiring legendary-level assassins. Furthermore, I have also looked into the Shadow Empire. The price to hire a legendary assassin is too high, and it is not something those remnants can afford at the moment." Gao Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. He thought the same. Legendary powerhouses already stood at the very pinnacle of the Eberron world's pyramid. To hire a legendary assassin capable of assassinating a legendary powerhouse, it would be impossible without paying a price that would shake their very foundations. Then, let us focus on the competitors. Which faction do you think is behind this? Gao Yang tapped his finger lightly on the parchment spread out on the table and asked in a deep voice. In the last internal meeting on the continent of Corvair, the 5 permanent seats were held by Korth, the City of Towers, the Shadow Empire, the Kingdom Alliance, and the Oran Empire. Among them, Korth worshipped the god of knowledge, and the most famous figures in this faction were scholars and spellcasters obsessed with knowledge. As everyone knows, knowledge is power, although Korth, which possessed a vast amount of knowledge, did not have the same kind of ruling power as secular factions. Its deterrent force was beyond doubt. The City of Towers, Shire, was a paradise for mages. Powerful mages gathered here and utilized Shire's unique geographical location to collect various resources to supply their continuous research and enlightenment of magic. For the mages of Shire, they had no faith. All they ever needed were resources. The Kingdom Alliance was a community of interests built jointly by kingdoms such as Karnath and Lazar. The gods they worshipped were mainly concentrated in the fields of light, war, and life. Because their comprehensive strength was weaker than the first 3, these kingdoms could only seek to secure a suitable position through unification. As for the Oran Empire, this was a newborn empire that rose from the corpse of the former hegemon of the Corvair continent. It was a faction controlled by powerful dragon-marked nobles, with the blessing of the dragon marks. The high-in-combat power of the dragon-marked nobles was no weaker than the first 3. As for the factions occupying the 5 rotating seats, they were, in order, the Warlord faction Dargon, which worshipped the god of power and war, the Thorn tribe, which worshipped the gods of greed and death, the Great Trade Federation, which attempted to replace Shire as the Pearl of Trade, the Kingdom of Thamur, and Droam, a faction formed by half-orcs. Among them, the warlord Dargon, formed by goblins, was the strongest, followed by the Thorn tribe. Droam and the Kingdom of Thamur were similar in strength, and the weakest was the Great Trade Federation. If one were to discuss which faction was most likely to hire a killer, the Great Trade Federation, which possessed vast wealth, was the most likely candidate. Though Droam and the Kingdom of Thamur were also suspicious, facing Gao Yang's question, Lisa didn't even think about it and said directly, "The Great Trade Federation." She paused for a moment and continued, "What the Great Trade Federation is most famous for is not its combat power, but its management ability to utilize every single copper coin to its limit, in order to protect their position. It is very likely that they would raise a large amount of funds to hire a legendary assassin to assassinate us, as long as the immortal wasteland withdraws from this internal meeting. Then, although the other factions have legendary powerhouses, their threat will be far from sufficient." Gao Yang nodded slightly. Theoretically, the Great Trade Federation indeed had the greatest motive. He looked at the table, flipped open the parchment, and looked at the specific information regarding the Great Trade Federation. The strongest individual of the Great Trade Federation was a half-goblin, half-elf who had advanced to the legendary stage 100 years ago and was considered a veteran legendary powerhouse. As for whether there were even stronger individuals in the shadows, this was currently unknown. However, according to the information obtained from President Matthew, it was this half-elf legend, Electus, who fought in the last meeting, so the possibility of there being other experts was not very high. Gao Yang looked at Lisa and said softly, "I will be going out for a trip in the next 2 days to resolve this matter. One can guard against a thief for 1,000 days. But one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days, even if he could withstand the assassination of a legendary assassin." It did not mean that Lisa and the others could. Lisa was a bit worried. She looked at Gao Yang and said, "After the Shadow Empire realizes the mission has failed, they should increase the bounty on you. The other party should not make another move in the short term. It would be better to put this matter aside for now. At worst, I can activate the goddess's gift. No legend can escape the detection of the goddess's gift." Facing Lisa's persuasion, Gao Yang shook his head. He never entrusted his own safety into the hands of others. Perhaps it was because he had appeared too peaceful during his time in Eberron and throughout his period of secluded cultivation that those in the Eberron world who knew of his reputation had formed a wrong judgment of him. Thinking of this, Gao Yang closed his eyes slightly, hiding the killing intent in his gaze. He liked his current peaceful life very much, but unfortunately, there were always people trying every possible way to cause him trouble. Since that was the case, he would simply eliminate the people creating the problems. "No need, I will handle it," Gao Yang said softly. Hearing this, Lisa did not try to persuade him further, only cautioning, "Then you must be careful. When are you leaving?" "I'll wait for Milifena to arrive." Gao Yang put the parchment in his hand into his inventory and said casually. His current strength was at the level of a veteran legend. Facing some long-established powerhouses alone might be a bit strenuous, but if he added Milifena, who had also advanced to the legendary rank, it would be completely different. Milifena's exclusive support provided an incredibly exaggerated boost to Gao Yang. Simply put, with Milifena's assistance, even against a god of intermediate divine power, he was confident he could hold his own at this stage. Lisa nodded, looking at Gao Yang, who was revealing a hint of iron-blooded temperament at this moment. She couldn't help but lick her red lips, then stood up and walked toward him. The serious business was finished, and she now very much wanted to give Gao Yang some moral instruction. She had been under quite a bit of pressure lately. Not long after, sucking sounds began to echo from beneath the desk. On the third day, Gao Yang was sitting cross-legged on the meditation sapphire, meditating, when he suddenly heard Milifena's familiar, slightly arrogant laughter. "Hello, Gao Yang. This Miao has come to see you." He opened his eyes and looked down, seeing a pale golden ball of light flying toward his location. Inside the light was Milifena, covered in golden fur. A smile appeared on his face as he let Milifena rush into his arms. "Meow, Gao Yang. Have you missed this meow for so long?" Milifena rubbed against Gao Yang's chest, tilted her little head, and asked seriously with a frown. Of course I did, but our queen is truly heartless, not coming to see her partner for such a long time. Gao Yang was in a great mood and couldn't help but tease her. Meow. This is because I was receiving my grandmother's teachings and couldn't leave. You won't blame me, right? At the end, Milifena looked up at Gao Yang, feeling slightly nervous. Seeing Milifena's nervous little expression, Gao Yang couldn't help but reach out to rub her little head and laughed out loud. Lisa, standing to the side, was speechless, unable to watch any longer. She looked at Milifena and explained, "He is teasing you, Milifena, meow." The nervousness in Milifena's eyes instantly dissipated, her pupils dilating into full moons. It took a few seconds for her to react, and she let out an angry meow meow. "You stinky Gao Yang, I'll bite you to death." The two played around for a while, and then Gao Yang looked at Milifena and told her about the upcoming itinerary. Milifena did not hesitate in the slightest and agreed to Gao Yang very straightforwardly. As far as she was concerned, Gao Yang was under her protection, and she would not allow anyone to bully him. "Then, Milifena and I are setting off. We will be back soon after we finish." Gao Yang stood at the edge of the training grounds with Milifena squatting on his shoulder. He looked at Lisa, who had her hands folded in front of her lower abdomen. Lisa nodded gently and cautioned, "Be careful on the road." "Haha, don't you worry, Lisa. With me here, Gao Yang won't have any problems." Milifena stretched out her furry cat paw, patted her little chest, and guaranteed with full confidence, just moments ago, Lisa had prepared a ton of her favorite little snacks, which put Milifena in a very pleasant mood. Lisa looked at Milifena and bowed slightly in a very serious manner, saying, "Then I leave it to you, Milifena." Such a formal scene actually made Milifena feel a bit embarrassed. She gave in a natural dry cough and then said, "No problem at all. Let's go." Gao Yang waved at Lisa, and then, under Lisa's gaze, he took Milifena and soared into the sky. Lisa watched the direction of Gao Yang's departure with worry in her eyes. Only when she could no longer see them did her expression turn stern, and she turned to head toward the immortal sanctuary. In front of Gao Yang, she was just a woman, a wife, but in the eyes of outsiders, she was a cold and smiling legendary powerhouse and an immortal bishop. High in the sky, Milifena was happily eating the dried fish Lisa had prepared, while looking at Gao Yang and asking, "Gao Yang, where are we going now? Is it that great trading federation you mentioned?" Gao Yang shook his head slightly and said softly, "We will go to the Shadow Empire first. If we have a harvest, then there will be no need to go to the Great Trading Federation. If there is no harvest in the Shadow Empire, then we will go to the Great Trading Federation." "All right then." Milifena didn't care where they were going. After getting her answer, she continued to enjoy her food. For her, being able to act together with Gao Yang was enough. In any case, all she had to do was assist Gao Yang and be a brainless toolcat. As for using her brain and fighting, those were things left to Gao Yang. Of course, thinking of this, Milifena took out a small, golden yellow dried fish that looked like gold, held it to Gao Yang's mouth, and said, "Gao Yang, you try this. The taste is really good." Gao Yang took a bite of the dried fish, and after chewing carefully, he was quite surprised. The little snacks Lisa prepared for Milifena really tasted excellent. Chapter 860, confirming the hypothesis. The Shadow Empire is located at the southernmost tip of the Corvair continent, occupying nearly 1/10 of the continent's land area. Its vast territory contains countless resources and has also nurtured countless powerhouses. The capital of the Shadow Empire, Shadow City, is located within the Shadow Swamp. The area is perpetually shrouded in toxic gas, and the swamp is inhabited by a vast number of shadow giant crocodiles. Under normal circumstances, no one is permitted to enter Shadow City without authorization. There is a rumor that Shadow City is not actually located in the prime material plane, but rather within the shadow world itself. This rumor is not true, as the memories of the legendary shadow assassin Jane Luo can attest. Gao Yang, accompanied by Milifena, spent 2 days finally reaching the territory of the Shadow Empire. The territory of the Shadow Empire is almost indistinguishable from other factions. It allows civilians to live and trade just the same. Though within the Shadow Empire, there is only one faith, the god of shadows. Gao Yang's arrival did not cause any panic. After all, the Feather King of the Immortal Wasteland is far too distant a figure for the residents of the Shadow Empire. However, Lilifena, who was perched on his shoulder, attracted quite a bit of attention due to her stunning appearance. Walking through this border city of the Shadow Empire, Gao Yang followed Jane Aluo's memories and quickly located the handover point for assassination contracts. In fact, there was no technical complexity to this, as the handover point stood in the central area of the city, a massive skyscraper reaching 30 stories high. Yes, while assassination businesses are kept in the shadows elsewhere, they are not something that needs to be hidden within the Shadow Empire. Of course, Gao Yang felt the primary reason for this was that the building's public-facing business was intelligence trading, rather than the acceptance of assassination contracts. Upon entering the building, he was greeted by a female receptionist dressed in black silk, her figure partially visible through the fabric. Seeing Gao Yang, she wore a professional and enthusiastic smile, bowing deeply toward him and exposing her ample cleavage before his eyes. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Gao Yang looked down at the receptionist and asked, "Is your person in charge here?" As he spoke, his perception had already completely enveloped the 48-story building from top to bottom. Although the Shadow Empire's assassination business utilized a contactless format, Gao Yang felt that for a matter of such importance, the person in charge here should not be completely ignorant. A simple inquiry should yield some results. "Sir, are you looking for our guildmaster? We are not aware of the guildmaster's whereabouts. If you would like, you may browse other items of interest in the shop while I report this for you." "No need. I have already found him." After Gao Yang finished speaking, amidst the receptionist's astonished gaze, he flicked his finger, releasing an arc of electricity as thin as a hair, which then instantly vanished from her sight. Gyu Dong was standing before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of wine as crimson as blood, overlooking the city below while letting his female secretary kneel before him, working diligently as the branch guild master of the Shadow Press. Although it was only a branch in a border city, for Gyu, this position was 1,000 times better than being the guild master at the Shadow City headquarters. Even at headquarters, there were still people who could keep the guild master in check. But here, whatever he wanted to do, there were people who would exhaust every effort to satisfy him. He was the god of this branch. Just as Gyud intended to drink the wine in his glass, an untimely sound caught his attention. He turned his head and saw a man with black hair and black eyes sitting on a wide sofa, with a golden cat perched on his shoulder. Both of them were looking at him and his secretary with calm expressions. Gyud shuddered, and the female secretary in front of him was caught off guard, choking and coughing violently. Gyud had no time to pay attention to this secretary he usually doted on. While pulling up his pants, he looked at Gao Yang in a fit of shame and anger, questioning in a low voice, "Who are you?" "This is the Shadow Press, and I am the guild master of the Shadow Press." As he spoke, a dense wave of shadow energy began to radiate from Gyud's body. Gao Yang looked at Gyud, pointed to the sofa opposite him, and uttered one word: "Sit." That single word caused Gyud's back to be instantly soaked in cold sweat, because he discovered that his power, which was near the peak of the transcendent stage, felt like a stagnant pool of water. No matter how hard he tried, he could not mobilize even a fraction of it. This anomaly made Gyud realize that the strength of the person before him had exceeded his capacity to handle. Gyud sat down opposite Gao Yang with a cold face, bracing himself as he said, "I don't believe I know you, sir. Why have you suddenly visited my Shadow Press?" Gao Yang did not care about Gyud's expression and asked on his own accord. 3 years ago, a commission regarding the Immortal Wasteland was posted here. I want to know who the requester was. Gyud lowered his eyelids as if in deep thought, but the pupils beneath his lids had shrunk to the size of needle points. A few seconds later, he looked up at Gao Yang and said with a bitter face, "I apologize, sir, because too much time has passed. I only vaguely remember such a commission. In fact, this commission had been posted for nearly a year before it was accepted by someone. Moreover, you should understand how our Shadow Press operates. Both the posting and acceptance of tasks are done without any contact. Therefore, please forgive me, but I cannot fulfill your request." Gyud had understood a principle long ago. If you want to deceive people, You cannot tell lies. Lies cannot fool people. Every lie requires 10 more lies to cover it up. And if you do that, you will be exposed very quickly. The only way to truly deceive people is to tell the truth. Just not the whole truth, rather, to present the facts with omissions. Gao Yang raised his eyes to look at the bitter-faced Cute opposite him, revealing a faint smile as he asked playfully, "Is it that you don't know? Or that you don't want to say?" Looking at Gao Yang, who sat in a relaxed and easy manner opposite him, the cold sweat on Cute's back never stopped. Facing Gao Yang's question, a thought emerged in his mind that he could not suppress. Take advantage of his distraction and escape from here. As long as he could get out of this room, he could live, of course. No matter how much this thought roared in his mind, Cute remained sitting as steady as a rock opposite Gao Yang. Reason told him that if he were to blink even a fraction too wide or change his rhythm by even a hair, he would be met with merciless destruction. "My lord, I truly do not know. I am merely a branch president. Information of this level is simply not something I could be privy to." Cuter hunched his back slightly, speaking with an air of earnest honesty. "Very well, I understand." Gao Yang's calm voice echoed in Cuter's ears. Cuter felt a sense of relief. But as he watched Gao Yang slowly extend his palm, an indescribable feeling of terror washed over him. It was as if he did not spill everything he knew in the next second, he would instantly bid farewell to this beautiful world. Wait. Cuter's chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. He looked at Gao Yang and spoke with extreme speed. "I remember now. 4 years ago, a middle-aged woman came here. After she left, a bounty commission regarding the immortal wasteland appeared." In the brief gaps between his words, he used his remaining shadow energy to manifest the likeness of a woman, displaying it to Gao Yang. "A very decent perception, but unfortunately, you are a step too late." Gao Yang's voice penetrated through the palm, pressing down upon him, reaching Cuter's ears. Cuter wanted to say something more, but his skull was already firmly gripped within Gao Yang's palm, without any resistance. Cuter's eyes rolled back, and his consciousness was instantly obliterated. A few seconds later, Gao Yang released his hand, and Cuter slumped heavily onto the coffee table beneath him. Gao Yang looked toward the secretary kneeling by the floor-to-ceiling window. She had completely lost the ability to think. When she sensed Gao Yang's gaze, her eyes were instantly shrouded in terror. Her body trembled like chaff in the wind, and she kept repeating, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, and a dagger as black as ink fell, embedding itself into the edge of Cuter's skull. The next moment, he had already vanished from the office. Through Cuter's memories, Gao Yang discovered that the man was clever. Everything he said was the truth, but it was not the whole truth. In fact, Cuter had been perfectly aware of the commission, because the employer was a legendary shadow assassin and the target was also a legendary powerhouse. What Cuter had spoken of were merely the regulations of the shadow press. In that regard, he had indeed not lied. As for that middle-aged woman, there was no need to search for her anymore. After the commission was posted, she had committed suicide in the temporary tavern where she had been staying. However, based on her clothing, manner of speech, and background investigation, Cuter had gathered that she most likely came from a bankrupting middle-class family. As for why she was willing to do such a thing, it was naturally because it could save her family. Using economic means to control people into selling their lives for one's own gain, such a tactic was undoubtedly something the Great Trade Federation was capable of. These were all things Cuter had investigated on his own afterward. Apart from himself, no one else knew. Cuter had originally intended to use this as leverage to be used at an appropriate time, but he had not expected to encounter Gao Yang. It could be said that, aside from Cuter, no clues regarding the assassination of Gao Yang remained in this world. "Gao Yang, are you just going to let that woman go, in midair?" Melifina asked with some curiosity. "There is no need." Gao Yang shook his head slowly. From the moment that woman appeared in the room, her fate of death had already been sealed. "Then what about the clues? Did you find them?" Melifina asked again. "Of course. Now, we are going to the Great Trade Federation." "Who are we looking for in the Great Trade Federation?" "The strongest and the leaders of the Great Trade Federation. And then I will kill them." Gao Yang was expressionless, his voice calm. Chapter 861. Courtesy before Forsyth. Great Trade Federation. known as the Star of the Federation, Waigori, was considered by the world to be no less prosperous than the City of Towers. Cheyenne, Waigori was built against a mountain, with the latter half of the entire city embedded into the mountainside, set against the backdrop of lush, ancient trees. It possessed a unique charm. When Gao Yang arrived in Waigori with Milafina, a grand celebration was underway. After some negotiation, Gao Yang learned that this was an important festival of the Great Trade Federation, the Union celebration. Waigori was ruled by 3 factions: the humans, the goblins, and the elves. Each of these 3 races provided a leader to form a council of elders, which, together with the Federation Master of the Great Trade Federation, governed and maintained the entire federation. The Great Trade Federation had been established for 1,000 years. Over this long span of time, the relationships between the 3 races had gradually deepened and intertwined, evolving from simple cooperation into a state where they were now inseparable, having become a true, indivisible community. The reason for the initial holding of the Union celebration was to celebrate the birth of the perfect descendants of the human, goblin, and elf bloodlines, as this symbolized that the Great Trade Federation was moving toward total unity and was a sign of becoming one. The 3 factions currently ruling Waigori were no longer the original humans, goblins, and elves, but rather half humans, half goblins, and half elves. Inside a tavern run by humans, Gao Yang sat quietly at a table. On the table were white bread, mushroom soup, and a piece of air-dried sausage. Milafina was still perched on his shoulder, flicking her tail in boredom. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Gao Yang and asked, "Gao Yang, we've been sitting here for half an hour. Are we going to keep sitting?" Gao Yang's movements as he ate paused slightly. After putting down his cutlery, he looked at Milafina and said, "No need. We can proceed now." As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the tavern. He had sat in this tavern for half an hour not because he wanted to gather intelligence or information. Those were already useless to him. What he had truly been doing was using his own perception to probe the core area of the city of Waigori and to test the high-end combat power of the Great Trade Federation. However, half an hour passed, and while his perception had silently and imperceptibly permeated the entire city of Waigori, the high-end combatants of the Grand Trade Federation still had not made a move. This made Gao Yang realize that even if the high-end combatants of the Grand Trade Federation were strong in actual combat, their sensory defenses were not particularly outstanding. Of course, it was more likely that they had not discovered Gao Yang's perception at all. After all, what Gao Yang was employing was the state of heaven and man as one, using this special state to perceive the entirety of Waigori. Pushing open the door, Gao Yang walked straight toward the mountain peak in the distance. The rulers of Waigori all lived on the mountain range, the higher one's status, the higher the location of their residence. Currently, the dwelling of the Half-Goblin Federation Master was right at the summit. Gao Yang's pace was not fast, but with every step he took, his body seemed to flash, appearing dozens of meters away, which made his entire person appear somewhat ghostly. Soon, Gao Yang passed through the heavy flow of people and arrived at the wide street at the foot of the mountain. "Sorry, sir. The area ahead is a private zone, and visiting is prohibited." Gao Yang stopped there, and within seconds, a squad of garrison soldiers, all wearing fine armor and standing over 2 meters tall, appeared before him. The captain of the garrison took off his faceplate and looked at Gao Yang, his politeness tinged with an air that brooked no refusal. In the eyes of the garrison captain, the young human man before him showed no aura. His posture was relaxed and casual. His skin was smooth and lustrous, and he was carrying a very beautiful pet cat. It was obvious that he was just a traveler who had come to Waigori for sightseeing. People like this were not necessarily encountered every day, but they were not rare either. Gao Yang glanced at the garrison captain who had spoken, said nothing, and simply took a casual step forward. The garrison captain was about to stop him, but the next moment, his eyes widened abruptly, and he looked at Gao Yang in disbelief. Because after Gao Yang took that step, his foot did not land on the ground, but rather on the air, as if an invisible staircase beneath his feet was supporting his body, causing his entire person to rise by nearly 30 centimeters. If it were only that, the garrison captain, who was himself a transcendent, would not have been so surprised. The point was that Gao Yang's movement had not caused a single ripple of energy to spread. He had accomplished such a feat with such effortless ease. The garrison captain knew clearly in his heart that, let alone himself, even the grand commander of the entire Wagori garrison, who had reached the limit of the transcendent realm, could not achieve this. Gao Yang took another step, and his line of sight was now level with the garrison captain. Then, under the horrified gaze of this garrison squad, Gao Yang stepped over their heads, and wisps of crimson gold battle ore surged from his body like a torrent. In an instant, it was as if a golden red scorching sun had risen from the foot of the mountain, slowly ascending into the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Consequently, the garrison soldiers surrounding the mountain range all saw a scorching sun slowly rise above their heads. Their eyes filled more with surprise than fear. Merchants and residents on the various streets of Wagori also looked up one after another, their eyes revealing a sense of bewilderment and confusion. Some powerhouses who had already reached the transcendent realm lowered their heads quickly after seeing that scorching sun. After staring directly at it for just a moment, they felt their eyes stinging. If they were to look for a few more seconds, they feared their eyes would be lost. Just after Gao Yang revealed his aura, the mountain range beneath him seemed to be awakened, and several terrifying magical fluctuations erupted from hidden corners of the mountains. One of the magical fluctuations, the second after it spread, transformed into a 7-colored beam of magic over 10 meters in diameter. Like a roaring giant dragon, it tore through the firmament and blasted toward the position where Gao Yang was located. At this moment, accompanied by the roar of the magic crystal cannon, the entire city of Wagori fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing at this moment, even forgetting to breathe for a time. They held their breath and stared at the magic beam that had cut through the sky, their hearts trembling incessantly. That was the minimum respect given when facing a terrifying weapon of destruction capable of annihilating all living things. Facing this terrifying bombardment, Gao Yang gripped Yong Yao and slashed down with his sword. 100-meter-long sword aura was unleashed, colliding with the magic beam. Subsequently, that magic beam, roaring like a dragon, was cleanly and decisively shattered by this single strike. A mere magic crystal cannon. And you dare to bring it out to face this cat? The moment the magic beam was shattered, an extremely arrogant and magnetic voice resounded across the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked at that golden red sun, curiosity appearing in their eyes. Could the owner of that sun be a woman? But that terrifying sword aura from just a moment ago did not seem like it. The failure of the magic crystal cannon did not affect the other attacks. And of course, these attacks did not affect Gao Yang in the slightest. When the attacks were casually extinguished by Gao Yang, a total of 8 legendary powerhouses had already appeared around him. The leader was a male standing 2 meters tall with the pointed ears of an elf. Gao Yang glanced at the person's face and confirmed that this man was the current Federation Master of the Grand Trade Federation, Solon Wagori. Solon narrowed his eyes, scrutinized Gao Yang carefully, and then spoke with some uncertainty. King of Feathers, Federation Master Solon. Are you surprised to see me here? Gao Yang held his sword and looked calmly at Solon opposite him. Stung by Gao Yang's cold words, Solon could not help but snort coldly, his tone becoming impolite as well. The King of Feathers is not in your immortal wasteland, but instead ran to our Grand Trade Federation. And with such a display at that, should I not be surprised? Or perhaps, should I welcome you with a smiling face, King of Feathers? Gao Yang watched Solon's slightly greenish face. Although the other party had elven blood, the characteristics of his goblin lineage still remained. However, he had inherited the arrogance of the elven race quite perfectly. Gao Yang shook his head slightly and continued. It seems the Federation Master does not understand why I have come here. Should I know? Solon's tone remained unfriendly, but in his heart, he was frantically recalling the recent dealings between the Grand Trade Federation and the Immortal Wasteland. After all, the Feather King before them had easily slain 3 legendary powerhouses with a single sword strike each 5 years ago, earning a fearsome reputation. Although Solon was already famous throughout the Eberron world, a person's name is like the shadow of a tree, with the Feather King standing before him now, actively seeking him out and appearing to be in a mood to settle scores. Solon could not help but contemplate the potential conflict between them. Regarding this, Solon truly lacked the composure of a grand powerhouse. After all, Since the other party had already come knocking, there was no way to act otherwise. Of course, this had to do with the way the Great Trading Federation conducted its affairs. As a faction that built its fortune on trade, they had always adhered to the principles of harmony, bringing wealth, and being kind to others. When faced with someone coming to demand an explanation, their first reaction was to reflect on themselves rather than interrogate others. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, observing the genuine confusion on Solan's face, and he already had a rough guess in his heart. He shifted his gaze to the other 7 legendary figures beside Solan, confirming his suspicions. He looked at Solan and said, "A few days ago, I was ambushed by a legendary shadow assassin, from the Shadow Empire." Solan's eyes widened abruptly. As a legend of the Iberon world, he was naturally very familiar with the Shadow Empire. The legendary shadow assassins cultivated by this organization were so dangerous that even he could be severely injured or killed if he were not careful. The fact that the Feather King before him was completely unscathed already spoke volumes about his strength. Although he now had a rough understanding of Gao Yang's power, Solan still asked with righteous indignation, "If a legendary shadow assassin tried to kill you, you should go to the Shadow Empire. Why come to my Great Trading Federation? Don't tell me you want to claim that it was our Great Trading Federation that hired the assassin to kill you." Gao Yang shook his head again. He had originally thought that the assassination attempt was carried out by the upper echelons of the Great Trading Federation behind the back of Solan, the Federation Master. But based on this performance, it seemed that the Federation Master before him was not the core figure leading the Great Trading Federation, but rather a figurehead responsible for providing a facade of military might. With this thought in mind, Gao Yang did not intend to continue playing games with him and said bluntly, "That is correct. Based on the evidence I have gathered, it was indeed the Great Trading Federation that hired the assassin." Solan was stunned, then instinctively looked at the members of the Council of Elders beside him, his eyes filled with inquiry. Under his gaze, one of the goblin elders' eyelids twitched involuntarily. With just that one look, Solan understood that Gao Yang's words were not false. But since the matter had already occurred and so many people were watching, he, as the leader of the faction, naturally could not show weakness. "The Feather King keeps insisting that we hired an assassin to kill you. But where is the evidence? Furthermore, our Great Trading Federation is far stronger than your immortal wasteland. Why would we want to assassinate you? Could it be that the Feather King thinks our Great Trading Federation is easy to bully and is deliberately trying to come here to recoup some losses?" Solan asked 3 questions in a row, his face neither flushing nor his heart racing, displaying the thick-skinned nature of an old fox to the fullest. Solan's shameless attitude directly triggered Milafina. She stood up abruptly, baring her teeth as she looked at Gao Yang and said, "Feather King, why are you wasting your breath on them? Why don't we just wipe them out?" Milafina's arrogant tone immediately provoked the anger of the legendary powerhouses opposite them. "HMPH, what a big mouth. Be careful not to get killed yourself while trying to kill others. If you have the guts, try making a move." Gao Yang shook his head. If it weren't for the sake of the immortal wasteland's image, he naturally wouldn't have wasted so many words. Now that he had said what needed to be said, since the other party refused to admit it, he would just be direct, plain. A soul-shaking, piercing sword hum erupted into the sky as Gao Yang willed it. The terrifying sword pressure, like a 10,000-pound boulder, pressed down upon the hearts of the 8 legendary figures opposite him. Solan and 3 of the elders felt slightly better, but the other 4 elders, who had only become legends within the last 50 years, saw their expressions change drastically. Their oars emerged involuntarily as they prepared their defenses. With just a single change in aura, the disparity in strength was immediately apparent. Solan took a step forward, a golden battle staff suddenly appearing in his hand. A terrifying aura surged from his body, blocking the majority of the sword pressure emitted by Gao Yang. "Feather King, you had better think this through. Once a war starts, there is no turning back. A siege by 8 legendary figures is not something you can withstand." Solan showed no burden of being a legendary powerhouse. His first move was an all-out siege. As his voice fell, before Gao Yang could respond, a scorching ray the thickness of a thumb shot from his side toward Gao Yang's chest. In that instant, an elf elder had taken the initiative. Her move acted like a signal. The next moment, All 7 legendary figures of the Great Trading Federation, excluding Solon, launched attacks at Gao Yang. In an instant, terrifying energy fluctuations submerged the sky of Vargori. A destructive aura erupted recklessly, impacting the hearts of the residents in the city below. Neo, Gao Yang, go get them. Melifina let out an angry roar, and various support abilities were already imbued upon Gao Yang. Chapter 862. Consecutive kills and backing down. Gao Yang felt the power within his body surge abruptly, yet it felt incredibly solid. He gained a deeper understanding of Melifina. It seemed that during these past 5 years, Melifina had not been slacking off but had been practicing diligently. With thoughts flashing through his mind, Gao Yang had already vanished from his spot, moving with the speed of thunder. As of today, an attack from these newly ascended legends combined with a few veteran legends no longer posed much of a threat to Gao Yang. Teleporting was not to evade, but to execute a better and more efficient attack. A flash of lightning passed, and Gao Yang appeared behind a goblin legend. Watch out! Solon's eyelids twitched, and the golden battle staff in his hand slammed toward the space where Gao Yang was. He had originally thought that when faced with an attack from 8 legends, this Feather King from the immortal wasteland would show some hesitation. But the moment the strike was launched, Solon realized that apart from himself, everyone else present would be killed instantly if they faced the Feather King one-on-one. Just like the Goblin Elder before them, until this moment, the legendary powerhouses of the Great Trade Federation finally realized that the rumors regarding the Feather King were not exaggerated. If anything, they were understated. Facing Gao Yang's speed, the Elder had no time to react, only able to watch helplessly as the greatsword swung toward his neck. Just as the blade, radiating a scarlet glow, was about to sever his neck, a roar exploded in his ears. A golden battle staff collided head-on with the scarlet blade. Although it did not knock back the horizontal slash, it delayed it for a split second. Taking advantage of this gap, the Goblin Elder beneath the blade shifted violently, appearing 100 meters away. But before he could catch his breath, an intense sense of crisis surged into his perception once more. Without giving him the slightest time to react, a wisp of sharp sword chi plunged directly into his body. Erg. The Goblin Elder Makarov looked down at his slashed chest, feeling countless strands of sword chi rampaging wildly within him. A trace of unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes, but the next instant, his life force, his blood, his battle aura, and even his spirit were all drawn out of his body as if by a whale swallowing water. Death descended in an instant. Comprehensive network notification. You have killed a legendary goblin. You have gained 20,000 legendary XP. You have gained 1 point of legendary reputation. Comprehensive network notification. Based on the effects of your legendary profession, you have gained an additional 1 million legendary XP. Comprehensive network notification. The Hunting Divine Office has been successfully activated. This hunt is complete. You have obtained Life Origin Crystal Asters 2. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. This was his first time activating the Hunt of Eternal Radiance, and it seemed the effect was quite good. Having killed a legendary being with a single sword strike, Gao Yang remained silent, but Melifina, hovering on his shoulder, let out a haughty laugh. Ha-ho. Come on, all of you. Go die for this, meow. Amidst Melifina's arrogant laughter, Gao Yang took another step and vanished from his spot instantly. After he left, the area was immediately submerged by several attacks. However, these attacks only pierced through Gao Yang's afterimage and did not harm him in the slightest. Scatter, Solon roared, his battle staff sweeping horizontally, enveloping a large expanse of space while simultaneously isolating the other legendary figures from the range of his sweep. Gao Yang revealed his figure, standing in midair. He glanced at Solon and took another step, his sword light flashing and vanishing. Your opponent is me. Seeing this, Solon's eyes bloomed with piercing golden light. The next instant, a legendary domain as dazzling as gold erupted from his body, completely shrouding the sky of Wagori. Unleashing his full legendary domain caused Solon's breathing to quicken slightly. But seeing the sword-wielding figure now encompassed within his domain, his mood relaxed a little. If he allowed the opponent to continue killing without restraint, he feared that every legendary figure in the Great Trade Federation, save for himself, would be wiped out. Gao Yang felt the pervasive, sharp aura within this legendary domain. He looked at Solon opposite him with an indifferent gaze but did not continue his attack. Just as Solon thought Gao Yang was about to negotiate, he saw Gao Yang swing his sword. And a pitch-black sword scar appeared before him. Solon's expression tightened. For this black scar did not just cut through space, it also cut through his legendary domain. This meant that the Feather King before him could break free from his legendary domain at any time and proceed with his unchecked slaughter. Gao Yang did not know what Solon was thinking. His own thoughts were simple. Since verbal communication was ineffective, he would communicate directly with the sword in his hand. He figured the other party would be more satisfied with this method of negotiation. Stop right there. Solon swung his battle staff, attempting to block Gao Yang's movements. But no matter how fast his staff was, it could not stop Gao Yang. Gao Yang took a step and plunged into the open sword scar, exiting Solon's legendary domain. The battle staff crashed down, and the space there instantly collapsed and shattered. Solon roared, and had no choice but to retract his legendary domain, chasing in the direction of Gao Yang. By the time he emerged from his legendary domain, he saw Gao Yang pulling his greatsword from the chest of a human elder. This hunt had brought Gao Yang to more life origin crystals. Feather King, stop this at once. Solon's roar exploded across the horizon, the sound waves like thunder, rumbling and spreading in all directions. The residents of Wagori City felt their hearts tremble at this moment, looking in disbelief at the existence in the sky that radiated brilliant golden light like a great sun. The Feather King that was a legendary powerhouse who had risen within the last decade. A super expert who could be said to have supported the entire immortal wasteland single-handedly. Why would such an existence come to Wagori without a sound and engage in such a fierce battle with the legendary figures of Wagori? The residents of Wagori could not know the answer to this question. But on the mountain building complex below where Gao Yang and the others were fighting, a young man with fair skin and long emerald hair felt his body tremble violently after hearing Solon's roar. His expression shifted from initial indifference to one of panic. How is this possible? How could the Feather King come to Wagori? There shouldn't have been anyone else who knew about that matter. I clearly ordered my subordinates to handle it cleanly. Second young master. Just as Aldean Wagori was filled with suspicion and fear, a slightly sycophantic and confused voice came from beside him. Aldean immediately snapped back to reality, looked at his companion, frowned slightly, and asked, "What is it?" Nothing. Seeing his furrowed brow, the companion beside him waved his hands hurriedly. Then stay here quietly. Aldean scolded in a low voice and stopped paying attention to the companions hiding here with him. After all, in terms of status and position, he, the second son of the Federation Master, was undoubtedly the highest-ranking person present. Gao Yang was unaware of what was happening inside the shelter. At this moment, the battle in the sky was growing increasingly intense as Solon's rage continued to mount. In just a few short minutes, their side had already lost a full 3 legendary powerhouses. At this rate, unless they scattered and fled, they would inevitably be slaughtered by their opponent one by one. But they could not run. This place was the core of the Great Trading Federation. If they abandoned it, the Federation would surely fall apart. Even if they were to return later, the loss of face would be irreparable. For the vested interests of the Great Trading Federation, such a situation was absolutely intolerable. Facing a formidable enemy, they had to mount the most powerful counterattack possible, either killing the enemy outright or driving them out of the Great Trading Federation. Only then could they continue to maintain their foothold on this man-eating continent, or perhaps even establish a better one. Although Solon's speed was great, he could not catch up to Gao Yang, who was being assisted by Milafina. After chasing for several minutes, not only had Solon failed to block Gao Yang, but he had also allowed him to kill a newly ascended legendary powerhouse right under his nose. Driven by necessity, Solon charged toward the remaining 4 legendary elders, roaring as he moved, "Gather round me." Solon could temporarily hold off Gao Yang, but he could not catch him. By having the others group up with him, he would be able to block Gao Yang's path. Hearing this, the other 4 legendary powerhouses used their respective methods to quickly rush to Solon's side. They stood behind him, lingering fear in their hearts as they looked at Gao Yang not far away. Seeing this, Gao Yang was not in a hurry. Since they were all gathered in one place, it would save him the trouble of chasing them everywhere if a real fight broke out. King of Wings. Stop. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer, Solon said, gripping his war staff. Despite the fury raging within him, he took a deep breath and spoke in a low, heavy voice. Both sides suffer. Are you even worthy? Melafina tilted her little head, her large eyes narrowing as she looked down at the 5 people before her from a position of superiority. Solon's expression remained unchanged. He could use the excuse of mutual destruction to fool others, but he could not fool himself. He cast a subtle glance at Melafina, feeling an infinite sense of envy, jealousy, and hatred toward the King of Wings. Although this cat elf was arrogant and sharp-tongued, she was a genuine legendary powerhouse, and a rare support type 1 at that. With her assistance, even a newly ascended legendary powerhouse could go toe-to-toe with a veteran. Not to mention that the King of Wings himself was already strong, with the support of a legendary cat elf. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. If they were to fight to the death regardless of the cost, the ultimate victors would undoubtedly be the King of Wings and that cat elf. But Solon dared not disregard the cost. The Great Trading Federation had reached its current state only through the immense effort and dedication of the 3 races. This legacy could not be destroyed at his hands. As thoughts raced through his mind, Solon took a deep breath and looked at Gao Yang, speaking slowly. King of Wings, I am truly unaware of the matter you speak of. Why don't we sit down and talk? Whatever demands you have, as long as the Great Trading Federation can fulfill them, we will do so with all our might. How about that? Gao Yang looked at Solon with a half-smile and said, just because you are unaware does not mean it wasn't done by your people. You might want to ask the person beside you about that. As his voice fell, Solon's expression suddenly turned ugly. Gao Yang had already made it this clear. How could he not understand? Chapter 863. The Reckoning. Solon turned his head abruptly to look at the goblin elder beside him, his eyes wide as he questioned in a low voice, Elder Hydaelyn, don't tell me you were unaware of this. Hydaelyn was the goblin elder whose strange expression Gao Yang had noticed at the very beginning. Now, under Solon's questioning, and compounded by the deaths of their 3 companions, he realized he could no longer hide the truth. Compared to the petty, dirty dealings behind the scenes, the survival of the Great Trading Federation was far more important. Seeing this, Hydaelyn hesitated for a moment before saying dejectedly, Solon, I am indeed aware of this. The assassination attempt on the King of Wings was indeed something my subordinates took the liberty of doing on their own. Solon's face, which had been filled with rage, seemed to lose all its strength upon hearing Hydaelyn's words. His entire body slumped, his back even hunching over. He stared fixedly at Hydaelyn, wishing he could skin him alive. It was one thing to have carried out the assassination, but to have left behind evidence was another. To have left evidence was bad enough, but they hadn't even managed to kill the target. Most importantly, the enemy had now come knocking at their door. Yet he had been kept in the dark the entire time. These various factors left Solon feeling utterly exhausted. In this instant, Solon began to doubt himself. Had he truly been wrong to delegate his authority? Gao Yang looked at Solon. The other party's performance confirmed that he was right. As the leader of the faction, Solon had to step up. Solon knew he was in the wrong, especially since the aggrieved party had already come to his doorstep. Most importantly, his entire faction couldn't even defeat this one person. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to bow their heads. Solon looked at Gao Yang and said quite straightforwardly, Your Excellency King of Wings, this matter was indeed a mistake on the part of the Great Trading Federation. Why don't we go down and sit down to talk properly? I will certainly give you a satisfactory explanation. Facing Solon's concession, Gao Yang refused without hesitation. No need. We will settle this right here. I don't have time to watch you act. Solon's expression was grim, but faced with Gao Yang's demand, he could not bring himself to refuse. He had to bite the bullet and ask, Your Excellency King of Wings, what exactly do you mean? Gao Yang stared into Solon's eyes, his voice cold. Everyone involved in this matter must die, including him. And as he spoke, Gao Yang raised his hand and pointed at Elder Hydaelyn beside Solon. That is impossible. Before Gao Yang could finish, he was interrupted by Solon. Gao Yang did not care in the slightest, continuing on his own, including you. I want you to sever one of your own arms as a warning to others. Solon was stunned, and then his rage soared to the heavens. He was, after all, a veteran powerhouse of the Kovari continent who had been famous for 100 years. Now, he was being forced by you to sever his own arm to apologize. Once he did such a thing, it would be almost no different from being dead. HMPH, it seems to me, King Yu, that you have no intention of talking properly, do you? Soren snorted coldly, the battle staff in his hand once again glowing with dazzling golden light. Soren had only intended to display his own strength, but unexpectedly, when faced with his questioning, Gao Yang suddenly grinned, revealing a cold smile, and said, "That's right." As his words fell, I haven't shattering killing intent spread out in all directions with Gao Yang at its center. The violent killing intent materialized into a tangible hurricane, crashing into Soren and his companions. At this instant, with the activation of Gao Yang's calamity domain, Soren and the others present, facing him, all fell into the check of the calamity aura. Golden light shone in Soren's eyes, and he forcefully exempted himself from this check, but behind him, the other four legends, including Elder Heidlin, did not possess this ability. Under Gao Yang's aura, their eyes gradually revealed expressions of terror, and they instantly fell into a state of trembling. Soren looked at the battle chi boiling around Gao Yang once more, his heart filled with dread. He already understood that if they were to fight again at this moment, the elders behind him would all be killed instantly. Should he preserve his dignity or be annihilated together? This question never had an option. Just as Gao Yang raised his sword, Soren suddenly shouted loudly, "Wait, I agree." Gao Yang stopped his movements and looked at Soren opposite him. After Soren roared out these words, it was as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He looked at Heidlin beside him with a bitter expression. His lips moved slightly, and then he slowly spoke, "Elder, if you make a mistake, you must admit it. In this world, it's not just us who can kill others. There's no such logic. Others can naturally kill us. You should understand." Heidlin looked at Soren, who seemed to have had his backbone instantly removed, and the panic in his heart had reached its peak. He didn't want to die. He still had several thousand years of life left, and he still had a great deal of time to enjoy everything. How could he die here? Thoughts raced through Heidlin's mind, considering every method to save his life. Suddenly, a ruthless resolve flashed in his heart. He turned to look at Gao Yang opposite him and said, "Your Excellency King Yu, this matter was not led by me, but I was forced into it." It was Soren, the Federal Lord, and his son, Aldine. At this point, Heidlin's hesitation seemed to be completely stripped away. He spoke extremely quickly and articulated clearly. Aldine orchestrated this matter, under his coercion. I had no choice but to carry out the assassination against you. If it weren't for Aldine, I would tremble with fear just hearing your esteemed name. How could I possibly actively provoke you? Soren's gaze at Heidlin at this moment was as if he wanted to devour him alive. This old scoundrel showed no consideration for the Federation, but instead actively bit at his own people at this critical moment. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Aldine must die too. Are there others? Yes. Heidlin, at this moment, was like a drowning man clutching at his last straw. He spoke again. Alden's companions, teachers, and so on, all participated in this matter. They are currently surrounding Aldine. Moreover, I am of the same clan as President Matthew of the Goblins and Dwarves Merchant Guild. If you don't believe me, I can have President Matthew prove it. As Heidlin spoke, he took out a metal communicator from his and dialed it in front of Gao Yang. Soon, the communicator connected, and President Matthew's upper body appeared on the transparent screen. On the screen, President Matthew frowned slightly, looking somewhat surprised, and asked Heidlin, "Heidlin, what do you need me for?" "President Matthew, no, Cousin Matthew, please save me." "Save me? I don't want to die." Heidlin looked at Matthew, his face full of pleading. "What is it? Speak clearly." President Matthew's frown deepened even further, growing more displeased with Heidlin, this branch family brother who had long since split from the main lineage. Heidlin quickly spoke. "It's King Yu of the Immortal Barons. He has come to Vigori and wants to kill me. Aren't you on good terms with the Immortal Barons? Can you intercede for me with His Excellency King Yu? Please ask him to spare me for your sake. I truly know I was wrong." Matthew's eyes widened, and then without the slightest hesitation, He directly hung up the communication. What a joke! He had finally managed to establish a decent relationship with King Yu of the Immortal Barons. In the future, he was counting on some rare resources leaking from Gao Yang's fingers to elevate his status in the Merchant Guild. How could he, at this moment, do something that would displease Gao Yang? Furthermore, you, Heidelin, are merely a newly promoted legend. What right do you have to make the branch president of the Goblins and Dwarves Merchant Guild use valuable favors to save your life? Moreover, did you truly realize your mistake? You merely realized you were about to die. Matthew's direct hanging up of the communication caused Heidelin, who had seemed to grasp a lifeline, to suddenly freeze. Then, in disbelief, he frantically pressed the communicator again, attempting to redial. Connect, please. The communication must have been interrupted just now. Your Excellency King Yu. Please wait a moment. Gao Yang looked at Heidelin, who was acting like a madman, and shook his head slightly. This person had failed the calamity or check and fallen into a state of trembling. At this point, he was utterly terrified. With no dignity left as a legendary powerhouse. No need. You go on ahead. As Gao Yang's words fell, he had already slashed a sword towards Heidelin. Facing this sword, Soren frowned deeply, but still chose not to help block it. Instead, he took a step back, leaving Heidelin completely exposed to the sword chi. No, Heidelin held up the communicator, still wanting to say something, but the sword chi had already sliced him completely in half down the middle. Gao Yang once again harvested to life origin crystals. After slaying Heidelin, Gao Yang looked at Soren again and said, Aldine is your son. Soren's face was bitter, and he nodded. If he had known his son was secretly causing trouble, he would have slapped this infilial son, who was a bane to his father, to death long before Gao Yang arrived. Gao Yang lowered his gaze and said softly, Heal him. I hope this is the first time, but also the last. Seeing this, Solon did not hesitate in the slightest. He brought his golden battle staff crashing down toward the center of the building complex below. Within the complex, Aldine and his companions were hiding from the aftermath of the battle when they suddenly felt the world tremble. A moment later, a blinding golden light flooded their vision. In the next instant, their consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Having killed Aldine and the others with a single strike, Solon looked toward Gao Yang. Seeing that the other party remained motionless and expressionless, he decisively swung his staff horizontally, striking his own left arm. With a dull thud, a mist of blood erupted as Solon forcibly shattered his own left arm into a bloody pulp. While such an injury was not fatal for someone of his caliber, it would still take some time to recover. Solon put away his battle staff, bowed his head slightly toward Gao Yang, and spoke slowly, Lord Feather King, I have fulfilled all your demands. Are you satisfied? Remember, there will not be a next time. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, dropped those words, and turned to fly in the direction of the immortal wasteland. Solon stood where he was, watching Gao Yang fly away until he completely vanished from sight. Only then did he dejectedly retract his gaze. Federation Master, beside him, a senior elder of mixed goblin and human blood spoke up. Handle today's matters first. Seal off Wagori. Absolutely no information must be allowed to leak out. After saying this, Solon vanished from the sight of the three elders. The three elders exchanged glances, and with the joy of having narrowly escaped death, they quickly began to take action. Chapter 864 Crystal of Life Essence. Miao Gao Yang. Are we just leaving like this? Melifina crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder, tilting her head as she looked at him with confusion. Gao Yang gave a soft grunt, and then said casually, The Great Trade Federation is not particularly strong. Rather than wiping out the entire Federation, this method of resolution is better for the immortal wasteland. It doesn't make us appear too overbearing, yet it still demonstrates the strength and methods of the immortal wasteland. On this continent, until one's strength reaches an invincible level, one must still abide by the rules of the game. That sounds so troublesome. After hearing Gao Yang's explanation, Melifina glanced at him with impatience and said, Why do you humans always overthink things? I don't get it. Gao Yang did not speak. The existence of rules had both advantages and disadvantages. When one's strength was not yet sufficient to transcend those rules, one had to comply. Of course, if he were a lone wolf, then with his current strength, He could trample upon the rules and do as he pleased. After a moment, he continued, "This operation has been smooth enough, and I don't have much time to waste here. After all, I still have a death match to attend. Oh right. By the way, Gao Yang, how long do you intend to continue at the pinnacle of gladiators?" Melifina looked at Gao Yang and asked again, "At the very least, I must have a battle with Yun Shengshan." A fighting spirit surged within Gao Yang's eyes. He was very much looking forward to this battle and was working hard to prepare for it. Hearing this, Melifina asked in return, "Yun Shengshan, is that the powerful friend who is highly likely to have the strength of an immortal legend?" "That's right." Gao Yang nodded earnestly. "This is no laughing matter." Melifina tilted her head to think for a moment before looking at Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Of course I know that, which is why I am seizing every moment to improve myself." Seeing this, Melifina stopped talking. She yawned out of boredom and took out a small dried fish to savor slowly. Gao Yang said no more and turned to fly toward the direction of the immortal wasteland. The matter with the Great Trade Federation had been resolved. He believed that what happened here would spread to other factions on the Covert continent in a very short time. If those factions still intended to assassinate him, they would need to consider the price of failure. After all, the Great Trade Federation was a living example. If other factions did not want to follow in their footsteps, they should know what to do. During the flight, Gao Yang opened his palm. Resting quietly in his hand was a blood-red, irregular crystal no larger than a walnut. "Gao Yang, what is this?" Melifina stretched her neck, staring at the blood-red crystal in his palm with great curiosity. "A crystal of life essence. An item that can be directly absorbed to strengthen one's own life essence," Gao Yang said in a calm voice. Melifina's eyes lit up for a moment. Then she asked with concern, "That sounds like a good thing. But is it useful for legendary powerhouses as well?" Gao Yang nodded slightly. Under Melifina's gaze, he said, "This is precisely condensed from the life of a legendary powerhouse. Only those with legendary strength can absorb it. If someone below that level tries, they will most likely be unable to withstand it." Melifina was curious. What happens if they can't withstand it? Gao Yang clenched his palm, then suddenly opened it, making a soft sound with his mouth pop. Melifina shrank her neck, then looked at Gao Yang with a coy expression and asked, "Gao Yang, how many of these crystals do you have?" Gao Yang's lips curled slightly as he tossed the crystal of life essence in his hand. It traced a parabola and landed precisely on Melifina's little head. Ouch! Melifina covered her head with one paw while quickly scooping up the crystal with the other. She looked at Gao Yang with gratitude. "Thank you, Gao Yang. I plan to return to my hometown and bring this to my grandmother." Grandmother Minna suffered hidden injuries during her adventures in her early years, which led to damage to her life essence. "I hope this will be effective for her." Gao Yang was a bit surprised to hear this, but he immediately said, "I hope it works. If it does, remember to bring more to Grandmother Minna if I obtain more crystals of life essence in the future." "Niao Gao Yang, you are so kind. Grandmother Minna will be very happy." Melifina was very excited. Gao Yang took out another crystal of life essence and channeled his battle chi to envelop it. As the battle chi came into contact with the crystal, the originally hard substance rapidly liquefied, blending into the battle chi and being quickly absorbed into Gao Yang's body. Subsequently, a vigorous and pure vitality erupted from within Gao Yang's frame. This sensation was somewhat similar to the increase in life essence gained every time he leveled up. But compared to the boost brought by leveling up, this intensity was significantly weaker. In just a moment, Gao Yang had completely absorbed the pure life essence contained within this life essence crystal. After carefully sensing the changes, Gao Yang opened his eyes and nodded slightly with great satisfaction. A single life essence crystal had increased his life essence by 8%, which was already a very decent gain. Gao Yang estimated that if an average legendary powerhouse were to use this life essence crystal, the increase would likely fall in the range of 8% to 10%. However, because the volume of his own life essence far exceeded that of an average legendary powerhouse, the magnitude of the improvement appeared relatively small. "How do you feel, Gao Yang?" Melifina asked quickly after seeing Gao Yang open his eyes. "It's quite good. It should be effective for Grandmother Minna." Gao Yang nodded, then cautioned, "The life essence within this is too pure. If Grandmother Minna absorbs it, She must not absorb it all at once. I understand. Milifena nodded quickly. Spending 2 days, Gao Yang brought Milifena back to the immortal wasteland. During the journey, Gao Yang also refined the other life essence crystal. The 2 life essence crystals had increased his life essence by 5%, which was a very good growth rate. If the divinity of hunting could consistently condense into life essence crystals, then Gao Yang estimated that his life essence would grow to an incredible degree. As for the benefits of increased life essence, the most fundamental one was that his vitality became more robust and of higher quality. Of course, in the eyes of many powerhouses with little time left, the most important aspect was the extension of their lifespan. For Gao Yang at the moment, this was actually the most insignificant point. Gao Yang flew all the way to the sky above the mountain forest behind the immortal temple, where he saw Lisa standing in the center of the training grounds with her hands folded in front of her lower abdomen. Today, Lisa had braided her high-quality silver hair into a single plait, which draped over her left shoulder and rested on her chest, giving her the air of a virtuous wife and mother. Seeing Gao Yang return, a brilliant smile bloomed on Lisa's beautiful face. After Gao Yang landed in front of her, Lisa looked him up and down. Seeing that there were no wounds on his body, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "You weren't hurt, were you?" "I'm fine, don't worry." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he walked toward the villa, with Lisa following by his side. "Lisa, you can rest easy, with me around. It's impossible for Gao Yang to get hurt. This time, we easily slaughtered 3 legendary powerhouses." Milifena jumped onto Lisa's shoulder and said proudly in her ear. Lisa's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. She looked at Milifena in surprise, her heart, which had just settled, tightening once again. Hearing this, Gao Yang did not stop walking and explained casually. "The culprits were found. It was the Great Trade Federation, and they have paid the price they deserved. There won't be a repeat of what happened last time, so don't worry." Hearing this, Lisa continued walking with Gao Yang, reaching out to hold his large hand. "Thank you for your hard work." Feeling the softness in his hand, Gao Yang shook his head slightly and said, "Things like this must be dealt with thoroughly the first time. Otherwise there will definitely be more trouble later on." Lisa nodded in firm agreement. "We will set off for Cheyenne in these 2 days. The celebration for the Archmage of Cheyenne's offspring should be starting soon, right?" Gao Yang said casually. Lisa replied, "There are still 7 days left, which is enough. I have already had Sophia take the congratulatory gifts and head to Cheyenne first. She should arrive in about 2 days." "Cheyenne, is it fun? Can I go along?" Listening to the conversation between Gao Yang and Lisa, Milifena asked like a string of firecrackers. Lisa revealed a smile, reached out a finger to scratch Milifena, and said, "Of course you can come along. Cheyenne is a very unique city where many mages reside." "Really? Are there more mages than on the frozen winter plains?" Milifena tilted her head and looked at Lisa quite innocently. Now it was Lisa's turn to be bewildered. She turned to look at Gao Yang, not knowing where the frozen winter plains that Milifena mentioned were, or what they looked like. Seeing this, Gao Yang explained, "The frozen winter plains is the place of origin for the heart of the ocean. A large number of winter mages live there, and they are very strong. If we really compare them, the strength of the winter mages should be a bit higher. As for the quantity, there are more mages in Cheyenne. After all, the Roselle Plain was only a large plain, and the gap between it and a plain like Eberron was still very significant. So in terms of numbers, Roselle could not compare to Eberron." After Gao Yang finished speaking, Milifena looked at Lisa and said, "Meow. If we have the chance, let's go to the frozen winter plains together. There is a barbecue place in Winter City that is delicious. I'll treat you to it when the time comes." Lisa showed a smile. "Then thank you very much, leave it to me." Milifena raised her little head quite boldly, almost thumping her chest with a resounding sound. Gao Yang and Lisa exchanged a glance, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. For some reason, Lisa suddenly felt a bit envious of those clansmen who were raising offspring. If she and Gao Yang were to have a child, it would probably be just as lively and cute as Milifena. Chapter 865 Cheyenne Archmage. "King you must consider the big picture." That night, because Lisa was filled with anticipation, she was exceptionally proactive and passionate. coupled with the monstrous stamina and energy of a legendary powerhouse. The two fought for an entire night, with the battlefield spanning the entire villa, leaving no time for a breather. Early the next morning, Lisa left the villa, glowing with radiance, and flew toward the immortal temple. Gao Yang rested for a moment before getting up and walking to the center of the training grounds to continue his daily cultivation. Over such a long period, cultivation had become completely integrated into his life, as natural and constant as breathing. Gao Yang knew with absolute clarity that talent only determined whether one walked fast or slow on the path of cultivation. But if one wished to travel far enough, talent was not the most important factor. Persistent and wavering cultivation and a will as firm as a rock were the essential requirements for climbing to the peak. Time flew by. Early the next morning, Gao Yang and Lisa sat upon the broad back of the dragon, Odrivier, while Milafina lay in her portable cat bed, which had extended its suction cups to adhere firmly to the back of the ice chair. Accompanied by a low dragon roar, Odrivier beat its wings with a thunderous sound, its massive body soaring into the sky and speeding toward the city of towers. Under Odrivier's extreme speed, it took only 4 days for Gao Yang and his party to arrive at the city of towers. Shane, Milafina stood atop one of Odrivier's sky-piercing horns, gazing at the skyscrapers that blotted out the sky at the edge of her vision. After a moment, she let out an excited cry. "Neo, I have never seen such a magnificent city. It looks as if it were built among the clouds." Seeing Milafina's wide-eyed and experienced reaction, Gao Yang and Lisa exchanged a glance and smiled. Odrivier's rival naturally caught the attention of the Shane guards. However, compared to the high alert during their first arrival, the guards of Shane had already heard of this terrifying two-headed ice dragon. They knew that this two-headed ice dragon came from the immortal wasteland and was the mount of the Feather King. Therefore, they did not intercept Odrivier. Instead, they quickly dispatched a squad of guards to clear a path ahead of it. At the same time, a guard captain stepped onto a flight board, approached the front of the dragon's back, bowed slightly toward Gao Yang and Lisa, who were seated there, and said, "Immortal Feather King, Immortal Bishop, Shane sincerely thanks you for your arrival. Your accommodations have already been prepared. Please follow me." Gao Yang tapped the armrest of the ice chair lightly, and Odrivier immediately slowed down, following the guard squad as they flew toward Shane. When Gao Yang's party arrived at the top of a building that stood 1,000 stories high, the guard captain jumped off his flight board, approached Gao Yang, and said respectfully, "Lord Feather King, the Archmage is looking forward to meeting you again. May I ask when you will be available?" Gao Yang lowered his gaze to look at the guard before him and said with a smile, "I am also looking forward to meeting the Archmage again. I will pay a visit to the Archmage this afternoon." Having received the answer he sought, the guard did not linger. He maintained his respectful posture and quickly took his leave. Lisa reached out and linked her arm with Gao Yang's, remaining silent. Gao Yang patted her arm, his demeanor relaxed. "It will be fine." The tallest building in Shane was called the Azure Pearl. At this moment, at the very top of this pearl, the two were sitting opposite each other. "Feather King, it has been several years. I did not expect that when we met again, you would have already advanced to the legendary rank, and have traveled quite far within that realm." The Archmage of Shane personally poured a cup of fruit tea for Gao Yang, his tone filled with a hint of emotion, his eyes somewhat complex. Although he had anticipated that the other party would inevitably rise when Gao Yang was still at the transcendent rank, the speed of his rise was truly terrifying. In just a few short years, he had not only broken through to the legendary rank but had also demonstrated immense dominance within that field. Whether it was the battle 5 years ago when he first appeared or the storm he stirred up in Wagori some time ago, both were earth-shattering events. Not to mention the various deeds he had accomplished outside the Eberron world that were famous throughout the multiverse. "The Archmage is too kind. It was merely a matter of circumstances forcing my hand." Gao Yang drank the fruit tea, his smile peaceful, neither arrogant nor humble. Compared to their first meeting, when the Archmage had appeared unfathomable, Gao Yang could now perceive the terrifying fluctuations of magical power within him. Vast as an abyss and deep as the sea, he was strong, but not impossible to contend with. This was the charm of constantly climbing and constantly growing stronger. Come to think of it, compared to your performance on the Corvair continent, I am even more impressed by your performance in the Peak of Gladiators, the Archmage of Shane said, setting down his teacup with a smile. Oh, did the Archmage also purchase a ticket? Gao Yang became somewhat interested. As far as he knew, the Archmage of Shane was not a Multiverse Network player. As for his own origins being exposed, by this day and age, Gao Yang no longer needed to hide his background. He possessed enough confidence to face all kinds of challenges. I have a friend who happens to be a Multiverse Network player, and through his connections, I obtained two free viewing passes, the Archmage of Shane explained. Gao Yang shook his head with a hint of regret. That is a pity. I was thinking that if the Archmage had also participated in the Peak of Gladiators, perhaps we could have sparred in the subsequent battles. Sparring is unnecessary. Compared to fighting and killing, I prefer drinking tea and chatting like this. The corner of the Archmage of Shane's eye twitched involuntarily. Why would he have nothing better to do than spar with a veteran legendary melee fighter? These veteran legendaries who specialized in physique and weaponry only needed to consume a bit of stamina and battle chi when fighting. They would just charge at the enemy and hack the enemy's head off with the weapons in their hands. But for an Archmage like him, fighting was different. All kinds of magic items, scrolls, and trigger-based spells would be activated rapidly. It could be said that every attack and every defense was a burning of magic crystals. After one spar with Gao Yang, his net worth might shrink by several percentage points. And he didn't know how many experiments he would have to skip to save that much back. Then, since the Archmage invited me here, is it just to drink tea? Gao Yang looked at the Archmage opposite him with a playful smile. The Archmage of Shane paused, pondered for a few seconds, and then said, "Inviting the Feather King here this time is actually because there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Gao Yang felt a sudden sense of vigilance in his heart, and then he heard Archmage Shane continue. For this upcoming Eberron Supreme Conference, the fixed seat belonging to Corvair hopes that the Immortal Wasteland will voluntarily relinquish it. In exchange, the Immortal Wasteland will certainly be guaranteed a spot in the next Eberron Supreme Conference, and it will be the 6th-ranked priority seat. After Archmage Shane finished speaking, he poured tea for Gao Yang while observing his reaction. Gao Yang slowly rubbed the rim of the cup with his fingertips, his eyes lowered, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. The reason: the internal conference of Corvair established the rotation qualifications and seats 100 years ago. If the Immortal Wasteland were to intervene this time, it would break this agreement and also incite dissatisfaction among the other factions. Archmage Shane did not hide anything. Instead, he chose to tell the truth. So, this is the final meeting of the century, and the next meeting will mark a new cycle. Is that correct? You can understand it that way. For Corvair, this is the best choice. Archmage Shane spoke again. His tone remained unchanged, but Gao Yang detected a sense of condescension, as if he and those of his status were not discussing this with him, but rather issuing a notification. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Is it the best choice for Corvair, or is it the best choice for you? Archmage Shane shook his head and said slowly, "There is no difference between the two, is there? The Immortal Wasteland is still very young, and you, you, are also young. Your future holds infinite possibilities. For you and the Immortal Wasteland, 10 years is nothing more than a snap of the fingers. Making a concession now in exchange for 100 or 1,000 years of peaceful development in the future is already the optimal choice. Even if King Yu does not wish to concede, you must consider the overall situation of Corvair. Do you really want the factions of the other 3 continents to laugh at us?" Gao Yang raised his head, staring straight at Archmage Shane, his tone chilling. "Consider the overall situation. I am afraid that the overall situation you speak of includes neither the Immortal Wasteland nor me. Archmage, since you want to consider the overall situation, why doesn't Shane take the initiative to give up a seat? That way, I would be satisfied, others would be satisfied, and the Corvair continent would remain stable without being laughed at by others. How about that?" Archmage Shane shook his head gently and said, "Fixed seats cannot be changed. This is the rule." "Whose rule?" "The rules of the Corvair continent." Facing Archmage Shane's answer, Gao Yang laughed disdainfully. "Lord King Yu, do not be impulsive. You are still young, and this is indeed your best choice. If not, then..." Archmage Shane did not finish his sentence. but the chilling murderous intent and the threat within his words were already plain to see. If not, what? Kill me, destroy the immortal wasteland. Gao Yang leaned back against the wide chair, tilted his head slightly, and looked at the Archmage opposite him with contempt. You can try. Archmage Shane's brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. Lord King Yu, if you refuse, then in this internal Corvair conference, the immortal wasteland will be met with hostility from everyone, facing the combined forces of the 10 major factions. Not only do you have no chance of winning, but you might even fall because of it. Oh, is that so? Then I am very much looking forward to this conference. Gao Yang finished the fruit tea in his cup, stood up, and looked down at Archmage Shane from a superior position, saying coldly, what is mine, no one can take it away. What should not belong to others will not fall into their hands, because I do not allow it. I can understand that you want to maintain the existing order and interests, but you should not have made me the sacrificial lamb for this decision. Before the conference begins, you all still have the opportunity to change your choice. However, once the conference begins, I will let you witness the fury of the immortal wasteland. As his voice fell, Gao Yang turned and left, leaving behind only Archmage Shane, who sat in his chair with a gloomy expression. Chapter 866 Comprehending Spatial Rules and Backlash. Since he understood that this invitation was a case of the drunkard's heart is not in the cup, Gao Yang did not waste any more time at Cheyenne. After the celebration ended, he returned to the immortal wasteland with Lisa and the others. On the way back, Lisa looked at Gao Yang, reached out to hold his palm, and asked, You, what exactly did you and Archmage Shane talk about that day? As the person closest to Gao Yang, Lisa knew his mood swings better than anyone. Gao Yang did not answer Lisa's question, but instead said, Before the Supreme Conference begins, pay attention to the development of the immortal wasteland. We can cooperate, but we cannot rely on others. Upon hearing this, Lisa nodded immediately, already having a rough understanding of the situation. Under the resource support of the 4 top-tier factions including the least territory, the immortal wasteland's development speed over these 5 years had been extremely exaggerated. Even if the immortal wasteland were to cut off cooperation with any faction now, it could maintain a good development speed for a long time to come. Therefore, after Gao Yang spoke, Lisa was already prepared to gradually terminate cooperation with other factions. And the first one that needed to be severed was the cooperation with the city of Spires Cheyenne. Since Gao Yang could say such things, it must have been related to Archmage Cheyenne. If they continued to cooperate in the future, she did not know if they would be backstabbed by the other party at some point. Sitting on a wide ice chair, Gao Yang watched the scenery rapidly receding around him and exhaled slowly. It is time to be more proactive. In the dressing room at the Peak of Gladiators, Gao Yang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, quickly lowering his body temperature, which had risen due to the intense battle. This was the 29th day since he returned to the immortal wasteland from Cheyenne. During these 29 days, apart from his daily cultivation, he had been watching and fighting in the Peak of Gladiators. As for the hostility that Archmage Shane had mentioned, Gao Yang had not felt it at all. He estimated that the super factions of the Corvair continent would not take action against the immortal wasteland at this stage, but would truly concentrate on targeting the immortal wasteland during the conference. For Gao Yang and the immortal wasteland, this was good news. As of today, the battles at the pinnacle of gladiators are drawing to a close, and the top 10 of each combat zone have almost all been determined. The battle just now was Gao Yang's final match to advance into the top 10. The fight was intense, but that was the extent of it. The 4 legendary combatants he encountered afterward were not peak gladiators. Admittedly, while the title of peak gladiator is bestowed by the attention of the god of war, it does not mean that among the vast number of ordinary gladiators, there are no powerhouses who can rival them. However, in most cases, the strength of an ordinary gladiator is weaker than that of a peak gladiator. These 4 battles did not pose much of an obstacle to Gao Yang, and they ended very quickly. Now I only need to wait for the remaining gladiators to finish their matches, and I will be able to obtain the treasure for breaking the physical limit. With a thought, Gao Yang stepped into the teleportation ray before him and returned to the Eberron world. Gao Yang, you are back. Melifina was lying in her mobile cat bed, sensing the spatial fluctuation. She looked up and greeted Gao Yang. After obtaining the origin crystal of life, Melifina had returned to her hometown. Once she gave the crystal to her grandmother, she returned to Eberron. Compared to her hometown, Melifina preferred staying with Gao Yang. The days spent with him were always happy, and most importantly, there was no constant discipline from her grandmother. Gao Yang nodded slightly, looked at Melifina, and asked, "Have you seen any interesting adventures lately?" After returning, Gao Yang had asked Melifina to look for clues regarding legendary dragons. Of course, for a player of the comprehensive network, this naturally meant searching for relevant campaigns or quests. There are some, but none of them have clues about legendary dragons. Melifina wore a deadpan cat face. Searching for clues about legendary dragons among the star-like multitude of quests was truly quite boring. Looking at Melifina's expression, Gao Yang knew she hadn't been working properly. However, he didn't mind. Melifina was his friend, not his subordinate, and his request had been made in passing. Furthermore, even if he found relevant clues, he would have to wait until he returned from the Qianyuan cultivation world to act on them. The most important thing now was to get his hands on the physical limit-breaking treasure and break through his own physical limits. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the meditation blue jade and continued his cultivation. And this time, as his consciousness immersed itself in meditation, his mind-only thinking was triggered once again. In the chaos space, Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at the constantly shifting spatial fragments before him, a look of contemplation appearing in his eyes. These constantly changing spatial fragments were Gao Yang's insights into the laws of space, and the source of these laws came from the combat memories of the Sacrificial Tower Master. To this day, Gao Yang has comprehended the vast majority of the Sacrificial Tower Master's combat memories, with only the most difficult parts, space and time, still being worked on. The Sacrificial Tower Master's combat style can be summarized in one point: utilizing the abilities of the sacrificial system, combined with his own firm will, to influence and control the time and space within his range, thereby achieving a series of attacks or defenses. In this system, there are 3 key points. The first is the mastery of the sacrificial system. The sacrificial system requires an anchor point, and the Sacrificial Tower Master's anchor was the Yan Kingdom where he once lived. Gao Yang's anchor, however, is more independent and impossible to replicate, because his anchor is his own existence. He firmly believes that he is indestructible through all calamities and that his will is eternal. Only an eternally indestructible existence can serve as a sacrificial anchor, thereby manifesting the heaven-defying power of the sacrificial system. The Yan Kingdom was indeed an empire powerful beyond measure, but with the collapse of the Yan Kingdom, the Sacrificial Tower Master's anchor crumbled, which in turn caused the power his system could exert to plummet, even affecting his life state, eventually leading to the Sacrificial Tower Master's demise. Gao Yang is different. He has his own confidence and reasons for using himself as an anchor. His confidence comes from the various extraordinary powers he possesses: immortal will, body of 100 refinements, eternal indestructible meditation method, and unique god of war. These together have constructed the current Gao Yang and will inevitably continue to strengthen his existence. In this state of firm belief in his own immortality, using himself as a sacrificial anchor is truly the most appropriate choice. Of course, this also has its drawbacks. Once Gao Yang's body or will suffers irreversible damage, this anchor will rapidly collapse and weaken, eventually becoming ineffective. The second key point of this power system lies in an incredibly strong will. Regarding this, Gao Yang feels he is no weaker than the Sacrificial Tower Master, which is one of the reasons he can exert the power of the sacrificial system. The third key point is the comprehension of the laws of time and space. The more one comprehends the laws, the greater the power one can exert using the sacrificial system. The two complement each other. Gao Yang is extremely well suited for the first two conditions. What he is currently doing is comprehending the laws of space. As for the laws of time, apart from the time acceleration he grasped at the very beginning, Gao Yang has comprehended very little so far. Compared to time, space, a tangible and substantial existence, is easier to approach. Time flew by. At first, Gao Yang could estimate the approximate time, but as his comprehension deepened, the concept of time was forgotten by him. He stared blankly at the chaos above. Countless fragments constantly emerging and vanishing in his eyes. What is space? Space is the environment we are in, measuring the dimensions between the universe. And the laws of space are the measurement rules of the universe's dimensions. Comprehending and understanding space, then manipulating and utilizing space, and finally mastering the creation or even annihilation of space. In his constant self-muttering, Gao Yang raised his hand, fingers together like a sword, and waved them continuously in front of him. Natural disaster. Space fracture is an application of the laws of space, except it uses overwhelming force to forcibly tear the space where the target is located, causing the target to be affected by the torn space, thereby causing true damage that ignores conventional defenses. As Gao Yang's voice faded, his sword finger swept downward from above. As his fingertip traced the air, a pitch-black spatial rift flashed and vanished. The principle behind Heaven's calamity, world annihilation, is similar, though it is far more thorough and decisive in its destruction of space. As for the sword flash step, it is likewise a utilization of space. By grasping the threads of spatial laws and merging into them, one can appear at any desired location. Gao Yang slashed out with his sword. His brows furrowed tightly as he fell into deep contemplation once more. Time flowed by. His body gradually stiffened, and his life force began to wane. It is unknown how much time had passed when Gao Yang's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, a brilliant radiance blooming within them. The next moment, he took a step forward, and his body instantly appeared 1 meter away. He took another step, and his body teleported to meters away. In just a few short steps, Gao Yang had already appeared 1,000 meters away. Grasping the threads of spatial laws allows for this kind of teleportation, which has almost no consumption or cooldown. But it is not enough. Such teleportation is too easily interrupted or intercepted. A dry, hoarse voice squeezed out from his throat. After speaking, Gao Yang fell back into his meditation. As time passed, although Gao Yang kept his eyes closed, his body began to teleport continuously within the chaotic space. As the frequency of his teleports increased, the interval between each one grew shorter, and the distance of his teleports gradually stabilized from its initial inconsistency. The moment the teleportation distance was fixed at exactly 50 meters, Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the sky full of afterimages in the chaotic space and suddenly took a step backward. Following his movement, it was as if he had shed his skin, leaving behind a perfectly intact figure in his original spot. Gao Yang looked at the slightly translucent self in front of him. With a thought, he appeared 50 meters away, and subsequently, he left behind another figure. Having comprehended the threads of space, one can achieve this kind of free jumping between spatial nodes. The first self suddenly opened its mouth and spoke slowly, and this kind of jumping is almost free of any restrictions. The second self spoke almost simultaneously, unless space is directly severed in its entirety, causing these threads to be interrupted. The third self appeared and spoke at the same time. The next instant, the sky full of afterimages dissipated completely, leaving only 3 identical Gao Yangs in the chaotic space. The third Gao Yang looked at the other 2 and reached out, making a grasping motion toward one of them, like this. Accompanying the completion of the grasping motion, space emitted a crisp crack, and an irregular spatial rift spread rapidly, enveloping the Gao Yang he was targeting. The Gao Yang trapped within the spatial fragments spoke simultaneously. Severing the spatial threads prevents the use of spatial teleportation. But at the same time, these spatial fragments can also isolate most attacks. If there are enough spatial fragments, one can form a continuous spatial barrier to withstand more and stronger attacks. Or, one can extend space to achieve a delay in the impact of an attack. The second Gao Yang said with a smile. Or, one can directly twist space to make the attack land on empty air. As the words fell, the other 2 Gao Yangs vanished simultaneously, leaving only the third one standing in place. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, sinking into his insights. If his previous level of comprehension regarding space was 3%, then now his level of understanding had reached 30%. He was already able to grasp the threads of spatial fluctuations to perform corresponding movements, attacks, or defenses. As for the concepts of dimension reduction or dimension elevation mentioned in some novels or films, with Gao Yang's current level of understanding, He was still far from it. The path he had to walk was still very long. When Gao Yang opened his eyes again, what met his gaze was Melifina's anxious and nervous expression. "Gao Yang, you finally woke up. You closed your eyes 3 days ago, and the very next moment you collapsed. Your body also began to wither rapidly. Did you use that ability of yours again?" Gao Yang shook his head, feeling the intense pain twitching in his mind due to mental exhaustion, and felt a lingering fear. This time, in the state of idealistic thinking, his meditation had been too reckless, causing his body and mental energy to verge on depletion during the long period of contemplation, triggering his body's self-protection mechanism. If not for Melifina's experience in dealing with this state, he might have died right then and there. If things had gone poorly, news of him passing away during cultivation might have spread throughout the immortal wasteland. Gao Yang looked at Melifina and said slowly, "Thank you, Melifina. You saved my life again. Don't talk about that. Hurry up and replenish some energy. Look at what you look like now." Melifina took out several vitality fruits and placed them beside him. Gao Yang reached out his hand and saw that his palm had completely turned into withered bone, with only a layer of equally shriveled skin clinging to the bone. Not even a trace of muscle could be seen. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling the nearly dried-up power within his body, and Gao Yang understood in his heart. This consumption has likely damaged my foundation for a long time to come. Idealistic thinking cannot be used again. Chapter 867, Proof of the Strong. Although idealistic thinking could not be used for a long time to come, the gains from this time were astonishing enough. Gao Yang looked up at the sky ahead. The once empty sky now revealed ripples in his eyes. These were spatial ripples, which could only be perceived after one had comprehended the laws of space to a certain degree. Being able to see these spatial ripples meant that he could utilize them to perform actions like teleportation, and a portion of his swordsmanship would also be greatly enhanced. For Gao Yang, this would be a simple and direct improvement in his combat power. Just as Gao Yang intended to take a closer look at the spatial ripples before him, his mind twitched, his vision went black, and his extremely emaciated body swayed a few times before crashing onto the bed. "Gao Yang, are you okay?" Seeing this, Melifina rushed toward him in a panic. Gao Yang waved his hand and pointed to the vitality fruits nearby. Melifina understood immediately. A golden light shimmered over her body, enveloping the fruits. Soon, she squeezed out their juices, gathering them into a single orb. Gao Yang opened his mouth, and the vitality juice flowed past his cracked lips into his oral cavity, where it was rapidly broken down and absorbed by his stomach into pure energy. As the vitality juice entered his body, the abundant energy was quickly digested and absorbed. A faint layer of battle ore arose from Gao Yang's withered frame, and under the nourishment of this ore, his body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. After consuming 20 vitality fruits in a row, Gao Yang's body had returned to its previous, well-nourished state. He felt the abundant energy within him. Although his brain still twitched from time to time, it no longer had much of an impact on him. Seeing Gao Yang stand up, Melifina spoke up. "Gao Yang, the battles at the Peak of Gladiators have temporarily ended. According to the rules explained at the Peak of Gladiators, the next round of battles will begin in 10 days. "Oh, when did that happen?" Gao Yang was not particularly surprised. After all, the event was already nearing its end by the time his own battle concluded. "Just yesterday, I went to watch, and that golden wing person announced the rules." After saying this, Melifina continued. "He said that among the 1,000 legendary powerhouses selected, the final winner will receive an artifact carefully prepared by the god of war and be granted the title of King of Deathmatches. Additionally, the top 10 will each receive rewards." Gao Yang nodded slightly and asked again, "What about the schedule? Was that mentioned?" Melifina glanced at him and said, "That golden wing person said there won't be continuous battles like before, but rather they will take place at fixed times." Lisa said that according to the time announced by the golden wing person, using the time of the Eberron world as a standard, there will be at most 5 battles per day. Hearing this, Gao Yang felt slightly relieved. If there were 5 battles a day, it would take a full 100 days to finish the 1,000 participants. This meant he had enough time to attend to his own affairs. Thinking of this, Gao Yang opened the Omniverse Network panel and pulled up his logs. He then discovered that the Peak of Gladiators event had provided a specific match list and the order of the bouts. Gao Yang scanned the list and found that he was scheduled for the 400th match, at a rate of 5 battles per day, plus the 10-day rest period. By the time it was his turn to fight, 90 days would have passed. In other words, he still had 3 months before his next battle. Considering the difference in time flow, the ratio between Earth and the Eberron world was approximately 1:5, while the ratio between Earth and the Qianyuan cultivation world was approximately 1:0.5. Therefore, the time flow ratio between the Qianyuan cultivation world and the Eberron world was 1. This meant that for every day he spent in the Qianyuan cultivation world, 2 days would pass in the Eberron world. In other words, he could stay in the Qianyuan cultivation world for at most 1.5 months. Once that time was up, he would have to return to the Eberron world to participate in the Peak of Gladiators. 1.5 months should be just about enough. Gao Yang lowered his head in thought and looked at the notification that had refreshed on the Omniverse Network panel. Omniverse Network notification. The Peak of Gladiators has come to a temporary pause. Based on your performance in the arena, you have become the winner of your chosen sector. You have received a treasure bestowed by the God of War, proof of the strong. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and took the proof of the strong, the treasure capable of breaking his physical limits, out of his inventory. With a faint glimmer, a palm-sized crimson heart appeared in his hand, the entire heart pulsing with a rhythmic contraction. Looking at the crimson heart in his hand, Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. He had not expected this so-called proof of the strong limit-breaking treasure to look like this. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he tucked it back into his inventory. What the limit-breaking treasure looked like did not matter to him. What mattered was that its function worked correctly. His current state was not suitable for using the proof of the strong. He needed to wait until his body had fully recovered before using it. After putting away the proof of the strong, Gao Yang looked at Milafina and asked, "Milafina, in today's I am going to an extraordinary world of the Eastern lineage. Would you like to come along and see it?" The waters of the Qianyuan cultivation world ran deep, and furthermore, this trip was to help the Qianyuan human race completely defeat the demon tribes of the Eastern Wasteland. There was no guarantee that the Eastern Wasteland demons didn't have some astonishing trump cards. If Milafina went with him, his combat power would increase significantly, and his ability to protect himself would be much stronger. He would not force Milafina, nor could he force her. The Eastern lineage. Milafina tilted her head, looking at Gao Yang with a hint of anticipation. Grandmother Minna once said that before I reach the legendary rank, I must never go to an extraordinary world of the Eastern lineage. She said that people there might mistake me for some kind of demon or monster and kill me on the spot. Now that I have reached the legendary rank, I should be able to go and take a look, right? Hearing this, Gao Yang really wanted to say that, given her personality and behavior, she would basically never be mistaken for a demon. At most, she would be seen as a spirit beast or pet raised by some immortal sect, and there would be no risk of being killed on the spot. However, the image of Milafina being chased by cultivators flying on swords was inexplicably amusing. Gao Yang suppressed his laughter and said to Milafina, "That won't happen. Besides, with me there, my relationship with that Eastern lineage extraordinary world is quite good." Upon hearing this, Milafina asked with excitement, "Is that so? Then when are we leaving?" Gao Yang replied immediately, "We will leave once I have used the physical limit-breaking treasure." And just then, a low dragon roar sounded above Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang and Milafina looked up and saw Delavere's 2 large heads poking out from between the tree branches. The dragon scale-covered faces even displaying a hint of human-like sycophancy. "You want to go too?" Gao Yang asked casually upon seeing this. Hearing this, Audlavere nodded frantically. In the Qianyuan cultivation world, Audraville had not forgotten that there was still a companion there who suited its tastes perfectly. This time, hearing that Gao Yang was going to the Qianyuan cultivation world, Audraville naturally wanted to tag along. Gao Yang looked directly into Audraville's vertical pupils and said, "But your strength is not enough. Are you not going to continue your cultivation?" The sycophantic smile on Audraville's face stiffened, and it felt somewhat at a loss. It desperately wanted to say that 10 days or half a month would not make a difference. But facing Gao Yang, it could not bring itself to say it. After all, Gao Yang's strength had been on par with its own before, but now, Gao Yang had already achieved the status of a legend, while it remained trapped at the peak of the transcendent stage, without the slightest sign of a breakthrough. To the current Gao Yang, it had little use beyond serving as a mount for transportation. Furthermore, what Audreville did not know was that after comprehending a portion of the laws of space, Gao Yang no longer needed a mount. If he wished, his travel speed would far exceed that of Audreville. Forget it, let's go together. It won't take much time anyway. Just as Audreville was slowly retreating back into the tree branches, Gao Yang sighed softly and spoke. Audreville's eyes instantly lit up, and it let out an excited low moan immediately. Gao Yang shook his head and turned to walk toward the villa. He estimated that it would take another 2 days to fully recover, and he needed to rest well during these 2 days. Returning inside the villa, Gao Yang went to the bedroom, took out a bottle of plain core solution, and drank it slowly in small sips. As the plain core solution entered his stomach, Gao Yang's body temperature began to rise rapidly. His furnace battle chi began to burn fiercely, and the sword of will in his mind began to emit a brilliant golden light. Beyond being used as a top-tier recovery potion, the strange energy contained within the plain core solution had miraculous growth effects on every aspect of the human body. In his current state of excessive mental exhaustion, the plain core solution also provided significant restorative effects. By the time Gao Yang finished digesting the plain core solution, his depleted mental energy had recovered by about 30%. After opening his eyes, he saw Lisa standing by the bed. I heard from Melifina that you were awake, so I rushed over. Lisa frowned and asked with some concern, "How are you feeling now?" Gao Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "I feel quite good, don't worry." Hearing this, Lisa breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then get some good rest. I will take care of you for these 2 days. No need. I am just overexhausted. As long as I have sufficient energy, I can recover. It won't take 2 days," Gao Yang said. Lisa had many affairs to attend to recently, especially with the Ibaran Supreme Conference drawing ever closer, which kept her increasingly busy. Lisa hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. She kept Gao Yang company for a while before turning to walk out of the bedroom. 2 days passed, and Gao Yang drank the 3rd vial of plain core solution, finally replenishing his depleted energy. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, then took the proof of the strong from his inventory. Chapter 868, Legendary Constitution Reward. Holding the Crimson Heart in his hand, Gao Yang could feel the surging and pure blood energy within it. This blood energy emitted the most fragrant scent, making every cell in his body scream, and able to wait to devour it in one go. This was the treasure for breaking the limits of one's constitution to all living things. It possessed an incomparable, fatal attraction. Gao Yang took a deep breath, and red gold battle chi surged from the center of his palm, gradually wrapping the Crimson Heart within his furnace battle chi. Thump thump, thump thump. The furnace battle chi enveloped the heart, as if providing the flowing blood for the Crimson Heart, and it began to contract violently at a high frequency. The strong, powerful heartbeat echoed continuously throughout the room. As the heartbeat accelerated, Gao Yang suddenly discovered that he could no longer control his own heart. His heartbeat had synchronized with the frequency of this Crimson Heart. A strong, powerful heartbeat resonated from Gao Yang's chest like a beating drum. With every beat, his body temperature rose by a degree. Amidst this high heat, Gao Yang clearly saw the Crimson Heart in his hand begin to melt rapidly, blending with his battle chi, participating in the battle chi circulation at an extreme speed, and merging into every part of his body. The entire process took less than a second, and the Crimson Heart, the size of a dragon fruit, had already disappeared from Gao Yang's palm. The next instant, power as scorching as molten lava erupted from every part of Gao Yang's body, sweeping through every inch of his flesh and blood in a very short time like a prairie fire. Under the intense heat that felt as if it would melt his body, every inch of Gao Yang's flesh and blood was wailing and roaring. Then, amidst the raging fire, it began to constantly perish and constantly be reborn. Gao Yang exhaled a stream of dark red, blackened, scorching air from his nostrils and suddenly opened his eyes. The high temperature of his body had not yet faded, and his newly born flesh was still pulsing. An incomparable sense of solidity emerged in his heart. Gao Yang clenched his fist slightly, feeling his heart, hot as the sun, beating continuously in his chest, feeling his blood, thick as oil, roaring through his veins, and feeling his bones, hard as steel, supporting one another. At this moment, two Multiverse Network prompts appeared in front of Gao Yang at the right time. Multiverse Network prompt. Character's Constitution attribute has broken through the transcendent limit. Detected that the character's agility attribute has already touched the legendary barrier. The breakthrough is now complete. Current Constitution, Multiverse Network prompt. Your Constitution has reached the legendary attribute template. You may choose one from the following many legendary Constitution traits as a reward for your Constitution reaching the legendary template. As Gao Yang's thoughts flickered, a list of legendary Constitution traits began to display before his eyes. There were still a vast number of varieties of legendary Constitution traits. Faced with so many, Gao Yang maintained a calm mindset and browsed through them one by one. It was not until half an hour later that he selected the trait most compatible with his current self from the numerous legendary Constitution traits. System prompt. Please confirm whether you choose Vedra as the reward for your legendary physique attribute enhancement. Please note, this action is irreversible. Vedra unique specialty come legendary physique type legendary physique reward special effect. The growth cap for this legendary character's physique is greatly expanded. Every time damage is sustained, after the wounds recover, all attributes related to the character's physique vitality, defense, durability, resistance, etc. will be slightly increased. The effect of Vedra is extremely simple, yet it radiates an undeniable power. Furthermore, the effect of Vedra perfectly synergizes with his unique specialties. Body of 100 refinements and indestructible through myriad calamities. Body of 100 refinements continuously enhances his physical resistance, while indestructible through myriad calamities grants him the ability of super speed regeneration. When combined with the effect of Vedra, it can be said that as long as something cannot kill him, it will eventually make him even stronger. Perhaps the power of this reward is not immediately apparent at the beginning, but as time passes, the effects of Vedra will continuously stack, eventually shining with a brilliant radiance. Much like a true Vedra, Gao Yang closed his eyes slightly, sensing the changes in his body after his physique reached the legendary realm. After his physique reached the legendary realm, Gao Yang discovered that his previously damaged life essence had already fully recovered without him even noticing. System prompt. Detected that character physique has reached 30 points. The effect of rock solid has been enhanced. Any defensive method, various resistances, and the intensity of the life essence of the unique war god are increased by 20%. A new system prompt appeared before his eyes. Gao Yang looked at the prompt and revealed a faint smile. The reason he chose the legendary ability Rock Solid back then was precisely because it could significantly enhance his own defense and possessed growth potential. Now it seems that Rock Solid was definitely the right choice. After his physique broke through to the legendary realm, 3 of Gao Yang's attributes had reached the legendary realm. Among legendary professionals, this should be considered quite rare. For an average legendary professional, just raising their primary cultivation attribute to the legendary realm already requires a massive amount of time, energy, and resources. Those who develop 2 attributes are already very few. Moreover, do not forget that the reason Gao Yang was able to raise his strength, physique, and agility all to the legendary realm was in large part because his accumulation during the transcendent stage was too profound. Furthermore, it was only after experiencing a series of death quests that he successfully crossed the barrier between transcendent and legendary, subsequently taking on a unique profession, which earned him a large amount of attribute rewards. To say nothing else, the simple boost of 5 points each to strength, physique, and agility is an unimaginable gain for an ordinary legendary powerhouse. Without this level of enhancement, Gao Yang would not have had the capability to achieve a legendary breakthrough in 3 attributes. A total of 15 legendary attribute points implies a massive investment of time and energy, which is the only way to have even a sliver of a chance to satisfy the requirements. With 3 primary attributes reaching the legendary realm, Gao Yang's combat power naturally rose with the tide. Compared to before the breakthrough, Gao Yang's current combat power has increased by more than just a little bit. The qualitative change in vitality, the strengthening of his essence, and the intuitive improvement of various attributes all significantly impact his combat power. Gao Yang loosened his clenched fist and revealed a smile. Now that the preparations are all finished, it is time to head to the Kinyu and cultivation world. I hope to obtain the subsequent cultivation qualifications for the 8-9 profound art there, as well as clues related to the Zhuxian formation map. These two paths, regardless of which one I resolve, will allow my strength to grow steadily and rapidly. I must pay close attention to them. With this thought in mind, Gao Yang stood up and walked out of the bedroom. Chapter 869, Return to Kinyuan. A moment later, Gao Yang and Lisa sat opposite each other in the first-floor living room, while Milifena lay lazily on the sofa. When are you leaving? Lisa asked softly. Gao Yang spoke. I am leaving in a moment. I will return as soon as I can. Lisa nodded gently and said, Go with peace of mind. Do not worry about the immortal wasteland. I will handle things well. This time, if things go smoothly, I will return in 3 months at most. Gao Yang reached out and stroked Milifena's furry little head, smiling as he said, With Milifena here, things will definitely go much smoother. Now, that goes without saying. Hearing this, Milifena wagged her tail, feeling very pleased. Lisa turned to look at Milifena and nodded with a smile. I hope Milifena can help look after you this time. A smile appeared on Milifena's face. This feeling of being trusted was truly wonderful. Hey, don't worry, Lisa. With me around, Gao Yang won't have any problems. All right, let's get ready to depart. Gao Yang stood up and walked toward the back mountain. Milifena jumped onto his shoulder, and Lisa followed behind him. A moment later, in the martial arts arena, Odlivier stood in the center, and an ice ladder extended from its back to Gao Yang. Lisa tilted her head slightly, watching Gao Yang walk step by step toward the dragon's back without blinking. She couldn't help but say, Take care on your journey. Gao Yang paused his steps, turned to look at Lisa, and nodded gently. Seeing that Gao Yang had already stepped onto the dragon's back and sat down, Lisa retreated to the edge of the martial arts arena, watching the center of the field from afar. In front of Odlivier, a spatial vortex had already appeared. Milifena waved her cat paw at Lisa, and the next moment, Odlivier's massive body charged into the spatial vortex. At the border between the Kinyu and cultivation world and the eastern wilderness demon star lies the sevenfold mountain of accumulated thunder. Ever since the earth-shattering battle several years ago, the terrain and landscape of the sevenfold mountain of accumulated thunder have been completely destroyed. Nowadays, metamagnetic thunderstorms fill every inch of space in the sevenfold mountain of accumulated thunder, with the metamagnetic thunderstorms roaring incessantly year-round. This place has been turned into a forbidden zone for all living beings. Below the level of a true immortal, neither humans nor demons can ever set foot here again. And deep within the sevenfold mountain of accumulated thunder, amidst the sky-filling metamagnetic thunderstorms, intense fluctuations of battle echoed continuously. Fellow Taoist Langson, you have stepped into the true immortal realm for less than 3 years. I will hold off this pack of beasts for you. You must put all your strength into breaking through the sevenfold thunder accumulation mountain and seek reinforcements. Amidst the magneto-electric storms, Jian Qiangxi's Taoist robes were stained with blood, his hair disheveled. He held a sword in one hand while his other hand was held in a void-grasping gesture. In his palm, a blood-dripping sword pellet spun frantically, strands of lethal sword intent leaking from it. Behind him stood Fairy Langson, her palace-style gauze dress mostly shredded, her face pale, and blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. In front of Jian Qiangxia stood four massive, mountain-like great demons, ranging from 100 to 1,000 feet in height. They formed a semicircle, surrounding Jian Qiangxia and Fairy Langson. For terrifying auras of demonic energy surged into the sky, even briefly forcing back the surrounding magneto-electric storms. Fellow Taoist Fei Yun, you cannot hold off for great demons of the Tao integration stage. It would be better if we broke through together. There might still be a sliver of a chance for survival. Fairy Langson's breath hitched as she quickly sent a telepathic message. Jian Qiangxia stood tall and proud, his entire being like a divine sword unsheathed, his brilliant sword intent soaring into the sky. Fellow Taoist Langson, do not harbor such fantasies. If we break through together, with for great demons of the Tao integration stage tailing us, the result will be that none of us escape. But if you succeed in breaking through, I might still have a glimmer of hope. After all, as a sword cultivator, my lethality is superior to yours, fairy. Jian Qiangxia looked back at Lengxin, the sword intent leaking from his eyes, making it almost impossible for fairy Lengxin to look directly at him. Furthermore, back then, fellow Daoist Gao was able to slay a great demon of the Tao integration stage while only at the void refinement stage. Now that I, Jian Qiangxia, have reached the Tao integration stage and become an immortal, how could I not fight for great demon kings of the same stage? As his voice fell, the sword intent on Jian Qiangxia's body surged violently. The next instant, he transformed into a streak of sword light without hesitation. His natal sword pellet erupted with a piercing roar, shattering the void. Only one resolute, thunderous shout echoed in Fairy Lengxin's mind. Clang, clang, clang. In just an instant, endless threads of sword energy shrouded the space in front of Jian Qiangxia, simultaneously enveloping the four great demon kings of the Tao integration stage within his attack. How bold, you seek death! Roars that shook the stars echoed throughout the sevenfold thunder accumulation mountain. Jian Qiangxia's actions were undoubtedly a slap in the face to the four great demon kings. In a mere moment, the attacks of the four great demon kings descended, amidst the violent rumbling. Jian Qiangxia let out a hearty laugh. Holding his sword in one hand, his natal sword pellet transformed into sword light, continuously clashing against the four great demon kings. The moment Jian Qiangxia held off the four great demon kings, Fairy Lengxin did not hesitate to form hand seals, her entire body turning into ice crystals as she vanished into the distance. Not good. That woman is trying to escape. One of the great demon kings noticed the movement and immediately shouted a warning. I will stop her. A pitch-black giant tiger, over 100 feet tall with wings on its back, roared. Its wings flapped with a boom, and a massive demonic wind instantly wrapped her on its body, turning it into a black cloud as it prepared to bypass Jian Qiangxia and pursue Fairy Lengxin. Stay here for me. Sword light erupted in Jian Qiangxia's eyes. The sword he had been holding in his hand slashed down toward the winged black tiger without hesitation. Clang! A heaven-shaking sword chime exploded, and a 1,000-foot sword oar slashed toward the winged black tiger. A trace of wariness appeared in the tiger's eyes. It dodged the strike like the wind, but in doing so, it lost the opportunity to leave the battlefield. First, surround and kill this sword immortal. Then go after that woman. The largest of the great demon kings roared. Hearing this, the winged black tiger immediately changed its target, joining the encirclement of Jian Qiangxia. According to their strength, with 4 against 1, they could surround, kill, and devour this sword genius, the second most talented in the Kinyu and cultivation world, in a century, in at most 20 breaths. In 20 breaths, that woman would not be able to escape their perception. Come then, let me see which of you is willing to be buried with me. Jian Qiangxia's true essence boiled, transforming into streaks of sword light that soared into the sky. Under the immense pressure, everything Jian Qiangxia had learned in his life was rapidly synthesized, transforming into exquisite sword techniques that blasted toward the 4 great demon kings. Jian Qiangxia knew in his heart that to hold off these 4 great demon kings, mere defense would be impossible. To stop them, he had to make them wary, make them afraid, and force them to take him seriously. Therefore, only the most extreme, most insane offensive could achieve his goal. But how long could such a desperate outburst last? 30 breaths, 20 breaths, or 15? Jian Qiangxia did not want to count. He only wanted to keep the demon kings here, allowing Lengxin to pass the news of the traitor back to the human alliance. He truly had not expected that there was a human traitor hidden so deeply within the human alliance. A 1,000-foot beast claw descended from the sky, interrupting Jian Qiangxia's thoughts. He looked up at the claw crashing down from above, his sword intent surging as he charged straight toward it. Come and fight. Multiverse Network prompt. Transmission successful. Character transmitted to the Warplane Kinyu and Cultivation World. Multiverse Network prompt detected that the player has not mastered the local language. 200 Multiverse Network disaster coins have been successfully deducted. The multi-language translation system has been successfully activated. Multiverse Network prompt detected that the player did not arrive in the Qianyu and cultivation world via war mission. During the player's stay in this plane, they cannot accept war missions. A flash of light passed, and a massive two-headed ice dragon appeared beneath the azure sky. Warm light bathed the earth. Gao Yang looked up at the golden red sun in the sky, observing the faint, flickering phantom within it, and felt the subtle killing intent, his heart turning cold. The three-legged golden crow clan was the sun that brought light to the Qianyu and cultivation world. He had once slain the three-legged golden crow Yuan here. Now that he had reappeared in the Qianyu and cultivation world, he was immediately detected by the three-legged golden crow above the firmament, however, compared to the last time when he had no power to resist. This time Gao Yang did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, looking up and staring directly at the sun above the firmament, the killing intent faded, and only then did Gao Yang withdraw his gaze. "Neo, is this the Qianyu and cultivation world you spoke of, Gao Yang?" Melifina crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder, looking curiously at the vast land below. Gao Yang nodded slightly, his gaze shifting as he quickly assessed his current location. Because he had arrived in this realm as a human last time, his point of arrival this time should also be within human territory. After scanning his surroundings, Gao Yang's gaze suddenly fixed on a point in the distance. In that direction, he sensed violent thunder fluctuations. He had only ever felt this kind of thunder fluctuation in one place: the sevenfold thunder accumulation mountains, the border between the Qianyu and human race and the eastern wasteland demon race. So, am I currently near the sevenfold thunder accumulation mountains? Gao Yang whispered to himself, then tapped the armrest lightly. Oblivier immediately sped off in the direction he was looking. There should be a human Dao integration true immortal stationed at the sevenfold thunder accumulation mountains. Once I arrive there, I can quickly reach the human heartland via the teleportation array, which will save a lot of effort. Gao Yang thought to himself. Oblivier was incredibly fast, and since their arrival point did not seem far from the sevenfold thunder accumulation mountains, in less than 10 breaths, Gao Yang could already see the terrifying thunderstorms connecting heaven and earth at the edge of his vision. Gao Yang's eyes flickered. Compared to what he had seen last time, the sevenfold thunder accumulation mountain seemed even more violent now. The scale and power of the magneto-divine thunder had expanded significantly. As the distance closed, the violent roaring sounded like crashing waves, echoing throughout the surrounding world. "Gao Yang, are we going to charge into that thunderstorm?" Melifina, who had already retreated into her mobile cat bed, shouted at Gao Yang with some fear. This level of thunderstorm was simply too terrifying for a cat. Just as Gao Yang was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He took a sudden step forward, and his entire figure instantly vanished from Odelivier's back. In the next instant, he had crossed dozens of kilometers and appeared at the edge of the magneto thunderstorm. In the storm region before him, a familiar, disheveled figure had just charged out. Gao Yang looked at the pale-faced acquaintance with torn Taoist robes before him, feeling somewhat surprised. Fairy Langson had just rushed out of the thunderstorm area when she heard a familiar voice by her ear. She focused her gaze and saw a figure she had never expected to see, causing her to blurt out, "Sword Immortal Thunderfire, fellow Taoist Langson, it has been a while." Gao Yang smiled and nodded at her. Langson finally confirmed that the person before her was indeed Gao Yang, who had caused a massive stir in the Qianyu and cultivation world several years ago. The next moment, her expression turned anxious, and she spoke rapidly. "Fellow Taoist Gao, fellow Taoist Fei Yun is still inside the magneto thunderstorm, holding off for Dao integration demon kings. Could I ask you to go and sup?" Before she could finish her sentence, she saw that Gao Yang was already gone, with only a faint, almost imperceptible sound transmission appearing in her ear. "Fellow Taoist Langson, stay calm. I'm going to support fellow Taoist Jian." While feeling surprised, a glimmer of hope rose in Fairy Langson's heart. Only 19 breaths had passed since she broke through, so Jian Changxia should not have fallen yet. Thinking of this, Fairy Langson gritted her teeth and turned around, charging back into the magneto thunderstorm. She was, after all, a Dao integration true immortal. Although she was heavily injured, she could still play a role. With the three of them joining forces, their chances of escaping from the 4 Dao integration demon kings would be much higher. Chapter 870, Sword Immortal Slays Demons. inside the sevenfold thunder accumulation mountains, amidst the magneto-thunderstorm. Four mountain-sized giant beasts stood on four sides, surrounding a blood-stained human figure in the center. Compared to their earlier contempt, the four Tao integration demon kings now had eyes filled with wariness. The man before them did not have an outstanding cultivation level for the Tao integration stage, but as a sword cultivator, the killing power of the sword pellet he had nurtured for years with his own life essence was too terrifying. Even their tempered, Tao integration level demon bodies could hardly withstand it. In particular, this man had now fallen into a state of madness, completely abandoning all defense. It was well known that sword cultivators were famous throughout the world for their offensive power. Among all cultivators, if one spoke of the strength of offense, sword cultivators would certainly be on the list. And now, a sword cultivator who had gone completely mad, casting aside his own life and seeking only to trade injury for injury and life for life, would naturally make anyone feel wary, causing them to act with caution or even retreat. This was the current situation for the four Tao integration great demons, facing a desperate counterattack from a true immortal level sword immortal. Any of the four demon kings present could potentially fall in the process. Therefore, when they attacked, they not only had to block Jian Qiangxia's desperate strikes but also had to reserve a portion of their strength to deal with his sudden attempts to trade lives. For a time, the battle remained at a stalemate. As Tao integration demon kings, they all had their own clans behind them. They might even be the only Tao integration demon ancestors of their respective tribes. If one of them died due to Jian Qiangxia's desperate counterattack, it would mean their clan would gradually decline within the Eastern Wasteland demon race. Compared to the human race, the survival of the demon race was even more brutal, fully believing in the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Even without considering their clans, they would not want to fight to the death with a sword immortal who was clearly intent on trading lives. After all, one only had one life, and the instinct for survival was universal. No one wanted to die. Jian Qiangxia's Taoist robes had been shredded into short sleeves and vests during the intense battle, and there was not an inch of an injured flesh on his exposed body. However, his spirit and energy were incredibly abundant, even reaching a brilliant intensity. Under the sky-filling thunderstorm, Jian Qiangxia held his sharp sword, his scarlet sword pellet weaving around him, emitting ear-piercing sounds like tearing silk. He looked down at the four Tao integration demon kings surrounding him and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! For Tao integration great demons surrounding and killing a newly ascended true immortal. Yet you cannot take me down after so long. No wonder the Eastern Wasteland demon race is in decline. If I were like you, I would rather commit suicide than lose face like this. Provoked by Jian Qiangxia's ruthless mockery, the winged black tiger from earlier let out a low roar that could pierce metal and shatter stone. Human, if we were willing, we could tear you into pieces and devour you in the blink of an eye. Jian Qiangxia turned his head, glancing sideways at the winged black tiger, and formed a dangerous smile. Then why doesn't Demon King Fihu give it a try? Could it be that you are afraid of being beheaded by my sword and dying under my blade? The flying tiger king let out a roar, but ultimately, it did not impulsively rush forward to engage Jian Qiangxia in a life or death struggle. After all, the other three demon kings beside it had not yet made their stance clear. If it were to charge in now, the other three would certainly be more than happy to provide it with some assistance. The outcome would likely be that it could kill the sword cultivator before them with the help of the other three, but whether it could keep its own life in the process remained an unknown. Jian Qiangxia gasped for air several times, desperately drawing in the spiritual chi between heaven and earth to restore his severely depleted mana. These demon kings were wary of him and unwilling to risk their lives, and he was more than happy to keep it that way. The longer he could drag this out, the more time Langshan would have to escape. Jian Qiangxia knew he could no longer leave the sevenfold Thunder Mountain alive, within the limits of his ability, allowing his fellow human, Taoist Langshan, to survive was the absolute most he could achieve. At this moment, the most massive creature among them, the Flood Dragon, let out a low growl. Stop wasting time. We are for great demon kings, yet we have failed to take down a mere newly ascended true immortal in 15 breaths. If word of this reaches the demon court, we will certainly be punished. Attack with full force and kill him. The other female cultivator must also be captured. If she escapes, the spies within the human race will be exposed. Amidst the deep, rumbling dragon roar, the other 3 demon kings suppressed their desire for self-preservation, and surging demonic chi rose from their bodies. Jian Qiangxia took a deep breath of the scorching air. Without the slightest hesitation, he squeezed the last of the mana from his danshan and launched the first attack. The scarlet sword pellet tore through space, trailing a pitch-black rainbow light as it shot toward the brow of the weakest among them, the Flying Tiger King. The 4 demon kings had reached a consensus, which meant his death was imminent. To take one down with him before he died was entirely acceptable to Jian Qiangxia. Once the events of this day were made known to the world, his legacy would not be. The Flying Cloud Sword Immortal was ambushed by 4 demon kings at the 7-fold Thunder Mountain and died in defeat. Instead, it would be. The Flying Cloud Sword Immortal was ambushed by 4 demon kings at the 7-fold Thunder Mountain. He slew one of them and fought until his final breath amidst the encirclement. At this thought, Jian Qiangxia's natal sword pellet emitted a sword cry that seemed to tear at the soul, erupting with a 10-foot-long scarlet sword light as its speed suddenly surged. The Flying Tiger King's eyes were wide with fury. Its throat bulged, swelling until it was thicker than its own body, and the next moment, a tiger roar that could pierce metal and shatter stone resounded through the heavens and earth. The materialized sound waves of the tiger roar condensed into a beam, colliding with Jian Qiangxia's sword pellet in an instant. The materialized sound waves and the sword chi crashed together, and space was rapidly torn asunder. Amidst this violent fluctuation, the Flying Tiger King's sonic roar rapidly disintegrated under the attack of the sword pellet. In a mere instant, the sword pellet pierced through the sound waves, carrying a surging sword chi as it streaked toward the Flying Tiger King's brow. "Save me!" The Flying Tiger King roared, its wings flapping desperately as it sped toward the Jade Flood Dragon. "Kill him!" The Jade Flood Dragon bellowed, completely disregarding the crisis facing the Flying Tiger King. It extended a 100-foot dragon claw, grasping at the location where Jian Qiangxia stood. This claw was as fast as lightning, completely enveloping the area where Jian Qiangxia was positioned, leaving him with nowhere to hide and no way to evade. The other 2 demon kings also launched their attacks on Jian Qiangxia simultaneously. In an instant, the full force attacks of the 3 demon kings converged upon him. Facing the full force attacks of the 3 demon kings, Jian Qiangxia did not dodge or retreat. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with ferocious killing intent as he poured everything into driving his natal sword pellet. Driven by his reckless expenditure, the natal sword pellet let out another sharp shriek, violently piercing into space and vanishing from the perception of the 4 demon kings. In that instant, the 4 demon kings felt a simultaneous tightening in their hearts. A Sword Immortal's desperate final counterattack possessed the power of a one-hit kill for any of them. Although the other 3 demon kings knew that Jian Qiangxia's target was likely the Flying Tiger King, the moment his natal sword pellet vanished from their perception, they could not help but involuntarily hold back 30% of their strength to defend themselves. A thick shadow of death had already enveloped the Flying Tiger King. The pressure of death made it roar in a rage. "Roar! You all deserve to die!" While roaring, it did not sit idly by. It gathered all its demonic power into its claws, which were harder than diamond, and slammed them down toward the space in front of it. At the very moment the tiger claw struck, a point of scarlet sword light appeared like a ghost. It collided with the edge of the tiger claw once. Then, like a swimming fish, it suddenly swerved, bypassed the claw, and continued to streak toward the Flying Tiger King's brow. The Flying Tiger King was terrified to its core. Just as it was about to use its natal divine ability, the tiger roar, it was already too late. With a soft hiss, the sword pellet pierced into the Flying Tiger King's brow, and the sword chi instantly shredded its massive head from the inside out. The Tao harmonizing great demon, the winged flying tiger, had fallen. The moment the sword pellet slew the Flying Tiger King, Jian Qiangxia let out a hearty laugh. He then swung his sharp sword, barely breaking through the attacks of the other 2 demon kings. But he could no longer block the Jade Flood Dragon's claw. He could only manage to hold his sword in front of him before he was swatted away. Sword and all. After a loud crash, gravel scattered everywhere. Jian Qiangxia lay in a deep crater filled with magnetic thunder marks. his sword lying broken into pieces beside him. Sensing the destruction of his sword, Jian Qiangxia's eyes were filled with sorrow. If not for the fact that his father's heirloom had acted as a substitute for his death, he would have already perished in that strike. But even though his father's Natal flying sword had taken the blow for him, it had only bought him a moment of respite, for the three demon kings were already attacking again. Jian Qiangxia did not even need to open his senses to feel the suffocatingly thick aura of death. Is this the end? Jian Qiangxia wanted to continue fighting, but his body was already broken beyond repair. His mana was completely exhausted, and his Natal flying sword had been swatted away. He no longer had the strength to fight. Jian Qiangxia watched the descending dragon claw, feeling unwilling, but he could only let out a sigh. He had done everything he could. The rest would depend on Taoist Leng Xin's own fortune. Just as Jian Qiangxia was waiting for death to descend, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A sturdy back stood between him and his foes, and a long sword radiating a biting, icy light was gripped firmly in the man's right hand. Perched on his shoulder was a cat emitting golden flames, its eyes wide with curiosity as it stared at him, looking at the man who was both familiar and yet like a stranger. Jian Qiangxia's lips moved, wanting to say something, but he had no time to utter a word, because the man standing before him moved in that very instant. Crimson gold mana mixed with dark purple thunder instantly suffused the entire greatsword. Facing the full force attack of the three demon kings, he merely raised his sword slowly, and a brilliant radiance of willpower bloomed across his body. The next moment, he swung his sword down. Crack, a pitch-black slash, 10,000 meters long, suddenly manifested between heaven and earth. Wherever the great sword passed, the slash grew wider. The three demon kings, facing this strike head-on, saw their beastly pupils dilate in terror. Clang! A sword hum pierced the heavens. The 10,000-meter-long black slash instantly swept through the bodies of the three demon kings. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if those parts of their bodies had never existed in the first place. A cracking sound that echoed throughout the entire sevenfold thunder mountain range descended from the firmament, silencing even the persistent thunderstorms that had raged there for ages. Jian Qiangxia's eyes bulged as he stared blankly at the black scar that had appeared in the sky. A single strike that had nearly cleaved the heavens in two. Equally shocked was Fairy Lengxin, who had just arrived from outside the thunderstorm, facing that black slash that had nearly severed the sky. She could not help but land on the mountainside, putting as much distance as possible between herself and that terrifying mark. Having wiped out the three demon kings with a single strike, Gao Yang finally turned around. He looked at Jian Qiangxia, who was lying in a crater of rubble, and with a faint smile on his face, "Fellow Taoist Jian, have you been well since we last met?" Jian Qiangxia snapped out of his daze, looking at Gao Yang, who was now within arm's reach. A smile of someone who had survived a catastrophe appeared on his face. In a voice as thin as a thread, he replied, "I have been well. Fellow Taoist Gao Miao Gao Yang, is this the friend you know in this world? He should need some healing, right?" After Milifena finished speaking, a ball of golden light detached from her body and merged into Jian Qiangxia's frame. As the golden light entered his body, Jian Qiangxia could not help but knit his brows and let out a low groan, for his shattered bones were being nourished by this golden light and were knitting back together at a terrifying speed. In just a few breaths, his nearly pulverized bones had completely healed. Jian Qiangxia stood up from the pile of rubble and bowed solemnly toward Gao Yang and Milifena. "Jian Qiangxia thanks fellow Taoist Gao for saving my life, and thanks this fairy for her healing grace. Fellow Taoist Jian, you are being too formal. There is no need for such things between us," Gao Yang said with a smile. "That is right. You are Gao Yang's friend, so that makes you this cat's friend too," Milifena added, wagging her large tail with great satisfaction. Jian Qiangxia shook his head slightly. The grace of saving a life could not be treated so lightly. If Gao Yang had not saved him in time, he would have already perished. Gao Yang might not care, but as the beneficiary, he could not leave it unacknowledged. Chapter 871. The tip of the iceberg and a risky gambit just then. Fairy Lengxin landed beside the two. Her gaze lingered on Gao Yang for a moment before she spoke. "Fellow Taoist Gao, fellow Taoist Fei Yun, this is not a safe place. It would be best if we leave as soon as possible." After Lengxin finished speaking, Jian Qiangxia's expression turned stern, and he immediately said, "That is right, fellow Taoist Gao. Let us leave this place before we continue our conversation." Gao Yang nodded, readily agreeing. While Jian Qiangxia took the time to retrieve his natal flying sword, Gao Yang collected the 4 Demon King corpses into his inventory. These 4 Demon King corpses were at least 100 zhang in size, with the largest exceeding 1,000 zhang. Such precious legendary remains were naturally meant to be given to the Kello fruit tree to absorb, promoting its growth. As for the issue of inventory space, Gao Yang had already solved that before coming here, since he knew there were many massive demonic beasts in the Qianyuan cultivation world. How could he have forgotten such a detail? Through Yuliano's channels, he had purchased several inventory expansion items. His current inventory space was a void 5,000 meters in length, width, and height. It could almost be considered a small world of its own. It was just that this small world could not store living creatures. Soon, Jian Qiangxia retrieved his natal flying sword, and the 3 of them, led by Gao Yang, flew out of the 7-fold Thunder Mountain range. Previously, Fairy Lengson had spent 15 breaths rushing out of the 7-fold Thunder Mountain, and her body had been struck repeatedly by the meta-magnetic divine thunder. Now that they were no longer being hunted by demon kings, the 3 of them were not in such a hurry. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the 3 of them finally walked out of the 7-fold Thunder Mountain. The moment they left the 7-fold Thunder Mountain and felt the abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth, both Jian Qiangxia and Fairy Lengson breathed a sigh of relief. With spiritual qi, they could quickly recover their strength and ensure their combat effectiveness. In the distance, Oblivier hovered in midair, letting out a low dragon roar upon seeing Gao Yang. "The 2 fellow Taoists are not lightly injured. Let us travel on my mount," Gao Yang offered proactively. He also wanted to chat with Jian Qiangxia and the other about the current situation in the Qianyuan cultivation world. "Then I shall accept your kindness without further ado," Jian Qiangxia said. He did not act coy, and after bowing in thanks, he followed Gao Yang onto Adelivier's back, with Fairy Lengson following behind them. Once the 3 were seated, Gao Yang took out 2 life fruits and handed one to each of them before asking, "To fellow Taoists, why were you in the 7-fold Thunder Mountain today, being hunted by 4 Tao-merging demon kings?" As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, he saw expressions of fury appear on the faces of both Jian Qiangxia and Fairy Lengson. Jian Qiangxia set down the life fruit in his hand and looked at Gao Yang, his voice low. "It is embarrassing to tell you, fellow Taoist Gao, this time, Fairy Lengson and I were lured here by a fellow Taoist. No, I cannot call him a fellow Taoist anymore. That person has betrayed the human race and defected to the demon race." Speaking to the end, Jian Qiangxia gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat the traitor's flesh and drink his blood. "A traitor?" Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, "Who is it?" "The mountain master of the beast-taming sect, true immortal 100 beasts," Fairy Lengson said with equal hatred. Gao Yang asked, "Forgive my bluntness, but since you are both at the true immortal stage, why would true immortal 100 beasts risk exposure just to kill you both?" Jian Qiangxia revealed a bitter smile and said, "To be precise, true immortal 100 beasts' target was me. Fellow Taoist Lengson just happened to be there and got caught in the crossfire." Oh, curiosity stirred within Gao Yang. Seeing this, Jian Qiangxia continued, "It is a long story. After fellow Taoist Gao left Qianyuan that day, I took you as my goal and cultivated with great fervor. In just 1 year, I made a breakthrough and stepped into the Tao integration stage. Afterward, I progressed by leaps and bounds, advancing triumphantly, almost displaying the same demeanor you once had, fellow Taoist. I was even hailed as the 2nd sword immortal in 100 years. The demon race was wary, fearing the emergence of another person with such peerless talent as fellow Taoist Gao. Thus, they did not hesitate to expose a hidden agent at the Tao integration stage to eliminate fellow Taoist Jian. As for me, I was simply curious, which is why I accompanied fellow Taoist Jian," Fairy Lengson added, her gaze lingering on Jian Qiangxia with a strange expression. Gao Yang's gaze darted between the 2, and he understood everything in his heart. Unable to bear Gao Yang's slightly playful look, Jian Qiangxia coughed dryly. He took a bite of the life fruit and was about to speak when his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the emerald fruit in his hand, But a massive storm surged in his heart. Fellow Taoist Gao, this fruit is so rich in energy and contains such vigorous vitality. Could this be a fruit from a primordial spirit plant? Gao Yang was startled, then shook his head and said, "It is not a primordial spirit plant. It is merely a fruit tree I cultivated myself. Since this fruit has such miraculous effects, even if it is not a primordial spirit plant, it can certainly be called a postnatal spirit plant." Jianwei aside, his gaze toward Gao Yang becoming increasingly complex. This mysterious visitor from another realm before him, every time he thought he had understood him well enough, the other party would always reveal unfathomable depths. He was like a patch of mist, clearly right before his eyes, yet always impossible to see through or grasp. "Let us return to today's events," Gao Yang said with a smile. Jian Changxia collected his thoughts and continued. "True immortal 100 beasts invited me to go to the sevenfold mountain of thundering thunder under the pretext of collecting primordial magnetic divine crystals. If I could obtain enough of them, I could forge a primordial magnetic flying sword. The primordial magnetic divine crystal is immune to all techniques and is exceptionally heavy. If I could possess a primordial magnetic flying sword, my lethality would surely see a massive leap. It was precisely because of this that I accepted the invitation from True Immortal 100 Beasts to go to the sevenfold mountain of thundering thunder. Moreover, only the three of us knew about this. The incident was sudden, and we did not inform anyone else. This means that if Fairy Lengson and I had died in the sevenfold mountain of thundering thunder, True Immortal 100 Beasts would still not have been exposed." After Jian Changxia finished speaking, he looked at Fairy Lengson beside him and sighed softly. In fact, the plot of True Immortal 100 Beasts and the demon race of the Eastern Wasteland almost succeeded. If it were not for your timely appearance, fellow Taoist Gao, I would surely be dead by now, and Lengson would not have been able to escape far under the pursuit of the 4 demon kings, ultimately meeting Huron as well. "So that is how it is," Gao Yang nodded slightly, having understood the ins and outs of the matter. "What do you plan to do next?" Jian Changxia snorted coldly and said immediately, "Naturally, we will return to the Human Alliance, expose the identity of True Immortal 100 Beasts, and have him torn to pieces." "A good idea. But do you know where True Immortal 100 Beasts is now?" Gao Yang asked again. Jian Changxia and Lengson looked at each other and shook their heads. Jian Changxia added, "After entering the sevenfold mountain of thundering thunder, True Immortal 100 Beasts vanished without a trace, replaced by the 4 demon kings. As for whether True Immortal 100 Beasts is hiding in the shadows or has already returned to the Human Alliance, we have no way of knowing." Gao Yang smiled and said, "So, why not use sound transmission to contact fellow Taoists in the human heartlands?" Jian Changxia and Lengson smiled bitterly. "Having held out for so long against the 4 demon kings, our storage treasures have long been shattered. Now, even our robes are in such tatters. How could we possibly contact other fellow Taoists? If that is the case, why not play them at their own game?" Gao Yang said softly. "You to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion, and I will go to the human heartlands to negotiate with the human powerhouses and inform them about True Immortal 100 Beasts. If True Immortal 100 Beasts has returned to the human heartlands, he will certainly not be on guard against me, and he might even contact the demon race again to set a trap for me. And with my strength, if they want to trap me, they will surely send even stronger Dao integration demon kings. By then, our human powerhouses will be the aureole behind the mantis, and they will surely be able to capture True Immortal 100 Beasts and a large number of Dao integration demon kings in one fell swoop. Following that, we can take advantage of the momentum to launch a full-scale attack on the Eastern Wasteland demon race and crush the demon royal court in one blow. But in that case, wouldn't you be falling into a life-or-death crisis, fellow Taoist Gao?" Jian Changxia hesitated. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively and said, "You have both witnessed my strength. Killing me is no easy task. Besides, this is the fastest and most effective method available right now. In truth, if he could stay long enough this time, he would not mind taking it slow, eventually using the momentum of the world to completely crush the Eastern Wasteland demon race. But the time he could stay this time was at most a month and a half, and he even had to set aside time to communicate with the orthodoxy behind the Zhuan Dao sect. So the time left to him did not support such a slow approach. He could only take a dangerous path, using himself as the variable in this long-standing war between the Qianyuan humans and the Eastern Wasteland demon race, forcibly triggering a decisive battle between the two clans and assisting the Qianyuan humans in crushing the Eastern Wasteland demon race in one stroke. Of course, he did this because his own strength was sufficient. If he lacked the strength, even if he had the heart, he would be powerless. And in the face of the overwhelming momentum of the two clans, he would only be slapped to death on the beach by a raging wave. After Gao Yang finished speaking, Jian Changxia and Lengxin both fell silent. Indeed, compared to their last meeting, Gao Yang had now stepped into Dao integration and become a Dao integration true immortal. And the combat power he displayed was enough to make it impossible for Jian Changxia and the other to even conceive of the idea of being his enemy. With just a single sword strike, he annihilated 3 Dao integration demon kings. How could such a feat be something an ordinary Dao integration true immortal could achieve? Even Fairy Lengxin felt at that moment that if Gao Yang had been willing, even the magneto-thunder clouds that blanketed the entire 7-fold mountain of accumulated thunder would have been cleaved into by that very strike. One must realize that this was merely a single strike. No one would be foolish enough to believe that this was the full extent of Gao Yang's strength. After a long silence, Jian Changxia suddenly gave a bitter laugh, looked at Gao Yang, and said, "Fellow Taoist Gao, you have been away from Qianyuan for several years. I had originally thought that through my unremitting cultivation, I might be able to narrow the distance between us slightly. Who would have thought that upon seeing you again, I would realize the distance between us has already become an uncrossable chasm." Gao Yang was startled and was just about to offer words of comfort when he saw the bitterness in Jian Changxia's eyes dissipate, replaced by a burning, intense fighting spirit. "Fellow Taoist Gao, thank you. If not for you, I could never have imagined that the path of the sword immortal could reach such heights. I will continue to cultivate diligently until the day I can cross blades with you." Gao Yang revealed a faint smile and said with equal sincerity, "I look forward to the arrival of that day." Chapter 872 Dividing Forces, Human Rage. After Gao Yang and Jian Changxia carefully deliberated, they ultimately decided that Jian Changxia and Fairy Lengxin would use the method of faking their deaths to escape, while he himself would head to the Zhuamen Dao to find Master Honglu. Since it was already known that there were hidden agents of the demon race within the human race, it was only natural to find figures of sufficient weight to preside over the overall situation of the Qianyuan cultivation world. The Zhuamen Dao was the orthodoxy of the Grandmaster Zhuandu. It was naturally impossible for them to collude with the demon race, making them worthy of trust. Jian Changxia and Fairy Lengxin stood side by side, looked at Gao Yang, and said, "Fellow Taoist Gao, we cannot delay for too long. I shall now sever the connection between myself and Lengxin and our soul lamps in the Human Alliance Hall. Once the soul lamps are extinguished, the news of our deaths will spread throughout the entire Human Alliance in a very short time. Only then will the Baishu True Immortal and his ilk feel truly at ease. Only when you appear in the Human Alliance later will the other party be likely to make a move against you." Gao Yang nodded slightly and said, "There is no time to lose. You two should act now. I will stand guard for you." Jian Changxia and Fairy Lengxin exchanged a glance. Then, Jian Changxia pressed his fingers together like a sword and, without the slightest hesitation, thrust them into his own chest. His sword fingers sank into his chest to the roots. He curled his fingers, gouged out a piece of flesh the size of a thumbprint, and then crushed it with force. As the flesh was crushed, Jian Changxia's complexion turned deathly pale. It was clear that severing the connection to the soul lamp was not without cost for a cultivator. Beside him, Fairy Lengxin's expression was identical to his. Jian Changxia flicked the blood from his fingers, looked at Gao Yang, and bowed earnestly. "Fellow Taoist Gao, I leave this matter to you. Fellow Taoist Lengxin, and I will await your good news. Fellow Taoist Jian and Fairy Lengxin, please heal your wounds in peace. This matter will not be delayed for long," Gao Yang said with equal gravity. Jian Changxia and Lengxin exchanged a look, nodded slightly, and then leaped off the back of Olivier, disappearing into the distance on streaks of rainbow light. Gao Yang watched them leave. Only after they had completely vanished from his sight did he sit back down in his ice chair and command Olivier to gallop toward the location of the Zhuamen Dao. on Gao Yang's shoulder. Milifena looked at him with some confusion and asked, Gao Yang, won't you be putting yourself in danger by doing this? Is this plane worth it? Gao Yang looked ahead. After a moment, he shook his head slowly and said, Milifena, when one's strength is insufficient, doing this is a desperate gamble, a form of suicide. But now, my strength is not weak. In this Kinyu and cultivation world, I should belong to the strongest tier of existences. If I do this, it can at most be considered a risky maneuver. Furthermore, the Kinyu and cultivation world is indeed quite good. If I were powerless, then whether the demon race occupied Kinyuan or the human race established their rule would be beyond my control. But now that I have the ability, I naturally must try. Moreover, the Kinyuan cultivation world concerns my future cultivation, which is one of the reasons I invited you here. With you here, I feel more at ease. Milifena did not quite understand the first part of what Gao Yang said, but she heard his last sentence clearly. A smile appeared on her face as she rubbed her head against Gao Yang's cheek and said, with me here, you can rest easy, Gao Yang. Gao Yang also smiled and stroked her head, beginning to refine the plan ahead. At the same time, in the Merit Hall of the Human Alliance headquarters, two crisp crack sounds exploded in the ears of all the cultivators within the hall. The next instant, several figures suddenly appeared in the pavilion of the hall. One white-browed elder looked at the extinguished soul lamp before him, and the killing intent in his eyes surged violently. If Gao Yang were here, he would surely recognize this as Senior Liren, a powerful sword cultivator and the great elder of the Spring and Autumn Sword Pavilion, the sect to which Jian Qiangxia belonged. For a Dao integration sword cultivator to reveal such killing intent, it would be no exaggeration to say it could turn the world upside down. In an instant, all the Dao integration experts stationed at the Human Alliance headquarters sensed the killing intent revealed by Liren, and one figure after another quickly gathered in this pavilion. Why is fellow Daoist Pei Mei so enraged? A cultivator whose face was shrouded in light asked curiously. Silence. Fellow Daoist Fei Yun's soul lamp has gone out. Another divine sense quickly echoed in the ears of the cultivator who had spoken. The Dao integration true immortals who had rushed over were initially somewhat relaxed. But after sensing the specific situation, the pavilion fell into a dead silence. Jian Qiangxia was dead, the top genius of the Spring and Autumn Sword Pavilion. The sword genius hailed as having the potential to surpass the Spring and Autumn Sword ancestor. Jian Qiangxia was dead. The Dao integration true immortals present all knew the extent of Jian Qiangxia's strength. To put it bluntly, even though these Dao integration true immortals had stepped into the Dao integration stage far longer than Jian Qiangxia, if it came to a real fight, they were not necessarily capable of suppressing him. At this moment, Madame Miju, dressed in profound dark green Taoist robes, looked toward Li Ren and spoke in a deep voice, Fellow Taoist Li, please calm your anger. The extinguishing of a soul lamp does not necessarily mean that fellow Taoist Jian Qiangxia has truly fallen. The most urgent matter now is to track down the whereabouts of Jian Qiangxia and Fairy Langson. If we delay any longer, I fear the situation will become irreversible. With such a renowned master of alchemy as Madame Miju speaking, Li Ren took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the grief and rage in his heart, and turned to look at the others. Fellow Taoists, Jian Qiangxia and fellow Taoist Langson died at the same time. This must involve the demon race of the Eastern Wasteland. I ask that you all remain highly vigilant. I shall return to the Spring and Autumn Sword Pavilion now to use the sect's secret arts to search for their whereabouts. After Li Ren finished speaking, Elder Xuanyi of the Xuanmen Dao sect added with a solemn expression, Everyone, please do not leak this matter for now. The fall of two Dao integration true immortals would undoubtedly be a massive blow to the morale of our human cultivators. Until we are certain of their life or death, we must keep this a secret. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Xuanyi, we understand. The group of Dao integration true immortals all nodded in solemn agreement. The simultaneous fall of two Dao integration true immortals, both of whom were newly ascended talents with exceptional aptitude, was a blow to the human side no less severe than the one the Eastern Wasteland demon race suffered years ago when their top void returned great demons fell at the sevenfold Thunder Mountain. In that battle, it could be said that the entire generation of potential Dao integration seeds for the Eastern Wasteland demon race over the next 50 years had been wiped out. creating an unavoidable void in the top-tier strength of the Eastern Wasteland demons. In the years since, the Eastern Wasteland demon race had been cowering in the Eastern Wasteland demon star, making no major moves. Who would have thought that they would suddenly strike now, directly causing the death of what could be called the strongest young Dao integration true immortals of the human alliance? Such a scene made the present Dao integration true immortals realize that perhaps the demon race, having laid dormant for several years, intended to escalate the intensity of the war once again. As time passed, although the deaths of Jian Changxia and Lengxin were not known to cultivators below the Dao integration stage, almost all Dao integration true immortals, save for those in closed-door cultivation, had heard the news. For a time, undercurrents surged within the human race, and the hatred toward the Eastern Wasteland demon race grew increasingly intense. At the main peak of the beast-taming immortal sect, inside the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, a bearded old man sat in a grand, imposing manner upon the sectmaster's throne. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, flashes of explosive firelight shimmered. This person was none other than the sectmaster of the beast-taming immortal sect, the Dao Integration Realm Master Bishou. At this moment, the vast Hall of 10,000 Beasts was empty, save for Master Baishu. Statues of various beasts were distributed throughout the hall, their hollow, lime-colored eyes all staring fixedly at Master Baishu on the throne. Abruptly, a cold, hoarse voice, not sounding like it could be produced by a human, echoed through the vast hall. Xiaoho, you shall take primary credit for the killing of Jian Changxia and Lengxin this time. A trace of struggle appeared in the eyes of Master Baishu. Xiaoho Jing. He turned his head toward the source of the voice. Within his line of sight, a previously cold, bird-shaped stone statue had suddenly come to life, stretching its stone wings while its stone beak opened and closed. The two stared at each other for a moment before Xiaoho Jing said in a low voice, Demon King Shiling, do not forget what you promised this old man. How? The stone beak opened and closed silently, and then a shrill, thin voice sounded. Master Baishu, rest assured, when the human race is annihilated, you shall be the only alien king enfeoffed by our Eastern Wasteland demon race. Your wife and daughter are waiting for you at the demon royal court. Hongyu. A trace of excitement appeared in the eyes of the Beastmaster, though it lasted only for an instant before his gaze turned cold and sharp once more. I hope you can keep your promise. I do not ask for much, just let me be reunited with Hongyu. The stone statue did not care, and then its long, snake-like neck twisted violently. A ghostly light emanated from its stone eyes as it spoke. By the way, I heard that the Thunderfire Sword Immortal has appeared again and is slaughtering our demon soldiers in large numbers, seeking revenge for his friend Jian Changxia. If you can lure him into the ambush circle at the border between our two races, I will take it upon myself to have you brought directly to the demon royal court, allowing you and your partner to reunite ahead of schedule. How about that? Master Baishu snorted coldly. You truly think I am omnipotent? I have never had contact with that Thunderfire Sword Immortal. If I were to approach him proactively, he would certainly be on guard. Furthermore, the difficulty of luring him to the border of our two territories is no less than ascending to heaven. If you do not try, how will you know? We will wait for your good news. After the stone statue let out a hoarse, dry, and eerie laugh like a night owl. It transformed back into a stone statue and vanished without a trace. Inside the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, Master Baishu stared at the stone statue with ghostly eyes, remaining motionless for a long time. Returning to 5 days ago, Gao Yang kept teleporting with Milafina, and it took only half a day to reach the mountain gate of the Zhuangmen Dao sect. Although Gao Yang had disappeared from the Qianyuan cultivation world, legends about him still circulated. Therefore, when he appeared at the mountain gate of the Zhuangmen Dao sect, the two cultivators guarding the gate recognized him. However, out of caution, one of them still cupped his hands toward Gao Yang from across the formation and asked in a loud voice, Is the person arriving the senior Thunderfire Sword Immortal? The cultivation of the cultivators guarding the gate was at the void return stage, so calling Gao Yang Senior was appropriate. Gao Yang, I didn't expect you to be so famous in this place. Just about anyone recognizes you. Milafina stood on Gao Yang's shoulder, looking very surprised. Gao Yang smiled, then returned the salute across the formation light screen and said, it is indeed me. I have come uninvited to request an audience with Master Honglu, the master of the Zhuanmen Furnace lineage. I have an important matter to discuss. So that is the case, Senior Gao. Please enter the sect and wait a moment while we report for you. Then, I will have to trouble you, fellow DOIST. Seniors to polite. Please. Within a few sentences, the Zhuanmen cultivators guarding the gate deactivated the formation and let Gao Yang into the sect. As for whether the person before them was an impostor or if he would cause harm to the sect, they did not even consider it. After all, the Zhuanmen Dao was the strongest sect in the Qianyuan cultivation world, and the sect was filled with hidden talents. Trying to cause trouble here was no different from lighting a lamp in a latrine. It was looking for death. After Gao Yang brought Milafina into the mountain gate of the Zhuanmen Dao sect, the cultivator who had negotiated with him spoke again. Senior Gao, please wait a moment. My junior brother has already gone to report to Uncle Master Honglu. It is fine. Gao Yang nodded slightly. A moment later, a sword command token flew toward the mountain gate in a streak of light, landing in the hands of the cultivator guarding the entrance. He formed a seal with one hand, carefully sensing the information contained within the token. Once he finished, he looked up at Gao Yang. Senior Gao, Master Uncle Honglu is currently in the Honglu main hall. Please, follow me. After speaking, he stepped onto a rainbow light and flew toward the depths of the sect, with Gao Yang following closely behind. Chapter 873. Returning to the Zhuanmen Dao. Laying cards on the table. Inside the Honglu main hall, Gao Yang finally saw Master Honglu again. Master Honglu was still sitting cross-legged in the void above the massive universe furnace, his body surging with an aura as violent as fire and as heavy as a mountain. Seemingly sensing Gao Yang's arrival, his brows twitched slightly, and his eyes snapped open. In an instant, the temperature inside the black stone hall rose noticeably. Master Honglu's gaze fell upon Gao Yang. A faint smile appeared on the flushed face of the long-bearded Taoist dressed in black robes. Little friend Gao, it has been several years. Have you been well? Gao Yang bowed respectfully and said, Senior Honglu, this junior has been doing well. After a brief greeting, Master Honglu went straight to the point. Little friend Gao, didn't you leave Qianyuan? Why have you returned to our Qianyuan again? In reply to Senior, this junior once said that when my strength was sufficient, I would return to Qianyuan to help the human race of Qianyuan defeat the Eastern Wasteland demon race. So, are you now confident that you can help the human race defeat the Eastern Wasteland demon race? A sharp glint flashed in Master Honglu's eyes as he carefully scrutinized the Gao Yang standing before him. I have a fair amount of certainty now, Gao Yang said earnestly, full of spirit and energy. Your physique is vigorous and powerful, and there is a flow of Dao rhyme around you. It seems what little friend Gao said is not empty talk. Master Honglu narrowed his eyes, feeling deeply moved. A few years ago, you had not yet reached the Dao integration stage. Who would have thought that when we met again, you would have already traveled so far along the path of Dao integration? Previously, I was troubled by my bloodline. Fortunately, with your help, Senior, I was able to cast off those shackles, which allowed me to accumulate strength and soar to new heights. Gao Yang stood as straight as a pine, the relaxed smile on his face slowly fading as he continued. This visit concerns the life and death of Jian Changxia and fellow Taoist Leng Xin, as well as the traitor who has appeared within our human race. Little friend Gao, do you mean that Jian Changxia and Leng Xin were ambushed by the demon race in collusion with a traitor from within the human race? A brilliant light exploded in Master Honglu's eyes. He appeared in front of Gao Yang in an instant and said in a booming voice, That is correct. The situation at the time was. Gao Yang quickly recounted the previous events to Master Honglu. After listening, Master Honglu fell into silence. After a long while, he sighed. Master Baishu of the beast-taming immortal sect. I once held him in high regard. I truly never expected this. After lamenting for a moment, Master Honglu looked at Gao Yang and continued, Since little friend Gao has come to find me, I assume you already have a plan in mind. Why not share it, and let me hear it? It must be said that great cultivators like Master Honglu, who have practiced for hundreds or thousands of years, are never simple. Gao Yang had not yet revealed a single detail, but Master Honglu had already guessed what he was thinking. Gao Yang sighed inwardly before speaking. Senior, After I saved Jian Changxia and fellow Taoist Leng Xin, I discussed it with them. We decided to have them fake their deaths to create the illusion that they were surrounded and killed by the demon race. Afterward, I will appear in the Qianyuan cultivation world with a high profile to lure Master Baishu out. Then, when the demon race dispatches Dao integration demon kings to surround and kill me, our human race will counter-encircle these demon kings, annihilating them in one fell swoop. We will then take advantage of the momentum to launch a full-scale offensive against the Eastern Wasteland demon race and destroy the demon royal court in one strike. After listening, Master Honglu was silent for a moment before saying, "If that is the case, you will undoubtedly be in the greatest danger. If anything goes wrong, you might lose your life and dissipate into the void. Moreover, this move is too extreme." After hearing Gao Yang's plan, Master Honglu had to admit that he was indeed getting old, so old that even he, who had always been hot-tempered, felt that Gao Yang's plan was overly radical and aggressive, filled with a succeed or perish sentiment. Furthermore, such an act of using oneself as bait without the slightest regard for one's own safety was certainly not something an ordinary person could say with such a calm expression. Of course, Master Honglu also considered that perhaps Gao Yang was relying on his own immense strength and had full confidence in dealing with the demon race's ambush, which allowed him to appear so calm and composed. Regardless, after Gao Yang laid out his plan, Master Honglu could not help but feel a sense of awe. After all, Gao Yang was not from the Qianyuan human race, he came from another realm. Although they were both human, there were life and death feuds even between families, let alone between humans of different worlds. Yet, under these circumstances, Gao Yang was still sparing no effort to help the Qianyuan human race. His sincerity was truly admirable. Senior, as far as this junior is concerned, this is the best plan bar none. Gao Yang looked directly into Master Honglu's eyes and said quickly, "A few years ago, I slaughtered all the prodigies of the demon race. In the short term, the demon race will inevitably face a gap in their top-tier talent. The fact that the demon race has gone into hiding now is precisely to buy time to breathe and cultivate demon kings comparable to the likes of Yuan. Once the demon race secures enough time to bridge the gap in their top-tier combat power, the status quo for the Qianyuan human race will not change. At this very moment, the demon race is engaging in the most naked battle of attrition against the Qianyuan human race. The demon race was the hegemon of the previous era. Although the human race has risen, do not forget that we, the Qianyuan human race, are the challengers. If we follow the rules and contend with the demon race, we will only be worn down bit by bit over the long years, like a frog in warm water. Once our strength is depleted to a certain point, the demon race's heavy blow will inevitably follow. Only by pressing forward with indomitable will and striking with all our might can we possibly kick the demon race off their throne and allow the Qianyuan human race to reach the pinnacle." Gao Yang's words were firm and resonant, and Master Honglu fell silent once again. A moment later, he looked at Gao Yang and said slowly, This matter is something I must discuss with my senior brother, the sect master. Young friend Gao, you should come along as well. After speaking, Master Honglu walked out of the Black Stone Hall. Seeing this, Gao Yang understood that a matter of such magnitude, which could determine the life and death of the entire Qianyuan cultivation world, was not something Master Honglu could decide alone. So, he stepped forward to follow. A short while later, Gao Yang and Master Honglu arrived before a massive peak that stood over 10,000 zhang tall. This was the primary peak of the Zhuangmendao sect, known as Mingxian Peak. The sect master of the Zhuangmendao sect cultivated in seclusion on this very peak. Master Honglu stood in midair, and after a few breaths, he opened his eyes and looked at Gao Yang, saying, "The sect master is in his cave dwelling, follow me." When Gao Yang and Master Honglu reached the summit, they saw a giant bronze hall standing atop the mountain. The heavy doors of the bronze hall were already wide open, revealing the somewhat archaic furnishings within. Gao Yang looked up and saw a purple bronze plaque hanging directly above the entrance, with the 3 golden characters Mingxian Hall inscribed upon it. "Junior brother, bring young friend Gao in directly." A voice that felt like a gentle spring breeze drifted out. Master Honglu nodded slightly and led Gao Yang into the bronze hall. After walking into Mingxian Hall, Gao Yang immediately saw a young man who appeared to be only in his early 20s. standing before a mural that covered the entire wall. The mural depicted a Taoist with his back turned to all living beings. Gao Yang guessed in his heart that this was perhaps the founding ancestor of the Zhuangmendao, or the source of the Zhuangmendao's lineage, the great master Zhuangdu. The young man withdrew his gaze, turned around to face Master Honglu and Gao Yang, and said with a smile, "You have arrived, senior brother sect master." Junior Gao Yang pays his respects to senior Zhuan Yuan, the sect master of the Zhuangmendao, whose Taoist name was Zhuan Yuan, was recognized as the strongest individual in the Qianyuan cultivation world, his cultivation and techniques having already reached a state of perfection. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan waved his hand casually and said, "Still as calm as a breeze, young friend Gao. There is no need to be so formal. Junior brother Honglu has already explained your plan to me. You have a good heart, young friend." Gao Yang met the gaze of Sect Master Zhuan Yuan, for some reason, looking into those clear, pitch-black eyes that were devoid of even a trace of impurity. He felt as if his very soul were being laid bare. Gao Yang suppressed the discomfort in his heart and said, "Senior Zhuan Yuan, Senior Honglu has shown me great kindness, and Jian Qiangxi is also a good friend of mine. Furthermore, constantly challenging myself is one of the goals of my own cultivation. Having goals is a good thing." That sword strike at the sevenfold mountain of accumulated thunder was truly stunning. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan praised with a smile. "You flatter me, senior." Before Gao Yang could speak again, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan continued, "However, if it were merely for that, it would not be worth taking such a risky and conventional approach. After all, if one slip occurs, it might plunge the entire Qianyuan human race into fire and water. Who knows how many of our kin would die at the mouths of demonic beasts then? Young friend Gao, tell me, can this seat and the Qianyuan human race trust you?" Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's gaze was deep, his voice ethereal and distant, as if it were descending from the 9 heavens. A flash of golden light suddenly flickered in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. He looked up to meet Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's gaze and said, word by word, "You can." "Good." Sect Master Zhuan Yuan clapped his hands and laughed, then added, "Then what is it that young friend Gao desires? After all, taking such a great risk without asking for anything in return is truly unrealistic. Don't you think, young friend?" Gao Yang nodded in agreement and said, "Senior Zhuan Yuan, this plan of mine is, on one hand, to help the Qianyuan human race, and on the other, for the sake of my own cultivation." As his voice fell, Gao Yang circulated the 9 profound art, and suddenly, a profound aura emerged from his body. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked Gao Yang up and down, then said with some surprise, "This aura? I did not expect that young friend Gao had also obtained a saint's inheritance." Gao Yang was slightly taken aback, then slowly shook his head and explained, "It is not a saint's inheritance, but a reward from the heavenly Tao. However, my cultivation in this aspect is nearing a bottleneck, so I wish to seek a solution through your sect." A strange glint flashed in Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's eyes. He looked at Master Honglu and said, "Junior brother, you go out first. I have a few words to speak with young friend Gao in private." Master Honglu was startled. His gaze shifted between the two, but he nodded and exited Mingxian Hall. Once the heavy bronze doors were firmly shut, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan looked at Gao Yang and asked a question he already knew the answer to. "Young friend Gao seems to know the origin of my Zhuangmendao sect's lineage." Gao Yang spoke slowly. "The ancestor of the Zhuangmendao sect received teachings in a dream from a golden immortal. The golden immortal's Taoist name was Zhuangdu. This is the great master Zhuangdu, whose cultivation reached the heavens and earth, and whose fame resounded throughout the universe. How could this junior not know?" Upon hearing this, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan revealed a bitter expression and sighed softly. "I never imagined that I would have lived for over 1,000 years, only to be told by an outsider where my own lineage comes from. How pathetic." Gao Yang replied, "Senior, that is not entirely correct. The Qianyuan cultivation world has not yet connected with the 3,000 worlds, and information is limited, so it is natural that you could not know the specific circumstances. However, once the Qianyuan cultivation world achieves unification and borders the 3,000 worlds, all kinds of information will inevitably grow explosively. At that time, the Qianyuan cultivation world will surely soar to the skies. So, Destroying the Eastern Wasteland and unifying the world is the prerequisite, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan asked. Gao Yang shook his head. I am not sure. But to resist foreign aggression, one must first settle internal affairs. This is the truth. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan looked at Gao Yang and suddenly asked, then, young friend Gao, how do you want Manhwa Mendao to assist you? Gao Yang looked at Sect Master Zhuan Yuan and said slowly, I want a method to contact the Great Master Zhuandu, or his direct lineage, along with a relevant token. Afterward, I will seek out the Great Master Zhuandu or his direct lineage myself to request the corresponding help. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan paused for a moment after hearing this and said, if this plan succeeds, then this seat will fulfill what young friend Gao requests. As he spoke, a light flashed in Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's hand, and a jade pendant appeared in his palm. He handed the jade pendant to Gao Yang and said, this is an object left behind by the ancestor of Manhwa Mendao. And it is also the most important heirloom of Manhwa Mendao. The founder once said that if future generations were able to ascend to the higher realms, they could use this heirloom to locate the ancestral lineage of the higher realm and return to their roots. Gao Yang reached out to take the jade pendant, intending to examine it closely, when a system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 874. Luring the enemy into the trap. System notification. You have obtained the inheritance token of the Zhuan Mendao. Holding this token grants you entry qualifications, which can be used to travel to the primordial world, one of the main planes of the Eastern Transcendent lineage. Warning: the primordial world is extremely dangerous. It is not recommended for those below the legendary rank to enter, nor is it recommended for those without a background in the Eastern Transcendent lineage. Looking at the notification that had suddenly appeared, Gao Yang knew that the jade pendant in his hand was exactly what he had been searching for. With this jade pendant, he would be able to travel to the primordial world, one of the most important planes of the Eastern Transcendent lineage, and the world where the true form of the Great Master Zhuandu resided. With the existence of the Great Master Zhuandu, there would naturally be those who had mastered the 8-9 profound art, and in this way, he would have a method to obtain the relevant cultivation qualifications. The inheritance jade pendant shall be kept in your custody. If you, little friend, should unfortunately fall, this seat will reclaim it. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan said softly. The implication was that if Gao Yang could survive this scheme, the jade pendant would belong to him. Gao Yang gripped the jade pendant and bowed to the Zhuan Mendaoist. Thank you, senior. Do not thank me too early, little friend Gao. What comes next has only just begun. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan shook his head slightly and spoke softly. Given the strength you have displayed, the demon race will either not act at all, or if they do, it will certainly be a lethal trap. Moreover, since those 4 demon kings all died at your hands, the news must have already reached the demon royal court. They likely do not yet know how the 4 demon kings died. I will contact the sect masters of the various leading sects as quickly as possible to jointly announce the cause of death for Jian Changxia and Leng Shen. In the announcement, they were ambushed by demon kings sent by the demon royal court, but in their final moments, they fought back and killed all 4 demon kings. In this way, we can temporarily deceive the demon royal court. Next, it will be your turn to step onto the stage. The Thunder Fire Sword Immortal, who once slaughtered countless demon prodigies and has now stepped into the Dao integration stage, will inevitably become a thorn in the side of the demon race. After tasting the success of using a mole as bait to ambush demon kings, the demon royal court will most likely make a move against you. The human race will arrange for Dao integration true immortals to set up a counter-ambush, but to avoid alerting the enemy, we cannot get too close. At that time, you will need to hold out under the ambush of the demon royal court for at least half a cup of tea. For you, this will be the greatest difficulty. Gao Yang said firmly. Please rest assured, senior, since this junior dared to propose this plan, if I had no confidence at all, wouldn't I just be making a laughingstock of myself? Seeing his confidence, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan said, in that case, little friend Gao should cultivate in seclusion within the sect for these 2 days to stagger the timing with the news of Jian Changxi's death, and try to create the illusion that you only just learned of your friend's death and have come out of seclusion to avenge him. Before the final plan unfolds, you need to go to the border and kill demons to expose your terrifying strength. Only in this way can you attract the attention of the demon royal court and cause them to send sufficiently powerful demon kings to ambush you. And only by killing such powerful demon kings can we truly inflict damage on the demon race, which in turn gives the human race a chance to fight for our lives. Gao Yang immediately agreed. This junior will follow your arrangements, senior. He knew that he was merely the proposer of the plan and the one acting as bait, but to truly implement the entire plan, it required the involvement of top-tier powerhouses in the Kinyu and cultivation world, both in strength and status, like Sect Masters Wan Yuan. Good. There is no time to lose. I shall depart immediately. The efficiency displayed by Sect Masters Wan Yuan at this moment surprised Gao Yang. After giving a brief instruction to Master Honglu, Sect Masters Wan Yuan took a step forward, and his figure vanished directly from Gao Yang's perception. This understated display left Gao Yang shaken. Sect Masters Wan Yuan's strength was truly unfathomable, and his teleportation methods could be described as divine. Master Honglu brought Gao Yang to a guest cave dwelling, stood before the entrance, and said to him, "Little friend Gao, spend these few days in seclusion within the sect. If you have any needs, you may inform the disciples of the sect. Thank you, Senior Honglu." Gao Yang quickly expressed his gratitude. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, while Gao Yang was cultivating in his cave dwelling, he heard movement outside. He released his perception and sensed a sword command token hovering outside the cave. With a thought from Gao Yang, the cave's formation deactivated, and the sword command token passed through the gap in the door and arrived before him. Gao Yang reached out to take it, and the information within transformed into a voice that flowed into his ears. "Little friend Gao, the plan has been finalized. You may leave the mountain at any time." Hearing this, Gao Yang stood up abruptly and walked toward the exit of the cave. Beside him, Milafina saw this and jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder in a flash, saying with a hint of excitement, "Gao Yang, are we finally starting the operation?" For the past 3 days, Milafina had been anxious, but because of Gao Yang, she had patiently waited here. Now that Gao Yang was taking action, she was naturally happy. That's right, the operation begins. Gao Yang walked out of the cave, looked up at the cloudless sky, and spoke softly. The next instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning and charged out of the Zhuang and Dao sect. Half a day later, both the human and demon races were shaken. This was because the Thunder Fire Sword Immortal, who had risen like a comet and vanished just as quickly several years ago, had reappeared before the world. The first place he appeared was a century-old battlefield between humans and demons. On the battlefield, the now Dao integrated Thunder Fire Sword Immortal wiped out 100,000 demon soldiers and generals with a single sword strike, then killed a Dao integrated Great Demon with 3 more strikes. He stepped on the head of the Great Demon and declared that he would avenge his friend. GNTIA and XIA. In this battle, the human race achieved a resounding victory, and the name of the Thunder Fire Sword Immortal once again resounded throughout the entire Kinyu and cultivation world and the Eastern Desolate Demon Star. For a time, countless humans took the Thunder Fire Sword Immortal as their spiritual benchmark, sparking a massive wave of vengeance. As for the demon race, they wished they could tear Gao Yang limb from limb. For 3 consecutive days, with the assistance of the Human Alliance, Gao Yang traveled hundreds of thousands of miles, annihilating hundreds of thousands of demon troops and slaying exactly 5 great demon kings of the Dao integration stage. Among the great demon kings he fought, the one who held out the longest was a demon king who had been famous for 100 years. It managed to survive 30 strikes from Gao Yang before being decapitated by a single sword blow. Gao Yang's terrifying performance had fully demonstrated his attitude and combat power regarding his desire to seek revenge for Jianqiangxia. In the main camp of the Human Alliance, 7 full days had passed since Gao Yang made his high-profile debut. Aside from the high-profile actions of the first 3 days, Gao Yang had been somewhat more restrained over the following 4 days. Even though he continued to fight on the human-demon battlefield, he no longer wantonly slaughtered the demon armies, but instead focused solely on hunting down the great demon kings of the Dao integration stage, clearly displaying his motives. In a cave dwelling, Gao Yang looked at the message sword talisman before him, a faint smile curling the corner of his lips. 7 days. So they finally couldn't hold back anymore. True Immortal Baishu had returned from gathering information yesterday and was currently releasing news in the Human Alliance main camp. The news he released concerned the clandestine movements of a demon king of the Dao integration stage. He claimed that through his beast-taming techniques, he had detected traces of this demon king attempting to infiltrate human territory, and he was now gathering fellow cultivators to surround and kill it, without a doubt. The traces of this demon king were certainly bait, and the news released by true immortal Baishu was inevitably aimed at Gao Yang alone. Everything was a trap prepared to surround and kill him. Gao Yang put away the sword talisman, stood up, walked out of the cave dwelling, and flew toward the Hall of Merits. If he were late, someone else might snatch this mission first. By the time Gao Yang arrived at the Hall of Merits, several true immortals of the Dao integration stage were already gathered around true immortal Baishu, chatting with one another. Upon seeing Gao Yang, all the true immortals of the Dao integration stage offered him warm and friendly smiles. After all, Gao Yang's performance over these past few days was plain for all to see. Both his combat power and his determination to avenge his friend were worthy of respect. Fellow Taoist Gao is here. Fellow Taoist Gao, I have a bottle of 1,000-year-old vintage here. I gift it to you. You killed them well. Friendly greetings followed one after another. But Gao Yang kept his face cold and walked straight toward true immortal Baishu in the center of the crowd. Fellow Taoist Baishu, you said you discovered the traces of a demon king. True immortal Baishu looked at the cold-faced sword immortal before him. While feeling a sense of guilt in his heart, he put on a serious expression and said, "That is correct, fellow Taoist Gao. After my spirit pet discovered the other party's traces, I immediately planted a tracking insect in secret. The target is still within the range of my tracking sense, and I am now looking to gather a fellow Taoist with sufficient strength to surround and kill it. If there are too many people, I fear it might alert the target. Does this even require gathering others? Fellow Taoist Baishu, isn't fellow Taoist Gao right in front of you?" A true immortal of the Dao integration stage spoke up. Haha, if fellow Taoist Gao is willing, that would naturally be for the best. However, everything should be prioritized according to fellow Taoist Gao's arrangements. That demon king's strength is on par with mine, and I am gathering a fellow Taoist primarily for the sake of caution. True immortal Baishu hoped with all his heart that Gao Yang would agree, but on the surface, he maintained an indifferent posture. This was the brilliance of his plan. If he had actively invited Gao Yang, it would inevitably have aroused suspicion. But if Gao Yang took the initiative to join, then there would be absolutely no suspicion involved. Of course, what true immortal Baishu did not realize was that his identity as a mole for the demon race had already been exposed. Everything, every single detail, was a trap constructed with him at the center. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Gao Yang kept his face cold, looked at true immortal Baishu, and said, "Where is this fiend now? I shall go with you, fellow Taoist Baishu, and slay it. What do you think?" Fellow Taoist Baishu, true immortal Baishu's hand, hidden in his sleeve, could not help but clench tight. But a smile appeared on his face as he said, "With the Thunderfire Sword immortal accompanying me, how could that beast possibly have any chance of survival? There is no time to lose, fellow Taoist Gao. Shall we depart immediately?" Gao Yang nodded coldly and said, "I will trouble you to lead the way, fellow Taoist Baishu." Soon, true immortal Baishu and Gao Yang flew out of the Human Alliance main camp together and vanished into the horizon in an instant. After the two had left, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan, who had been hiding in the shadows, gave an order, and the entire Human Alliance began to operate frantically, like a machine that had just been wound up. Chapter 875 Cicada Valley. Gao Yang traveled side by side with true immortal Baishu. Watching the flowing clouds recede, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Baishu, where is the demon king that infiltrated our human territory?" Upon hearing this, true immortal Baishu kept his expression unchanged and quickly replied, "That demon king is within the Dongyan region that I guard. It was purely by chance that I discovered it." The Dongyan region bordered the demon territory of the eastern wilderness and was the most barren land in the Qianyuan cultivation world. It was shrouded in the flames of war year-round, and there were no fewer than 20 demon kings and true immortals active there. The presence or absence of a few Dao integration combatants was not obvious under deliberate concealment. Gao Yang glanced at true immortal Baishu, and he already understood everything in his heart. Under Gao Yang's cold gaze, true immortal Baishu's heart skipped a beat. In that instant, He actually felt as if he had been seen through completely, and he almost prepared to terminate this ambush plan. But then he heard Gao Yang's voice. Then let us increase our speed, fellow Taoist Baishu. After all, those beasts will not wait obediently in place. Once I slay this beast, I have other matters to attend to. True immortal Baishu displayed a bit of confidence and said solemnly, rest assured, fellow Taoist Gao, my tracking insect is colorless and odorless, and it does not even emit a trace of fluctuation. A great demon king of the Tao integration stage has a massive body and would never be able to detect it, no matter where it flees. As long as the distance does not exceed one region, I can track it. The demon king was bait. If it stayed in one place waiting for Gao Yang to kill it, that would be unrealistic. Therefore, true immortal Baishu's words were also meant to inoculate Gao Yang, laying the foundation for the subsequent pursuit and battle, and reducing the possibility of Gao Yang becoming suspicious. Gao Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this and said no more, focusing on the journey. As for why they did not use the teleportation ray to travel, true immortal Baishu was worried about leaving traces that might be detected by others, while Gao Yang was worried about failing to leave traces, which would cause the human alliance's preparations to lose their direction. Fortunately, both of them were at the Tao integration true immortal stage, while their speed while traveling at full power was not as convenient as a teleportation array. It was still incredibly fast. In less than half a day, the two had already arrived within the Eastern Flame Domain. After flying through the Eastern Flame Domain for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 100 Beast Genren suddenly signaled for Gao Yang to slow down. Gao Yang reduced his speed and looked at 100 Beast Genren with a look of confusion. Fellow Taoist 100 Beast, have you tracked down the trail of that beast? 100 Beast Genren closed his eyes, pretending to be carefully sensing the surroundings. In reality, he closed his eyes to hide the complex emotions in them, preventing Gao Yang from noticing anything unusual. After a few breaths, 100 Beast Genren opened his eyes. He turned his head toward the northeast and said in a deep voice, my tracking goo insect is in that direction. Gao Yang looked in the direction 100 Beast Genren was pointing. After cross-referencing it with the map of the Kinyu and cultivation world, he said, that direction. Is it the Empty Cicada Valley? The Empty Cicada Valley was located at the border between the human and demon territories. It was treacherous, ever-changing, and filled with hidden dangers. The most unique aspect of it was that once living beings arrived there, all sound would be absorbed by the valley. Not to mention traveling outside the valley, even a loud shout could not be heard beyond 1,000 meters. According to historical records, over the past 1,000 years, the area of the Empty Cicada Valley had grown by nearly 30% compared to a millennium ago, as if the valley were a massive living creature that fed on sound. The demon race had chosen the Empty Cicada Valley as the site for the ambush. Even if the battle inside were intense, the outside world would likely not feel a thing. It could be said to be a perfect location for an ambush. That is correct. The Empty Cicada Valley. 100 Beast Genren nodded silently. He naturally knew the unique characteristics of the Empty Cicada Valley, and he was even more aware that once Gao Yang stepped into it, there would be no possibility of survival. That beast has snuck into the Empty Cicada Valley. There must be an ulterior motive. Fellow Taoist Gao, how about we slay the demon together? Looking at the righteous-looking 100 Beast Genren, Gao Yang sighed inwardly. If he hadn't already known the true nature of 100 Beast Genren, he would have thought, based on his current performance, that he had already betrayed the human race and defected to the demon race. Facing 100 Beast Genren's impassioned invitation, Gao Yang immediately said, there is no time to lose. Let us set off now. Let's go. 100 Beast Genren took the lead and sped off in the direction of the Empty Cicada Valley. After Gao Yang and 100 Beast Genren had left, 3 shadows that had almost blended into the heavens and earth suddenly appeared in the area where the two had been standing. One of them looked in the direction where Gao Yang and 100 Beast Genren had departed and said with a gloomy gaze, I didn't expect that Xiaoho would still not have forgotten that demoness. To think he would go as far as to betray the human race for her sake. Sigh, such is the tragedy of fate. Who could have imagined that a single exchange in the past would have such an impact on the bloody war between the human and demon races today? Another shadow took up the conversation and continued. If Xiahou Jing truly succeeds, The fortune of our human race will surely suffer a heavy blow. Xia Hojing deserves to die. The last shadow, shrouded in a faint red glow, spoke in a low, cold tone. In his words, he made no effort to hide the cruel killing intent in his heart. The first shadow to speak had sword light like grains of rice flickering around his body. He said, "True monarch Yan Luo, do not be impatient. We shall enter the empty cicada valley together. If it is truly confirmed that Xia Hojing has betrayed the human race, then you may strike. Sword monarch Poyu. That scoundrel Xia Hojing harmed the future sect master of your spring and autumn sword pavilion. Can you endure this?" True monarch Yan Luo asked in response. "That is a strange thing to say. Jianqiang Xia is my own direct disciple's disciple. Do you think I would not come?" Sword monarch Poyu lowered his eyelids, and sword intent erupted from his eyes. The chilling killing intent almost sliced through the space around him. The third shadow saw this and immediately said, "All right, you two should restrain your auras. If you keep going like this, my nether phantom will barely be able to conceal you. Let's not get discovered by those demons before we even enter the empty cicada valley." Sword monarch Poyu and True monarch Yan Luo looked at each other and both fell silent. True monarch Yuming saw this and let out a cold, cackling laugh. Then, with a wave of his large hand, he led the two of them in pursuit toward the empty cicada valley. The human alliance had dispatched these three for this mission. Sword monarch Poyu was the sword master of the spring and autumn sword pavilion from 2 generations ago. His swordsmanship was divine and masterful, and he had stepped into the Dao integration stage for over 1,000 years. His strength was already unfathomable. True monarch Yan Luo came from the top sect, the Myriad Dharma sect. In terms of seniority, he was even from an older generation than Sword monarch Poyu. He was proficient in various arts, the most famous of which was his fire elemental Dao techniques. When he unleashed his full power, he could even merge with the great Dao of fire, and every move he made could burn mountains and boil seas. As for True monarch Yuming, he came from the netherworld. No one knew how long he had lived or what his strength was. It was only known that for the 10,000 years since the rise of the human race, the netherworld had always existed within human territory and was one of the pillars of the human race. True monarch Yuming came from the netherworld and was the walker of this generation who walked within the human territory. Ordinary Dao integration true immortals were generally called Genren, and only the top existences among the Dao integration true immortals could be crowned with the title of True Monarch. The dispatch of these three was enough to show how much the human alliance valued Gao Yang and this operation. It could be said that with these three true monarchs present, the many demon kings lying in ambush within the empty cicada valley had basically lost any possibility of survival. On the other side, after Gao Yang and 100 Beast Genren flew into the empty cicada valley, they felt a distinct difference. Inside the empty cicada valley, even the air exuded an aura of deathly silence. Every trace of sound they produced was dissolving into the air at an extremely rapid speed. "Fellow Taoist Gao, be careful. It is just ahead." 100 Beast Genren's voice rang in Gao Yang's ears, carrying a hint of caution. Gao Yang looked ahead. The mountain in front protruded, blocking his view. To see the scene behind the mountain, one had to go around the mountain in front. As for sensing, to avoid being discovered, 100 Beast Genren and Gao Yang tacitly agreed not to spread out their perception. Moreover, in the empty cicada valley, even divine sense or perception would be quietly swallowed. Chapter 876, The Dagger is Revealed. Gao Yang and Master Baishu walked side by side. With a silent flash of movement, they rounded the mountain corner, and the view before them suddenly opened up. Within the vast enclosure of the mountains, demon kings, each 100 zhang in length, were called upon the slopes. They watched Gao Yang and Master Baishu, who had just intruded into their domain, with mocking gazes as their demonic aura surged into the sky. 100 zhang fox with dark red and black fur flicked its 7 thick tails and let out a sharp, shrill roar. "Sword immortal of thunder and fire, you didn't expect this, did you? This place shall be your burial ground." Gao Yang turned his head to look behind him, only to discover that at some unknown point, a giant turtle nearly 1,000 zhang in size had appeared. Its mountain-like body blocked the path back completely, leaving no possibility of escape. "Fellow Taoist Baishu, we have been ambushed," Gao Yang said coldly. Master Baishu's face twisted, his voice low. The Jade Flood Dragon King, the seven-tailed demon fox, the three-eyed giant spirit ape, the four-winged flying tiger king, the mountain-crushing giant turtle fellow Taoist Gao. We must fight for our lives. Gao Yang reached out and gripped his hand, and Yang Yao appeared in his grasp. Roaring battle chi began to envelop his entire body. On the mountainside, 100 Zhong flood dragon covered in ink green dragon scales raised its massive head, looking down at Gao Yang from above. Its voice rolled like thunder fire sword. When you killed my son in the past, did you ever think this day would come? Gao Yang shook his head, his voice devoid of even a tremor. Your son didn't satisfy me back then. I wonder if you, this old reptile, can satisfy me now. Gao Yang, the Jade Flood Dragon King could not help but roar in fury. Enough. Stop the nonsense. Surround and kill him so we can leave this place. The seven-tailed demon fox said, flicking its 7 giant tails with a sinister tone. As its voice fell, the remaining Dao integrating demon kings all released their aura. In an instant, the valley was filled with soaring demonic energy, intermingled with an intensely thick scent of flesh and blood. Gao Yang stood where he was and looked at Master Baishu beside him. A smile appeared on his cold face as he said, 10 demon kings, you really think highly of me, don't you, Master Baishu? Master Baishu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly urged, run, fellow Taoist Gao. Let us split up. If one of us can escape, it is. Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Yang had already thrust his sword toward him. Gao Yang's strike was so fast that, given Master Baishu's cultivation, he could not react at all. By the time he realized what was happening, the blade had already pierced through his chest. Fellow Taoist Gao, you. Master Baishu looked at the blade protruding from his chest in disbelief, feeling the destructive sword chi rampaging through his body, his heart filled with inexplicable terror. Why had Gao Yang attacked him without a word? Where had he exposed himself? Or was the man simply this reckless and unrestrained in his actions? But these questions flashed through his mind for only an instant before his thoughts were drowned out by an all-consuming, agonizing pain. I never expected to see such a good show of humans killing each other today. Not bad at all. Black demonic flames ignited on the seven-tailed demon fox. Its narrow, slit-like eyes looked at Gao Yang, and it mocked, Thunderfire Sword. If you think this act will earn you a place with our demon race, you are being far too naive. After all, Baishu surrendered to our demon race long before you did. As the words fell, the other demon kings let out deafening, arrogant laughter. Such immense sound was swallowed up by the cicada valley in an instant, not even a trace of it escaping outside the valley. This was the very reason these demon kings were so unbridled. Gao Yang swung his sword horizontally, slicing Master Baishu in two. He flicked the blood from his blade, his battle chi surging even more violently. I was merely killing this traitor before the battle began. Don't worry. You will all be joining him soon enough. As Master Baishu lay dying, hearing Gao Yang's undisguised words, he knew he had been exposed. Yet, at this moment, an unprecedented sense of relief welled up from the depths of his heart. The scene before his eyes shifted, and he suddenly saw that red-clad figure he had dreamed of so often. She was as bright and moving as she had been in his youth, a beauty in a red-sleeved dress, dancing for him alone. Hongyu. A soft murmur escaped his lips, and Master Baishu's soul was completely extinguished by the sword chi, his life and cultivation coming to an end. Having slain Master Baishu with a single strike, a scarlet aura suddenly erupted from Gao Yang's body. This aura surged like a raging tide toward the 10 demon kings surrounding him. Roar! Kill him! The moment Gao Yang launched his assault, the seven-tailed demon fox let out a sharp shriek. Its 7 giant tails whipped about, and rolling demonic flames condensed into a sphere, smashing toward Gao Yang's position. The other demon kings also unleashed their own methods in that instant. Brutal demonic power, laden with blood chi, transformed into fangs and claws, mercilessly covering the area where Gao Yang stood. Such a terrifying and saturated attack would have killed an ordinary legend-rank cultivator on the spot. However, Gao Yang merely took a single step, and his body vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, Yang Yao had already slashed across the neck of the seven-tailed demon fox. With a hiss, Yang Yao cut cleanly through the seven-tailed demon fox's neck. The massive fox had rolled away, and foul-smelling demonic blood sprayed into the sky. But the next instant, a sharp shriek, like the wailing of an evil ghost, rang out. Thick demonic energy transformed into small demonic foxes that rushed toward Gao Yang. 3 of the 7-tailed demon fox's tails detached automatically at the same time. Its severed head seemed to reverse time, reattaching itself to its neck. "Quick, kill him!" The resurrected 7-tailed demon fox roared frantically, its composure completely shattered. If its life-saving substitution technique hadn't activated automatically just now, it would have certainly been decapitated and killed by that sword strike. The strength Gao Yang had displayed was simply too terrifying. For a moment, the 7-tailed demon fox felt a sense of dread regarding this ambush. At the same time, the Jade Flood Dragon King had already lunged forward with its claws. Its massive, hideous dragon claws tore through the air, leaving thin, black scars in space itself. On the other side, the 3-eyed giant spirit ape had already swung a stone pillar, the wind howling as it moved, facing the pincer attack from the 2 demon kings. Gao Yang felt his battle aura boiling like fire throughout his body. After taking a deep breath, his muscles and bones suddenly erupted with a series of cracking sounds, and his physique, originally only 1.8 meters tall, expanded wildly. In just an instant, he transformed into a 1,000-foot giant, standing proudly amidst the numerous demon kings. The next moment, he swung Yang Yao, clang. 2 impact sounds exploded almost simultaneously. In that instant, Gao Yang unleashed 2 strikes, blocking the attacks of the Jade Flood Dragon King and the 3-eyed giant spirit ape king completely. Not only that, the terrifying force of the slashes even blasted both demon kings directly into the mountain behind them. "I told you, you will soon be joining the 100 beasts." As his voice fell, Gao Yang's body stirred up a violent gale. Ignoring the attacks from the remaining demon kings, he swung his sword once more, descending upon the 7-tailed demon fox. Chapter 877. Strength that terrifies the demon kings. How is this possible? The Jade Flood Dragon King crashed into the mountain, its winding body covered in sword marks. Its eyes widened, staring in disbelief at Gao Yang, whose body was even more massive than theirs. They had originally thought they had given enough importance to Gao Yang, a Thunderfire Sword Immortal, when they besieged Sword Heaven and Lengshin. They had only sent for demon kings, but for Gao Yang, they had dispatched a full 10. Moreover, among these 10 demon kings were top-tier existences like the Jade Flood Dragon King and the 3-eyed giant spirit ape king. Although they were not quite at the level of the great sages within the demon court, their strength was enough to look down upon the world. Yet, even so, they had been completely and utterly crushed by the Thunderfire Sword Immortal in a single exchange. Whether it was its own dragon body or the world-destroying brute force unleashed by the giant spirit ape king, under that giant sword, they were all as fragile as beasts that had not yet gained intelligence. This gap, as vast as the heavens and the abyss, caused a sense of unreality to surge in the Jade Flood Dragon King's heart. The Thunderfire Sword was only at the Void Return stage a few years ago. Why, after only a few years, has he not only stepped into the Dao integration stage, but is also capable of suppressing us? Compared to the confusion in the Jade Flood Dragon King's heart, the 7-tailed demon fox was currently terrified out of its wits. Under the sword pressure that seemed to cut through the heavens and destroy the earth, it desperately unleashed all its demonic power. At the same time, it opened its mouth and roared, "Come and save me." Following the 7-tailed demon fox's full power outburst, the world was suddenly shrouded in pitch-black demonic energy. Phantoms of demonic foxes, each 100 feet tall and formed entirely of demonic energy, appeared around Gao Yang, then crashed into his body with the momentum of a comet hitting the earth. Judging by its intent, it was clearly trying to force Gao Yang to defend himself, hoping to survive this strike, or stop. Damn it. The 7-tailed demon fox's plea for help naturally enraged the other demon kings. In an instant, various demonic attacks, mixed with the demonic foxes, bombarded Gao Yang like wild thunder. Facing such a level of attack, Gao Yang did not even blink. His mind remained completely undisturbed as he continued to swing his sword down toward the head of the 7-tailed demon fox. Good chance. Seeing this, the other 7 demon kings felt a violent, scarlet light flash in their eyes. They no longer held back their attacks, which instead became even more brutal. The next instant, The edge of Yang Yao slashed into the head of the seven-tailed demon fox. The sharp blade broke through its defenses without the slightest resistance, cleaving it in two. At the same time, the seven-tailed demon fox's desperate counterattack and the strikes from the other 7 demon kings engulfed Gao Yang's 1,000-foot-tall body. A scarlet mist of blood mixed with demonic energy suddenly exploded. Because the fluctuations of the world's spiritual energy were too violent, divine sense could not penetrate the explosion zone. A thought emerged in the minds of the many demon kings: did we get him? The next moment, they were shaken and retreated violently toward the rear. Because that silver-white giant sword, after slaying the seven-tailed demon fox, had only paused for an instant before sweeping toward them with the momentum of an army-crushing force. Having witnessed the attack power of this great sword, these demon kings were naturally not foolish enough to continue taking it head-on. How is it possible? After taking our combined strike, how could he still have combat power? Could this person not be the Thunderfire Sword, but one of those old monsters of the human race in disguise? The many demon kings began to communicate frequently. Faced with this abnormal scene, fear began to rise in their hearts. For a moment, their movements showed hesitation. Looking at the blood mist of demonic energy slowly dissipating in the center, their beastly pupils all revealed a sense of wariness. After all, if that were truly the case, even if all of them were to band together, they would be no match for those old human monsters. Only the great sages of the demon court would be able to contend with him. In the center of the valley, Gao Yang waved his large hand, his massive battle oar stirring up a gale that blew away the surrounding blood mist and demonic energy, revealing his scarred body. However, these wounds were healing at an exaggerated speed. In just these few breaths of time, his injuries had recovered by nearly half. At this rate, in a few more moments, his wounds would be completely healed. Gao Yang looked at the fox corpse split into before him, reached out with his large hand to grab it, and then quickly stuffed it into his inventory. With my current defense and resistance, attacks below the level of a senior legend basically cannot cause me serious injury. If I count Melifina's healing, attacks below the senior legend level no longer pose a substantial threat to me. Of the demon kings present, aside from that old dragon and the giant ape, if the others do not flee, I can completely slay them just by joining forces with Melifina. The demon race's ambush this time had shown enough importance to Gao Yang. A full 10 demon kings, including top-tier ones like Think Jade Flood Dragon King and the 3-eyed giant Spirit Ape King, could be said to have demonstrated a firm determination to kill him. However, what the demon race did not expect was that during the time Gao Yang had disappeared, he had not been hiding in the hinterlands of the Qianyuan human race to cultivate, but had been honing himself and improving through endless life and death battles in the multiverse. This information gap caused the demon race's plan, which they considered to be of the utmost importance, to fail. The problem did not lie with the demon race, but rather in the fact that they did not understand Gao Yang's true strength. Melifina secured her portable cat bed atop Gao Yang's head, looking down from her high vantage point at the surrounding demon kings who were filled with apprehension, and laughed arrogantly. Gao Yang, hurry up and slaughter all these stinky guys for this meow meow. Her arrogant laughter sounded exceptionally grating to the ears of the many demon kings at this moment. The Jade Flood Dragon King burst out from the rubble, its body winding upward. At the same time, violent demonic energy radiated from its form, and it opened its mouth to roar. Join forces to kill him. If he is allowed to survive this time, the future destruction of our demon race will be a certainty. If you all do not wish to see your own tribes die under the blades of the humans, then fight with your lives, kill him, and only then will our demon race have a future. The Jade Flood Dragon King's roar echoed in the minds of the other 8 demon kings. If any demon king had made such alarmist claims before, they would have simply laughed it off. But now, having witnessed Gao Yang's strength and talent, the demon kings present understood that this human before them would be the greatest threat to the demon race of the Eastern Wasteland. Only by eliminating him could the Eastern Wasteland demon race ensure its survival. Thoughts raced through the minds of the other 8 demon kings, and in an instant, they had made their decision. Kill, fight for our lives, for the demon race. Although the Thunderfire Sword immortal before them possessed impressive strength, he was, after all, a human who had been in the Dao integration stage for less than 10 years. His foundation was bound to be insufficient. They did not believe that in a 9-on-1 situation, they would be unable to exhaust his magical power and stamina. Boom boom! The three-eyed giant spirit ape king, the four-winged flying tiger, and other demon kings instantly erupted with all their demonic power, charging toward Gao Yang. At the same time, the mountain giant turtle blocking the valley exit suddenly opened its massive maw. A cold, chilling light flickered in the mountain giant turtle's dark yellow pupils. The mountain giant turtle clan possessed massive bodies, and their longevity and defense were considered the best among the demon race. They held the advantage in close quarters combat, but their massive size also meant they were slow to counter enemies. The mountain giant turtle clan had researched methods for honing their divine sense over their long lives, as well as numerous spells that attacked the soul and spirit. Every mountain giant turtle at the demon king level possessed terrifying soul attack capabilities. The mountain giant turtle's powerful divine sense transformed into a black snake, instantly crossing the distance between them and slamming into the center of Gao Yang's brow. The cold, venomous sound of a snake flicking its tongue exploded in Gao Yang's mind. Gao Yang, who was just about to raise his sword for a sweeping strike, instantly sensed the black python that had appeared in his mind. This black python flicked its blood-red tongue, lunging straight toward the great sword of will manifested by Gao Yang's consciousness. Watching the black python charge, Gao Yang's heart stirred, and the arm he was about to swing suddenly paused. This human truly lacks a solid foundation, having suffered my divine sense attack. His soul must be overwhelmed, and he has even lost control of his physical body. Strike now and kill him. The mountain giant turtle's deep voice echoed in the ears of the other demon kings, filling them with great joy. Their already ruthless attacks were now unleashed without the slightest reservation, as blood-filled maws and sharp claws lunged at Gao Yang from every direction. Although demon kings also possessed demonic power, as members of the demon race, their physical bodies were inherently stronger than humans, giving them an advantage in close quarters combat. Thus, even as demon kings, they were more adept at melee fighting. The four-winged flying tiger was the fastest among the many demon kings, so its attack was the swiftest. After the mountain giant turtle's divine sense attack landed, it had already appeared before Gao Yang, its claws shimmering with cold light as it swiped toward Gao Yang's neck. And fortunately, there was only one demon king in that instant. A brilliant radiance of will bloomed in Gao Yang's eyes. In his mind, a figure identical to himself emerged. Gao Yang's separated consciousness appeared at the great sword of will and reached out to grasp it. The next moment, the great sword of will was raised. Quick, badge. The Jade Flood Dragon King, the three-eyed giant spirit ape king, and the other demon kings who were charging forward felt a chill run straight down their spines. Their eyes widening as they looked at Gao Yang, they saw Gao Yang, whose arm had been paused, suddenly unleash a sword beam that tore through space from the great sword in his hand amidst the brilliant radiance of his will. Natural disaster, instant slash. Yang Yao transformed into a blur, instantly sweeping past the four-winged flying tiger in front of him. The four-winged flying tiger was extremely fast, and its reactions were even more astonishing. Upon sensing the brilliant radiance blooming from Gao Yang's body, it had already exerted all its strength to drive its demonic power, swinging its tiger claws toward Gao Yang's sword-wielding arm, hoping to carve out a sliver of survival in this certain death situation. But clang! A crisp, heaven-piercing sound of a strike shot into the sky. The brilliant golden great sword instantly slashed through the four-winged flying tiger's body. The moment a line of blood appeared, dense sword chi erupted from within that line, instantly slicing the four-winged flying tiger's massive body into pieces of flesh and blood of varying sizes. But strangely, not a single drop of blood dripped from any of the flesh fragments. The crimson blood was confined to the space where each fragment resided, unable to spill out in the slightest doubt. The natural disaster, instant slash sword technique had completely shattered the space where the four-winged flying tiger was located, making every shattered space an independent entity, preventing the four-winged flying tiger's powerful vitality and self-healing abilities as a demon king from crossing the space to heal. This meant that once struck by natural disaster, instant slash, it was equivalent to certain death. At the same time, in Gao Yang's mind, his manifestation of will held the great sword of will and slashed down at the incoming black python with the same posture. The golden sword she instantly sliced through the black python, cutting it into several pieces. The will condensed within the sword she instantly destroyed the spirit of the mountain giant turtle within the black python. A miserable shrill roar erupted from the mountain giant turtle's blood-filled maw. Seeing this, the other demon kings abruptly halted their charging bodies, all of them staring blankly at the fragments of flesh and blood before Gao Yang. With a single sword strike, he had killed another demon king, and it was the four-winged flying tiger, an existence that ranked in the top 5 among the many demon kings in terms of strength. Not only that, but even the mountain giant turtle had been attacked. Such a shrill, miserable howl meant it must have been severely injured. Gao Yang took a single step and appeared directly before the mountain-crushing giant turtle. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung the great sword of eternal radiance down in a furious strike. Human calamity. Falling star, crackle, crackle, crackle. As the sword descended, the space through which the blade passed shattered inch by inch, and an aura of absolute destruction instantly permeated the air. The mountain-crushing giant turtle endured the agonizing tearing sensation in its consciousness and instantly retracted its head and forelimbs into its thick, ancient shell. The pale green shell emitted a hazy, bronze luster. The next instant, the eternal radiance collided with the shell, and shockwaves rippled outward wildly from the point of impact. Block it. Inside the shell, the mountain-crushing giant turtle roared in its heart, feeling the state of its defenses. The light of will in Gao Yang's eyes grew increasingly brilliant, with an unstoppable momentum. The eternal radiance pressed downward, inch by inch. Rumble, rumble. The ground beneath the mountain-crushing giant turtle emitted a dull, thunderous sound. As the earth shook and the mountain swayed, even the entire Kongshan Valley seemed to tremble faintly. The body of the mountain-crushing giant turtle was forced downward by the weight of the sword, and soon, more than half of its massive frame had sunk into the earth. Suddenly, its expression changed drastically, for it sensed that its downward momentum had been halted. An invisible force was woven beneath it, like a giant net supporting it and preventing it from sinking further. Because of this, it could not use the earth to disperse the force, and the full power of the strike was borne entirely by the mountain-crushing giant turtle. Oh no! Feeling the slashing force on its back growing heavier and heavier, the mountain-crushing giant turtle was about to struggle when a deafening explosion erupted across its back. Accompanying the explosion, the mountain-crushing giant turtle shuddered, and the next moment, an infinitely sharp force surged into its body. In that instant, it finally understood why the 7-tailed demon fox and the 4-winged flying tiger had fallen so easily before. Wherever the blade passed, a sharpness so intense it could extinguish all vitality, flesh and blood were sliced apart without the slightest possibility of resistance. Even when it tried to use its demonic energy to defend, the moment it met the battle aura on the blade, it was shattered and dispersed. The eternal radiance swept through, and the 1,000-zhang body of the mountain-crushing giant turtle was cleaved in two. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 10 demon kings who had surrounded them had already fallen. Chapter 878. Newly comprehended sword technique. Having slain 2 demon kings with 2 strikes, one of which possessed the greatest defensive capabilities among all the demon kings present, Gao Yang felt no ripples in his heart. If he were unable to achieve this at his current level, that would be the real joke. He had mastered 6 unique specializations. His strength, physique, and agility attributes had all reached the legendary realm. He wielded a divine artifact, and he possessed a myriad of other abilities. Facing these demon kings who had not yet reached the level of senior legends, it would be the problem if he could not kill them in a single strike. After slaying 2 demon kings in succession, Gao Yang had already grasped the strength of the demon kings involved in this encirclement. The next instant, he took a step, and his 1,000-zhang tall body instantly vanished from the perception of the many demon kings. In that moment, the 7 surviving demon kings were stunned by the strength Gao Yang had displayed. The moment he disappeared, these demon kings retreated toward the distance in unison. Run, flee quickly. We cannot fight him, damn it. Why has such a powerful existence appeared among the humans? Why does my demon race not have one? The 7 demon kings charged in 7 different directions, hoping to increase their chances of survival. Their plan was sound, but unfortunately, it was of little use before Gao Yang, who had already comprehended a portion of the laws of space. The next instant, 3 identical versions of Gao Yang appeared in the field of vision of the 7 demon kings. Their 1,000-jang-tall bodies were like walls of heaven, completely blocking their escape routes. In that moment, the 3 Gao Yangs had, in turn, surrounded the 7 demon kings in the center. Then, the 3 Gao Yangs swung their swords down toward the center of the encirclement simultaneously. Natural disaster, spatial torrent. As the 3 Gao Yangs swung their giant swords down at the same time, it was clearly only 3 strikes. Yet, in that instant, the space where the strikes landed seemed like a 1,000-layered pastry being pulled apart from both sides. One identical strike after another detached from the original 3, appearing in the vision of the many demon kings. Then, with a violent posture, they engulfed the entire space at the center of the encirclement within the strikes. This sword technique was one Gao Yang had created by combining his comprehension of the laws of space with his understanding of the sacrificial Tower Master's move. Sacrifice, temporal torrent, its lethality, attack frequency, and number of attacks were the greatest among all of Gao Yang's sword techniques. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying strikes swept in all directions. Nearly 100 strikes descended simultaneously, instantly slicing to demon kings who failed to dodge into dozens of pieces. Their massive bodies fell heavily into the valley below. That's it. Gao Yang, kill them all. The pure and violent strikes fueled Melifina's arrogance. Golden flames, a full zhang high, surged across the surface of her body, and boundless power poured into her, causing her mindset to inflate rapidly. Block it. The 3-eyed giant ape king swung its stone pillar frantically. Shadows of the staff filled the sky, colliding with the omnipresent strikes. As the collisions continued, the slash marks on its body grew denser, the strikes tearing through its flesh and causing blood to flow like a fountain. But at this moment, it could not care about its own injuries, because under such strikes, the slightest lapse in concentration could result in its death under Gao Yang's blade. When the violent strikes finally ceased, only 4 demon kings remained alive in the center of the valley. The rest had all perished under the dense barrage of attacks. How can a human who has only just stepped into the Dao integration stage be this powerful? The 3-eyed giant ape king leaned on its stone pillar, supporting its scarred and battered body, and looked up at Gao Yang. Its eyes filled with despair. It turned its head to look at the Jade Flood Dragon King beside it. The latter was just like it, covered in wounds and filled with terror. The 3-eyed giant ape king looked at the Jade Flood Dragon King, and a divine thought shot out from the third eye on its forehead, transmitting into the latter's mind. Dragon King, breakthrough. We are the only ones who might escape this place. We must pass on the news of this encounter. Otherwise, once the Demon King's court underestimates the strength and potential of the Thunderfire Sword Immortal, then in less than 100 years, once he has fully matured, it will be the end of our demon race. The Jade Dragon King's claws contracted imperceptibly twice, without a moment's hesitation. A vast expanse of emerald, ink-like mist surged around his body. The moment this emerald mist appeared, the surrounding space began to hiss and corrode. The Jade Dragon King lashed his tail, riding the mist as he charged toward the exit of Konchin Valley. At the same time, the 3-eyed giant spirit ape king did not hesitate either. His body suddenly transformed into 3 apes, each less than 20 zhang tall, with only a single eye in the center of their foreheads. This was the 3-eyed giant spirit ape king's life-saving technique. As long as any one of these single-eyed apes escaped alive, his true form could be restored through that clone. Just as the 2 demon kings were employing their respective methods to break through, a playful voice echoed throughout Konchin Valley. Ape King, Dragon King, since you have gone to such lengths to visit our human territory, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Upon hearing this, the Jade Dragon King and the 3-eyed giant spirit ape king, who were in the middle of their breakout, had their expressions changed drastically. Ignoring everything else, they sped toward the outside of Konchin Valley like lightning, still trying to leave. Stay here for this old man. A cold snort exploded in the void, followed by the sudden eruption of crimson flames. The moment the crimson flames appeared, they completely engulfed the entire Konchin Valley. Gao Yang looked up and saw an old man with red hair and red eyebrows standing proudly in the void. After sensing Gao Yang's gaze, True Monarch Yan Luo smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Gao Yang understood immediately. This must be one of the hidden foundations of the Qinyuan humans. The other party's mastery of fire had reached a state of perfection. Gao Yang guessed that he must be a legendary ranker who had mastered the rules. As for why he was not a peak legendary, it could only be said that a plane not connected to the multiverse naturally lacked the resources to cultivate a peak legendary whose main attribute exceeded 40 points. In the absence of sufficient resources, comprehending the rules was undoubtedly an excellent way to become stronger. Young friend Gao, I am true monarch Yan Luo. I must thank you for acting as bait to lure out this group of demon kings. A kind voice echoed in his ears. Gao Yang was slightly startled, then nodded in greeting. The moment true monarch Yan Luo appeared, the Ink Jade Dragon King and the three-eyed giant Spirit Ape King did not retreat but instead pressed forward, charging straight toward the flame barrier. Dragon King, I will help you break out of here, otherwise, we will both die. The three-eyed giant Spirit Ape King rushed behind the Dragon King, and without hesitation, he smashed the stone pillar in his hands against the flame barrier head. Roar, Ape King, if I escape, the three-eyed giant ape clan will be on good terms with my Ink Jade Dragon clan for all eternity. With the Ape King's help, a glimmer of hope ignited in the Ink Jade Dragon King's heart, and ink green mister on him grew even denser. Hey, Moyi. In such a rush could it be that your concubine is giving birth again? Upon hearing this familiar voice, the Ink Jade Dragon King's body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes were filled with despair. Chapter 879 Personally raising the curtain on the Great War. The Ink Jade Dragon King would never forget the owner of this voice for as long as he lived, for his father had died under the sword of the man who possessed it. He had never expected that his father's past experience would now befall him, down to the very last detail. The Ink Jade Dragon King Moi's dragon eyes were bloodshot and scarlet. He suddenly raised his massive head and roared hideously, Young Poyu, watching Moyi look as if he wanted to skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Sword Monarch Poyu stood with his hands behind his back, still smiling with a light and breezy air. A little lizard from the past now dares to shout at this old man. Have you forgotten the miserable way your father died back then, Zhang Poyu? Moi's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his massive, winding body crashed towards Sword Monarch Poyu. The hundreds of Zhang Long Ink Jade Dragon lunged forward like a mountain range spanning the sky, carrying an incomparable sense of oppression. However, Sword Monarch Poyu merely waved his hand casually and said, Save it. You had better go talk to true Monarch Yan Luo instead. As his words fell, the surging flames suddenly flared up. The terrifying fire instantly transformed into a pillar of flame, completely enveloping the Jade Dragon King's body and incinerating his head in a very short amount of time. The massive dragon corpse crashed onto the mountain range below, emitting a deafening roar. The Ink Jade Dragon King deserved to die, but his body was full of treasures. Even if these items were useless to true Monarch Yan Luo, Sword Monarch Poyu, and to others present, it did not mean others could not use them. After the Ink Jade Dragon King died, the three-eyed giant ape, which had split into three, had nowhere to run, or rather, in the hands of three true monarchs who had attained the Tao, they never had a chance of survival to begin with. True Monarch Yan Luo gripped his hand, and the flames that had swept across the world condensed into a wisp of fire, flowing into his palm. A smile appeared on his face as he said softly, The harvest this time is quite substantial to top-tier great demon Dao attainers and 8 Dao-attaining demon kings. Afterward, he turned to look at Gao Yang, who had returned to his normal size, his red eyes, flickering with firelight, held a look of satisfaction. Young friend Gao, this time it is all thanks to you. If it had been anyone else from our genuine human race, they would likely have already perished. Gao Yang put away Yong Yao, cupped his hands toward true Monarch Yan Luo, and said, Senior, you flatter me. This junior merely did what he could. Since this ambush by the demon race has been broken, they will surely react. We must hurry and dispatch troops to the eastern wasteland. Once the demon race is pacified, I will thank you properly, young friend Gao. Sword Monarch Poyu flashed and appeared before Gao Yang, a warm smile on his face as he continued, Speaking of which, my grand disciple's current achievements are thanks to your encouragement, young friend Gao. If he hadn't met you, that kid Jian Changxia would never have worked so hard to improve himself. Taoist Jian possesses great natural talent, and coupled with his diligent practice, it is only natural for him to have such achievements. Facing Sword Monarch Poyu's gratitude, Gao Yang remained neither humble nor arrogant, speaking exactly what was on his mind. "All right, Poyu, let us go." True Monarch Yan Lu waved his large hand, and flames surged from his body. The next instant, the blaze dissipated abruptly, and his figure vanished, leaving only a voice echoing in Gao Yang's ears. "Young friend Gao, these Demon King corpses are your spoils of war. Remember to collect them." Although the Jade Flood Dragon King and the Three-Eyed Giant Spirit Ape King were both slain by True Monarch Yan Luo, in reality, neither True Monarch Yan Luo nor Sword Monarch Poyu were blind. Anyone with a discerning eye could see at a glance that Gao Yang already possessed the strength to slay these two top-tier Demon Kings. It was just that compared to a true monarch like Yan Luo, the time required would be slightly longer. True Monarch Yan Luo had only intervened to save time, but this did not mean these Demon Kings became True Monarch Yan Luo's spoils. As Dao integration true monarchs, they were above doing something so beneath their dignity. Gao Yang cupped his hands in thanks. "Many thanks, Senior Yan Luo. No need to thank him, you already possess such power yourself." After Sword Monarch Poyu finished speaking, he swept his hand casually in front of him. Space door opened instantly, and he stepped forward, disappearing into the spatial rift. As for True Monarch Yu Ming, he had never appeared from beginning to end, nor had he made a move. With this, the ambush against Gao Yang had completely ended. On the side of the Qianyuan human race, one had died. On the side of the Eastern Wasteland demon race, 10 Demon Kings had perished, including the 4 Demon Kings who had died previously. The loss of 14 Demon Kings in total was enough to shake the very foundations of the Eastern Wasteland demon race. Even as the former hegemons, it had already brought the Qianyuan human race to near parity with the Eastern Wasteland demon race in terms of the number of Dao integration combatants. Under these circumstances, the Qianyuan human race could already see the possibility of completely toppling the Eastern Wasteland demon race from their throne of hegemony and subsequently claiming the pinnacle of Qianyuan. Especially after learning from sect masters Wan Yuan about the existence of worlds beyond their own and the possibility of ascending to the upper realm. These true monarchs, who stood at the very apex of the human race with nowhere left to advance, were naturally filled with intense longing. One might ask, after learning of such a possibility, how could existences like Sword Monarch Poyu and True Monarch Yan Luo, who served as the foundation of the human race, remain calm? Being able to chat briefly with Gao Yang was entirely out of respect for the strength Gao Yang had displayed and his unreserved assistance to the Qianyuan human race. Melifina crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder and spoke. "Gao Yang, those 2 people just now looked very strong." Gao Yang nodded gently and said with a hint of estimation, "They should have already reached the realm of rule legends. Being able to embody the rules themselves, they are naturally terrifyingly strong. Rule legends equivalent to peak legends. I didn't expect that a plane not even connected to the multiverse would have such existences." Melifina was very surprised. The systems are different. The Eastern lineage has great advantages in cultivation and lifespan. As their strength increases, their lifespans grow ever longer, and they possess various means to extend their lives. However, in the absence of resources to enhance their strength, comprehending rules to become stronger is their only choice. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he reached out and stored the Demon King corpses in the valley into his inventory. In this trip to Qianyuan, which had only lasted a few days, he had harvested more than 10 massive demon beast corpses equivalent to the legendary level. Once he returned to the immortal wasteland, the crow fruit tree would inevitably receive a massive boost. Furthermore, it was foreseeable that as the subsequent decisive battle between the humans and the demon race unfolded, he would be able to obtain even more corpses of Dao integration demon kings. A few breaths later, Gao Yang flew out of Kongshan Valley. He glanced back at the valley behind him, then took a step forward and vanished instantly from the spot. It had taken quite some time to arrive, but the return journey took less than half the time of the trip there. When Gao Yang arrived at the Human Alliance headquarters, the place had already fallen into an unprecedented state of fiery intensity. Countless cultivators shuttled back and forth in the air. Formations of cultivators wearing standard Taoist robes marched in unison into the teleportation rays, and a large number of tame spirit beasts followed their masters into the rays, rushing toward the designated battlefield. Clearly, Upon learning the news that the demon race's ambush had failed, the previously established plans had been rapidly set into motion. A subtle spatial ripple spread out before him, and Sect Master Zhuan Yuan appeared in front of Gao Yang. With a smile on his face, he looked at Gao Yang and said, "Young friend Gao, this time you broke the demon race's death trap, allowing our human race to reach near parity with the demon race in terms of Dao integration combatants. If the human race claims the pinnacle, your contribution is indispensable." Gao Yang replied with a smile, "Senior Zhuan Yuan, this is what we hope to see, isn't it?" Indeed. Since the rise of our human race, it has been a full 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, our human race has grown step by step from being mere rations for demon beasts to finally being able to say no to those who were once the hegemons of heaven and earth. We are humans, not food. And certainly not resources to be eaten or toyed with whenever they please. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's tone carried a trace of imperceptible excitement. The 10,000 years of human striving were finally about to bear fruit at this very moment. This glory, which would be recorded in history, would shine upon him, the sect master of the Zhuangmen Dao sect, causing even a true monarch like him to inevitably experience a fluctuation in his emotions. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan composed himself, then looked at Gao Yang and continued, "Our human race has already launched a full-scale offensive against the Eastern Wasteland demon race. Caught off guard, the demon race will certainly not have time to return and defend. This time, the Qianyuan human race will break the demon race's royal court in one fell swoop. Young friend Gao, would you be willing to witness the moment the human race claims the pinnacle with us?" "Of course I am willing." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang immediately said with a smile. He knew clearly how important a top-tier combatant like him was to the current Qianyuan human race. Every bit of extra strength meant an extra chance of victory in the upcoming decisive battle. At such a critical moment involving the survival of two races, it was only natural to use such powerful assistance by any means necessary to let it play its proper role. Moreover, he had come to this place precisely for this goal. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan nodded slightly and then said, "All human combat forces have now been dispatched to the front lines of the war. Later, Jian Changxia and Leng Xin will accompany you. In the battles to follow, you may choose your opponents according to your own wishes. No one will interfere with your decisions." Gao Yang cupped his hands upon hearing this and said, "Thank you, Senior." The arrangement made by Sect Master Zhuan Yuan was undoubtedly to Gao Yang's liking. As a visitor from another realm, providing assistance was a matter of sentiment. But he could not be wantonly driven by the humans of Qianyuan like a subordinate. That would be overstepping boundaries. Allowing Gao Yang to act freely at this moment was, in itself, a gesture of goodwill. All right, the curtain of war has been raised. From here on, whether one lives or dies depends on fate. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan looked at Gao Yang, paused for a moment, and then said, "If the tide of fortune does not favor our human race, I ask that you leave this realm quickly. Little friend Gao, do not throw your life away in vain." Facing Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's undisguised worry and concern, Gao Yang bowed earnestly and spoke slowly, "Thank you, Senior. This junior has his own measure of things. If the situation becomes impossible to reverse, I promise that once my strength is sufficient, I will return to Qianyuan to slaughter the demon race to the last." As his voice fell, Gao Yang looked up at Sect Master Zhuan Yuan and said silently in his heart, "To fulfill the karma." After Sect Master Zhuan Yuan departed, Jian Changxia and Fairy Lengxin flew out from the base camp, followed by Olivier and the two-headed golden lion. "Fellow Taoist Gao, shall we set off now?" Jian Changxia flew before Gao Yang, his spirit high and brimming with confidence. Gao Yang nodded and replied, "Very well." Seeing this, Jian Changxia immediately flew toward the outside of the base camp, asking as he flew, "Fellow Taoist Gao, in this demon ambush, what became of the Beastmaster?" "I killed him," Gao Yang said casually. "Well killed." Jian Changxia clapped his hands sharply and continued, "Fellow Taoist Gao, Fairy Lengxin and I have decided to become Dao companions. Once the war is over, we will hold a ceremony. You must come and have a cup of wedding wine then." Gao Yang glanced at Jian Changxia, and seeing the joy on his face, a strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Speaking such words before a great battle was, by any measure, planting a flag for oneself. According to the tropes of the film and television works on Earth, those who said such things were almost certain to die in the ensuing battle. However, reality was not a film or television work after all. Gao Yang nodded and said, "Congratulations to both of you. In that case, fellow Taoist Jian, you must be cautious in battle. When the war ends, I will certainly be there for that cup of wedding wine. Hello, rest assured, fellow Taoist Gao, I am not the same person I was when I was surrounded and attacked by the demon kings before." As Jian Changxia spoke, a sharp sword intent soared into the sky, radiating a magnificent sword aura. The sword aura flashed and vanished. Jian Changxia looked at Gao Yang and said, "By the way, fellow Taoist Gao, in this operation, our human race will unite as one to strike directly at the demon royal court. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat in the subsequent battles, remember to retreat into the human formation. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, if I am unable to cope, I will not force it." Gao Yang nodded slowly. Chapter 880 The Battle for Hegemony and Supremacy. Below the vast earth, dark clouds swirled in dense masses. Bolts of wild lightning tore through the cloud layers, pulling down sheets of raindrops that quickly turned from a light drizzle into a torrential downpour. On the ground, an endless sea of humans and demon beasts stood facing each other, separated by a river over 20 miles wide. This was the Two-World River, left behind by the great battles between human powerhouses and demon sages during the rise of the human race. For thousands of years, the humans and demons had fought incessantly around the Two-World River, yet neither side had ever completely overwhelmed the other. Above the camps of both races, beneath the pitch-black sky, 7 human figures stood with their backs to the masses, watching the 8 demon shadows of varying sizes across the Two-World River. These were the peak combatants of both races who had reached the true monarch level. The humans had 7 Tao integration true monarchs, while the demons had 8 demon sages. It appeared that the demons held the advantage, but because of the inherent characteristics of humans who, despite being weak in the early stages, gradually revealed their advantages in wisdom and bodies favored by the great Tao once they began to cultivate, the gap was easily bridged. In particular, with the assistance of various magical treasures, formations, and medicinal pills, the disparity of one demon sage was easily leveled. At the very front of the demon camp, a golden crow with 3 legs, radiating heat like the sun, looked toward the human camp. Its narrow phoenix eyes were filled with coldness. Previously, when the demons ambushed Gao Yang, many of their top combatants had chosen to hide to prevent the news from leaking, feigning a ceasefire to confuse the humans opposite them. Who would have thought that the humans had long since seen through this and had even used the situation to their advantage, allowing 3 Tao integration true monarchs to withdraw from the front lines to carry out the ambush. If the demons had realized that the human defensive line had lost the protection of the Tao integration true monarchs, they would have seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack long ago, rather than waiting until now. However, it was too late to speak of such things. The humans had already assembled, and although the demons were slightly rushed, their top combatants were all present, at the very front of the human camp. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan looked up at the Golden Crow across the Two-World River and said in a low voice, "Emperor Yu, does the Golden Crow clan not intend to stay out of this?" Sect Master Zhuan Yuan and the others had grim expressions. When they discovered that this world had fallen into darkness, they had already suspected as much. Only now, seeing the Golden Crow and the Cold Toad at the forefront of the demon camp, was it confirmed. As incarnations of the power of the sun and moon of this world, the Golden Crow and the Cold Toad could have remained neutral, regardless of whether the demons or humans won. They could have maintained their transcendent status. But now, the appearance of the Golden Crow and Cold Toad clans here clearly indicated their stance and attitude. Facing Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's questioning, Emperor Yu, the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan, merely shook his head slowly. A deep, majestic voice resounded across the sky, drowning out even the thunder rumbling above. "I am not human, therefore I am demon. The destruction of the demon race is a foregone conclusion. Emperor Yu, turn back before it is too late." Sect Master Zhuan Yuan spoke again. "The destruction of the demon race, a joke. As long as I am here, the demon race will forever be the heaven of this world." Emperor Yu spread its wings wide, and infinite light and heat erupted from its body. as if a great sun had suddenly risen, illuminating the boundless darkness. Behind it, more than a dozen golden crows of varying strength spread their wings simultaneously, emitting cries that grew louder and more piercing with each passing moment. For a time, the scorching power of the sun illuminated the firmament, making the entire battlefield as bright as day. Seeing this, the sect master of Zhuanyuan let out a cold snort, HMPH, stubborn and incorrigible. In the next instant, he waved his large hand, and his profound magic power, carrying the torrential rain, transformed into countless water arrows that shot toward the demon race on the other side of the Two Worlds River. At the same time, a furious roar resounded between heaven and earth, leveled the eastern wasteland. The Golden Crow Patriarch, Emperor Yu, let out a cry that seemed to pierce the soul. As he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, he roared, "Slaughter the human race!" Following the roars of the leaders from both sides, the human and demon armies erupted into conflict instantly. Countless pre-prepared grand formations were activated by the cultivators holding the formation discs, rising from the ground as layers of protective light screens shot toward the sky. Energy attacks, ranging from 10 zhang to hundreds or thousands of zhang in size, crossed the Two Worlds River and bombarded the demon race. Simultaneously, on the demon side, a massive barrage of ice spikes, boulders, and fire-wreathed gales rained down toward the human side. Boom, boom. A massive amount of demonic arts slammed into the formations above the humans. The violent force caused the defensive light screens to tremble violently like the surface of water. Yet none of the formations were broken. Conversely, because the demon race lacked formation techniques, they could only rely on churning demonic energy to form black clouds of demonic power. These acted like shields in front of their army, blocking the Taoist arts launched by the humans using their formations. However, these black clouds of demonic power were far inferior to the human formations in terms of defensive capability. Under the barrage of numerous Taoist arts, the black clouds were quickly blasted into tatters. Many charging demon beasts were caught in the wake of their attacks and, without a sound, were reduced to a rain of blood, adding a touch of carnage to the Two Worlds River below. Along the river, which was less than 30 miles wide, the water had already been stained a pale red with blood and shredded flesh by the time the human cultivators and the demon beast clans collided head-on. Rumble, human cultivators, shielded by their formations, collided with the massive demon horde above the Two Worlds River. In just an instant, the demon beasts at the forefront were shaken to death by the rebounding power of the formations. However, as the demon beasts continued their charge, the human formations also trembled incessantly. Under the fearless, suicidal onslaught of the beasts, they soon began to teeter on the brink of collapse. On the Two Worlds River, which spanned over 20 miles in width, the human and demon races engaged in a brutal, bloody battle. The front line stretched for over 100 miles, and the sky, the earth, and the river were filled with the figures of humans and demons locked in combat. Emperor Yu, your opponent is me. A sword tore through the air. Sword Monarch Po Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the Golden Crow Patriarch who had flown into the high sky. Zhang Po Yu, you are not qualified. Emperor Yu retracted his wings and then spread them wide again, sending streaks of solar sword aura shooting towards Sword Monarch Po Yu. Sword light flickered around Sword Monarch Po Yu, intercepting the solar sword auras fired by Emperor Yu one by one. He was not annoyed, merely saying, "Whether the first am qualified or not, we shall see after we fight." As his voice fell, Sword Monarch Po Yu gave a low shout. The sword pellets circling him, moved by his intent, pierced the air with a shrill whistle and struck out toward Emperor Yu. On the other side, Jian Qiangxia stood with Gao Yang. They glanced down at the battlefield below before looking up at the Tao harmonizing demon king charging toward them from the opposite side. Fellow Taoist Gao, be extremely careful when fighting a Tao harmonizing demon. Rest assured, just take care of yourself and your Tao companion. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took a step forward, and his figure vanished from beside Jian Qiangxia. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the center of the battlefield. He looked at the three-legged golden crow that was using true sun fire to wantonly incinerate human formations and cultivators in the midst of the fray. The next moment, Yang Yao appeared in his hand, without the slightest hesitation. He slashed with his sword toward a three-legged golden crow whose aura felt somewhat familiar. That three-legged golden crow was the very one that had launched an attack on him from afar when he was slaying the three-legged golden crow Yuan, the one exercising the function of the sun. Three-legged golden crow Yushin flapped its wings, and the surging true sun fire incinerated the sword aura Gao Yang had unleashed. Its eyes were fixed firmly on Gao Yang as it let out a sudden, low roar. "It is you!" A shrill cry exploded. Yushin stirred up a solar storm, and with a single flap of its wings, it streaked across to stand before Gao Yang. Bird claw, as hard as gold and iron, reached toward Gao Yang's head like lightning. Clang! The great sword collided with the bird claw. A violent force surged into his body, knocking Gao Yang back over 100 meters. Before he could steady himself, Yushin had already pounced again. "Go keep the youngest one company in the afterlife." Yushin extended one of its golden claws, wreathed in explosive true sun fire, scorching the very space it passed through. Gao Yang's figure flickered, and he had already teleported 100 meters away. The strength of this three-legged golden crow could be considered powerful even among veteran legends. But for the current Gao Yang, the pressure was not significant. "Where are you running?" Seeing Gao Yang dodge, Yushin roared and charged forward again. Milafina could no longer endure it. Standing on Gao Yang's shoulder, she let out an angry hiss. "Meow, Gao Yang, wreck it." Chapter 881. Sunfire Seed 2 in 1. Come to think of it, one of the reasons the three-legged golden crows turned toward the demon race was because Gao Yang had slain the three-legged golden crow Yuan. And not only that, but he had refined him alive, leaving not even a skeleton behind. As the saying goes, enemies are especially jealous when they meet. Yushin was like this now, and the Golden Crow clan's patriarch, Emperor Yu, had been the same earlier. Emperor Yu was currently locked in combat with a human Dao-harmonizing true monarch, while Yushin, a top-tier Dao-harmonizing demon king, had charged at Gao Yang without a second thought upon spotting him. Up until this moment, the demon race still did not know how the 10 demon kings in the Cicada Valley had died. If they had known that these 10 demon kings had not only failed to inflict any injuries on Gao Yang but had been utterly decimated by him, surely Yushin would not have acted so impulsively. Gao Yang had just steadied his body when Yushin, its body burning with true sun fire, crossed the space and rushed before him. Its wings acted like blades. The hundreds of meters long wings were like a heavenly saber, slashing down at him with lightning speed. Facing the wind pressure, Gao Yang did not dodge or evade. He simply slashed horizontally with his sword. Clang! It was clearly a collision between flesh and blood and a weapon. Yet it produced a deafening roar like the clashing of gold and iron. A violent shockwave tore through the body, and the escaping sword chi surged outward, instantly slaughtering a large number of demon beasts that were unable to dodge in time. The moment it collided with Gao Yang's greatsword, Yushin felt a jolt of shock. Intense pain radiated from its wings, and it instantly retracted them, narrowly avoiding Gao Yang's strike. In its perception, if it had continued to stalemate with that greatsword, its wings would have been sliced open with ease. Even though its reaction was incredibly fast, a gash several meters deep still appeared on its wing. Yushin's narrow, elongated eyes narrowed. The rage in its heart was suppressed by reason at this moment, and it turned to look at Gao Yang with a grave expression. During their last encounter, the opponent had barely managed to block even a casual strike from it. Yet, in such a short time, the opponent was not only able to clash with it head-on but even possessed the ability to wound it. This change caused Yushin to feel a sense of gravity, while at the same time, a sky-high murderous intent surged within it, because it keenly sensed that if it did not kill this human who had slain its brother here, there would never be another chance. If left unchecked, this person would inevitably become a grave threat to the demon race. With this thought, Yushin closed its eyes slightly, extinguishing all desires for revenge in its mind. When it opened its eyes again, only absolute calmness and rationality remained in those pupils, which seemed to burn with golden flames at their centers. A tiny golden spark bloomed in front of Yushin. The next instant, as Yushin willed it, the spark exploded into a sea of scorching and tyrannical sun true fire. Yushin stood in the center of this sea of fire, its entire body radiating a domineering golden light, and the surrounding space distorted due to the intense heat of the sun true fire. Facing Yushin's full power eruption, It was met by a silver-white greatsword. Gao Yang naturally would not watch as Yushin completed its attack. The moment Yushin detonated the Sun True Fire, Gao Yang had already completed his momentum. Yang Yao flipped, and with a strike carrying endless weight, he slashed down toward Yushin's head. Facing this strike that crushed even space itself, Yushin had no choice but to interrupt its own eruption. Instead, it violently flapped its two blade-like wings, sending a massive wave of Sun True Fire rushing toward the descending Yang Yao. As for using its own physical body to take Gao Yang's strike head-on, having already clashed with Yang Yao, Yushin would not make such a foolish mistake again. The scorching and tyrannical Sun True Fire collided with the descending Yang Yao. With a flash of sword light, Yang Yao cut through the Sun True Fire and continued to slash down toward Yushin. But in that very instant, Yushin had already teleported 100 zhang away. Not only did it avoid Yang Yao's attack, but it also stirred up a monstrous wave of Sun True Fire, crashing toward Gao Yang like a raging tide. Since Gao Yang's strikes were so terrifying, he must surely have some shortcomings in terms of defense. Its plan was simple. Stop clashing head-on with Gao Yang and instead use the tyrannical heat of the Sun True Fire to burn Gao Yang's physical body to ashes. Fire is formless and intangible. Facing Gao Yang's strike, the surging sea of fire merely parted for a brief moment before closing back up. Soon, the raging tide formed by the Sun True Fire completely swallowed Gao Yang. Yushin flapped its wings frantically, and the Sun True Fire continued to pour down onto Gao Yang's location as if it were inexhaustible. The burning suppression of the Sun True Fire caused the space where Gao Yang was located to show signs of melting. The Sun True Fire submerged Gao Yang, but Yushin felt no joy, remaining cautious as it sensed the situation inside the flames. Having suppressed the fire of revenge within its heart, it was now displaying all the qualities of a top-tier, high combat power demon king of the Harmony realm. Suddenly, its expression changed, and its body vanished from its spot instantly. The next moment, an almost invisible sword chi appeared where Yushin had been, sinking into space and disappearing. After teleporting 100 zhang away, Yushin's pupils constricted sharply as it looked at the center of the Sun True Fire. There, amidst the scorching and tyrannical flames, a figure wrapped in golden red battle chi that looked like raging fire charged out. It was Gao Yang. Yushin looked at the unscathed Gao Yang, and its heart was filled with coldness. Within this golden red battle chi, it sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of its youngest brother, the human before it had stolen the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow and possessed a trace of the power of the Sun True Fire. Only this could explain why he could remain unharmed while facing the burning of the Sun True Fire. "You are courting death," Yushin roared, its wings spreading wide as golden feathers shot toward Gao Yang like a volley of arrows. These golden feathers carried a dense Zheng metal aura, piercing through the void like flying swords, shrouding Gao Yang in peerless murderous intent. Facing the countless golden feather swords, a brilliance of will bloomed in Gao Yang's eyes. He looked up at Yushin and let out a cold snort. The next moment, a dark red formation diagram bloomed with him at the center, instantly pulling Yushin into the Immortal Execution Sword domain. Kai. The moment the Immortal Execution Sword domain unfolded, dark red sword chi formed by the laws of slaughter manifested out of thin air, clashing frantically with Yushin's golden feather swords. At the same time, as Gao Yang's thoughts flickered, the black and white sword chi pillar at the northern profound turtle position within the Immortal Execution Sword domain shook violently. It transformed into a black and white sword chi that covered the heavens and earth, instantly crossing space and time to merge into Yang Yao. The originally silver-white greatsword, Yang Yao, was instantly covered in intertwined yin and yang colors. Immortal Execution Sword, Annihilation. As the Annihilation Sword slashed down, the Immortal Execution Sword domain suddenly turned gray and white. A cold, deathly silence descended upon Yushin's body, enveloping it completely. A flickering sword light filled Yushin's vision. In this instant, all responsibilities, revenge, family, and friendship became pale and powerless in its perception. It didn't even have the thought of resisting. The next moment, the great sword intertwined with yin and yang colors slashed through Yushin's body with a boom. As the intense pain struck, Yushin's body trembled, and the light that had faded from its eyes returned, but it was far, far too late. Feeling its shattered demon soul and its vitality fading away like a burst dam, Yushin's eyes were filled with unwillingness. But there was no power left to turn the tide. In the next instant, its consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Gao Yang took a step forward, arriving beside Yushin. With a wave of his large hand, he collected Yushin's massive body into his inventory. Someone notification. You have slain the three-legged golden crow. Yushin legendary Dao integration. Someone notification. You have slain a legendary entity. You have gained 550. 0 legendary XP and 1 point of legendary reputation. Someone notification. Due to the effects of your legendary profession, you have gained an additional 4,400,000 legendary XP. Someone notification. Because of your actions, your initial relationship with the three-legged golden crow Eastern Wasteland has changed. Current relationship. Mortal enemies. Someone notification. The Hunt Divinity ability has been successfully activated. This hunt is complete. You have obtained Sunfire Seed by 1. Several someone notifications appeared before his eyes. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. The harvest from this hunt seemed quite good. With a thought, a ball of brilliant golden flames appeared in his palm, radiating intense heat. This was the Sunfire Seed, which contained the power of the sun's laws, and it was the very source of the three-legged golden crow's power. Gao Yang took a glance at it before putting it back into his inventory. The Sunfire Seed shared almost the same origin as his unique specialty, Scorching Sun Furnace. This meant that if Gao Yang were to refine this Sunfire Seed, his unique specialty, Scorching Sun Furnace, and the Furnace Battle Chi derived from it would both be strengthened. Furthermore, during this process, he would be able to gain insights into the laws of the sun and light. Although these were not the primary laws Gao Yang was focusing on, he did not mind strengthening his grasp of a certain law without much effort. The Immortal Slaying Sword domain had appeared for only a fleeting moment. Once the Scarlet Sword domain that had encompassed a 1,000-meter radius vanished, the demon clans fighting nearby discovered that the aura of the Golden Crow Demon King had disappeared, and even its body was gone. Conversely, when the human cultivators saw Gao Yang appear unscathed, a mountain-shaking roar of cheers erupted instantly. A top-tier Dao integration Demon King being slain in a one-on-one duel was equivalent to the immense deterrence brought about by beheading an enemy commander in ancient cold weapon warfare, and such an act would cause the morale of one's own army to skyrocket. The human cultivators near Gao Yang were now in a state of peak morale, driven by high spirits. Their already proficient spells became even more skillful and powerful. The hesitation they had previously felt was completely wiped away, and they became increasingly decisive in their combat. In a life-or-death struggle, a split-second decision could directly determine the survival of oneself or even several comrades nearby. And such decisive judgment invisibly increased the combat power of the human cultivators, making them more adept in battle. Gao Yang expanded his senses and quickly locked onto another three-legged golden crow, which was locked in a fierce battle with a human Dao integration true immortal dozens of miles away. Under the burning of the sun true fire, which was extremely rigid, young, and capable of incinerating everything, that Dao integration true immortal whom Gao Yang had never met before appeared exceptionally strained. The battle had only just begun, and his Daoist robe had already been scorched with over a dozen black holes of varying sizes. His own methods appeared somewhat weak when faced with the sun true fire. Trash. You can't take a hit at all. I haven't even used my full strength, and you've already fallen. Milifena crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder, brilliant golden flames burning fiercely around her, making her appear even more arrogant. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he tapped his foot and charged toward the locked-on three-legged golden crow. Since the Sunfire Seed was useful to him, he naturally had to let the three-legged golden crow clan exert their final bit of value before they died. As for Milifena's arrogance, standing on his shoulder, she had the qualifications to be arrogant. In just a few breaths, Gao Yang rushed into this battlefield. He did not dodge or evade, his charging posture exuding dominance. In the next instant, he charged directly into the sun true fire and slashed his sword toward the three-legged golden crow behind the flames. At the same time, Gao Yang sent a voice transmission to the unknown Dao integration true immortal, fellow Daoist. Leave this to me. Go and support the others. Gao Yang did not know the other party, but the other party clearly recognized him. Upon hearing his transmission, the latter nodded quickly, cupped his hands, and said, "In that case, Pang Ren thanks the Thunderfire Sword Immortal." As soon as Pang Ren finished speaking, he left the battlefield without any hesitation and rushed toward another combat zone. Screech! Golden blood flowed down its wings as the three-legged golden crow, Yukan, let out a miserable shriek, its body suddenly retreating violently. In just a single exchange, its left wing had been almost entirely severed by Gao Yang's sword. This terrifying strike made it realize that the human before it was no longer someone it could handle. Although it felt the resentment of its kin emanating from this human's body, it was already powerless to do anything. Gao Yang shook his head slightly. It was too late to run now. He took a step forward, his already exaggerated speed becoming even more terrifying after being bolstered by Milifena. Among the many Dao integration experts present, his speed had already reached the top tier. With just one step, Gao Yang appeared before this three-legged golden crow. His eyes were calm, and the Yang Yao sword in his hand delivered another simple, unadorned, and powerful slash. A teeth-grinding sound wave erupted. The space where the blade passed was sliced open, and a pitch-black scar appeared, which then spread straight and rapidly toward the three-legged golden crow. You can block it, you can roared, frantically driving the sun-true fire within its body, not even hesitating to burn its origin essence blood. But faced with such an unreasonable strike from Gao Yang, it was separated from its head in just 3 slashes and died miserably on the spot, having harvested another sunfire seed. Gao Yang waved his hand to store the three-legged golden crow's corpse, his gaze naturally locking onto the next closest three-legged golden crow. In the next instant, his body vanished from where he stood, shooting toward the target. Run! The three-legged golden crow targeted by Gao Yang felt a malice that chilled it to the bone, rushing toward it. Without the slightest hesitation, it erupted with full speed and fled toward the depths of the Eastern Wasteland's demon territory. However, just as it flew out 10 miles, a sharp, cone-shaped sword aura abruptly pierced out from its chest. Its movement stalled, and all the strength in its body seemed to drain away rapidly along with the emergence of this sword aura. Following that, the surging sword aura rampaged within its body, obliterating it in an instant. Gao Yang flashed past, collected the corpse, and continued to hunt the next three-legged golden crow. Chapter 882. The Power of Rule Legend 2 in 1. On the banks of the Two Worlds River, humans and demons who had not yet reached the Dao integration stage were locked in a frenzied battle. Above the Two Worlds River was the battlefield where Dao integration true immortals and Dao integration demon kings slaughtered one another. Within this Dao integration battlefield, as Gao Yang cut down the three-legged golden crows with overwhelming force, the situation began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, the number of Dao integration demon kings of the Eastern Wasteland demon clan was 20% higher than that of the humans. However, after the failure of the Jade Flood Dragon King and other demon kings to ambush Gao Yang, this number had dropped to 10%. However, this count did not include the three-legged Golden Crow clan or the Ice Jade Cold Toad clan. If these two Sun and Moon-aligned races were included, the number of Dao integration demon kings would exceed the humans by a full 40%. Consequently, in previous battles, the human Dao integration true immortals had to look out for and assist one another just to barely withstand the onslaught of the Dao integration demon kings. But now, as the three-legged golden crows continued to perish, the pressure borne by the human Dao integration true immortals was rapidly diminishing. Furthermore, Gao Yang was not just chasing down the three-legged golden crows. If any blind demon king dared to stand in his way, he did not mind cutting them down as well. The strength of a veteran legend, combined with a soul-bound exclusive support, allowed the combination of Gao Yang and Milifena to roam the Dao integration battlefield with complete impunity. As long as the great demon saints did not personally intervene, no demon king could stop his advance. Not even the top-tier veteran demon kings could do so. Need one look no further than Yushin, the strongest of the three-legged Golden Crow clan besides their patriarch, who was cut down by Gao Yang in just a few strikes. With Gao Yang as this variable, the gap in numbers between the human and demon Dao integration experts began to shrink rapidly. In just a quarter of an hour, only 3 small Golden Crows remained of the three-legged Golden Crow clan, none of whom had even stepped into the Dao integration stage. Gao Yang withdrew his sword Yang Yao from the chest of a three-legged Golden Crow and casually tucked the corpse into his inventory. He then turned his crimson glowing eyes toward the small Golden Crows below, who were wantonly unleashing true sunfire and scorching the human battle lines. Locked onto by Gao Yang's gaze, the three small golden crows trembled in unison, looking up with a sense of foreboding. Then, a pair of scarlet eyes violently intruded into their field of vision, reaching deep into their souls. In a mere instant, they were struck by the bombardment of Gao Yang's calamity aura, falling into a state of trembling terror without the slightest exception. Crack. A crisp sound of breaking bones echoed in Yu King's ears. It steadied its mind and looked over, only to see that the head of one of its brothers had vanished, the neck severed with a smooth, clean cut. As for the other brother, it was being gripped by a large, gauntleted hand. Its head hung limply over the gauntlet, its neck twisted and broken beyond any hope of survival. Yu King's eyes widened abruptly, and its 10-jong-long body began to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at the golden crow corpse in the opponent's hand and meeting the gaze of those scarlet glowing eyes, it let out a high-pitched, piercing shriek. Flapping its wings frantically, it retreated with all its might, desperate to put distance between itself and Gao Yang. At the same time, it looked up toward the golden light emerging from the black clouds, a ripple originating from its bloodline washing outward. Father, save me, within the dark clouds. Yu Huang, who was locked in a fierce battle with Sword Monarch Po Yu, paused. Its wings, which seemed cast from gold, flapped violently, unleashing a massive wave of sword aura that forced Sword Monarch Po Yu back momentarily. Then, its narrow eyes, wreathed in golden flames, looked down at the battlefield below. The next instant, when it saw the headless golden crow corpse and the other corpse with its neck twisted by Gao Yang, its eyes turned abruptly blood red. Screech! A frenzied cry erupted from its throat. Its body suddenly burst forth with 10,000 zhang of golden light, as if a great sun had broken through the sky of dark clouds, illuminating the entire world. The golden sunlight bathed every corner of the battlefield, falling also upon Gao Yang's body. The moment these sun rays touched him, an extreme, scorching heat exploded outward. A strong sense of crisis surfaced in Gao Yang's perception. Without a moment's hesitation, he slashed his sword forward. Calamity, thunderbolt. Clang. The streak of lightning met the golden sword aura that had appeared abruptly before him. The moment the two powers collided, the lightning streak pierced through the golden sword aura, and with a pop, the golden sword aura shattered into a multitude of golden light fragments. The next instant, the shattered fragments suddenly expanded in all directions, and a massive body wrapped in scorching true sunfire filled the space in front of Gao Yang. It was Yu Huang. Several deep, bone-visible sword wounds appeared on Yu Huang's broad back, but it seemed not to notice. Its pupils, burning with golden flames, stared fixedly at Gao Yang, and a giant claw had already pierced through space, enveloping Gao Yang entirely. The giant claw closed, and wherever the talons passed, space was torn apart like thin gauze. Gao Yang looked up, his vision filled by the giant claw that blotted out the sky. This claw had directly severed space, trapping him in place. If it were the Gao Yang from before, who had not yet comprehended the laws of space, he would certainly have had no way to instantly break through this space and would have been forced to endure the attack of the giant claw head-on. But now it was different, facing this claw that sealed the heavens and locked the earth. Gao Yang held his sword and instantly slashed a crisscrossing cross-shaped mark in front of him. The space around the cross-shaped mark unfolded like flower petals. He stepped forward, merged into the severed space, and vanished. With a flash of light, Gao Yang appeared 100 zhang away. He turned to look at the abruptly appearing Yu Huang, but did not strike again. As for the small golden crow that had luckily survived, it was now hiding behind Yu Huang, its eyes filled with terror. Only then did Yu Huang realize that the only three-legged golden crows remaining on the battlefield were itself and the small golden crow, Yu King, hiding behind it. The other three-legged golden crows were nowhere to be found. A flash of sword light streaked across the sky, and Sword Monarch Po Yu appeared before Gao Yang. A golden-white sword pellet spun rapidly in his palm, blocking the gaze the Emperor Yu had fixed upon Gao Yang. Emperor Yu, isn't it beneath your status to launch a sneak attack on a junior? Sword Monarch Po Yu curled his lips slightly. He was no mindless beast. Not only he, but all the other true monarchs of the Dao integration stage had sensed Gao Yang's actions in that instant. They had reached a silent consensus, while holding back the great demon saints with all their might. They secretly employed methods to obscure the beast's perception of the battlefield below. That was the only reason Gao Yang had been able to nearly slaughter the three-legged golden crows in such a short time. Now that the secret was out, Sword Monarch Po Yu naturally had to protect Gao Yang. Because of Gao Yang's existence, many humans who should have perished in this war were able to survive. For the human race, this was a truly monumental contribution. And what about him? Is it justified for him to strike at these beasts who haven't even reached the Dao integration stage? Emperor Yu let out a cold snort, the true sun fire on its body burning ever more intensely. The next moment, without waiting for Sword Monarch Po Yu to speak, its wings, which looked as if they were cast from solid gold, suddenly lashed out. A heaven-shaking sword chi erupted, sweeping towards Sword Monarch Po Yu and Gao Yang. Emperor Yu, if you keep fighting like this, I fear even the last bloodline of your three-legged golden crows will not be preserved. Sword Monarch Po Yu was not the least bit surprised. He blocked the earth-shattering strike with his sword pellet while speaking in a hauntingly calm tone. Emperor Yu grew even more furious. With a roar, it lunged at the two of them. Kill you all. Gao Yang looked at Sword Monarch Po Yu before him and stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The yang yao in his hand emitted a continuous, crisp ringing of a blade. Senior Po Yu, this junior does not need protection. Sword Monarch Po Yu turned his head to look at Gao Yang, who was currently brimming with high spirits and soaring battle intent. He couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Why wasn't such a talented young man part of their spring and autumn sword pavilion? Sword Monarch Po Yu withdrew his gaze and sent a telepathic message to Gao Yang. Emperor Yu is no ordinary great demon saint, possessing the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow. If it truly goes all out, there are no more than 3 people in the Qianyu and cultivation world who can stop it. I will take the lead in this assault, and you provide support from the side. If things go wrong, you leave first. Before the words had even faded, Sword Monarch Po Yu transformed into a streak of sword light and charged toward Emperor Yu. Niao, Gao Yang, let's go to. Let it see how strong we are. Melifina stood on Gao Yang's shoulder, urging him on repeatedly. Gao Yang nodded slightly, his entire body enveloped in crimson gold battle chi flames. He traced an arc across the sky and attacked Emperor Yu from the flank. Clang, clang, clang. The sword pellet and the wing blades clashed repeatedly, sending layers of biting shockwaves spreading outward. The sword chi whistled like a dragon, and the space where the two fought began to fracture with numerous pitch-black cracks. Natural disaster, super heavy slash. A sound of air being torn apart rang out. Yang Yao slashed past Emperor Yu's front, a 1,000-meter-long blade of chi grazing its beak and causing the space beneath it to crackle and pop. Bloody gashes appeared on Emperor Yu's chest. Emperor Yu narrowed its long, golden eyes, and then its right wing rose high like a blade, slashing down fiercely toward Gao Yang. This strike was as fast as lightning. Even though Gao Yang reacted, his speed was not enough to evade it. Puchi. The feather blade sliced through Gao Yang's body. Terrifying blade chi mixed with true sun fire erupted within him, using his life essence as fuel to burn frantically. Enter this burning. Gao Yang's body did not wither or char. Instead, a blinding radiance of willpower bloomed at the wound. The brilliant light of his willpower forcibly knit his flesh and blood back together, and even the raging true sun fire was rapidly extinguished under such dazzling resolve. Clang. The great sword shifted horizontally, blocking the other golden wing that was slashing across. Gao Yang's body was sent flying back by the impact, but in an instant, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already swung his sword down toward Emperor Yu's head. Human calamity, heart splitter. A white slash mark appeared in Emperor Yu's eyes. The moment it saw this strike, Emperor Yu's world of consciousness suddenly turned pitch black, and a white slash mark struck toward its demon soul. This was heart splitter. Like the natural disaster, will sword, it was a strike that attacked the soul and consciousness. But unlike the pure willpower attack of the will sword, the willpower attack of human calamity, heart splitter was much faster. The moment one perceived this strike, it meant the willpower attack had already taken effect. However, with such heaven-defying speed, its raw power was relatively weaker. But that did not matter. The moment the willpower was attacked, the body would inevitably fall into a momentary stasis. In that instant, Yang Yao would have already struck the opponent's body. Therefore, for the human calamity, Heart Splitter. The willpower attack was merely an auxiliary. The true killing blow was the physical blade of Yong Yao that delivered the strike. Even as strong as Emperor Yu, it was affected by this sudden attack, even though it reacted extremely quickly, using its true sun fire to burn away the slash mark in its mind. It still could not avoid a momentary pause. It was in this instant that Yong Yao and the sword pellet reached its body. Just as the blade of Yong Yao and the sword pellet pierced Emperor Yu, golden true sun fire erupted violently from its body. Emperor Yu's massive form vanished, replaced by a three-legged golden crow made entirely of true sun fire. The attacks from the blade and the sword pellet passed right through the fiery three-legged golden crow without causing it the slightest harm. With a flap of its wings, the sea of fire transformed by the true sun fire instantly spread for tens of thousands of meters, enveloping both Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu. Emperor Yu is getting serious. We must be extremely careful from now on. Sword Monarch Po Yu's grave warning echoed in Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang looked around. Everywhere he looked was a sea of gold. The true sun fire burned fiercely, and a scorching heat enveloped everything within this domain of flames. In this domain of fire, a three-legged golden crow composed of flames slowly spread its wings. Is this the power of a legendary rule? The moment Emperor Yu was hit by the attack, it merged its body with the flame rule. Not only did it evade the attacks from Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu, but it also simultaneously unleashed its own true sun fire domain, dragging both Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu into its territory. The Emperor Yu had already merged its body with the laws of fire. At this very moment, within its domain, it was invincible. Emperor Yu spread its wings, and at its mental command, the flames within the domain surged violently. Birds of fire, varying in shape and size, took form and lunged toward Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu. In an instant, an endless swarm of fire birds flooded the sky and earth, rushing toward Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. Yet, beneath this magnificent and beautiful scene lay boundless murderous intent. Sword Monarch Po Yu let out a cold snort. His sword pellet suddenly carved a circle with a radius of 10 jang around him, from which sword chi began to emanate. In that instant, Sword Monarch Po Yu ceased holding back. He erected his own sword domain of mountain breaking, shielding himself while charging toward the direction of Emperor Yu. Gao Yang watched the swarming firebirds, exhaled the stagnant air from his chest, and then flipped Yong Yao. His furnace battle chi burned fiercely like fire, and he slashed out with his sword, Human Calamity Sea of Fire. As this sword was swung, the battle chi flames on the blade surged against the wind, transforming into a firestorm that swept forward. Wherever the firestorm passed, the firebirds were sucked into it, only to be shredded by the endless sword chi of fire and reduced back into true sun fire. These true sun fires then merged into the firestorm, becoming fuel for its expansion. Only these defeated true sun fires could be indirectly utilized by Gao Yang. Beyond that, even if the true sun fire was within arm's reach, Gao Yang could not stir even a single wisp of it. This was the terrifying aspect of a legend of the laws. Not only could they remain immune to the vast majority of physical damage, but within their domain, everything was dominated and controlled by them. A legend dragged into a domain of laws would be suppressed by that domain, their strength reduced by more than several fractions. And to counter a domain of laws, one could only use another domain of laws. Gao Yang no longer hesitated. Murderous intent soared to the heavens, and a scarlet light flared brilliantly as a dark red-ray diagram rapidly emerged from within his body. Immortal Execution Sword Domain, Chapter 883. The shattering of the fire domain. Clatter, clatter. It seemed as if the sound of flowing water echoed within the sun fire domain. In Emperor Yu's perception, streaks of dark red sword chi swarmed out from Gao Yang's body, instantly carving out a void of about 10 zhang within its fire domain. Gao Yang's comprehension of the laws of slaughter was not low, but it was still far from the level of merging his body with the laws. He even had a long way to go before his domain could be solidified. However, because the Immortal Executioner diagram was extremely compatible with the laws of slaughter, it allowed him to forcibly push aside the suppression of Emperor Yu's domain of laws. Much like Sword Monarch Po Yu beside him. At this moment, the Scarlet Sword Domain and the Golden White Sword Domain were like two meteors, charging toward the Master of the Sun Fire Domain. The three-legged Golden Crow, Emperor Yu, Sword Monarch Poyu pointed his fingers like a sword, his sword chi soaring to the heavens. As he pointed toward the flaming three-legged golden crow, a streak of sword chi instantly erupted from his sword domain of mountain breaking. The true sunfire along its path swarmed over, attempting to intercept this sword chi. As the patriarch of the three-legged golden crow clan, Emperor Yu possessed the greatest strength within its kin. As a three-legged golden crow, it was inherently compatible with true sunfire, and thus its comprehension of the laws of fire was stronger than any other Dao integration cultivator present. But this did not mean it could be invincible in the Qianyuan cultivation world. After all, with limited resources, the improvement of the demon race's physical strength was restricted, forcing them to turn toward the comprehension of laws. The human race, however, possessed a natural advantage in comprehending laws. Therefore, not to mention the widening gap in strength compared to human Dao integration cultivators. As time passed, the rate of strength growth for human Dao integration powerhouses generally exceeded that of the demon race. With the rise of one and the fall of the other, the strength of the human race would only grow stronger. Thus, facing the powerful rise of the human race, the demon race's first reaction was to stifle it. But this action did not completely stifle the human race. Instead, it forced the humans to survive and progress in desperate situations, eventually becoming a formidable force and forging an irreconcilable blood feud between the demons and humans. The three-legged golden crow, which had now leaned toward the eastern wasteland demon race, naturally understood the concept of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Therefore, by unleashing its domain of laws, Emperor Yu intended to kill both Sword Monarch Poyu and Gao Yang within the domain in the shortest time possible. But what it did not expect was that in just a short 100 years, Sword Monarch Poyu, who had not even mastered a domain of laws, had not only mastered one now, but his domain was only slightly weaker than its own. Furthermore, while fire was dispersed and formless, Sword Monarch Poyu's sword chi was incredibly dense and solid. This meant that the true sun fire it controlled failed to block the sword chi thrust out by Sword Monarch Poyu. In an instant, the sword chi pierced into Emperor Yu's flaming body. Emperor Yu remained completely unmoved. This was one of the benefits of comprehending the laws of the five elements. It had already transformed into the laws themselves. It was the fire itself, and such physical slashes could not harm the fire itself. To harm the laws, one could only do so through other laws, such as the laws of ice or flowing water. The sword chi pierced through the flaming body, tearing open a rift. But in the blink of an eye, the rift vanished, and everything returned to normal. Emperor Yu spread its wings, and the raging flames transformed into giant maws, swallowing towards Sword Monarch Poyu and Gao Yang. At this point, it no longer had to worry about mana consumption. Having transformed into the laws, its attacks were no longer launched by conventionally drawing upon demon power to stir the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but were more fundamental, directly using the laws to kill its enemies. Sword Monarch Poyu flicked his fingers in succession, and amidst the flashing sword light, he shattered all the incoming giant flaming MAWS. As for Gao Yang, he had no time to be distracted. Gao Yang watched the incoming giant flaming maws. Yang Yao emitted a crisp sword hum, and streaks of pitch black slash marks appeared beneath his blade, forcing the incoming flaming maws to retreat continuously. No fire could approach within 10 zhang of him. Emperor Yu frowned slightly. That Sword Monarch Poyu could break its attacks was within its expectations, but that Gao Yang could also do so clearly exceeded its predictions. In its scenario, even if he couldn't block them, he should have at least appeared somewhat strained. Such a nonchalant posture caused a sense of unease to quietly emerge in Emperor Yu's heart. If Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Poyu both possessed the power to contend with a rule domain, then not to mention killing them, it would be difficult for it to even ensure it did not suffer defeat under their combined offensive. When Sword Monarch Poyu discovered that Gao Yang possessed the ability to contend with a rule domain, a glimmer of spirit suddenly appeared in his eyes. If that were the case, they could attempt to take down Emperor Yu. Merging one's body with the rules was not without a price. It did not consume conventional mana or physical stamina, but rather, it consumed spirit. Depending on the strength of one's spiritual capacity, the duration for which each rule legend could maintain their body merged with the rules varied. Of course, the deeper one's comprehension of the rules, the stronger the power of the rules they could unleash while merged, and the longer they could sustain it. Furthermore, when merged with the rules, the wear and tear on the rule domain would increase the spiritual consumption of the domain controller. As such, as long as he and Gao Yang could hold out within Emperor Yu's fire domain, Emperor Yu itself would eventually find it difficult to continue due to excessive consumption. Once that moment arrived, whether it chose to withdraw from the merged state or was forced to persist until its spirit was exhausted, the situation would be extremely advantageous for Sword Monarch Po Yu and Gao Yang. After all, under normal conditions, Emperor Yu had little hope of defeating two legends who based their combat on swordsmanship, and excessive spiritual consumption would likewise cause it to lose its subsequent combat effectiveness. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Sword Monarch Po Yu transmitted the plan to Gao Yang. After hearing the plan, Gao Yang quickly replied via telepathy, "Senior Po Yu, do not worry, we can hold out." "Good. Then let us join forces and shatter this three-legged golden crow's domain." Upon receiving Gao Yang's reply, Sword Monarch Po Yu's confidence surged, and the power of his strikes increased by several degrees. While Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu were being pulled into the solar fire domain by Emperor Yu, the other battlefields remained in the midst of fierce combat. Jian Changxia and Lengshan had joined forces to pin down a long-renowned Dao-integrating demon king. In the intervals of the battle, Jian Changxia also kept a portion of his focus on the sun that had suddenly appeared above the battlefield. That was Emperor Yu's solar fire domain. The sharp sword chi and violent roars erupting from it from time to time were enough to show that the battle within was exceptionally intense. That sun had already existed for the duration of half a cup of tea, and the fluctuations of the battle within had not weakened in the slightest. Instead, they had become increasingly intense. The entire sun was even slowly shrinking, and in contrast, the solar true fire was becoming increasingly violent and scorching. A flash of worry crossed Jian Changxia's eyes. Even from dozens of miles away, he could feel the terrifying high temperature. One could only imagine the pressure Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu were enduring while inside. Suddenly, the sun above the battlefield began to tremble. A scarlet sword chi shot into the sky, piercing out from within the sun as if it intended to split the sun into from the inside. Following the appearance of this scarlet sword chi, the next instant, a platinum sword chi also surged out from within the sun. The two sword chi intersected, instantly slicing the scorching sun into four petals. The sun, now sliced into four, turned into infinite flames and began to retract, being absorbed into the mouth of the flaming three-legged golden crow just as 100 rivers returned to the sea. Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu appeared opposite Emperor Yu. At this moment, both of them were covered in scorch marks, and the former's body had been burned by the terrifying solar true fire, leaving several charred, blood-filled holes that pierced straight through him. Sword Monarch Po Yu's Taoist robe was nearly half incinerated, and his meticulously kept hair bun had been burned away entirely. Yet the sword intent in his eyes was soaring to the heavens. He turned his head to look at Gao Yang and laughed aloud. "Fellow Taoist Gao, do you still have strength left?" Before Gao Yang could speak, Melifena had already spoken first. "Ha, of course, no problem." Having been roasted in the solar fire domain for several minutes, Melifena's well-maintained fur had been scorched dry and curled, which made her teeth itch with anger. At this moment, she only wanted to bite this flaming three-legged bird to death. Chapter 880 For slaying Emperor Yu. Gao Yang remained silent, feeling the endless auxiliary effects from Melifena. He took a step forward, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the three-legged golden crow, Emperor Yu. At this moment, the solar true fire on Emperor Yu's body was still burning fiercely, but the exhaustion was hard to hide in those narrow, golden eyes. Merging with the rules earlier without taking down Gao Yang and Sword Monarch Po Yu had consumed a great deal of its spirit. Although its current state could not be considered extremely poor, it was certainly not at its peak. A biting sword pressure rushed toward it. The flames in Emperor Yu's eyes surged, and one of its wings slashed horizontally toward Gao Yang like a heavenly blade. Clang! Yang Yao collided with the golden wing, with the point of impact as the center. The surrounding space shattered instantly like a broken mirror, with fragments flying everywhere. Emperor Yu's wing retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Despite its quick reaction, it was still slashed by Yang Yao, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone. Gao Yang's body seemed embedded in space. He did not retreat a single step, forcefully enduring this heavy, powerful strike from Emperor Yu. Surging power poured into his body, causing his right arm holding the sword and his entire right side to develop numerous flesh fissures. However, there was not the slightest ripple in Gao Yang's eyes. He stepped forward, the furnace battle chi around his body boiling violently. Majestic battle chi mixed with his will poured into Yongyao, causing the light on the sword blade to rapidly fade into silence. The next instant, he slashed down fiercely with his sword. Calamity, Nightfall. A trace of astonishment flashed in Emperor Yu's eyes as this sword fell. It caused pitch black light, dark as ink, to descend into the already shattered space. This black light shone directly onto the front of Emperor Yu's body. Accompanied by the radiance of this black light, the solar true fire on Emperor Yu's body began to retract uncontrollably toward its interior, making it seem as if it were being enveloped by the deep night, falling toward an equally deep black abyss. Suddenly, just as Yongyao was about to strike its neck, Emperor Yu finally broke free from this pitch black sword intent. The solar true fire in its eyes burned once more, and its wing, like a heavy horse-slaying saber, slashed down with force. The space that had just begun to heal shattered once again, and violent shockwaves carrying space fragments flew in all directions. At the center of the battle, Gao Yang turned into a bloody shadow and flew backward, instantly disappearing from before Emperor Yu. As for Emperor Yu, although it managed to break free from the control of Gao Yang's sword momentum at the final moment, its desperate counterattack, while sending Gao Yang flying, also resulted in its own wing being completely severed by that very sword, causing golden blood to rain down across the sky. Witnessing this scene, the demon race, regardless of their strength, all paused for a fleeting moment. The son of the demon race, the sovereign among the three-legged golden crows with the most noble bloodline, had now been severed of a wing in full view of everyone. In an instant, the image of the three-legged golden crow standing proudly as the scorching sun in the firmament developed a crack in the hearts of the many demons. And as the golden blood continued to spill, this crack began to spread at an unimaginable speed. Gao Yang's body flew backward uncontrollably, but the battle did not end. The moment he was knocked back, Sword Monarch Po Yu had already appeared before Emperor Yu, the sword pellet in his palm humming sharply as a heaven-piercing murderous intent brewed within it. His eyes were filled with sword intent. The next instant, the sword pellet emitted a piercing shriek and vanished from his palm, reappearing directly in front of Emperor Yu with a terrifying sword intent that seemed to tear the firmament apart. Before the sword pellet even arrived, the fearsome sword intent had already sliced through the space on both sides of Emperor Yu's body. The cutting force passed through its form, leaving a 10,000-meter-long gash in the space behind it. Kaw! As the sword pellet struck, Emperor Yu let out a blood-curdling shriek, its beak stained with golden blood, before it pecked at the sword pellet with lightning speed. Clang! The tip of the sword collided with the beak. Infinite sword chi and the true fire of the sun transformed into a semicircular energy field, clashing thousands of times in an instant, like the tip of a needle against the point of a wheat stalk. The continuous collisions caused Sword Monarch Po Yu's mana and divine sense to tremble violently, and blood gushed from his mouth as if it were worthless. Yet even so, he did not retreat a single step. Not only did he not retreat, but he even pressed his fingers together like a sword, as if pouring the weight of his entire body into his sword fingers, leaning forward and pushing inch by inch toward Emperor Yu. Crackle! An unprecedented sound of space shattering erupted. Wherever his sword fingers passed, space was ground into dust. This was the way of the sword cultivator, representing the path of extreme slaughter. Offense is the only way. The sword pellet, connected to Sword Monarch Po Yu's mind, felt his will, and its vibration frequency became increasingly violent. Zhang Po Yu gritted his teeth, squeezing two words through the gaps. Die now! Clang! A sword cry soared into the sky. The sword pellet, blocked by the beak, erupted with peerless sword intent. In a thousandth of a second, it pierced through Emperor Yu's beak, turning into a streak of light that shot instantly into its cheek. The moment the sword pellet entered its body, the sword chi exploded violently. The terrifying energy instantly shredded the left side of Emperor Yu's face and a small portion of its neck. If not for Emperor Yu's lightning-fast reaction forcibly merging with the laws of fire the moment the pellet entered to become a pure body of flame, it would have been its entire head that was shredded. Even so, this strike from Sword Monarch Po Yu severely wounded Emperor Yu, bringing it to the brink of death. Sword Monarch Po Yu looked at Emperor Yu, who had merged with the laws of fire at the last moment, a trace of unwillingness appearing in his eyes. But that strike had nearly drained him dry. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. And if it hadn't been a strike with all his might, how could he have achieved this much, senior sister? A hint of regret and unwillingness surfaced in Sword Monarch Po Yu's eyes. If this strike had been even a fraction faster, his senior sister's revenge would have been fulfilled. Caw! A roar of extreme fury erupted from the throat of the flaming golden crow. The true fire of the sun on Emperor Yu's body turned white, meaning it had gathered all its flames into its physical form. The terrifying true fire of the sun exploded, and the sea of fire instantly surged towards Sword Monarch Po Yu. Sword Monarch Po Yu wanted to raise his sword to block, but the exhaustion made his movements a beat too slow. Just at this moment, a sturdy figure appeared before Sword Monarch Po Yu's eyes, also heavily wounded, also holding a sword in one hand, and also carrying an aura of extreme sharpness. In a daze, the image of that person deeply engraved in his memory surfaced in Sword Monarch Po Yu's mind. Back then, she had also stood before him just like this, using a resolute sword strike to win him a chance at survival. No, don't. Sword Monarch Po Yu's lips moved, his fingers trembling imperceptibly. Gao Yang did not sense the change in Sword Monarch Po Yu behind him. The moment Sword Monarch Po Yu stood his ground, he had already forcibly stopped his retreat. As he charged toward the battlefield, he used his strongest sword strike to date without a moment's hesitation. Human calamity. Immortal execution. A dark red sword light, formed purely from the laws of slaughter, erupted from the tip of the Yang Yao sword, the massive sword pressure slicing the oncoming sea of fire right down the middle. The next instant, the dark red Yang Yao slashed through Emperor Yu's flaming body. As the sword chi entered its body, Emperor Yu did not pay it much mind, but the next moment, the extreme slaughter intent that exploded within its body caused its expression to change drastically. This slaughter intent was clashing with the laws of fire within its body at high speed. No, not clashing, but devouring. In a mere instant, Emperor Yu could no longer maintain its body of flame and was forcibly knocked out of its state of merging with the laws. Without a moment to breathe, the dark red sword of slaughter slashed down once more. Emperor Yu wanted to do something, but its body, now near the point of total collapse, could no longer sustain it. Squelch! The blade slashed diagonally. The true fire of the sun on Emperor Yu's surface stalled for a moment, then began to dissipate. System prompt. You have killed the three-legged golden crow Emperor Yu legendary Dao merging. System prompt. You have killed a legendary entity. You have gained 950. 0 legendary XP and 1 point of legendary reputation. System prompt. Due to your legendary profession effect, you have gained an additional 6,650,000 legendary XP. System prompt. Because of your actions, your initial relationship with the three-legged golden crow Eastern Wasteland has changed. Current relationship. Eternal enemies. System prompt. Hunting divine ability activated successfully. This hunt is complete. You have obtained Solar Fire Core *1. Taking a leave of absence. My dear foster fathers and mothers, please forgive me. I am out for a social engagement tonight, and have not yet returned home. So I must ask for a day off. Chapter 885. Like a bamboo being split. Following the appearance of the system notification, the body of the Yu Emperor transformed into pure solar true fire, collapsing toward the center to form a golden-hued crystal diamond. Gao Yang reached out and grasped it in his hand. Without examining the utility of this solar fire core in detail, Gao Yang stored it in his inventory. His entire body's battle chi burned like raging flames, blazing fiercely in the sky. It was as if a new sun had been born, replacing the fallen Yu Emperor, burning intensely against the pitch-black fire. In that instant, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The massive armies clashing below had not anticipated this, and neither had the Dao harmonizing demon kings hidden within the black clouds. They had never imagined that the Yu Emperor, a three-legged golden crow and a pinnacle powerhouse of the demon race, would have his soul scattered and perish within less than half an hour of the battle beginning. Kill! With a flash of sword light, Sword Monarch Poyu appeared beside Gao Yang. He raised his right hand high, and the sword pellet in his palm erupted with 10,000 zhang of sword qi, shooting straight into the clouds. He looked up at the black clouds above, then lowered his gaze to survey the earth below, letting out a hoarse, desperate roar. The Yu Emperor is dead. Level the eastern wasteland. Kill. The roar was filled with the hardships, blood, and tears shed along the path of the human race's rise. As his magical power carried the sound wave, it spread continuously, and more cultivators heard Sword Monarch Poyu's cry. Consequently, the already high morale of the Kinyu and human race surged once more. Roars accompanied by the thunderous resonance of magical power echoed over the two-world river, as if responding to Sword Monarch Poyu's shout. Conversely, after witnessing the execution of the three-legged Golden Crow Yu Emperor, the participating demons were filled with terror. At the same time, they began to harbor self-doubt regarding themselves and their race. Can we truly defeat the humans and maintain our status as the hegemons? If the morale of the two races could be quantified, the human race's morale had already broken through the maximum limit of 100, rising like a towering pillar of fire with an unstoppable momentum. As for the demon race, their original morale of 100 plummeted like a falling cliff. Thus, the shift in the war situation became clear. With no advantage in numbers, no advantage in top-tier combat power, and no advantage in morale, defeat had become a foregone conclusion. After the Yu Emperor's death, the many great demon sages present, facing the now unoccupied Sword Monarch Poyu and the Thunderfire Sword Immortal Gao Yang, all unanimously chose to avoid their sharp edge for the time being. After all, in a one-on-one fight, killing the opponent was nearly impossible. But if these two joined the fray, none of the great demon sages present could withstand a siege by three beings of the same rank. Retreating now to regroup and fight another day was the logical choice. Retreat immediately. Divine senses collided in the air. The great demon sages broke away from their respective opponents in a very short time, wrapping themselves in rolling demonic chi and retreating frantically toward the eastern wasteland demon territory. Seeing the great demon sages retreat without the slightest hesitation, the demon race's Tao-harmonizing demon kings also began to withdraw. However, compared to the great demon sages, the retreat of these demon kings was not smooth. The human Tao-harmonizing true monarchs, now freed up, launched attacks one after another to intercept them. As for the demon armies further below, their defeat was like a collapsing mountain. During the retreat, they were trampled to death or killed by the attacks of other demons. Some even turned on each other, settling old scores and grievances amidst the chaos. At this moment, the inherent flaws of the demon race were laid bare. Because the current demon race was not a complete and unified group, but rather a coalition of dozens or hundreds of different demon beast species. Before the rise of the human race, when they were the hegemons of this world, the infighting and struggles between the various demon beast species were no less intense than the current war between humans and demons. It was only because of the powerful rise of the human race that the various species were forced to unite, collectively referred to as the demon race. Now that they were defeated, under the pressure of external threats and internal strife, long-standing grievances finally erupted like a volcano, turning into a raging fire that consumed their minds and incinerated their reason. The pursuit lasted for an entire day, leaving countless demon beast corpses along the way. The earth stained a brownish red with blood. At Dragonhead Mountain and Eagle Ridge, Gao Yang and a group of human Tao-harmonizing true immortals stood on the peak. Melifina remained perched on his shoulder, gazing toward the boundless wild land ahead, the heartland of the demon race, a place where few humans could ever set foot. Further beyond lay the demon race's royal court. By now, this land had been brought entirely into the view of the human race. Ever since the great victory at the Two-World River, the Kinyu and human race had become like a war chariot running at full power, charging into the heartland of the demon race with unstoppable momentum. They crushed several organized demon counterattacks along the way, determined to maintain their forward momentum at any cost. To this end, a full 9 human Tao-harmonizing true immortals had fallen on the battlefield, and countless human cultivators below the Tao-harmonizing stage had perished. In contrast, The number of demons who died in the human race's relentless charge was several times that of the humans. It was precisely because of this desperate, all-out burst that the human army had arrived here in just 10 days. This was the final line of defense for the demon race's royal court. Crossing this line meant that there would be no more natural barriers to obstruct the human army before they reached the royal court itself. And the fact that the demons had retreated from Dragonhead Mountain meant they had abandoned this final barrier, intending to hole up in the royal court or rely on it to fight a decisive battle that would determine the future of this world. After 5 hours of rest, Sectmaster Zhuan Yuan stepped into midair, looking at the human cultivators crowding Eagle Ridge. He said in a deep voice, "The future hinges entirely on this battle. Whether our human race ascends to become the hegemon or falls into the dust depends on all of you, fellow Taoists." Having said this, Sectmaster Zhuan Yuan brought his hands together in front of his chest and bowed solemnly to the thousands of human cultivators below. With this single bow, the world fell silent. It was not because of the gesture from the Tao harmonizing true monarch, but because the determination of the thousands of human cultivators to face death at this very moment directly suppressed the space around them. The world fell silent for a moment, only to be shattered the next instant by a burst of unrestrained, jubilant clamor. HHHA. A true monarch bowing to an old man like me. I bet my own grandson wouldn't even believe it if I told him. Brothers, let us be off. Count me in, count me in. If we can wipe out the demon race this time and lay the foundation for our human race for 10,000 generations, what is there to fear even if we descend into the netherworld? Voices rang out from every corner of the human army. Sectmaster Zhuan Yuan and the others watched this scene in silence, before one by one, they revealed smiles that came from the bottom of their hearts. Fellow Taoist Yan Luo, you are not allowed to snatch my spoils of war again this time. A Tao integration true monarch looked at true monarch Yan Luo, whose body was wreathed in flames, his tone teasing. True monarch Yan Luo turned his head, the corners of his mouth twitching imperceptibly. What do you mean by snatching your spoils? If I hadn't acted in time, it would be a question of whether you, Taoist, could even be standing here in one piece. But I was only a hair's breadth away from slaying that beast. Taoist stiffened his neck, still stubborn. True monarch Yan Luo laughed heartily. If it weren't for me, you would likely have perished together with it. Taoist glared, his snow-white beard fluttering in the air. He then began spouting nonsense about how a cultivator's duel could not be called perishing together, or how he was merely testing the beast's depth, drawing laughter from everyone around them. The air was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Amidst the unrestrained banter, the group followed the human army as they flew toward the direction of the Demon Imperial Court. Chapter 886, Settling the Foundation's Demon Imperial Court. Recognized by the numerous demon beast tribes as their only holy land, was truly extraordinary. 9 majestic spiritual veins formed a formation resembling 9 dragons playing with a pearl, guarding the 10,000 demon peak where the Demon Imperial Court was located. The dense spiritual chi condensed into a tangible form, submerging nearly half of the 10,000 demon peak. At the summit of the 10,000 demon peak lay a flat expanse of ground. It was smooth and uniform, clearly not a natural formation, but rather the result of some existence using great divine power and abilities to shave off the entire peak without disturbing the surrounding terrain. Standing atop the 10,000 demon peak was an ancient black gold palace 10,000 zhang tall. Inside the ancient palace, massive pillars of black gold rose from the ground, piercing straight into the firmament. The palace had no roof, making it look more like a coliseum. This was the Demon Imperial Court. At this very moment, this Demon Imperial Court, which had stood for countless years, was engulfed in the flames of war. Blood of various lusters was splattered across every corner of the Demon Imperial Court. Severed limbs and broken arms, hundreds of zhan in size, were soaked in pools of blood. The once magnificent and majestic ancient palace was now filled with ruins and broken walls. A giant dragon, thousands of zhan long and covered in golden dragon scales, had smashed through a corner of the ancient palace. Its snake-like body was half buried under rubble. One of its ferocious dragon horns had been snapped off, and its majestic dragon whiskers were completely broken. Although its golden dragon eyes had lost their luster, they still carried the aura of majesty that commanded all beasts to submit. At the head of this giant dragon, Gao Yang's body was shattered on one side, The Yongyao sword had pierced through the top of the dragon's head, pinning it dead to the spot. He turned his head to look. The closest person to him was Daosu, whose hair and beard were snow white, lying 100 zhang away. At this moment, the latter was covered in ice blue frost, spread evenly across the ground for a radius of 10 meters. He had already lost all signs of life. Only the ice crystals covering the ground remained to prove his existence. Not far from Daosu, a leopard demon, 10 zhang long with fur so black that even light could not escape it, was pierced through by extremely thin yet long ice threads. Having also ceased to breathe. Further away, true monarch Yan Luo stood atop the head of a giant beast. The illusory flames on his body were nearly extinguished, and his originally robust frame was now withered and cracked to the limit, as if a single touch would cause him to crumble into dust with a puff. He looked toward the spot where Daosu lay, coughed slowly and laboriously a few times, and pulled his mouth into a curve that looked like both a cry and a smile. His hoarse voice rang out slowly. "See, I was just a little late in acting, and you, Daosu, ended up perishing together with this great sage Gao Yang." After true monarch Yan Luo finished speaking, his head slowly drooped, and the flames on his body grew even weaker, as if they would be completely extinguished in the next instant. Such tragic scenes were scattered throughout the entire Demon Imperial Court. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan stood upon the throne at the very center of the former Demon Imperial Court. Before him lay a two-headed golden lion radiating blinding golden light. A massive blood hole had appeared in the center of its head, and it was clearly dead. With a flash of sword light, Sword Monarch Poyu arrived before Sect Master Zhuan Yuan. The sword pellet in his palm had several cracks, and the blade was stained with a smear of crimson. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan looked at him and revealed a faint smile. "The demon great sages have all been killed, and over 80% of the Dao integration demon kings have been killed or wounded. Fellow Taoist Poyu, in the end, we have won. Yes, we have won." A look of trance appeared in Sword Monarch Poyu's eyes. Even though his sword heart was clear, he still found it difficult to remain indifferent in the face of such a Pyrrhic victory. True Monarch Yan Luo has fallen, Daosu has fallen, True Monarch Xiao has fallen, and Great Elder Liren is dead as well. Was all of this worth it? Sect Master Zhuan Yuan slowly closed his eyes. After a few breaths, he opened them, looked straight at Sword Monarch Poyu, and said word by word, "It is worth it. It is precisely because of the sacrifices of millions of humans that the Qianyuan cultivation world exists today. And it is precisely because of our sacrifices today as cultivators of Qianyuan that there will be a more prosperous and flourishing Qianyuan cultivation world in the future. Some things must be done by someone. We simply happen to be the ones here at this moment, for the sake of a better future for the human race. Even if I were to die for it, I would have no regrets." Sword Monarch Poyu's lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan looked at him deeply, then took a step. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Gao Yang, bowing as he said, "Fellow Taoist Gao, fellow Taoist me, thank you both for your help this time." Gao Yang slowly stood up and said, "Senior Zhuan Yuan, you are too kind. This action was something I did of my own volition." Sect Master Zhuan Yuan sighed inwardly, then said, "Now that the top combat power of the demon race has been almost completely wiped out, there are still many follow-up matters that need to be handled. If there is any lack of hospitality, I hope you will both forgive us." Gao Yang heard this and spoke up, "Senior Zhuan Yuan, now that this war has concluded and the human race's ascent to the pinnacle of Qianyuan is a foregone conclusion, I will not linger here any longer. Once my injuries have recovered sufficiently, I intend to depart. In such a hurry." Sect Master Zhuan Yuan looked at Gao Yang with confusion. The more time he spent with Gao Yang, the more he realized that this impossibly young junior always carried a sense of urgency, as if a ferocious beast were constantly chasing him from behind. And only by moving forward incessantly could he avoid being caught. "Yes, there are subsequent matters waiting for me to handle," Gao Yang said earnestly. As for the matters he spoke of, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan naturally did not think he was referring to affairs within the Qianyuan cultivation world. Since that is the case, then fellow Taoist Gao and fellow Taoist me, travel safely. If you have any leisure time in the future, you are welcome to come to the Qianyuan cultivation world for a small gathering. We will certainly treat you both well then." Gao Yang smiled and nodded in agreement. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely come to disturb you. I hope that when I return next time, the Qianyuan cultivation world will be a completely different sight. As he spoke, he looked up at the pitch-black night sky above. Because of the war between humans and demons, the golden crow, which was the incarnation of the sun, and the cold toad, which was the incarnation of the moon, had both joined the war. Consequently, this world had not seen sunlight or moonlight for nearly a month. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan heard this and said, "Do not worry, fellow Taoists. Both the golden crow and the cold toad have been left alive. In a few days, Qianyuan will see the light of day once more. From now on, these sun and moon will be the sun and moon of Qianyuan." Following that, Gao Yang and Sect Master Zhuan Yuan chatted for a few more moments before the latter hurried away. With the overall situation just settled, there was still cleanup work that required Sect Master Zhuan Yuan's attention. After Sect Master Zhuan Yuan left, Jian Qiangxia also flew in from a great distance and landed in front of Gao Yang. Seeing that he had come alone, Gao Yang felt a bit worried and asked, "Where is fellow Taoist Lengxin?" Jian Qiangxia was startled for a moment, then replied naturally, "Lengxin was severely injured and is currently circulating her energy to heal." Gao Yang felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. As long as she wasn't dead, that was fine. Jian Qiangxia did not suspect anything and continued, "Fellow Taoist Gao, now that this great war has ended, I have decided to become Tao companions with Lengxin in a few days. You must come when the time comes." Gao Yang nodded earnestly upon hearing this. Chapter 887, Clearing Doubts and Departing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the ruins of the Demon King's court, the traces of the great battle had not yet been completely cleared, but the Demon King's court was now filled with a joyous atmosphere. Bright red silk hung from the stone pillars inside the court. Petals drifted slowly down from the firmament, and cranes soared through the rain of petals, occasionally emitting long, melodious cries. A large number of human cultivators stood in the air, sat cross-legged on the backs of spirit beasts, or stood directly on the ground, their faces all beaming with smiles. Today was the joyous occasion of the two Tao integrating true immortals, Jian Qiangxia of the Spring and Autumn Sword Pavilion and Fairy Lengxin, becoming Tao companions for the entire Qianyuan cultivation world. After experiencing a tragic war, they needed a celebration of sufficient significance to alleviate their suppressed emotions. High above in the firmament, a great sun emitted a faint golden light, illuminating the entire world. That was the only remaining three-legged golden crow, which had now transformed into the sun of the Qianyuan world. Fulfilling the duties of the sun, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the back of Olivier, standing in a corner of the Demon King's court, waiting quietly. As time passed, immortal wine and delicacies emitting rich aromas flew in from thin air, drifting slowly through the Demon King's court, allowing the cultivators to help themselves, and laughter spread along with it. When the sun above reached its highest point, a long rainbow suddenly shot out from the white clouds in the high sky. The rainbow was snow-white, spanning the horizon like a bolt of silk, reaching the other end of everyone's field of vision before disappearing into the mist. Accompanied by the cries of cranes, grand music resounded throughout the world. The clouds parted, revealing Fairy Lengxin dressed in red bridal attire. At the same time, at the beginning of the rainbow, Jian Qiangxia, also dressed in bright red, appeared. The two of them walked along the rainbow, and under the gaze of the many human cultivators, they slowly walked to the center. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan appeared slowly between the two and began to preside over the ceremony. Melifina squatted on Gao Yang's shoulder, her large eyes blinking, her fluffy tail wagging constantly behind her. "Niao Gao Yang, they are so happy." Gao Yang reached out and scratched her chin, a faint smile on his face as he said, "Melifina, it's so outstanding. Hasn't anyone pursued you?" Melifina rubbed her head against Gao Yang's finger, purring contentedly, and then said innocently, "Grandma said I am still young and it is far from the time for courtship. Compared to this, I prefer basking in the sun and eating delicious dried fish." Gao Yang could not help but chuckle at this. Indeed, what could a little kitten have on her mind? As time passed, the ceremony in the sky finally came to an end. The moment the ceremony ended, a barely perceptible fluctuation suddenly rippled out from an unknown place, and within a very short time, It turned into a rolling wave that swept across the entire Qianyuan world. In this instant, all cultivators with cultivation levels above the Dao integration stage felt the changes occurring in the world and opened their eyes wide. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He was all too familiar with this feeling. This was the plane consciousness of this world, of course. In the Eastern lineage of worlds, it was generally called the Heavenly Dao. Before this, he had never felt the fluctuations of the Qianyuan world's Heavenly Dao. He thought about it carefully. It must have been the influence of the previous war between humans and demons that had prevented the plane consciousness of this world from taking shape. Now that the human race had defeated the demon race and unified the entire Qianyuan world, it meant that the next era would be the era of the human race. And thus the Heavenly Dao of the Qianyuan world had solidified as a result. After this strand of Heavenly Dao fluctuation passed, a mysterious energy emerged between heaven and earth. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan felt it carefully, his pupils trembling slightly. He had a feeling that as long as he was willing, he could now immediately shatter the void and ascend to the upper realm. And he was not the only one who felt this way. In this instant, all the Dao integrating true immortals in the Qianyuan world who had reached the level of veteran legends felt this fluctuation. Excitement surged within their hearts. Yet no one immediately chose to shatter the void and depart following this fluctuation. After all, the human race had only just triumphed over the demon race, and the demons were not yet completely extinct. If the peak combat power of the human race were to ascend in its entirety at this moment, the demon race might seize the opportunity to stage a comeback. Gao Yang withdrew his perception. As this ripple of energy dissipated, he already understood that the Qianyuan world was no longer an isolated plane but had officially integrated into the multiverse. Other planes could now discover the Qianyuan world, and the cultivators within Qianyuan could also leave to travel to other planes. This minor episode had no impact on the cultivators below the Dao integration stage. They continued their celebrations. However, the true immortals of the Dao integration stage had lost their interest. Following the departure of Sect Master Zhuan Yuan, many of the true immortals also vanished from the scene one after another. Just as Sect Master Zhuan Yuan was leaving, a telepathic message reached Gao Yang's ears. "Young friend Gao, please step aside for a brief conversation." Gao Yang was not surprised, or rather, the moment the Heavenly Dao of Qianyuan fluctuated, he knew this moment would come. After all, to the practitioners of the Qianyuan world, he, a visitor from another realm, was undoubtedly an excellent source of information. Soon, Gao Yang brought Milafina to a temporarily constructed grand hall outside the Demon King's court. At this moment, the hall was already filled with true immortals of the human race. A rough count showed no fewer than 50 of them. These true immortals were standing or sitting, yet all maintained a sufficient level of restraint and silence. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Young friend Gao, please come and take a seat." Facing the invitation from Sect Master Zhuan Yuan, Gao Yang did not decline. He walked to the side of the Sect Master and sat down slowly, facing the many true immortals. Once he was seated, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan began to speak. "Fellow Taoists, you should have all sensed the Heavenly Dao fluctuation just now. As people of the Qianyuan world, we might have heard mentions of it in our respective inheritances, but we have never experienced it personally. Compared to us fumbling and guessing, young friend Gao is undoubtedly much clearer on the matter." As he spoke, Sect Master Zhuan Yuan turned to look at Gao Yang and said softly, "I wonder if young friend Gao would be interested in clearing up the doubts in the hearts of the fellow Taoists present here." After Sect Master Zhuan Yuan finished speaking, Gao Yang paused for a moment. The Sect Master's words had already made it clear to him that the heritage of the cultivators in this world was not to be underestimated. By publicly asking him to answer their questions, the Sect Master also had the intention of doing him a favor. If the other true immortals gained benefits from Gao Yang, they would naturally not leave him unrewarded. Sect Master Zhuan Yuan knew that Gao Yang would eventually head to the higher realms where they would ascend to seek his own opportunities if he could establish more connections and resources. His path would surely be smoother. Regardless of the outcome, answering these questions would be a way for Gao Yang to build goodwill with everyone present. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gao Yang revealed a smile and said, "Of course, that is no problem. I shall tell you everything I know without reservation." Sect Master Zhuan Yuan nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Then this old man will not stand on ceremony. I wonder if young friend Gao could enlighten us. Just how vast is the world beyond our own?" Once Sect Master Zhuan Yuan finished, the other true immortals all looked at Gao Yang, their eyes filled with endless curiosity. Gao Yang lowered his head and pondered for a moment before looking up at the crowd and saying, "Beyond this world, there are still other worlds. The 3,000 worlds are like the stars in the sky, countless in number. Fellow Taoist Gao, may I ask how many worlds you have visited?" One true immortal could not help but ask. Gao Yang shook his head slightly and said, "The worlds I have traveled to are merely a speck of dust in this vast universe. If one truly wished to traverse the entire universe, I fear that even 10 million years would not be enough to see it all." Hiss. As Gao Yang's voice fell, a collective intake of breath echoed through the hall. Sword Monarch Poyu listened and asked, "If that is the case, young friend Gao, how does our strength compare within this universe?" Gao Yang looked at Sword Monarch Poyu. Naturally understanding what the man was thinking, he smiled and said, "Senior Poyu, do not worry. Even looking at the entire universe, true immortals of the Tao integration stage stand above the common masses, at the very peak of all living beings." However, hearing the first part of Gao Yang's words, the true immortals felt a sense of relief, but this sudden turn made them tense up once again. However, what? One true immortal asked. Gao Yang did not waste time and said directly, "However, it is only standing at the peak of the common masses. Above the Tao integration stage, there are golden immortals, great low golden immortals, and even quasi-saints and saints, facing such existences. At times, a true immortal of the Tao integration stage is not considered particularly strong." The terms golden immortal and great low golden immortal that Gao Yang used were his way of mapping the Eastern lineage to the power levels of the multiverse, corresponding to weak divine power, intermediate divine power, greater divine power, and the chief gods of a pantheon. To gods, ordinary legends truly did not cause much trouble, as long as they were willing. Killing a legend was not difficult. After Gao Yang finished speaking, the hall fell into a deathly silence. It took several breaths before a soft sigh echoed in the hall. "I never expected that after cultivating for hundreds of years, thinking I had reached the pinnacle, I would find that there are countless existences above us when looking at the vast universe. Indeed, the world is so vast, we must continue to seek the truth slowly." Those who could become true immortals of the Tao integration stage naturally possessed exceptional talent, and at the same time, their mental fortitude could not be weak. The confusion from just a moment ago was fleeting for the many true immortals present. Now that they knew the vastness of the universe, the anticipation rising in their hearts far outweighed any sense of loss. Seeing that everyone had adjusted, Gao Yang said, "Of course, even such existences are not numerous when looking at the entire universe. For the living beings of the cosmos, a powerhouse at the Tao integration stage is the ultimate goal for which billions of lives strive." His words brought a measure of comfort to the true immortals present. In this light, their cultivation still held meaning. "Then, may I ask fellow Taoist Gao, if we were to ascend to the higher realms in the future, how should we conduct ourselves?" One true immortal asked. This question was also on the minds of many true immortals of the Tao integration stage. Seeing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Gao Yang. How to conduct oneself? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Although the Qianyuan world does not have existences above the golden immortal realm, its own strength is already extremely formidable. Even looking across the vast universe, it is not a weakling. I cannot answer how you should conduct yourselves. My path is different from yours. So, you will have to make your own judgments based on the actual situation after you ascend." Following this, the true immortals of the Tao integration stage present asked questions incessantly, and Gao Yang answered them as best he could based on the reality of the situation. Time flew by, and half an hour passed. The doubts in everyone's hearts were basically resolved. The sect master of Zhuanyuan waited for a moment, and seeing that no one else had any questions, he spoke up. "If not for young friend Gao Yang this time, we would likely be like the blind men feeling an elephant, and our future path would inevitably be fraught with difficulty. Here, I must thank young friend Gao Yang for clearing up our confusion. I wonder if there is anything we can do for young friend Gao Yang." "That is right. That is right. If not for Taoist Gao Yang's righteousness, we would surely have suffered for it in the future, and might even have lost our lives in vain. If Taoist Gao Yang has any needs, just say the word indeed, indeed. Seeing this, Gao Yang pondered for a few seconds and said, if that is the case, I do have an uninvited request. Taoist Gao Yang, please speak freely. Could I take a look at your sect's classics that do not involve secret cultivation techniques? Gao Yang asked. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of relief. They were just sect classics, which only recorded various information and did not involve the fundamentals of cultivation. There was absolutely no problem with that. Seeing this, everyone agreed one after another, and Gao Yang revealed a satisfied smile. In this way, he would naturally be able to discover the background of the sects in the Qianyuan world, much like the relationship between the Zhuangmendao sect and the Great Master Zhuangdu. If he could find a few more, he would have more connections when he eventually went to the primordial world. The chances of finding out how to cultivate the subsequent stages of the 9 profound art would also be significantly higher. Having obtained what he wanted, the many true immortals of the Tao integration stage dispersed one after another. On one hand, they had to deal with various post-war matters, and on the other, they needed to return to their sects to retrieve the requested sect classics for Gao Yang. For the next few days, Gao Yang settled down in this great hall, reading the various sect classics sent by the many true immortals of the Tao integration stage, searching for potential clues regarding his lineage. Time flew by, and another half-month passed. This was the 40th day since Gao Yang arrived in the Qianyuan world, with only 5 days left until the 1.5-month limit. Inside the great hall, Gao Yang put down the ancient, simple book in his hand and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. For the past half-month, besides cultivating, he had spent his time immersed in this massive collection of classics. Even with Gao Yang's extraordinary intelligence of 25 points, it was still somewhat overwhelming. However, these efforts were not in vain. Although the gains were not huge, they were still there. After putting away the ancient book, Gao Yang stood up and walked outside. Since he had already obtained what he wanted, it was time to leave. As Gao Yang walked out of the great hall, Melifina, who was sunbathing on the roof, jumped down, landed on Gao Yang's shoulder, and asked, Gao Yang, where are we going? We should go back, Gao Yang said softly. Meow, all right. Melifina nodded involuntarily. She had been out for quite a while this time, and she was starting to miss the dried fish in the immortal wasteland. Gao Yang moved his mind, and before long, a Delaware flew over from the distance. Everything that needed to be said had already been said, so Gao Yang did not bid farewell to anyone else. With a flash of his intent, he disappeared from the spot, taking Delaware and Melifina with him. Chapter 888, Digesting the Harvest. A barren world, immortal city, behind the immortal temple, Gao Yang's place of seclusion. In the center of the Ironwood training ground, which had been quiet for several months, a massive spatial vortex slowly emerged. Then, a combat boot stepped out, and the next moment, Gao Yang walked out of the spatial vortex, sniffing the familiar air. Gao Yang could not help but let out a deep sigh and remarked, I am back. Melifina shook her little head, trying to shake off the after effects of the teleportation. Afterward, she leaped off Gao Yang's shoulder and flew toward her cat bed on the kello fruit tree. Having been away for so long, she missed her cat bed. As for Delaware, Gao Yang released it from the contract formation. As soon as its massive body appeared, it immediately stirred up a ripple. This ripple spread out, instantly catching the attention of the drow guards stationed around the villa. The next instant, several figures appeared on the ancient trees surrounding the villa. However, when they saw Gao Yang standing in the training ground, they bowed one after another before vanishing back into the darkness. Gao Yang looked at Delaware and waved his hand casually. Go back to your training. Delaware let out a low growl and also walked slowly toward the kello fruit tree. Gao Yang looked around and took a step. Appearing beneath the kello fruit tree, a vine stretched out in front of Gao Yang. He reached out and patted it, then said, I brought you some gifts this time. They are a bit large. Can you handle them yourself? The vine in front of him shook up and down a few times, signifying that it could handle it. Seeing this, Gao Yang waved his hand, and the massive corpse of a demonic beast nearly 300 zhang long, suddenly appeared. The moment the beast's corpse appeared, the surrounding air was pushed aside, creating a breeze out of thin air. Gao Yang pointed at the beast's corpse, which was almost 1/3 the height of the callow fruit tree, and said, "Eat this one first. There is plenty more later. Tell me when you are finished." At this, the massive canopy of the callow fruit tree swayed slowly, making a rustling sound. Appearing very excited, Gao Yang smiled, and with a thought, he returned to his bedroom. After a simple wash, he lay directly on the large bed and drifted into a dream. This was one of his habits. When in other planes, he would not enter this kind of relaxed, deep sleep unless necessary. He mostly replaced sleep with meditative practice, as this allowed him to maintain his state at all times. Only when he returned home would he indulge in a deep sleep to replenish the energy consumed during his missions or campaigns. He slept for an entire night. The first half was spent sleeping comfortably, while the second half was spent sleeping quite comfortably as well. The next day, when the morning light was bright, Gao Yang slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and glanced at Lisa, who was fast asleep while hugging his right arm. Recalling the battle from the second half of the night, he felt refreshed in both body and mind. A hearty and vigorous battle had completely washed away the last trace of fatigue he had accumulated in the Qianyuan world. It was another day full of vitality. Gao Yang withdrew his arm from Lisa's embrace. The movement was slight, yet it was still enough to wake Lisa from her deep slumber. Her ruby-like eyes shimmered with a watery ripple upon seeing Gao Yang. A smile appeared on her face, and she said, "You're awake." Gao Yang nodded, stood up from the bed, and looked back at her, saying, "It is still early. Sleep a little longer." Hearing this, Lisa pulled the thin quilt that had slipped halfway down back up, then shifted into a comfortable position and drifted back into her dreams. Although she had been the one to initiate things last night, the physical disparity between a legendary spellcaster and a legendary war god was still too vast. She needed some time to recover. Gao Yang walked out of the bedroom and, in the next instant, appeared in the center of the martial arts arena. After consuming two vitality fruits, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the meditation sapphire and began his daily practice. The practice session did not last long. After just 1 hour, he brought it to a close. Seeing this, Gao Yang took out the spoils of his trip from his inventory one by one. Because this was his second entry into the Qianyuan world, he had not activated any war missions, so all his gains were primarily plundered through the hunting divine profession of Yongyao. The most significant among them were naturally the Sunfire seeds contributed by the 3-legged Golden Crow clan, as well as the Sunfire core contributed by the Yu Emperor. Beyond that, there were the life origin crystals and wolf fragments he had harvested while slaying the Dao integrating demon kings of the demon race. The vast majority were life origin crystals, while there were only a mere 3 wolf fragments, all of which had been contributed by the same demon king. From this, it was evident that compared to life origin crystals, wolf fragments were far rarer. As for their effect, they could directly increase the user's total will and slightly refine it. Of course, depending on the user's total amount of will, the improvement provided by the wolf fragments would vary slightly. As for the various abilities and divine sparks mentioned in the hunting divine profession, he had not managed to plunder any. Gao Yang estimated that these abilities were even rarer, and the difficulty of plundering them was significantly higher. Looking at the 14 Sunfire seeds, 1 Sunfire core, 29 life origin crystals, and 3 wolf fragments laid out before him, Gao Yang reached out and picked up a wolf fragment. The method for using this item was the same as for the life origin crystals, accompanied by a surge of his own will radiance. The wolf fragment in Gao Yang's hand slowly melted, eventually merging completely into his own will radiance. After a moment, Gao Yang opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. This single will fragment had increased his total will by 1.9%, equivalent to 3 months of bitter cultivation. Without pause, Gao Yang absorbed the other 2 will fragments in succession. After absorbing all 3 will fragments, his total will had increased by a total of 5.4%, which was a remarkably significant improvement. These 3 will fragments had saved Gao Yang nearly a year of meditative practice. After calming the ripples of will in his mind, Gao Yang picked up a life origin crystal and covered his palm with battle aura. As the life origin crystal slowly melted, His life origin began to increase. It took an entire morning to finally absorb all 29 life origin crystals. When the last life origin crystal was fully absorbed, the vitality within Gao Yang's body was nearly overflowing. He felt as though his entire body was filled with inexhaustible energy. This was a manifestation of a rapid, short-term surge in vitality. Gao Yang's method for dealing with this state was very simple. He stood up, summoned Yang Yao into his hand, and began to swing the sword slowly. As Yang Yao moved, the various energies within Gao Yang's body began to be mobilized, and under the command of his will, they gradually coalesced into a single strand. After just half an hour, as Gao Yang swung his sword, not a single trace of vitality leaked from his body anymore. Chapter 889, Refining the Fire Seeds. After absorbing the life origin crystals, Gao Yang sat back down on the meditation sapphire. Before him remained only the Sunfire Seeds and the Sunfire Core, which looked as if they had been cast from gold. The reason he left these for last was, naturally, because they belonged to the category of rare abilities. Gao Yang had a hunch that once he absorbed all these Sunfire Seeds, his unique specialty, the Blazing Sun Furnace, would inevitably receive an incredibly exaggerated boost. After all, both originated from the same source, the sun. After regulating his breathing for a moment, Gao Yang reached out and picked up a Sunfire Seed. As the seed entered his hand, a heavy sensation emerged in his perception. Gao Yang felt as if he were holding a miniature sun in his palm, one that was radiating an incredibly intense light and heat. Without hesitation, his crimson gold furnace battle ore rose from his skin. The equally scorching battle ore enveloped the Sunfire Seed, and he began to refine it. Soon, under the continuous refinement of the furnace battle ore, the surface of the Sunfire Seed, which looked like it was cast from gold, began to melt. Drops of golden liquid dripped from the bottom of the seed. As soon as these golden droplets left the Sunfire Seed, they turned into raging flames, rapidly merging with Gao Yang's furnace battle ore. With the addition of these fire seed liquids, Gao Yang's furnace battle ore burned even more intensely. The originally crimson gold furnace battle ore began to blaze fiercely, and the terrifying high temperature caused the air around Gao Yang to distort. Thump thump, thump thump. As the energy of the Sunfire Seed flowed into Gao Yang's heart along with the circulation of his battle ore, a solid, drum-like heartbeat resonated from within his chest. Very quickly, a solar spark was completely absorbed by Gao Yang. Gao Yang's brows furrowed slightly. He could feel that as this solar spark was absorbed, the blazing sun furnace fused with his heart had clearly entered an active state. This meant that the blazing sun furnace was craving this type of homologous power. Without hesitation, Gao Yang picked up another solar spark and began to refine it. After receiving the new homologous power, the blazing sun furnace beat even more violently. At the same time, accompanied by the circulation of his battle chi, the newly generated battle chi began to shift bit by bit from its original reddish gold color toward a pure golden hue. When the 10th solar spark was absorbed by Gao Yang, his originally bright red heart had turned into a solid golden yellow, as if a miniature sun were burning fiercely within his chest. Blood, heavy as liquid gold, was pumped out with every contraction and expansion of his heart, flowing through his tough, thick blood vessels to every part of his body. With a whoosh, golden, scorching battle chi rose from Gao Yang's body, and the surrounding space was instantly filled with endless light and heat. If anyone were watching, they would likely mistake him for a miniature sun. Gao Yang's heart stirred, and his body automatically levitated, eventually coming to a stop at a height of about 10 meters above the ground. Without pausing, Gao Yang absorbed the remaining 4 solar sparks one by one, which made the battle chi on his body even more golden and scorching. The color of his furnace battle chi had already approached a platinum hue. At the same time, Gao Yang's heart seemed as if it had been cast from gold, and rich golden blood was being pumped from the heart, transported to every corner of his body. Even when this golden blood circulated to his brain, the surface of the great sword of will in his consciousness space, which represented Gao Yang's will, began to rise with illusory golden solar flames. The moment the great sword of will was ignited, both Gao Yang's will and his body began to enter a certain transformation. The light emitted by the star above the firmament shone upon his body, and a strange, inexplicable connection seemed to form between them. He looked up, feeling that in this instant, as long as he wished, He could also transform into a sun, hanging high above the firmament, illuminating the world. As this thought surfaced, his body began to rise uncontrollably, as if it had a tendency to merge with the sun above the firmament. Suddenly, Gao Yang closed his eyes, and the illusions in his mind were all slashed away by his invisible sword intent. He opened his eyes and discovered that in the mere seconds since that thought had surfaced, his body had already risen a full 100 meters high. If he had continued to think that way, this rate of ascent would likely have increased exponentially. However, Gao Yang had already awakened by this point and had slashed away the illusions in his heart. So naturally, the situation of continuing to rise ceased to exist. He controlled his body to descend rapidly until he returned to the position 10 meters above the ground. Immediately following this, Gao Yang took out the solar fire core contributed by the Yu Emperor, covered it with his battle chi, and began to refine it. As the patriarch of the three-legged Golden Crow clan, the Yu Emperor possessed the greatest strength, and the solar fire core he dropped was fundamentally different from the solar sparks dropped by ordinary three-legged Golden Crows. In this short time, Gao Yang had already understood the transformation that his body and will were undergoing. Simply put, it was because he had absorbed too many solar rules in a short period, leading to the risk of assimilation by the solar rules. If Gao Yang had not resisted just now, he would likely have ascended to the firmament by now, merging into the sun above Eberron, which is to say, he would have died and vanished. Since he had resisted, a new problem arose. He had absorbed too many solar rules in a short time, causing his body, his will, and the blazing sun furnace to all undergo a transformation. This transformation required a core to maintain it. If there were no such core, this transformation would be unable to continue, and would instead slowly recede, causing nearly half of the power from the solar sparks he had just absorbed to be lost. Although the improvement was still immense, Gao Yang could not accept losing nearly half of the gains for no reason. Fortunately, this situation could be resolved by the solar fire core. As the golden-hued battle chi covered the solar fire core, a more pure and surging solar true fire erupted from the core, merging with Gao Yang's furnace battle chi. As the solar true fire within the solar fire core was absorbed by Gao Yang, his heart beat even more violently, and the color of his heart became an even deeper golden yellow. When the solar true fire on the surface of the solar fire core merged into his furnace battle chi, the solar fire core turned into a pure golden liquid, instantly seeping into his skin and flowing rapidly along his blood vessels into his heart, wrapping around the entire organ. In that instant, an indescribable, excruciating pain exploded within Gao Yang's perception. This pain, like a mountain-toppling sea, rushed into Gao Yang's mind, causing his vision to go black. In that moment, Gao Yang could barely feel his own heart, because it had been melted by that scorching solar true fire. Fortunately, he was no stranger to this level of damage. With the consumption of his life essence, Gao Yang's heart began to regenerate rapidly, only to be melted once again by the golden liquid formed by the solar fire core. Thus, Gao Yang's heart began the repetitive process of regeneration. The excruciating pain brought about by this process was beyond words, and even with Gao Yang's capacity to endure pain, he gradually began to waver under this repeated torture. Gradually, Gao Yang began to actively slash away the various thoughts in his mind, leaving only the purest persistence and the thought of regenerating his heart. He did not know how much time had passed, or how many times his heart had regenerated. When Gao Yang's eyes regained their focus, the endless, flood-like pain had vanished. Gao Yang closed his eyes and sensed his body, seeing a pure golden heart, emitting faint solar flames, beating slowly in the center of his chest. With every beat, golden red blood was pumped out, flowing to his entire body. At the same time, lines of Omni Network notifications refreshed before his eyes. Chapter 890, I am the Sun. Omni Network notification. You have absorbed sun sparks by 14 and a sun fire core by 1. From these, you have comprehended rules related to the sun, based on the player's will. These rules will only apply to the player's body and consciousness. Omni Network notification. Based on the player's relevant actions, your initial relationship with the three-legged Golden Crow clan has been changed to eternal enemies. Whenever you travel to any plane and encounter a three-legged Golden Crow, you will be treated as a hostile entity. Omni Network notification. Due to the influence of the sun rules and your unique specialty, Blazing Sun Furnace, your human bloodline ability, size manipulation has received a massive boost. The current range of enlargement and shrinkage is 3,000 times the original base. Omni Network notification. Due to the influence of the sun rules, your unique specialty, Blazing Sun Furnace has undergone a corresponding change. Blazing Sun Furnace gives Solar Furnace. After reading the 4 consecutive Omni Network notifications, Gao Yang immediately opened his unique specialty list and looked at the unique specialty that had changed to Solar Furnace. Solar Furnace unique specialty. 1. Character Battle Chi rank Kung 5 gives Kung 7. 2. Character Battle Chi growth speed Kung 500% gives 700%. Battle Chi cultivation efficiency Kung 500% gives 700%. 3. When character Battle Chi total drops below 80%. Battle Chi recovery speed Kung 300% gives 400%. When character Battle Chi total drops below 50%. Battle Chi recovery speed Kung 700% gives 800%. When character Battle Chi total drops below 30%. Battle Chi recovery speed Kung 1000% gives 1500%. When character Battle Chi total drops below 10%. Battle Chi recovery speed Kung 3000% gives 5000%. 4. Character Battle Chi controllability is massively increased. Character Battle Chi now carries dual legendary divine attribute burning damage physical and spiritual. Each instance of burning stacks 1 layer of solar scorching divine concept effect. Stacking 5 layers will cause the target's defense to decrease by 1 rank, lasting for 60 seconds. 5. Body of the Sun. When the character is under the illumination of the sun concept, strength and constitution Kung 2. Battle Chi rank Kung 2. Total Battle Chi Kung 100%. Battle Chi recovery speed Kung 100%. Battle Chi temperature increases significantly. And the quality of consciousness increases slowly by a very small margin. The change from Blazing Sun Furnace to Solar Furnace provided a massive boost. The first 3 effects were only improved by a certain margin based on the foundation. But the improvement of the 4th effect was extremely exaggerated, and the newly added 5th effect made Gao Yang's eyes light up. Now, his Furnace Battle Chi possessed a burning effect equivalent to the sun. This burning effect would cause a scorching effect, which could break defenses after stacking 5 times. In particular, this scorching effect was a divine concept, conceptually equal to divine power. This meant that even gods would suffer corresponding damage when facing this scorching. This implied that in a battle against a god, as long as 5 layers of scorching were stacked, one could force the god's divine defense to drop by 1 rank. It is well known that the reason gods are gods is because the divine power they possess is one of the highest tier forces, possessing various incredible effects. For mortals, this tier is already considered overwhelming. Now, the Solar Furnace effect could cause the target's defense to drop by 1 rank, which would be a heavy blow to the enemies Gao Yang might face in the future. If the improvement of effect for enhanced Gao Yang's defense breaking ability, then the newly added effect 5 Body of the Sun greatly increased Gao Yang's comprehensive combat capability. As long as he was under the illumination of the concept of the sun, his strength would receive an exaggerated boost. Not only that, but under the sun's illumination, Gao Yang's willpower would also grow slowly but firmly. This growth might not be visible in a day or 2, but it was continuous. Over time, it would result in an extremely exaggerated improvement. Furthermore, as the sun is an important factor for the survival of most life forms, the conceptual object of the sun exists in the vast majority of planes. In other words, as long as he did not go to those dark, sunless places, Gao Yang would receive the buff of the body of the sun, which was almost equivalent to a permanent buff. Gao Yang closed his eyes, feeling the beating of his heart within his chest. With the beating of this newborn heart, golden red blood with a faint warmth flowed to every corner of his body. The next instant, Gao Yang felt an omnipresent warmth enveloping him. He did not open his eyes, yet he could see that far above his head, a vast and boundless sun was burning fiercely. Accompanied by the sun's burning, countless strands of solar power scattered from it, illuminating every corner of the plane. And as the sunlight transformed from solar power shone upon Gao Yang's body, he could feel his body becoming stronger. His muscles and bones possessed greater power under the blessing of the solar power. and the battle chi within him began to boil and surge, moving constantly like a raging sea. His consciousness also accepted the sun's illumination. Strands of solar power merged into his great sword of will, being digested and absorbed by it. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw the golden sun inside his body, murmuring to himself in his heart, "This is solar power. Am I also a sun now?" This thought emerged in his mind, and the next instant, it grew crazily and uncontrollably. Unlike the hallucinations that appeared before, at this moment, Gao Yang could clearly recognize that he could truly transform into a sun, mastering and releasing solar power. As Gao Yang completely let go of himself, the omnipresent solar power instantly merged into every corner of his body. The next instant, scorching golden sunlight radiated from Gao Yang's body. The terrifying high temperature caused the space around him to distort slightly, and the ironwood martial arts arena below began to carbonize at a speed visible to the naked eye. This won't do. With a thought, Gao Yang soared into the sky. And so, the next instant, the residents of the immortal city saw a blazing sun leap out from behind the immortal temple, flying continuously toward the firmament, emitting scorching sunlight identical to the sun at the top of the sky. This scene immediately sent a shock through the hearts of many who were slightly in the know, their faces revealing uncontrollable astonishment. Following this, messages spread rapidly from the immortal city, the gist of which was, the Feather King of the immortal wilderness is suspected to have broken through once again. His body transformed into a great sun, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Gao Yang did not care about the reactions within the immortal city. At this moment, he had already ascended to a great height, his entire body shrouded in the blinding, dazzling radiance of the sun. At this instant, Gao Yang seemed to have transformed into a second sun, wantonly releasing the majesty and brilliance inherited from the sun high above in the firmament. Yes, the radiance outside Gao Yang's body at this moment only came in a small part from himself. The vast majority originated from the sun above the sky. In other words, under the illumination of the sun, his own consumption would be reduced to an incredibly exaggerated degree, shifting the burden to the sun's energy instead. After clarifying this process, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. Subsequently, having experienced the sensation of transforming into the great sun, he quickly descended into the martial arts arena. Just as he landed, he saw Olivier poking its head out from the callow fruit tree, looking at him cautiously, its eyes filled with awe. Seeing this, Gao Yang only had to think for a moment to understand why Olivier was afraid. As a two-headed ice dragon, its nature was inherently in conflict with the extremely rigid and yang-aligned sun. But the current Olivier's strength had not yet reached the legendary level. And in the face of the great sun that Gao Yang had transformed into, it had almost no ability to resist. Not far from Olivier, Milafina poked her head out from her cat bed and asked Gao Yang curiously, "Meow, Gao Yang, did you just turn into the sun and go up into the sky?" Gao Yang smiled and nodded slightly, just about to speak, when he heard Milafina say again, "If that is the case, can I sunbathe next to you on rainy days from now on?" This little kitten really had a train of thought that was not like an ordinary person's. Gao Yang did not reply to her, turning instead to look at Lisa, who was standing on the bedroom balcony looking over. Clearly, the commotion just now had woken her from her sleep. Gao Yang flashed to Lisa's side and said softly, "Did I disturb you?" Lisa shook her head and asked with equal curiosity, "What was that just now?" "It was just a slight improvement in one of my abilities," Gao Yang replied casually. Lisa nodded upon hearing this and did not press further, instead saying, "The peak of gladiators has already reached 770 people. In another 6 days, it will be your turn. Why not take a good rest these next 2 days and prepare yourself?" "Already 770 people." Gao Yang repeated the words, then nodded in agreement. This improvement was immense. He indeed needed some time to thoroughly digest and absorb it. Of course, before that, he could upgrade his profession level first. After so many battles, his foundation had become incredibly solid. Gao Yang summoned the comprehensive system panel and looked at his EXP bar. This time in the Qianyuan world, the number of legendary level existences he had slain exceeded 40. And such a quantity brought an incredibly exaggerated amount of legendary XP gains, especially since he was a unique profession. He also had an EXP bonus in this regard. based on your profession restrictions. When you kill legendary units, you will receive a massive legendary XP bonus based on the legendary unit's challenge level and life level. Legendary XP to 127,500. After battle upon battle of slaughter, the XP that had only been a little over 10 million had now surged once again. Looking at the legendary XP that exceeded 100 million, Gao Yang walked toward the martial arts arena, saying as he walked, "I have some things to do. You go ahead and get busy." Behind him, Lisa nodded, then turned and left. As a Saint Cathedral bishop, the matters she needed to handle daily were naturally numerous. Unless necessary, she would handle various affairs within the immortal sanctuary. Gao Yang arrived at the center of the martial arts arena and sat cross-legged on the meditation blue jade. He did not immediately begin the upgrade, but instead closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. As the eternal indestructible meditation method circulated, Gao Yang's body became noticeably brighter. That was the manifestation of the sun's radiance entering his body. Bathed in the sun's radiance, Gao Yang's will began to calm, and the slight energy he had consumed began to recover rapidly. Chapter 891, Continuous Upgrades. For the current Gao Yang, every upgrade meant a not insignificant risk. The source of this risk was the curious object bound to his soul, the nourishing aberration core. Gao Yang had chosen the path of peak nourishment. Every time he leveled up, he had to resist the onset of aberration to prevent his own physical body from developing irreversible deformities. And with every upgrade, the probability of aberration would increase by a small margin. If he were to attempt an upgrade while his willpower was not at its peak, he might fail to resist the aberration. If such a situation were to occur, it would be completely unacceptable to Gao Yang. He did not want to turn into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. But once an aberration succeeded, every subsequent upgrade would inevitably be accompanied by aberration. When that time came, only two paths would remain for Gao Yang. Either give up on increasing his profession level, which would mean not triggering the nourishing aberration core's amplification of his life essence, and thus no further aberration would occur, or choose to fully embrace the aberration and become a thorough monster. Of course, for Gao Yang, he could also die once, attempting to use death to force this curious object to unbind from him. As he was now, his body no longer had fatal weaknesses in the ordinary sense, and as long as his head and body were separated for no more than 10 minutes, he remained in a state of being nearly dead but not quite. As long as he reattached his head to his body within those 10 minutes, he could be resurrected. But Gao Yang did not know if this state could pass the judgment of the nourishing aberration core and subsequently break the soul bond with him. Therefore, in this state of uncertainty, he chose to adjust his essence, energy, and spirit to their best state every time he leveled up, using his absolute peak condition to resist the aberration effects brought about by the massive enhancement of his life essence. After all, by using his peak willpower to resist physical distortion, he could obtain even greater benefits. This meditation did not last long. After just a moment, upon sensing that his spirit had fully recovered, Gao Yang opened his eyes with a thought. The Multiverse Network panel appeared before him, and a series of notifications emerged. Multiverse Network notification. Do you wish to upgrade your legendary class unique or god to level 22? Please note, this operation requires 40 legendary XP and is irreversible. Looking at the notification, Gao Yang did not choose to upgrade immediately. Instead, he opened his inventory and looked at the description of the physical distortion probability in the nourishing distortion core. Physical distortion probability. Having upgraded twice and successfully resisted both times, the original 10% distortion probability had been reduced by 2 percentage points to only 8%. However, as Gao Yang leveled up, this probability would only continue to rise. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and, with a thought, confirmed the action. The next instant, as his consciousness fluctuated, new notifications refreshed on his retina. Multiverse Network notification, 40,000. 0 legendary XP successfully frozen. Searching for level caps in the character's current region. Multiverse Network notification, search complete. The character's current region meets the relevant requirements. Proceeding with legendary class level upgrade. Multiverse Network important notification. Legendary class unique or god has been upgraded to level 22. Multiverse Network notification. You have received a legendary class baptism. Your life essence, attack bonus, willpower intensity, and relevant base resistances have received a medium scale permanent increase. Multiverse Network notification. Detected character life level increase. The wonder item Nourishing Distortion Core has taken effect. Your life essence increase for this legendary life baptism is come to 100%. Multiverse Network notification. You have gained 1 legendary class skill point. Accompanying the appearance of the notifications, a vitality so vigorous it was difficult to contain surged wildly within Gao Yang's body. This unbridled vitality crashed violently inside him, as if it wanted to force a breach in his body to vent all that boundless, nowhere to go energy. Gao Yang naturally would not allow this vitality to surge unchecked. A brilliant radiance of willpower bloomed in his eyes, and golden light enveloped his body like a translucent suit of armor, locking his physical state firmly in place. Despite the boundless vitality crashing within him, Gao Yang's body did not show even the slightest change. Soon, as Gao Yang continued to suppress it with his willpower, the surging vitality began to weaken, eventually merging completely into his body. Multiverse Network notification. Life essence increase successful. Distortion resistance successful. Physical distortion probability 1%. Current physical distortion probability. Multiverse Network notification. Successfully resisted distortion 3 times. Peak willpower activated. Character's relevant body. Willpower checks come 1. Physical potential tier come 1. The upgrade was successful, but Gao Yang felt no joy in his heart. For him, making full preparations was one thing, but his self-confidence was another. Before activating peak nourishment, his willpower was generally sufficient to handle things without issue. The true test would come after activating peak nourishment. When that time arrived, failing to resist would mean losing his sense of self, which was no different from death. At that point, Gao Yang's level would have reached 25. He was only level 22 now, so he felt no sense of celebration or joy. After reaching level 22, Gao Yang stood up and moved around to help his body quickly adapt to the surging vitality. Afterward, he sat back down and began the same process as before. As the meditation ended, Gao Yang chose to upgrade again. However, this time, the legendary XP consumed was 50 million points, while the increase in life essence brought by the upgrade was almost no different from the previous one. A moment later, Gao Yang exhaled a breath of stale air. This upgrade was now complete. With a flash of light, Gao Yang opened his personal information panel. Name: Gao Yang. Sunbody state. Class: Unique War God LV to 3 health points. Battle Chi: 435,780 440ths of a strength: agility: constitution: intelligence: charisma. Perception: free attribute points 0. Extraordinary attribute points 0. Legendary attribute points, legendary reputation. Looking at his personal information panel, a satisfied smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. A personal panel of this caliber already surpassed the vast majority of Multiverse Network players. In the Sunbody state, his battle chi doubled to a terrifying 440. 0. With this level of battle chi, combined with his precise control over it, he could almost say it was inexhaustible. Furthermore, his legendary reputation had quietly crossed the 300 mark. This meant that Gao Yang's fame in the multiverse had spread quite far. Perhaps in the future, when he arrived at some larger planes, someone would recognize him immediately. Of course, for the current Gao Yang, the effect of legendary reputation was limited to enhancing the derivative effects of his War God Prestige. War God Prestige derivative effect. Every 100 points of multiverse reputation permanently increases overall combat power and/or related abilities by 1%. Current bonus. A 3% increase in overall combat power was already extremely significant for Gao Yang. One must realize that this was a 3% increase applied to the entirety of his combat power, factoring in all variables. Moreover, it was a bonus with no consumption or side effects. Closing his personal information panel, Gao Yang opened his legendary skill library to begin selecting legendary skills suitable for his current state. He had just leveled up twice, gaining to legendary skill points. Such precious resources must naturally be converted into one's own combat power at the very first opportunity. After all, Legendary achievements are not merely the accumulation of simple numerical values, but rather the result of integrating values, attributes, specialties, skills, and more into a singular whole. Just as some gods have been slain by mortals, they possessed power but lacked the ability to use it correctly, and were thus ruthlessly cut down by mortals who had condensed their own strength to the absolute limit. Chapter 892. Transcendent Physique and the Sword of Scorched World. So the question arises, at this current stage, what kind of skill is the most suitable? Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the meditation blue jade, his eyes slightly closed, gazing at the vast array of legendary skills before his retinas, lost in thought. Today, without any need for boasting, he had grown into a true all-round warrior, whether it was strength, speed, defense, resistance, technique, or even endurance and recovery. He far exceeded the average person. Under the blessing of numerous unique specialties, his various attributes had grown to an astonishing level, leaving him with no obvious weaknesses. Therefore, looking at the massive library of class skills, Gao Yang felt a rare moment of hesitation and confusion. Within the class skill library, there were many skills related to the unique word God. The various abilities he saw currently overlapped with what he already possessed. Some skills were even completely overshadowed by his unique specialties in terms of intensity. Choosing these would essentially be a waste. A flash of sword light flickered in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes, and in an instant, the confusion and hesitation vanished. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "I will keep looking. If I see something truly useful, I will learn it. If not, I will simply set it aside for now." After cutting away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Gao Yang's pace quickened significantly. Soon, he spotted a legendary level ability, Transcendent Physique. Transcendent Physique, type legendary class skill. Requirement, unique or God level 20 or above. Strength and constitution at 30 points or higher. Skill description. True combat is never a step-by-step duel. As a unique word God, one must have the ability to fight to the death even when facing various unexpected situations. Skill effects. When the unique word God enters a near-death state, they may choose to enter the transcendent state. In this state, the unique word God's overall combat power increases by 25%, body defense increases by 50%, and the consumption of all types of skills decreases by 50%. Duration. 10 to 180 seconds determined by the strength of the unique word God's willpower. Transcendent Physique was an excellent burst ability, and its effects were well worth the cost of 2 legendary skill points. In a conventional state, Gao Yang believed his various abilities were already sufficient. However, after seeing Transcendent Physique, Gao Yang realized what he was currently lacking. What he lacked was the power to erupt in a desperate situation. Now, the appearance of Transcendent Physique perfectly compensated for this gap. In a near-death state, a 180-second unrestricted burst should be enough to take down all opponents. Without much hesitation, following the fluctuation of his will, a new general network prompt appeared before his eyes. General network prompt. Please confirm whether to unlock the legendary class skill, Transcendent Physique. Please note, this operation requires 2 legendary class skill points. These reward points can only be obtained by increasing your character's legendary class level. Looking at the general network prompt, Gao Yang did not hesitate and confirmed it with his consciousness. The next instant, as Gao Yang confirmed, a new general network prompt refreshed. A general network prompt, legendary class skill. Transcendent Physique has been added to your skill panel. As the selection was completed, Gao Yang could feel a nearly imperceptible second core suddenly appear in his Danshan area. Previously, in his daily cultivation or life, his battle chi, life essence, and willpower would all suffer slight, unconscious consumption. Now, this unconscious consumption was absorbed by this suddenly birthed second core. This meant that such unconscious consumption would no longer be wasted, but instead converted into nutrients for when Transcendent Physique erupted. In short, this abruptly appearing second core was a reservoir built by Gao Yang's body. When needed, the gates of this reservoir would swing wide open, releasing everything it had accumulated. After understanding the principle of Transcendent Physique, Gao Yang thought for a moment and began to actively circulate his battle chi toward the second core located in his Danshan. However, after only a few seconds, he abandoned the plan to charge the second core. he discovered that the energy from this active charging was not accepted by the second core. It was like a stubborn stone, possessing its own code of conduct, silently accumulating power without interfering with any of Gao Yang's other functions. Gao Yang sensed it silently. According to the speed at which this core accumulated power, it would take at least 30 days to fully charge it to the point of active activation. In other words, the cooldown for Transcendent Physique was 30 days. Of course, it could not be ruled out that as his strength continued to improve, the increasingly dissipated energy might accelerate the charging speed of the second core. However, as it stood, having such a second core was quite good. At the very least, the energy Gao Yang dissipated unconsciously was now being gathered and collected within his body. In other words, he seemed to have taken a step toward a perfect body. This was a good thing. Gao Yang's thoughts turned, and he then actively terminated his train of thought and stood up. With his movement, Yang Yao automatically appeared in his palm. The next instant, water-like sword light began to emerge in the training arena. When practicing the sword, Gao Yang was always able to be single-minded, devoting himself entirely to the comprehension of swordsmanship. Just as now, after a series of improvements, he had gained new insights into his own sword path. This is the sword path of Gao Yang, one that has no end, one that is constantly being enriched, all for the sake of advancing toward greater strength. And this particular realization was naturally related to the changes in the solar rules and the sun furnace. After all, he now had almost no worries about his battle aura being depleted, and the quality of his battle aura had once again been elevated. Under these circumstances, it meant that the vast majority of Gao Yang's attacks would be further strengthened. Therefore, it was the optimal choice to develop a sword technique that could utilize the characteristics of his current battle aura to exert its advantages at 100%, or even beyond. Of course, to transform the insights regarding the sword path in his mind into a tangible sword technique required a massive amount of time and effort, plus a tiny, negligible bit of talent. Fortunately, Gao Yang possessed these traits. As Yang Yao was swung repeatedly, battle aura resembling liquid gold surged from Gao Yang's body, coating the blade, followed by intense, scorching heat. The space around Gao Yang was slightly distorted by the high temperature, and the Yang Yao in his hand transformed into a golden greatsword that was difficult to look at directly. With the movement of Yang Yao, rolling heat waves spread crazily in all directions with Gao Yang at the center. However, when these rolling heat waves reached the edge of the martial arts arena, they could no longer expand further, as if an invisible barrier was wrapping the entire arena, blocking the destructive force of this heat. As Gao Yang continued to swing his sword, Yang Yao became increasingly incandescent, truly living up to its current name, eternal radiance, unrestrainedly emitting its own light and heat. Suddenly, Gao Yang held his longsword level, maintaining the posture of his swing, and stopped in place. His brows were tightly furrowed. Although he was no longer swinging the sword, a multitude of sword moves were colliding and merging within his mind. The time the sword moves spent colliding in his mind was not long. After only 10 seconds or so, Gao Yang's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. The next instant, a majestic and condensed battle aura erupted, and a golden sword beam nearly a meter long spewed from the tip of the Yang Yao sword. Catastrophe Star Piercer Yang Yao, which had turned fiery red due to the ultra-high temperature of the solar battle aura, thrust out with a boom. The surrounding space collapsed toward both sides of the blade as if it were melting tofu, and a column of fiery red sword energy that was impossible to look at directly shot out, instantly piercing through space and reaching the end of the horizon. If one were to look from the immortal city, they would see an extremely condensed fiery red ray, in an unstoppable and fierce posture, arrogantly penetrating into the hazy clouds of the sky, only disappearing after a moment. The fiery red sword energy vanished, but the space it had passed through remained scorched with mottled, terrifying, and irregular pits, which were slowly recovering under the influence of spatial power. Having thrust out the sword, not only did a satisfied smile not appear on Gao Yang's face, but his brows furrowed even more tightly. Clearly, the power of this strike had not met his expectations. After the strike, Gao Yang fell into deep thought once again. Then, after another moment, another column of fiery red sword energy shot into the sky. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space seemed like boiling water, emitting a gurgling sound. It was obvious that this strike was more powerful than the one just before, but Gao Yang was still unsatisfied. Without the slightest pause, he fell into deep thought again. Following that, the residents of the immortal city saw that from time to time, a crimson ray, which could be felt as scorching hot even from a great distance, would shoot into the sky. This process continued for 2 full days before it gradually disappeared. In the martial arts arena, Gao Yang was still holding Yang Yao, but his eyes had become increasingly bright. After more than 2 days of comprehension, fusion, and collision, he had perfected the vast majority of this sword technique. He stood casually in the martial arts arena, the tip of the Yang Yao sword pointing diagonally at the ground. His whole person looked relaxed. But within this relaxed stance, an indescribable might was revealed. It was as if in the next instant, he would suddenly erupt with a world-destroying attack capable of obliterating a planet. Gao Yang slowly raised his head to look at the sun in the sky. In the instant he exhaled, the Yang Yao pointing at the ground had already thrust out diagonally upward, following Gao Yang's will. Catastrophe: Star Piercer. With a soft sound of Kai, a pitch-black sword mark shot into the sky. Wherever it passed, the space was completely distorted, and then it began to fluctuate like liquid water. This pitch-black sword mark was actually formed after space had been scorched through. As for the sword energy Gao Yang had thrust out, it was at the very front of the sword mark, because the speed was too fast. It was already invisible. Feeling the power of this strike, a smile finally appeared on Gao Yang's face. Chapter 893, Opponent, the Floating City Archmage. The sword technique Catastrophe. Star Piercer incorporated the extremely scorching solar battle aura, and in terms of lethality and piercing power, it could be called the absolute limit of what Gao Yang could achieve. Once this sword was thrust out and hit the target, it could also be triggered according to Gao Yang's belief to carry out a solar martyrdom explosion with extremely exaggerated power. The power of its eruption was enough to annihilate a celestial body without any protection. This was also the reason why Gao Yang named it Star Piercer. Of course, there were still many sword path insights related to the current solar battle aura, but he had no time to comprehend them now. Gao Yang looked ahead. On his retina, a miniature golden arena was flashing. Gao Yang tapped it and discovered it was a message sent from the Peak of Gladiators, telling him to get ready. After 3 more battles, it would be his turn to enter the arena. If he wished to refuse, he had to make a clear refusal before the battle preceding his own. Gao Yang opened the multiverse activity log and looked at the Peak of Gladiators event. His opponent was named Shugu Qingyan, ranked 377 among the Peak Gladiators. Clearly, this was an extremely formidable opponent. However, there was not the slightest fear in Gao Yang's heart. There was only anticipation. Compared to the battles in the Qianyuan world that lacked much pressure, fighting against legendary powerhouses born from the endless plains of the multiverse in this Peak of Gladiators made Gao Yang's blood boil even more. Exhaling the stale air from his chest, Gao Yang sat cross-legged again and began to adjust his state. Shugu Qingyan is ranked 377th among the Peak Gladiators, a full 200 places higher than him. Although his strength has improved significantly during this period, this does not mean his opponent is weak. If he were to underestimate his enemy, it is highly likely he would suffer a crushing defeat on the spot, or even face the danger of death. After all, the only rule of the Pinnacle of Gladiators is to determine a winner. As for admitting defeat, one can only hope for mercy from the victor, rather than expecting protection for the weak. Time slowly passed, and when the sun above the firmament set and the golden dragon emblem lit up, a new notification from the comprehensive network appeared before Gao Yang. Peak Gladiator number 578. Your battle at the Pinnacle of Gladiators will begin in 10 minutes. The teleportation is about to start. Please prepare yourself. A pale golden notification appeared before his eyes. Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at the spatial vortex slowly emerging in front of him. Because Gao Yang did not choose to refuse, this time the notification did not ask whether he wished to participate. Gao Yang watched the spatial vortex, which had gradually expanded to the height of a person, stood up, and stepped directly into it. A flash of light passed, and he arrived once again in that familiar dressing room. Opposite him was still that massive floor-to-ceiling window, through which he could clearly see the audience in the stands descending into madness. Clearly, at this stage, Such life and death battles between peak gladiators had long since awakened the worship and craving for power deep within these spectators, as well as their bloodthirsty desire for combat. Suddenly, Gao Yang's gaze sharpened as he looked through the golden floor-to-ceiling window toward the opposite side. Across from him was an equally massive golden floor-to-ceiling window. Although he could not see clearly into the interior of that window, Gao Yang could sense that behind that massive glass, there was also someone standing there, looking over toward his window. Shugu Qingyan. I wonder what kind of opponent he is. Gao Yang turned and sat back down in his chair, closing his eyes to wait. A few minutes passed quickly amidst the roaring, mountain-shaking cheers of the audience. The next battle features a powerful human warrior, peak gladiator ranked 578, who mercilessly slaughtered the 828th ranked peak gladiator, the holy angel Michael. In the previous round, he is the God Slayer, Plane Destroyer, Plane Guardian, First Transcendent, Army-breaking Killing Star, Heavenly Fiend, God of War, Gao Yang, accompanied by the passionate introduction of the Golden Winged Man Jinwu. A golden pillar of light appeared before Gao Yang. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Jinwu was so well informed about his titles. However, in an instant, he understood that since the God of War had mapped the event into the comprehensive network, the basic information of the comprehensive network players was naturally something the opponent would have mastered. The fact that there were no such broadcasts earlier could only mean the battles had not yet reached this level. Gao Yang gathered his thoughts, then stood up. Gripping Yang Yao in his hand, he took a step forward. His vision shifted instantly, and he was already standing within the cage battlefield. Outside the steel cage were endless, fanatical spectators. As Gao Yang's body stood within the cage battlefield, the audience in the stands erupted into waves of fanatical roars. Withdrawing his gaze, Gao Yang looked at the golden pillar of light 100 meters away. The next to enter is a mysterious and powerful mage, peak gladiator ranked 377, whose magical wonders allow him to easily resolve all opponents he encounters. He is the legendary Arcanist, Archmage of the Floating City, Plane Destroyer, Soul Shaker, Shugu Qingyan. As Jinwu's roar echoed across the battlefield, the golden pillar of light opposite Gao Yang suddenly expanded several times over. In the next instant, a hemispherical castle with a diameter of over 500 meters suddenly appeared in the cage battlefield. Endless mana, like the deep sea, held the castle aloft like a mountain, and the shadow it cast enveloped Gao Yang entirely. Gao Yang's pupils constricted slightly, and then surging battle intent emerged in the depths of his eyes. He had never formally fought a mage who controlled a floating city. The only time he had ever fought one was before he had stepped into the legendary realm, when he had barely managed to withstand a casual strike from a legendary Archmage of the Plane Guardian Association. He had not expected that he would actually be able to fight a mage who controlled a floating city in the pinnacle of gladiators. It was perfect. He also wanted to test whether, with his current combat power, he could defeat a floating city Archmage. Gao Yang moved his mind, and his body slowly rose into the air. Soon, his height slightly exceeded that of the floating city suspended in midair. The flat, light blue ground was paved with magic crystals trimmed into uniform shapes. On this luxurious ground, energy arrow towers and mage towers stood, along with many other buildings Gao Yang did not recognize. In the mage tower at the very center, inside a window half a person's height, a man wearing dark golden mage robes was looking over from afar. As their gazes met, Gao Yang saw endless malice and killing intent in the man's eyes, which were glowing with black light. In the moment their eyes met, information about this middle-aged man suddenly surfaced in Gao Yang's mind. Black-robed bishop of the Pantheon, hand of slaughter, demon spirit. It was obvious that demon spirit was Shugu Qingyan's codename within the Pantheon. Gao Yang had not expected to encounter a member of the Pantheon in the battles at the pinnacle of gladiators. However, upon second thought, he understood. After multiple invasions and plundering, those members of the Pantheon who reached the legendary level all possessed multiple unique specialties. Gao Yang naturally knew the power of unique specialties, and these legendary members of the Pantheon who mastered them were naturally incredibly formidable. Possessing such formidable strength, the pinnacle of gladiators held by the God of War was, for these people, a feast for unscrupulously plundering spoils of war. As long as they participated, There was a high probability they would win loot. Under these circumstances, it was not particularly strange for them to participate in the Pinnacle of Gladiators event. However, in the memories of Igolin, some of the information Gao Yang had obtained indicated that some gods of the orderly alignment held an attitude of merciless eradication toward the pantheon. Compared to the churches of the lawful alignment deities, the assembly of gods is like a rat in a gutter, forced to constantly hide in the shadows. Under such circumstances, Hugo Qingyan daring to participate in the Pinnacle of Gladiators must mean he has his own trump cards. Furthermore, within the assembly of gods, there has never been any mention of Hugo Qingyan revealing that he possesses a floating city. Yet, with just this single glance, Gao Yang knew that Hugo Qingyan had recognized him. The naked killing intent and malice were proof enough. It is just that Hugo Qingyan likely does not yet know that he, too, recognized the other party's identity in that very instant. Chapter 894, Initial Clash. As Gao Yang and Hugo Qingyan locked eyes, the cage battlefield began to change. Everything in the surroundings vanished, replaced by a deep and vast starry sky. Hugo Qingyan's floating city hovered quietly amidst a cluster of small meteorites, while Gao Yang stepped upon the void beneath his feet, confronting the massive floating city. Hugo Qingyan's gaze pierced through the window of his midge tower. Upon seeing the pitch-black starry sky surrounding him, the smile on his face grew increasingly sinister. If the battlefield had been limited to an area not much larger than the original cage, he might have worried about his prey closing the distance between them in an instant. But now, in this boundless starry sky, as a legendary mage who commands a floating city, his advantage has been infinitely magnified. Very well, let you be the first sacrifice for my floating city's debut. I hope the unique talent you possess will be of some use to me, Hugo Qingyan whispered to himself. The next instant, massive magical power erupted with his intent, and the enormous floating city instantly pierced through space, vanishing from before Gao Yang's eyes. When it reappeared, it was already dozens of kilometers away. At this distance, even a legend could not bridge the gap instantaneously. And for Hugo Qingyan, who controls a floating city, this distance is exactly what he needs to unleash his full strength. In the next moment, a magical energy beam over 10 meters in diameter crossed space, carrying world-destroying magical fluctuations as it bombarded Gao Yang's position. In the spectator stands, many spellcasters looked at that magical energy beam, unable to hide their deep envy. For an attack of this magnitude, even an ordinary legendary spellcaster would need time to gather energy. But for a floating city archmage, it was an instant cast, and merely a probing attack at that. Gao Yang swung his sword casually, and a pitch-black sword scar appeared before him, splitting the incoming magical beam in two. The violent torrent of magical energy brushed past Gao Yang's body, shooting into the boundless astral realm behind him. Gao Yang looked up, somewhat surprised at the starry sky that had replaced the cage battlefield. He could feel that this was not a simulation created by the cage battlefield, but a genuine cosmic starry sky. In this infinite universe, endless sunlight crisscrossed through the void, enveloping his entire body, and a continuous stream of energy was pouring into him. Feeling his body grow slightly warm, Gao Yang looked toward the direction from which the magical beam had come. His senses locked firmly onto the floating city, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a savage and bloodthirsty smile. A member of the assembly of gods, this is truly wonderful. If it were an opponent with whom I had no grievances, I would be worried about not being able to use my full strength. Scorching golden light erupted from Gao Yang's body, causing his aura to climb rapidly. In the next instant, Gao Yang took a step forward, and the starry sky beneath him seemed like a lake struck by a heavy blow. Space exploded like the surface of water. Gao Yang left a golden afterimage in his wake, speeding through the stars. Within a single breath, the floating city appeared in his field of vision. The massive floating city radiated astonishing magical fluctuations, and dense magical formations shrouded it, blocking out the vast majority of prying eyes. The smile on Gao Yang's face widened, facing this floating city. His speed did not decrease but increased instead. His solar battle chi fluctuated violently, and dense lightning plasma overflowed from his chest, converging onto the Yongyao sword he held in his hand. Calamity, thunderclap. A streak of lightning, condensed to the extreme, shot out like an unstoppable sharp sword. It tore through the starry sky before Gao Yang and, with the posture of annihilating everything, crashed down upon the floating city. In that instant, countless spectators widened their eyes. They looked at the boundless starry sky and witnessed a scene they would never forget. Across the sky was a thunderous slash that spanned their entire field of vision. Space was scorched through by the violent lightning and flames of that sword strike, and it seemed as if silvery white spatial turbulence was about to flow out from it. A layer of translucent spatial power permeated the scar, causing the starry sky to heal rapidly. Violent energy fluctuations spread out. The thunderclap struck the floating city with pinpoint accuracy, causing the surrounding space to tremble crazily. However, this attack, which could almost destroy the world, landed on the floating city only to cause a few ripples on the endless defensive light barrier. As for breaking through the defense, there was not the slightest possibility, as your magical power erupted, and blinding white light burst forth from the floating city, instantly illuminating the originally pitch-black starry sky into a searing white. In this searing white world, Gao Yang sensed an extremely scorching heat rushing toward him at high speed. It was a blue fireball only 1 meter in diameter, yet the destructive fluctuations it emitted were impossible for anyone to ignore. When the blue fireball was thrown within a 1,000-meter radius of Gao Yang, it began to expand at an exaggerated speed. The next instant, endless blue and red colors filled Gao Yang's vision. Rumble! Blinding fire currents surged like an angry tide, spreading in all directions. The entire starry sky seemed to be boiling, emitting a bubbling sound. All the spectators watching the battle could not help but swallow their saliva. Could any living being truly survive an attack of this level? In the next instant, an astonishingly long golden giant sword erupted from this sea of fire, and with an unrivaled momentum, it slashed down fiercely toward the floating city. Wherever it passed, space twisted and shattered. Meteorites in the starry sky, and even celestial bodies further away, were pulled toward the giant sword as if a carpet were being yanked from beneath them. Above the floating city, a semicircular shield that looked as solid as reality appeared, enveloping the entire city within it. The next instant, the golden giant sword struck this shield. The moment they made contact, a multitude of cracks appeared across the barrier. A second later, the shield exploded with a roar, yet the eternal radiance greatsword continued its descent without losing any momentum. With a thunderous boom, space vibrated violently, and the floating city vanished from its original position in an instant. The attack had missed, but Gao Yang felt not the slightest ripple in his heart. He clenched his free left fist abruptly. As his fist tightened, the flames surging within a radius of over 10 kilometers hot enough to burn through space itself seemed to be captured by a black hole, collapsing toward the position of his fist. In less than a second, all the flames and matter within that 10-kilometer radius had condensed into Gao Yang's left fist. Gao Yang raised his left fist high, pointing his index finger toward the sky. At his fingertip, a scorching red fireball, -1 centimeters in diameter, hovered silently and rotated slowly. Endless solar battle chi flowed from his fingertip into this fireball. In the distance, Hugo Qingyan, who had just controlled the floating city to teleport, felt his pupils constrict. He stared at the scorching red fireball hovering at Gao Yang's fingertip, and his racing heart seemed to skip a beat. In his perception, that was no mere fireball, it was clearly a burning celestial body, a sun radiating infinite light and heat. At this moment, Hugo Qingyan's mindset underwent a subtle shift. He watched Gao Yang, who stood proudly in the starry sky with a miniature sun hovering at his fingertip, and a series of questions surged uncontrollably in his mind. Are you the mage? Or am I the mage? Is handcrafting a sun something a brute who only knows how to chase people down with a giant sword should be doing? The way you are acting makes me and the floating city beneath me look incredibly foolish. Gao Yang was unaware of Hugo Qingyan's thoughts. After expending nearly half of his battle chi to condense this miniature sun, even Gao Yang could sense the unbearable high temperature and scorching heat within it. He bent his left arm back slightly, assuming a throwing posture. The next moment, he hurled the miniature sun from his fingertip. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the miniature sun was thrown by Gao Yang, space began to collapse toward it wherever it passed, and everything in the starry sky began to follow the trajectory of the miniature sun. Hugo Qingyan's expression changed abruptly. In this instant, Even a mage who commanded a floating city could not help but feel a sense of trepidation when facing an attack of this magnitude. The most critical point was that as this sun was thrown toward him, he could clearly feel the surrounding space twisting and stagnating, which caused his normally instantaneous teleportation to require a moment of channeling time. This time was less than 1/10 of a second, but Hugo Qingyun dared not waste even a fraction of it. A staff appeared in Hugo Qingyun's hand, and dense magical fluctuations radiated from his body. In just an instant, he found a way to deal with this miniature sun. Rumble. The starry sky trembled incessantly. A biting, frost-white cold wind suddenly emerged in the void, followed by a sky full of ice cones. Countless ice cones, wrapped in cold wind, rushed toward the miniature sun one after another. Although they were quickly melted by the scorching high temperature, the surrounding space, which had been on the verge of boiling, clearly began to cool down. A large number of ice cones slowed the miniature sun's speed. Then, a spear nearly 1,000 meters long, radiating a biting chill, condensed above the floating city. Hugo Qingyun gripped his staff with both hands and pushed it forward. Following his movement, the ice spear suddenly pierced through space. When it reappeared, the sharp tip had already plunged into the miniature sun. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Amidst the rising white steam, the ice spear completely pierced through the miniature sun and then exploded directly. In a series of roaring sounds, the miniature sun was also detonated by this wave of extreme cold. Ice and fire annihilated each other in the starry sky, rapidly dissipating. A cone-shaped sword ore shot through the massive steam and slammed instantly into the floating city's barrier. Before Hugo Qingyun could react, Gao Yang suddenly appeared outside the floating city's barrier, more than 10 kilometers away. The 100-meter greatsword in his hand, radiating scorching sunlight, slashed down mercilessly against the barrier. Calamity, world extinction. A ruthless roar of destruction steamed off Gao Yang's body, wherever the blade passed. Space was cleanly sliced in two. The indestructible magical shield was sliced open layer by layer under this strike. In just an instant, at least hundreds of magical shields were shattered. Just then, a corner of the floating city's ground suddenly split open. A giant statue, about 10 meters tall and radiating brilliant light, rushed out from within, slamming into the eternal radiance blade like a missile. A translucent diamond fist smashed violently against the edge of the blade, and the immense force that surged from it caused Gao Yang to raise an eyebrow slightly. This level of strength had already entered the realm of a veteran legend. This diamond statue was undoubtedly a legendary level golem. As the blade collided with the statue's fist, the statue flew backward faster than it had come, crashing heavily onto the ground of the floating city. If not for the protective magic arrays on the ground, the sheer force contained in this single strike would have been enough to completely destroy the entire floating city. Having slashed away more than half of the floating city's defenses with one strike, Gao Yang raised his hand and pointed at Hugo Qingyun in the mage tower. Solar battle chi gathered rapidly at his fingertip, because the gathering speed was too fast. The escaping battle chi formed a hazy cross-shaped flash at his fingertip. Scorching world. Before his body could return, a golden ray, compressed to the thickness of an arm, blasted out from his fingertip. The golden ray shot out, piercing through layers of space and defenses along its path, and instantly struck the mage tower where Hugo Qingyun was located. A massive surge of magical energy was instantly unleashed, triggering a series of preset spells. In that split second, the golden ray fired by Gao Yang was swallowed by a barrage of counterspells. After that single strike, Gao Yang's body instantly returned to its original position. The method he had used to appear outside the floating city earlier was naturally the human calamity. Swallow return. After returning to his starting point, he did not rush to attack, but instead slowly flew toward the direction of the floating city. As for Hugo Qingyun's floating city, it did not take the opportunity to launch an attack either, but waited quietly in place, its magical energy constantly surging to repair the city's defenses. As a floating city that possessed nearly infinite energy, this was one of the advantages it held. Of course, for a mage situated within a floating city, all spells and abilities would receive a significant boost from the city itself. This was one of the reasons why mages who mastered floating cities were known as magic lords, because they stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid of power. They were truly the grandfathers of the magical world. After the brief exchange just now, Hugo Qingyan no longer underestimated Gao Yang. But at the same time, his desire to hunt Gao Yang down had climbed to its peak. The stronger Gao Yang appeared, the more it proved how precious the unique expertise he possessed must be. Therefore, as long as he could completely kill Gao Yang, he would be able to obtain these precious unique expertise traits from him. And once he obtained these precious unique traits, Hugo Qingyan believed he would definitely have a chance to challenge for the position of vice president of the Pantheon. With this thought in mind, Hugo Qingyan no longer harbored any extraneous ideas. He gripped his staff and walked back to the seat made of magic crystals behind him, slowly sitting down. As he took his seat, the floating city emitted a barely audible hum, and the magical energy that had been somewhat dormant was instantly activated. The ground of the floating city opened up one after another, and 3 more adamantine golems emerged from within. Immediately following this, one magic cannon turret after another began to flicker with magical radiance, all of them aimed at Gao Yang in the distance. Gao Yang did not stop his advance, he merely twisted his neck and said softly, "Warm up over." Chapter 895. The terrified and helpless Hugo Qingyan combined. At the peak of the arena, 1,000,000 spectators were watching the 2 legendary powerhouses confronting each other in the starry sky without blinking. Although the previous battle had not lasted long, the immense power displayed by both sides had left the vast majority of the audience in shock. In particular, their perspective was an immersive, bystander-like view, allowing them to feel the terrifying power contained within the attacks of both sides even more acutely. And now, after hearing Gao Yang's self-muttering, most of the audience felt their brains go blank on the spot. That level of combat just now was merely a warm-up. If Gao Yang could hear the inner thoughts of these spectators, he would surely feel a touch of confusion. This level of combat was clearly just probing. Could they really not tell? Upon hearing Gao Yang's voice, Hugo Qingyan's dark eyes brimmed with tangible killing intent. The next instant, he tapped his staff, and the magical energy of the entire floating city began to boil. In the next moment, 4 streaks of magical light submerged into the bodies of the 4 adamantine golems. Accompanied by the influx of magical energy, the brilliant bodies of the 4 adamantine golems began to radiate a solid golden light, giving off an impression of indestructible sturdiness. That is, the ultimate golden bell shield. Among the audience, there were spellcasters who naturally recognized the origin of this spell, but before the spectators could even express their surprise, Hugo Qingyan demonstrated the true terror of being a grand mage of a floating city. One spell after another seemed to have no cooldown time at all, generating as rapidly as a machine gun. Some were cast upon the 4 adamantine golems, some submerged into the defensive barrier of the floating city, and others flickered into existence only to dissipate immediately, their effects unknown. Yet, in just a few seconds, everything within the entire floating city had been armed to the teeth by Hugo Qingyan. Such a terrifying expenditure caused even the floating city to show signs of magical energy depletion. Hugo Qingyan looked at the elemental mirror in front of him. The scene in the mirror was exactly Gao Yang. There were 5 such mirrors in front of Hugo Qingyan, and the 6 mirrors surrounded Gao Yang's body in a 360-degree, dead-angle-free manner. Every movement Gao Yang made was clearly reflected in Hugo Qingyan's eyes. Hugo Qingyan had rich combat experience. He did not cast various obstructive spells targeting Gao Yang when one was unclear about the opponent's spell resistance. Doing so was undoubtedly handing one's own weaknesses to the enemy. He tilted his staff forward, and the 2 adamantine golems shuddered slightly before charging out of the floating city at astonishing speed, transforming into 2 streaks of golden lightning as they took the initiative to strike at Gao Yang. In their palms, each held a sword-shaped force field that radiated an aura of destruction. This was the ultimate form of Mordenkainen's sword, the Sword of Destruction. When held by an adamantine golem with extremely high defense, its lethality was remarkably impressive. At the same time, tangible and intangible spells began to be fired from the magic cannon turrets of the floating city, covering the area toward Gao Yang. Yes, many spectators couldn't help but gasp upon seeing this scene, and some human spectators even felt a chill rise from their tailbones, reaching the top of their heads. Compared to the current scene, the previous battle could truly be called a warm-up without any exaggeration. The many spectators couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Gao Yang. They wanted to know how this equally powerful legend would respond when faced with an attack of this magnitude. And when they subconsciously cast their eyes toward Gao Yang, they did not see that figure holding a sword, but only a golden battle aura as scorching as the sun exploding outward, instantly sweeping across the starry sky. In that instant, a massive amount of golden battle aura surged and rolled, and under the influence of a barely perceptible radiance of will, it was forcibly condensed into a giant sphere, with the raging battle aura burning within it. In the dark starry sky, a star had emerged. Rumble. The blazing star began to roll toward the position of the floating city. It truly resembled a celestial body. Wherever it passed, haze twisted continuously, absorbing all surrounding radiation, energy, and spells into the star's rotation. Subsequently, under that terrifying high temperature, everything was ground into dust. A massive number of spells collided with this star, yet they did not even create a single ripple, let alone hinder the star's forward momentum. Clang, clang, to pitch-black slashes, each thousands of meters long, suddenly appeared in a cross shape directly in the star's path. The sharp, sword-shaped force field collided violently with the star condensed from solar battle chi, and a continuous, deafening sound of annihilation erupted. But in less than a second, these astonishing sword auras, unleashed by the demonic destruction sword, were melted away by the scorching star. The sun, 1,000 meters in diameter, appeared to rotate slowly, but its speed was actually incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, it had already crushed through the void, barreling toward the floating city ahead. Superdimensional slash. Hugo Qingyun watched the star bearing down upon him and swung his staff forward violently. Following his strike, a crescent-shaped spatial slash shot out from the surface of the floating city, instantly slicing through the oncoming star and cutting it in two. Watching the two halves of the sun graze past the floating city's defensive barrier, Hugo Qingyun could not help but let out a sigh of relief. That spell just now had nearly drained the floating city and his own internal mana. Although the floating city possessed an extremely vast mana reserve and recovery speed, drawing out such a massive amount of mana in such a short time would cause the floating city to fall into a brief state of depletion. Before the mana within Hugo Qingyun could recover, 100-meter-long greatsword had already silently slashed out from within the severed star. Golden battle chi covered the blade, exuding a sharpness that seemed capable of cutting through anything. The speed of the eternal radiance sword was extremely fast. By the time Hugo Qingyun realized it, the blade had already struck the surface of the floating city. Gao Yang's expression was calm, a trace of extremely concentrated scarlet flickering in the depths of his eyes. The moment eternal radiance struck the surface of the floating city, Hugo Qingyun's expression changed drastically, and he immediately deactivated the floating city's levitation array. The next instant, the blade scraped against the floating city's defensive shield, and an irresistible, immense force surged forth, sending the entire floating city flying. The direction in which it was sent flying happened to be exactly where the star, previously split into by Hugo Qingyun, was located. Hugo Qingyun did not understand how Gao Yang had managed this, but he knew that a strike capable of knocking back a floating city with a single blow was enough to kill him right here. Gao Yang sent the floating city flying with one strike, then tapped his foot, his body transforming into a streak of lightning as he pursued the floating city at high speed. The next instant, Gao Yang appeared before the floating city once more, ignoring the demonic destruction sword slashing toward him. Surging sword chi erupted from his body, and the eternal radiance in his hands slashed down again. Natural disaster, space fracture. This strike was incredibly fast, so fast that it did not give Hugo Qingyun even a sliver of reaction time before it struck the floating city. A pitch-black slash mark appeared on the floating city's defensive shield, and the latter split open without the slightest hesitation. The black slash continued downward, carving a crack dozens of meters long into the azure ground of the floating city. With the floating city breached, the malice in Hugo Qingyun's eyes suddenly flared. He took a black sphere from his inventory and shoved it directly into the spatial bubble floating before him. The next instant, the spatial bubble shattered, and the black sphere, only the size of a fist, appeared instantly in front of Gao Yang. The black sphere appeared, instantly leaving a black afterimage as it slammed heavily into the center of Gao Yang's forehead. Gao Yang's head snapped back, and his body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, covering 1,000 meters in just a single second. Crack! Gao Yang stepped into the space behind him, forcibly halting his retreat. This action caused large, spiderweb-like cracks to suddenly appear in the space behind him. He shook his head, allowing his double vision to quickly clear. Before he could charge forward again, the floating city's defenses had already mended. At the same time, whizzing sounds came from all directions, over 100 meteorites, each 100 meters in diameter and radiating different energy fluctuations, dragged tails of flame as they smashed toward Gao Yang. Boom, boom! The meteorites collided with one another, and violent energy fluctuations erupted, submerging Gao Yang, who was at the center of the explosion. Space shook violently, and the ringing of sword blades tore through the void. A ring-shaped sword radiance emerged, and all the incoming meteorites were instantly sliced apart. Subsequently, a gale-like storm of tooth-edged sword chi surged out, grinding the energy and meteorites in front of Gao Yang into dust, forcibly smoothing out the explosions. Hugo Qingyan was not surprised that the meteorite bombardment had failed to achieve results. Based on Gao Yang's performance just now, such methods could only briefly delay his opponent's pace. But even this bit of time was enough for the floating city's mana to recover by more than half. Complex mana patterns emerged, extending from the floating city into the surrounding starry sky like tentacles, instantly encompassing the entire expanse of space in front of Gao Yang. The next instant, the nodes where the mana patterns intersected lit up one after another. Each node lighting up meant that a preset spell had been activated. In an instant, a violent torrent of spells came crashing down toward Gao Yang. The violent energy fluctuations were enough to easily tear a small plane of existence into fragments. Dark purple lightning mixed with golden battle chi exploded instantly from Gao Yang's body. Rolling thunder and fire instantly filled this part of the starry sky. The tyrannical power of the thunder and fire even forcibly pushing other energies out of the area. A massive number of thunderballs and fireballs collided continuously within this purgatory of thunder and fire, and a scalp-tingling aura of destruction permeated the area. The moment the thunder and fire purgatory took shape, it collided violently with the torrent of spells, and a fierce explosion immediately resounded through the void. Facing this seemingly endless torrent of spells, the hastily formed thunder and fire purgatory did not hold up, and its scale began to be continuously compressed. Gao Yang, standing at the center of the thunder and fire purgatory, saw the eternal radiance in his hand bloom with a blinding radiance of will. The next instant, the thunder and fire purgatory swirling across the sky suddenly vanished. Such a turn of events caused even the bombarding torrent of spells to pause for a fleeting moment. Gao Yang held the eternal radiance greatsword high, its surface now a tapestry of dark purple and golden patterns. An endless aura of destruction radiated from the blade. Catastrophe, abyss meteor. Gao Yang swung his sword, and a thunder-fire greatsword, 10,000 meters in length, suddenly manifested. The moment the thunder-fire greatsword appeared, it effortlessly crushed the surging torrent of spells, continuing its momentum unabated as it slashed toward the floating city. Hugo Qingyan's eyes were wide with terror. His attacks were as fragile as thin paper before Gao Yang. Even though they were spells capable of destroying the heavens and earth, they were mercilessly shattered upon colliding with that greatsword, subsequently threatening his floating city. He was a legendary mage who commanded a floating city, someone who, by all logic, should stand at the pinnacle of power, untouchable even by gods. Yet, in the short time he had been fighting Gao Yang, Hugo Qingyan had felt the bone-chilling cold emanating from that giant sword more than once. This chill even caused Hugo Qingyan to hallucinate that he might die under his opponent's blade. Not only that, but from the beginning of the battle until now, Hugo Qingyan had never ceased his psychic attacks against Gao Yang. However, all his psychic assaults were like clay oxen entering the sea, failing to have the slightest effect. As a legendary mage, Hugo Qingyan deduced the reason within a very short time. The opponent's battle aura rank is too high, and his attacks are too condensed, to the point where my attacks cannot match them in quality, making them appear vulnerable. Furthermore, the opponent must possess extremely strong defensive measures for his mind, which renders my psychic interference completely ineffective. But it was precisely because he understood the reason that the chill in Hugo Qingyan's heart grew even deeper. Because the elevation of energy rank is extremely difficult, This kind of gap is also the most impossible to bridge. And the mental fortress of his opponent left a legendary mage who specialized in psychic spells with no way to proceed, facing the Thunderfire greatsword that streaked across the void and slashed toward him. Hugo Qingyan tapped his staff, and under his control, the floating city shot toward the distance. Swoosh! The Thunderfire greatsword grazed the floating city's defenses, the aura of destruction nearly obliterating the protective barrier. Had it not been for the two diamond golems punching and shattering the stray sword chi, the floating city's defenses would have been completely destroyed by that single strike. At this stage of the battle, for Hugo Qingyan, there was no longer any need to continue fighting. A floating city mage stands at the pinnacle of power. Mastering a floating city is equivalent to being in an invincible position. The original meaning of this saying was that when encountering an opponent difficult to defeat, a floating city mage could easily escape the battlefield through teleportation and survive. But unfortunately, this place was the artifact of the god of war, the peak of gladiators. This battlefield was not without boundaries, which meant that Hugo Qingyan's greatest advantage as a floating city mage initiative in war had been stripped away. In this peak of gladiators, it was destined that between him and Gao Yang, only one person could walk out alive. Gao Yang seemed to sense Hugo Qingyan's emotions, looking toward the floating city from a great distance before revealing a genuine, ferocious grin. Hugo Qingyan's gaze darkened, his pride shattered in that instant. But before he could react, Gao Yang had already struck again. The golden light flashed, and before Hugo Qingyan could respond, the entire floating city was enveloped by scorching solar battle aura. Gao Yang exhaled a breath of stale air, tapped his foot, and vanished from where he stood. Chapter 896. Inviting a wolf into the house and the kill 2 in 1. As for the solar battle aura that instantly enveloped the floating city, it was naturally Gao Yang's newly developed sword technique, Catastrophe, Star Piercer. Enveloped in the scorching solar battle aura, Hugo Qingyan watched his defensive barrier begin to melt rapidly, his expression turning ugly to the extreme. Such scorching solar flames nearly burned through the surrounding space. If he were to teleport now, even if he were lucky enough not to be dragged into spatial turbulence, his body would be shredded by the violent spatial forces during the teleportation process. What chilled Hugo Qingyan even more was that a highly condensed solar sword chi was continuously bombarding the front of the floating city. He raised his staff, then lowered it again. Facing this situation, continuing to resist was meaningless. Human calamity, domain shatter. Gao Yang appeared outside the floating city and swung his sword. Intersecting slashes manifested before him, tearing the space in front of him to shreds. Shattering along with it was the defensive barrier on the surface of the floating city. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The floating city's defenses were extremely powerful. Such an easy breakthrough could only mean one thing. The master of the floating city did not intend to continue resisting. Hugo Qingyan rose from his seat, walked to the window of the mage tower, and looked at Gao Yang, who was slowly flying into the floating city. The moment their gazes met, Hugo Qingyan's eyes were clear and calm. He said in a loud voice, "Powerful warrior whom I have never met, Lord Gao Yang, your strength has exceeded my limits. This has been a magnificent battle. I have used all my strength, yet I am still no match for you. In that case, I concede this battle." Hugo Qingyan's plan was simple. He was certain that Gao Yang had never seen him before and naturally would not know his hidden identity. In the absence of any enmity between the two, a mage who controlled a floating city voluntarily conceding was giving enough face. Ending it here would be beneficial for both parties. Perhaps he could even gain the friendship of a floating city archmage. Although there was no such thing as a voluntary concession in the peak of gladiators. If one side conceded and the other accepted, the battle would not continue. Hugo Qingyan held this intention. As long as he conceded and Gao Yang agreed, he would have a long future ahead to improve. And he would have already learned Gao Yang's true identity. So in the future, he would certainly find a way to hunt him down completely and seize the unique specialty the other party possessed. Gao Yang looked at Hugo Qingyan, whose calm and composed demeanor made it seem as if he had truly submitted. Facing Hugo Qingyan's gaze, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up slightly. If Hugo Qingyan knew that he was aware of his identity as a member of the Pantheon, He would surely regret deactivating the floating city's defenses so voluntarily until his guts turned green. Such an act was no different from walking to his own death. Seeing the smile on Gao Yang's face, Shugu Qingyun could not help but reveal a faint smile of his own. Indeed, who could refuse the goodwill of a great archmage of a floating city? Gao Yang looked at Shugu Qingyun, who was inside the mage tower, and said in a calm voice, "I can accept your surrender. But what about the price?" Shugu Qingyun was startled, then realized that Gao Yang meant he had to pay a ransom. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. It was already humiliating enough to surrender voluntarily under the gaze of the masses, and now he had to pay a hefty price as a ransom. This was naked humiliation. Facing Gao Yang's humiliation, Shugu Qingyun took a deep breath, decisively chose to ignore it, and gritted his teeth as he said ruthlessly, "I am willing to offer 30 magic gems as the fee for your Excellency Gao Yang's actions just now." 30 magic gems were already an extremely precious resource, especially for Shugu Qingyun, who was nearly destitute due to the construction of the floating city. This was already the limit of what he could afford. Gao Yang shook his head slightly and said, "Is the life of a legendary mage only worth 30 magic gems?" Shugu Qingyun was stunned, his expression shifting, and he asked again, "Then what is your Excellency's meaning?" Facing Shugu Qingyun's inquiry, Gao Yang said without hesitation, "Leave the floating city, and I will spare your life." Rage surged in Shugu Qingyun's heart. His magic power boiled, and with a wave of his staff, he roared, "Impossible! If you want it, then step over my corpse. Do you think I cannot do it?" Gao Yang tilted his head and stared at Shugu Qingyun. The distance between them was a mere 100 meters. For a legendary mage to be approached to this extent by a legendary warrior was essentially a death sentence. Shugu Qingyun's expression stiffened at this distance. Even with the protection of the mage tower, he had almost no chance of survival. The anger on his face gradually faded, and the boiling magic power on him settled down. He looked at Gao Yang and spoke slowly. "The floating city is the fruit of my life's work. I cannot give it to you. If you insist, we shall perish together. I can give you a quasi-divine artifact in exchange for my surrender. How about that?" Gao Yang remained expressionless. Seeing this, a flash of light appeared in Shugu Qingyun's hand, and a golden battle sword about 3 meters long appeared before him. "This is the quasi-divine artifact, the sword of the blazing sun, one of my spoils of war. I now bestow it upon your Excellency Gao Yang." After speaking, Shugu Qingyun pushed it out of the window, letting the sword of the blazing sun fly toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang did not reach out to catch it. He simply continued to watch Shugu Qingyun. Shugu Qingyun's expression was ugly to the extreme. On one side was the floating city, his lifeline that he had exhausted his heart and blood to build and had only just unveiled. On the other was his own life. Both were equally important to him. Just as Shugu Qingyun's expression flickered uncertainly, an aura of destruction suddenly intruded into his perception. He looked up abruptly at Gao Yang, and what met his eyes was a translucent golden sword beam. "Despicable!" Shugu Qingyun roared in his heart. Several magic shields instantly appeared around him, but he did not expect this golden sword beam to ignore these defenses entirely and charge straight into his mind. The golden sword beam entered Shugu Qingyun's mind and transformed into the likeness of Gao Yang. Looking at the figure that appeared in the other party's mind, his voice was icy. "Scum of the Pantheon!" Shugu Qingyun's spirit jolted. He had not expected that his hidden identity had long been exposed under Gao Yang's watchful eyes. Now that he knew, it was already too late. Shugu Qingyun roared, stirring up a massive mental tsunami in an attempt to blast Gao Yang out of his sea of consciousness. But Gao Yang merely waved the great sword of will in his hand casually. Golden sword marks crisscrossed, easily shattering the mental tsunami Shugu Qingyun had stirred up. Watching the mental tsunami collapse like dominoes, Shugu Qingyun's eyes were filled with regret. However, in just an instant, he composed his mind, pointed at Gao Yang, and unleashed an extreme burst of mental power, firing a pitch-black beam of mental death toward Gao Yang's consciousness. This beam of mental death carried unparalleled piercing and corrosive power. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, and the great sword of will struck out immediately. The golden sword chi and the mental death beam collided with a boom. To Gao Yang's surprise, the sword chi of will he had unleashed began to disintegrate rapidly under the erosion of this mental death beam, then assimilated, and finally merged completely into the mental death beam, blasting toward him. Being able to defeat his mental attack, the rank of this mental death beam was extremely high. Gao Yang guessed that this was very likely the unique specialty mastered by Shugu Qingyan. However, it was a bit too late to do so now. Gao Yang let out a soft shout, and a brilliance of will, radiant to the extreme, erupted from his body. He raised the great sword of will high and then brought it down with a crash. Human calamity, heart eater. The great sword of will fell, colliding once again with the incoming mental death beam. The next instant, dense sword chi erupted from within the mental death beam, disintegrating it from the inside in the blink of an eye. Having dismantled Shugu's mental death beam, Gao Yang held nothing back and struck with his sword once more. Human calamity, annihilation. The world in his eyes turned gray and white, and a brilliant sword mark slashed toward Shugu Qingyan. As the sword mark struck, Shugu Qingyan's thoughts paused for an instant. In the world of consciousness, the effects of mental attacks were far stronger than ordinary sword techniques, which was why Gao Yang had employed a series of mental sword techniques to fight Shugu Qingyan. After delivering the strike, Gao Yang's consciousness dissipated directly within Shugu Qingyan's sea of consciousness. As his consciousness returned, Gao Yang did not pause for even a fraction of a second. Slashing out with his sword, calamity, world annihilation, the tip of his blade traced a perfect and precise arc in front of him. Infinite destructive energy surged, and a pitch-black sword scar instantly appeared outside the midge tower where Shugu Qingyan was hiding. As the sword scar flashed, the defenses outside the midge tower failed to provide even the slightest resistance. Being sliced open with ease, Shugu Qingyan regained his senses only to see Gao Yang reaching out to tear through the midge tower's defenses. Stepping directly into his sanctum, banishment, Shugu Qingyan slammed his staff down, and in an instant, a magical shockwave erupted from him, spreading in all directions. Gao Yang held one hand in front of him, blocking the incoming shockwave. Following that, a cone-shaped sword chi was unleashed, instantly slamming into Shugu Qingyan's chest. Shugu Qingyan flew backward, crashing heavily into the chair behind him as a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Gao Yang, his heart filled with horror. The moment Gao Yang appeared, he had considered teleporting away, but the surrounding space had become as solid as steel, leaving him with no possibility of teleportation. Surprise! Gao Yang flashed in front of Shugu Qingyan, looking down at him. With my mastery over the laws of space, you are still far from being able to use TLEPO or TATON. As these words fell, Gao Yang already had one hand pressed against Shugu Qingyan's face. The next instant, scorching solar battle chi erupted from Gao Yang's palm, burning Shugu Qingyan to ashes. Flames swept through, and Shugu Qingyan's body dissipated into green smoke. Escaped. Gao Yang scanned his surroundings, then closed his eyes slightly to perceive the space around him. As his will radiated outward, he entered the state of unity of heaven and man. In this state, his control over the surrounding space rose to another level. Perceiving every corner of the midge tower, a cold, chilling smile appeared on Gao Yang's lips once more. Gao Yang gripped the air with one hand, and a black dot appeared in his palm. The next instant, everything within the midge tower began to collapse toward his palm. Upon touching the battle chi burning on his body, everything was rapidly destroyed. Soon, Shugu Qingyan's body was forced to reveal itself. Gao Yang watched as Shugu Qingyan transformed back into human form from a decorative object, feeling the unwillingness and regret in the other man's eyes, and without hesitation, he pressed his palm against his face again. This time, Shugu Qingyan did not dodge Gao Yang's hand before he could speak. Gao Yang's majestic and brilliant willpower surged like a tiger descending from the mountains, forcefully tearing through Shugu Qingyan's soul defenses, stabbing into his body as brutally as a red-hot, thick iron rod. A shrill, miserable scream erupted from Shugu Qingyan's mouth. Pitch-black mental energy surged from him like a raging tide, attempting to push Gao Yang away. But every violent surge of the black tide was blocked by the radiance of will on Gao Yang's body. Ignoring Shugu Qingyan's struggles, Gao Yang began to browse through his memories. Soon, as Gao Yang's continuous intrusion persisted, Shugu Qingyan's mental defenses finally collapsed. His limbs hung limp, and he became completely motionless. Having had the experience of browsing Igelin's memories last time, Gao Yang's goal this time was extremely clear. heading straight for the opponent's unique specialty. Before long, the unique specialty mastered by Hugo Qingyan was sensed by Gao Yang. However, it was a pity that of the 3 unique specialties Hugo Qingyan possessed, 2 were spell specialization types, primarily enhancing spell casting speed, range, and power, which were of no use to Gao Yang. Only the last unique specialty, named Mental Resonance, could be integrated into Gao Yang's own combat system. This unique specialty, Mental Resonance, could amplify the user's mental power and strengthen their control over their mental will, which was undoubtedly excellent news for Gao Yang. This meant that his immortal will could be further enhanced without any hesitation. Gao Yang began to browse and comprehend everything in Hugo Qingyan's memories related to this unique specialty. And in this repeated viewing and comprehension, after an unknown amount of time, a general network notification suddenly refreshed before Gao Yang's eyes. General network notification. You have come into contact with information regarding the unique specialty, Mental Resonance. Current comprehension progress. Looking at the notification floating at the corner of his eye, the subsequent events followed naturally. From Hugo Qingyan's initial shrill screams to his final, faint, thread-like moans, a new general network notification appeared once more. General network notification. You have come into contact with information regarding the unique specialty, Mental Resonance. Current comprehension progress. Important general network notification. You have obtained all information regarding the unique specialty, Mental Resonance. When the owner of the unique specialty, limit-breaking power voluntarily or involuntarily relinquishes said specialty, you will automatically condense this unique specialty. Looking at the notification before him, Gao Yang did not pause, exerting force with his palm to completely crush Hugo Qingyan's skull. The unique specialty had been obtained, and he had also acquired the method to control this floating city. For Gao Yang, the harvest from this battle was already sufficiently bountiful. General network notification. You have killed a general network player legendary rank. You have obtained 90. 0 legendary XP. You have obtained 1 point of legendary reputation. General network notification. Based on the effects of your legendary profession, you have obtained an additional 3,400,000 legendary XP. General network notification. Detected that the unique specialty, Mental Resonance, is currently in an ownerless state. The unique specialty, Mental Resonance, can be condensed. Do you wish to condense it? Gao Yang looked at the refreshed notification and, without the slightest hesitation, chose to condense it. Important general network notification, unique specialty. Mental Resonance has begun to condense. Current condensation progress, 0.1%. Estimated time required, 28 days, 11 hours, 29 minutes, and 58 seconds. Please ensure your own survival during the condensation period. Closing the prompt before him, Gao Yang appeared on the surface of the floating city. Following the memories of Hugo Qingyan, he located an inconspicuous room and walked inside. Inside the room was a small teleportation array. Gao Yang stepped into the teleportation array, and the next instant, he appeared in a fully enclosed secret chamber measuring only 5 square meters. In the center of this chamber, a plane core emitting a bright, brilliant luster was floating quietly. Chapter 897, The Spoils of War, Floating City. In the Azure secret chamber, the plane core floated quietly at the absolute center of the space, silently radiating a light that was unique and mysterious, belonging solely to this universe. It was the light of the stars, and the unique radiance that nurtures all things. At this very moment, it was placed at the absolute center of this floating city, supporting everything within the city with its own mysterious power. The plane core did not hold an absolute majority in the energy composition of the floating city, but the birth of a floating city required a plane core above all else. With a plane core, a floating city could ascend from a mere building to an existence comparable to a plane capable of housing thousands of lives. Gao Yang looked at this plane core, and the information from the comprehensive network appeared before his eyes. This was a plane core with an energy capacity reaching 3,000, belonging to the largest category among all the plane cores Gao Yang had obtained. From this, it was evident that in the process of obtaining this plane core, Hugo Qingyan had undoubtedly destroyed multiple planes. Gao Yang did not know which planes had been destroyed, but he knew that, indirectly, he had avenged the beings who died because their planes were destroyed. even if that had not been his original intention. Gao Yang looked at the plain core before him. Following the method in Shugu Qingyan's memories, he slowly covered his palm with his own will, then grasped the plain core in his hand. A brilliant radiance of will erupted, slowly but firmly expelling and infecting the residual mental power within the plain core. That was the mental imprint left behind by Shugu Qingyan. However, because of Shugu Qingyan's death, this power had lost its source, like water without a spring. Therefore, the process was not long. In less than a minute, Gao Yang had completed the expulsion and replacement of the will. The moment he completed the replacement of the will, Gao Yang's perception, amplified by the plain core, instantly permeated every corner of the floating city. In his eyes, this floating city no longer held any secrets. A smile curled the corners of Gao Yang's mouth. With a thought, the massive floating city was instantly stored into his inventory. And as the floating city vanished, he also disappeared from the cage battlefield under the gaze of countless spectators. Returning to the dressing room, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion and began to review the battle. After fighting such a great archmage of a floating city like Shugu Qingyan, the power of the only specialty he had mastered began to stand out. When the strength and tears of both sides were not far apart, the level of the energy system and the superiority of the profession became the key factors determining the outcome of the battle. In fact, if the battlefield had not been the cage battlefield of the Peak of Gladiators, Shugu Qingyan would certainly not have been killed by Gao Yang. As the saying goes, a legendary mage who controls a floating city is born in an invincible position. If a floating city mage wants to leave the battlefield, it is not easy even for a god to stop them. However, this time, inside the artifact known as the Peak of Gladiators, even a floating city could not resist the power of the rules, which paved the way for Shugu Qingyan's death. During the battle, the toughness and destructive power displayed by the high-tier battle chi of the solar furnace were the main reasons Shugu Qingyan gave up the fight. Under the superposition of various factors, this led to Shugu Qingyan dying at Gao Yang's hands. In reality, before he died, Gao Yang had never been able to break through the defenses of the floating city. The asymmetry of information caused Shugu Qingyan to misjudge the situation, which also caused his death. After spending more than 10 minutes reviewing the battle from beginning to end several times, Gao Yang opened his eyes and made a final judgment on the battle. Even if Shugu Qingyan had not given up the fight, the final winner would still have been him. The advantages Shugu Qingyan possessed, he also possessed, and they were even stronger. His swordsmanship, his physique, and his will were all superior to Shugu Qingyan's. With no more obstacles in his heart, Gao Yang stepped toward the golden spatial vortex in front of him. A flash of light passed, and he had returned to the Eberron world. Gao Yang, you are too strong. Just as he returned to the Eberron world, an extremely excited meow sounded in his ears. Melifina looked excitedly at Gao Yang, who had just teleported back, her eyes filled with pride and joy. That is a floating city. You actually defeated a great archmage of a floating city. You are too amazing. Melifina flew in front of Gao Yang, her large eyes blinking incessantly. Gao Yang revealed a smile, looked at Melifina, and said, "Do you want to see what the floating city looks like?" "Oh yes. Yes, I do." Melifina's little head nodded rapidly, and the fluffy tail behind her was almost wagging like a windmill. A floating city was not an ordinary thing. In the entire multiverse, the vast majority of living beings would never see a floating city in their entire lives. Although Melifina had seen floating cities, she had truly never seen a completely undefended floating city that belonged to her friend. Gao Yang looked up toward the direction of the immortal sanctuary. As the spatial fluctuations spread, Lisa had already sensed his return and was flying over. As his gaze shifted, a ripple undulated beside him, and Lisa appeared in the martial arts arena. Her ruby-like eyes were also filled with excitement, and even more so, pride. This was her man, a legendary existence capable of slaying a great archmage of a floating city. Let's visit the floating city together. As Gao Yang spoke, he waved his arm, and a massive object suddenly appeared in the sky above the martial arts arena, floating quietly in midair. The shadows cast down enveloped Gao Yang and the others completely. Looking at the floating city within arm's reach, both Melifina and Lisa revealed expressions of shock and awe in their eyes. This was a floating city. An absolute symbol of status and prestige. Possessing it was equivalent to having the qualifications to stand at the pinnacle of power in the multiverse. Gao Yang moved his mind, and the floating city emitted a ripple. The next instant, a portal appeared before them. Gao Yang stepped through first, saying, "Let's go." Stepping into the portal, the scenery changed instantly. Lisa and Melifina widened their eyes, watching every detail of the floating city inch by inch like curious children. Melifina extended her cat paw, patted the azure surface, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the ground of the floating city is actually paved with magic crystals. This is just too extravagant. The energy fluctuations inside the floating city are too strong. I feel like cultivating here for one day is worth several days of cultivation elsewhere." Lisa carefully sensed the magical fluctuations within the floating city. Her eyes also filled with shock. It was no wonder that the mages who controlled floating cities were all terrifyingly powerful. Even if a pig were to control a floating city, it would transform into a legendary magical beast under the influence of such dense magical energy. Just as Lisa and Melifina were touring the floating city, Gao Yang suddenly turned his head to look into the distance, a flash of crimson appearing in his eyes. Chapter 898. The unexpected visit of the Archmage. Within his line of sight, a figure radiating dense magical fluctuations appeared silently outside the immortal city. That familiar magical fluctuation already revealed the identity of the visitor, the leader of Shane. The only Archmage of Shane, Oclando Shaquin. Melifina, Gao Yang called out. Melifina rushed out from a building and instantly flew onto his shoulder. The next moment, Gao Yang had already brought Melifina outside the immortal city, standing before the Shane Archmage. "Archmage, to break into my immortal city without any reason, even if there is a cooperative relationship between Shane and the immortal wasteland. You shouldn't act in such a manner, don't you think, Archmage?" The Shane Archmage stood in the void. His gaze toward Gao Yang was no longer as calm as before, but had shifted to one of gravity. In the past, although Oclando knew Gao Yang was strong, he had only regarded him as a rising legend with decent strength. Their interactions had seemed equal, but in reality, he had unconsciously carried the condescending air of a superior. However, after watching the battle between Gao Yang and that floating city Archmage at the peak of gladiators today, Oclando realized just how ridiculously wrong he had been. At the same time, he also realized how foolish it had been to previously threaten Gao Yang to give up his qualification to participate in the Immortal Wastelands conference. With the strength Gao Yang had displayed, let alone a rotating seat, even if the other party demanded a permanent seat for the Corvair continent, they, the holders of the permanent seats, would have to obediently vacate one. It was laughable that before this, they had actually acted as if they were bestowing charity, ordering the other party to give up their seat at the Supreme Conference this time and promising them a sixth-place rotating seat for the next century. It was simply ridiculous. Facing Gao Yang's undisguised gaze, Oclando slowly calmed the magical fluctuations on his body, looked up at Gao Yang, and spoke with an equal posture. "Lord Feather King, I apologize for my reckless behavior. However, I have come this time because there is an important matter I wish to discuss with you." A cold sneer tugged at the corner of Gao Yang's mouth. "Oh, are you here to persuade our immortal wasteland to give up participating in this Supreme Conference again?" Oclando could naturally hear the sarcasm in Gao Yang's words, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He spoke righteously. "Of course not. In fact, after our last conversation, I told the others that we should support the free competition of all forces within the Corvair continent, instead of standing from the perspective of superiors and controllers to decide the fate of everything in the Corvair continent, which is both unjust and arrogant. Therefore, Lord Feather King, please rest assured, as the leader of Shane and one of the permanent seat holders, I support all of your decisions." Gao Yang gave a hollow, mirthless laugh and said lightly, "How, Archmage? There is no need for that. So, what advice do you have for me this time, Archmage?" Oclando looked around, then looked at Gao Yang, who was blocking his way with no intention of inviting him into the city to sit down. His brows furrowed imperceptibly, and he said, "Lord Feather King, this is not a place to talk. Won't you invite me into the city for a seat?" Gao Yang laughed again before saying, "It was this king's oversight. Archmage, please, come in." As he spoke, He turned around and flew toward the direction of the Immortal Temple first. Oclando took a deep breath before following Gao Yang into the Immortal City. A moment later, in the guest hall of the Immortal Temple, Gao Yang and Oclando sat opposite each other. Gao Yang crossed his hands on the table in front of him and asked, "Archmage, what is the purpose of your visit this time?" Upon hearing this, Oclando suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "I happened to see your gladiatorial match today, Lord Feather King. I truly did not expect that you could defeat your opponent so easily. Since your opponent's floating city has become your trophy, I have come this time to make a deal with you, Lord Feather King." "Archmage, you surely aren't going to tell me you want to buy my floating city," Gao Yang said with a chuckle. But his words caused Oclando's expression to change slightly. From Gao Yang's tone, he could already tell that the other party was unwilling to sell the floating city they had just acquired. But the desire for a floating city made Oclando speak again. "Lord Feather King, I have indeed come for that floating city. If you are willing to part with it, you will become the new master and controller of Shane." Gao Yang was stunned and looked seriously at the Shane Archmage sitting opposite him. He had not expected that for the sake of this floating city, this Archmage of Sharn would possess such immense resolve, directly offering up the City of Towers, which had consumed an unknown amount of his heart and soul, as a bargaining chip. Gao Yang lowered his gaze and spoke calmly. "As far as I am aware, the wealth that the City of Towers has generated for you should be enough to build a floating city, or at least come quite close. Could it be that you have not been constructing a floating city of your own?" A flicker of complexity appeared in Oclando's eyes as he slowly replied, "In truth, it is indeed quite close, but I have yet to complete it to this day because I am missing the most critical component." Before Oclando could finish, Gao Yang interjected, "A planar core." Oclando paused, then nodded. "Could it be that you, Archmage, have not left the Eberron world to venture into the multiverse in an attempt to acquire a planar core?" Gao Yang tilted his head to look at Oclando opposite him. Since the other party was already nearing the completion of his own floating city, he should have attempted to destroy a plane to obtain a core, even at the risk of being hunted by the Planar Guardians Association. "To be honest, I have tried, but I did not succeed." There was a hint of gloom in Oclando's tone. It seemed that the experience had left a deep impression on him. Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Gao Yang did not press the matter. He simply shook his head and said, "Archmage, you should know that at our level of strength, such influence is not a necessity for us." Oclando nodded, yet he still spoke. "I understand that, of course. Which is why the City of Towers is only a small part of the price I am willing to pay. If your Excellency King of Feathers is willing to part with it, I will offer a price that will satisfy you." "I do not believe that the price you are offering is worth a floating city," Gao Yang interrupted him bluntly. "Then, what if the price I offer could increase your Excellency King of Feathers' legendary attributes by at least 5 points? Oclando's expression remained unchanged as he stared into Gao Yang's eyes and spoke slowly. Although Oclando was not a player of the comprehensive network, as a legendary Archmage, he naturally had some understanding of such players and therefore knew what the key factors were for the growth of someone like Gao Yang. Chapter 899. Refusal and Return to Earth. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, looking at Oclando sitting opposite him, and remained silent. 5 points of legendary attributes were an incredibly exaggerated boost for any player of the comprehensive network, especially as one reached the later stages. The actual benefit provided by every single point of attribute was far more significant than in the early stages. After all, the base value was already very high, and increasing it by half on top of such a large base naturally resulted in an exaggerated improvement. But were 5 points of legendary attributes truly worth a floating city? The answer was clearly. Although Gao Yang was not a spellcaster and the floating city did not provide him with much of a boost, nor could he even use it in combat. If he were to trade this floating city to this Archmage of Sharn at this point in time, given their current relationship, it might very well create an additional enemy or rival for himself and the immortal wasteland. Even if Oclando was willing to abandon the City of Towers Sharn, which was essentially a cash cow, for the sake of this floating city, as long as a floating city Archmage was willing, there would be no shortage of entities rushing to attach themselves to him. In other words, in a very short time, Oclando could rebuild a City of Towers SHAR and. Therefore, The city of Towers Sharn, as a bargaining chip, did not really represent anything of value. After clarifying the stakes, Gao Yang slowly shook his head and looked at Oaklando. Not enough. Far from enough. A flash of determination appeared in Oaklando's eyes, and he was just about to place his final bargaining chip on the table when he heard Gao Yang speak again. Archmage, there is no need to say more. Please return. This floating city is my war trophy, and it holds great commemorative significance for me. Gao Yang naturally had to cut off the words Oaklando had yet to utter, as he was not sure how well prepared the other party was for this floating city. Nor was he sure if he would be swayed if the other party threw out even more generous conditions. Rather than struggling with it, it was better to cut off the source of the dilemma directly. Oaklando took a deep breath, a faint smile still on his face, and stood up. Very well. Then I shall not disturb Your Excellency King of Feathers any further. If in the future, Your Excellency wishes to sell this floating city, please consider me first. Having said this, the Archmage from Sharn rose and walked out of the sanctuary, slowly flying away from the immortal city under the watchful eyes of Gao Yang and Milafina. As for using force to coerce Gao Yang, after witnessing the battle between Gao Yang and the floating city Archmage, Oaklando had already realized that Gao Yang's strength stood at the pinnacle of the Eberron world. He could not take down the other party alone, and might even be killed in retaliation. Therefore, Oaklando did not intend to use force. Not only did he not intend to use force, but he also had to change his decision to oppose the Immortal Wasteland's participation in the conference. Before other alliances learned the news, Sharn would become the most loyal partner of the Immortal Wasteland. Even if this partnership had come a bit late, but that was far better than walking down a dead end. As a legendary spellcaster who had controlled Sharn for hundreds of years, Oaklando knew very well what the most fundamental rule of this world was. That was that sufficiently powerful strength, the force held within one's own fist, was the foundation of all foundations for getting things done.